Li Changsheng traverses into the realm of cultivation, becoming a youth from a fishing village. He believed his life would be spent in the company of fish, yet on the eve of his 18th birthday, the anti-addiction system is lifted and the cultivation simulator is activated. As long as one possesses sufficient funds, unlimited simulations can be conducted. After simulating millions of times, Li Changsheng discovers that the entire world lies beneath his feet. However, what is this strange title? I aspire to become a sword, immortal, riding the winds with my sword. You dare to call me the Reckless Diamond? Chapter 1. Activation of the Cultivation Simulator. Li Changsheng, the fishing tax for this month is due tomorrow. Do not make Lord Bao come to seek you personally. In the bustling market, a rogue blocks the path of a boy dressed as a fisherman and scoffs. The surrounding crowd instinctively distances themselves from the two, while other fishermen lower their heads and walk around. Rest assured, brother, the fishing tax will be paid on time tomorrow, and I will not make things difficult for you. Li Changsheng replies with a bitter smile. He was once an ordinary youth on Blue Star, who, in an attempt to save a little girl crossing the street, was struck by a vehicle and transported to this alien world. Legends speak of immortals who can traverse thousands of miles and claim heads from afar. Yet Li Changsheng has never encountered them. All he knows is that within the Caobang, there are warriors capable of fighting against 100 foes, which has allowed the Caobang to dominate Innate Lake for decades, unshakable in their authority. The members of the Caobang occupy the markets surrounding Innate Lake, and all fishermen must not only pay a 20% cut of their fish sales to the Caobang, but also submit a fishing tax in the middle of each month. His father passed away merely 3 months after being beaten by Lord Bao, a minor leader of the Caobang, for a late fishing tax payment. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Although Lord Bao is merely a mediocre warrior, he possesses martial prowess that a malnourished fisherman like Li Changsheng cannot hope to confront. That is for the best. The rogue pats Li Changsheng on the face, nodding with satisfaction, allowing him to leave. I must be the most unfortunate among all traversers. After distancing himself from the rogue, Li Changsheng sighs deeply, murmuring, others who traverse are either sons of the prestigious Changsheng family or born into noble households. At the very least, they are wealthy young masters, while he merely toils as a miserable fisherman, struggling for sustenance on the eve of his 18th birthday. He had contemplated training in martial arts to alter his fate, yet the entrance fee for a martial arts school requires dozens of taels of silver, and the subsequent expenses for training are countless, far beyond the means of a humble fisherman. In his youth, he had heard whispers of an old cripple in the eastern part of the city, who was once a postnatal warrior. Now, due to his lameness, he can barely exert any strength, and with age, no one hires him. For just 10 taels of silver, he would impart the basics of martial arts to impoverished families. Many martial artists in Wushan City emerged from the old cripple's tutelage. Yet, 10 taels of silver is beyond Li Changsheng's reach. As Li Changsheng despondently makes his way home, a mechanical voice pierces the air. Ding! Host detected to be 18 years old. The anti-addiction system is lifted and the cultivation simulator is activated. Before him appears a virtual panel filled with dense text. Cultivation simulation system activated. One simulation opportunity is granted upon activation. For additional uses, one must purchase extra chances. A 20% transaction fee will be charged during recharges. One unused simulation opportunity detected. Would you like to immediately use the cultivation simulator? Is this my golden finger? A look of ecstatic joy spreads across Li Changsheng's face. After 18 years of traversing, his golden finger has finally arrived. As a seasoned reader, he had once hoped for the activation of such a golden finger upon his arrival, but had long given up after enduring 18 years of struggle. To his astonishment, it has finally activated today. However, why does this golden finger exude such a strong sense of a tech giant style? Li Changsheng mutters to himself. No, this golden finger is even more exploitative. The tech giant merely wishes for you to spend money, while this cultivation simulator charges a 20% fee even for recharges. System, what functions do you possess? Li Changsheng silently inquires. No response. So, it is a non-intelligent system. Li Changsheng shakes his head, yet he bears no disdain for the system, as it is his sole means of turning his fortunes around. Begin simulation. Simulation initiated. In one day, you will pay the fishing tax for this month to Lord Bao, then set out to fish. For several consecutive days, your catch is minimal, leaving you quite dissatisfied. On the 9th day, you continue to fish. At noon, a fierce storm brews and heavy rain falls. You hastily return, seeking refuge from the storm on a small island near Moon Bay, where you unexpectedly discover a fully matured Duangu Cao. Upon returning to the market, Knowing your strength cannot safeguard the Duangu Cao, you sell it to the Cao Bong for 10 taels of silver. That night, you are stealthily taken by Lord Bao and his men into your home, where you meet a tragic end. You have died. Simulation ends. You may retain one of the options. Option 1. 18-year-old cultivation realm. Option 2. 18-year-old combat experience. The Duangu Cao is a spirit herb of immense benefit to postnatal warriors. The last discovery near Inyue Lake occurred decades ago. To his astonishment, he has been fortunate enough to find one while seeking shelter from the rain. Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. The choices he made during the simulation were quite reasonable. As long as he brought the Duangu Cao ashore, he could not escape the watchful eyes of the Cao Bong. Only by selling the Duangu Cao to the Cao Bong could he secure his survival. However, he was taken aback to find that the Duangu Cao, valued at 200 taels, had only netted him 10 taels, and it had caught the attention of the small leader of the Cao Bong, Bao Ye. Choose 2, Changsheng murmured. As he made his selection, a trickle of fishing experience infused his mind. Though meager, he could clearly feel its presence. Home. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed back to his dilapidated thatched house in the fishing village, where he dug in a corner of the toilet and unearthed a black cloth wrapped around some object. He did not mind that the black cloth had been buried in the latrine. He took it out without a second thought. Returning to his bedroom, he unwrapped the cloth to reveal a trove of silver ingots and copper coins. Detection indicates the host possesses silver coins. Would you like to recharge immediately? Recharge 5 taels of silver, Changsheng said with a twinge of pain. It had taken him and his late father over 20 years to amass just over 10 taels of silver, most of which was intended for his marriage, and now 5 taels were gone in an instant. Recharge successful, balance is 4 coins. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Each use costs 1 coin. What a rip-off, deducting a simulation opportunity like that. Changsheng lamented internally, but resolutely whispered, "Begin simulation." Simulation begins. On the second day, you went out to pay the fishing tax to the Cao Bong and then rested at home. On the 8th day, you searched the small island near Yueliangwan for Duangu Cao, but found nothing. On the 9th day, a storm raged with thunder and lightning. Under the stimulation of the storm, the Duangu Cao unfurled, and you successfully obtained 1 plant, continuing your search, and found another 100 meters away. You took the 2 plants of Duangu Cao to the depths of Inyue, where you brewed them into a medicinal porridge. You consumed it in one sitting, but since you had not practiced martial arts, the vital energy lay dormant within you. On the following day, you returned to the market as usual, sold your catch, and with all the money, sought out the old cripple in Heishan City. You paid 10 taels of silver and learned the Kaishan Xuan from the old cripple. Although you could not afford the medicinal bath for learning the Kaishan Xuan, the vital energy accumulated from consuming the Duangu Cao allowed you to learn at an astonishing pace. The old cripple believed you to be a genius and shared all his knowledge with you. 3 months later, the vital energy from the Duangu Cao was depleted, and you had barely grasped the basics of the Kaishan Xuan. Another month passed, and due to your slow progress, the old cripple expelled you. You could only return to Inyue, fishing while practicing. At 40, you finally crossed the threshold into martial arts, becoming a beginner martial artist. You gained a modest reputation in Wushan City. By 50, your vitality began to wane, and the hope of further advancement faded. You chose to settle in Wushan City and took on a few disciples. At 57, due to prolonged practice without a medicinal bath, latent injuries flared up, and you died. Simulation ended. You may retain 1 aspect. 1. The cultivation realm at 57. 2. The combat experience at 57. What on earth? Reaching 57 years of age only to be a beginner martial artist and dying from latent injuries. Changsheng frowned slightly, then exhaled deeply, making his choice. Choose 1. Boom. A warm current, like a babbling brook, surged from his dantian, quickly coursing through his entire body, only to gradually subside after a quarter of an hour. Is this internal energy? Feeling the immense power within him, Changsheng struck out with a sudden palm. Crack! The bamboo bed that had accompanied him for over a decade shattered with a loud noise. Gazing at the broken bamboo bed, Changsheng murmured, "At last, I possess the strength for self-defense." Chapter 2. Night Raid. Once his racing heart settled, Changsheng murmured, "Continue the simulation. Insufficient balance. Current balance, 3 coins. A single simulation of the postnatal realm requires 10 coins. Would you like to recharge immediately?" What? Damn. It costs 10 taels of silver for a single simulation of the postnatal realm. He had just recharged 5 taels, leaving him with only 11 taels. However, Given his current strength in the postnatal realm, earning money should be a simple endeavor. As long as he refrained from provoking the major powers in Wushan City, he could live quite comfortably. Recharge 10 tails. Recharge successful. Current balance, 11 coins. Would you like to use the Immortal Cultivation Simulator now? Each simulation costs 10 coins. Devious merchants. Use. Watching another 2 tails deducted from his balance, Li Changsheng felt a pang in his heart, as it would take him over 2 years of fishing to save that amount. Simulation commencing. As night falls, you stealthily infiltrate the residence of the small leader of the Cao Gang, Master Leopard, easily dispatching him and several ruffians from the gang. You discover over 20 taels of silver in Master Leopard's home. After erasing all traces, you return home. The next day, you bring the silver to the old cripple and start learning the opening mountain fist from him. On the 9th day, you quietly return to Moon Bay and successfully find 2 stalks of bone refining grass. You enjoy them privately, experiencing a significant boost in vitality. Upon returning to East City, you purchase a month's worth of medicinal baths, and with the effects of the bone refining grass and guidance from the old cripple, your practice of the opening mountain fist progresses swiftly. At 19, you settle in Wushan City, diligently cultivating your skills. By 30, your training advances slowly. You are acutely aware that if you do not break through to the mid-postnatal realm before turning 40, your chances will be lost. Resolute, you prepare to make a bold effort to earn more money for the necessary medicinal materials. 3 months later, a wealthy merchant, Zheng Yuan Y, is recruiting individuals to escort a shipment of supplies. The reward for postnatal warriors is 100 taels of silver each. With your early postnatal cultivation, you successfully join the escort team. Half a month later, you are ambushed in the misty forest by dozens of cloaked figures. The Zheng family escort team hurriedly fights back, and you are forced to engage. You sustain serious injuries while defeating one adversary, but are ultimately beheaded by the leader of the cloaked figures. You have died. Simulation ended. This world is indeed perilous. Li Changsheng frowned slightly. Even with the bone refining grass, his cultivation pace remains slow in the city. Once a warrior misses their peak period, their vitality wanes, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. In the simulation, the only time he ventured out of the city to escort supplies, he was killed by a group of cloaked figures. Simulation concluded. You may retain one aspect. 1. The cultivation level at 30 years of age. 2. The combat experience at 30 years of age. Option 2. Li Changsheng made his choice directly, as an influx of countless experiences from his training in the opening mountain fist and battle tactics surged into his mind. It was precisely the accumulated wisdom from over a decade of practice in combat that flooded his consciousness. After a moment, Li Changsheng finally opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. At that moment, he truly embodied the identity of a postnatal martial artist, no longer the mere pretender filled with internal energy, yet devoid of the means to utilize it. Now that he possessed strength, it was time to pursue the aspirations he had long harbored but lacked the capability to realize. Li Changsheng gazed towards the marketplace and spoke coldly. In a secluded courtyard at the eastern edge of the Xianxia ferry market, Lord Leopard was reveling with several rascals, drinking and playing games, creating a lively atmosphere. The neighbors surrounding this courtyard had long since moved away, too afraid to reside alongside the members of the Cao Gang. Typically, it was only Lord Leopard and his few rowdy companions who occupied this space. Lord Leopard, tomorrow is tax collection day. Once we gather the taxes, you must take us to the brothel to have some fun. We didn't go last month, and my little brother has grown thin, one rascal implored. Indeed, I've heard there are some newcomers at the brothel, fresh and tender, though the prices are a bit steep. Another chimed in. Lord Leopard, a burly man with the stature of a bear, downed his drink and replied nonchalantly, "You know the old master who managed the market has stepped down, and they are currently selecting a new master. I must navigate the situation carefully. Otherwise, once the new master assumes office, my position may not be secure. Though I cannot take you to the brothel this time, we can certainly indulge in a splendid meal at the Food is Heaven restaurant tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the rascal's eyes sparkled with delight. Food is Heaven was the finest tavern in the Xianxia ferry market, and a meal for their group of over 10 would easily cost 2 taels of silver. If they were to pay, it would take them a year to gather such an amount. While they could not enjoy the pleasures of the city, a meal at Food is Heaven would suffice to boast about for quite some time. A fleeting look of disdain crossed Lord Leopard's eyes. Even if he had wealth, he would never squander it on such inept companions. Any indulgence in the city would be for himself alone. As the drinking continued, the rascals swayed unsteadily. And even Lord Leopard, after several drinks, appeared slightly unsteady. Lord Leopard, do you see someone standing at the entrance? One rascal turned and drunkenly pointed towards the door. Oh, there's indeed someone. Another rascal stood up, swaying as he approached the youth at the entrance, and laughed. Isn't this the fisherman from the market? Why is he here at midnight to deliver tomorrow's tax? Let me tell you, this time the tax has increased to 1 tael per person. Before he could finish, the youth at the door let out a soft sigh. Bang! With a single punch, the rascal was sent flying, crashing onto the dining table, shattering it into pieces and leaving him lifeless. The youth, with his left hand tucked behind him, approached a group of individuals at a leisurely pace. In an instant, the group sobered from their intoxication. How audacious! A mere fisherman dares to confront us. These ruffians had often encountered Li Changsheng in the marketplace over the years. Even if Li Changsheng were to strike down one of their own, they would still regard him as insignificant. 6 or 7 of them clamored and charged towards Li Changsheng. Only Lord Leopard stood at a distance, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He was no stranger to martial arts, having spent his youth in a dojo, yet due to his lack of talent, he had never made a name for himself and consequently joined the Cao Gang, reigning supreme in the Xianxia du marketplace. Even in his youth, it would have been a challenge for him to effortlessly deliver a fatal blow to an adult, sending them flying several meters. Crack the stone. Li Xianxin Mutarat. With a resounding thud, the 6 or 7 ruffians were sent sprawling backwards, crashing to the ground, silenced. A practitioner of postnatal martial arts. The mountain-breaking fist. Are you the old cripple's apprentice? Do you understand the consequences of offending the Cao Gang? Even the old cripple would not dare cross us. To oppose the Cao Gang is to invite death. Lord Leopard's expression shifted, revealing a mix of alarm and bravado. Enough of this. Li Changsheng advanced a single step. Lord Leopard's face blanched, and he turned to scale the wall, realizing that facing a postnatal martial artist left him no choice but to flee back to the Cao Gang for a slim chance of survival. However, as he took a step, Li Changsheng's fist struck his back. With a gasp, Lord Leopard coughed blood and collapsed to the ground, his vitality waning. Hand over the money you've hidden, and I shall grant you a swift end, Li Changsheng declared, placing his foot upon Lord Leopard's back, his tone icy. Spare my life. As long as you do not kill me, I will give you all my silver. Lord Leopard pleaded in terror. Li Changsheng frowned slightly, lifting his right foot to stomp heavily upon Lord Leopard's fingers. Lord Leopard cried out in agony, nearly losing consciousness. With his fingers connected to his heart, he could see that 3 of his right fingers had been grotesquely deformed. Speak, or the others will follow suit. Li Changsheng gazed down upon Lord Leopard, his voice chilling. I will tell you, Lord Leopard responded, his eyes pleading. All my money is in the box beneath my bed. You may go and look. I only ask for a swift end. With a decisive stomp on Lord Leopard's back, he fell silent. Li Changsheng surveyed the scene of carnage, murmuring to himself. In the stories I've read, protagonists who traverse to another world often vomit upon their first kill, yet I feel no such reaction. Am I inherently cold-blooded? Chapter 3. The Treasure Hunt. Li Changsheng returned home with 27 taels of silver obtained from beneath Lord Leopard's bed. With Lord Leopard dead, the Cao Gang would undoubtedly investigate the Xianxia du marketplace, but they would never suspect this humble fisherman. He also prepared to depart from the Xianxia du market as soon as he located the bone-tempered grass. The Xianxia du market was too diminutive. Even after 8 years of control by the formidable Leopard Master, he had amassed merely over 20 taels of silver. He yearned for a swift enhancement of his prowess, and the Xianxia du market could not sufficiently fulfill his aspirations. Recharge 25 taels of silver. Recharge successful. Balance is 20 gold coins. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Each use consumes 10 gold coins. Use. At 18, you slay the minor leader of the Cao Gang. Leopard Master, in Xianxia du, instilling fear among the populace. The Cao Gang dispatches 2 acquired martial artists to investigate, but they find no leads and dismiss the matter hastily. On the 9th day, you arrive at a small island near Moon Bay, where you discover 3 bone-tempering grasses. You consume the bone-tempering grass, resulting in a notable enhancement of your strength. A month later, you arrive in Wushan City, taking on the role of captain of the Chun family's guard, earning a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver. At 30, you diligently cultivate in Wushan City. At 45, the Chun family eliminates the grandson of the peak martial artist, Shen Wanshan. Shen Wanshan storms the residence, indiscriminately killing, and you are discovered at the back door, slain by his blade. You have died. Simulation ends. You may retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation realm at 45. 2. The combat experience at 45. Seeking a tranquil path of cultivation proves elusive. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. Such is the nature of the martial world, where trouble finds you even when you refrain from seeking it. Choose one. As Li Changsheng made his choice, a surge of vital energy flooded his dantian, coursing energetically throughout his body, fortifying his internal strength. Indeed, even without a realm advancement, selecting the first option still augments one's strength. Li Changsheng mused. Even the smallest mosquito is flesh with sufficient wealth. I can elevate my power to the pinnacle of this martial realm and then embark on the quest for the Immortals. Martial prowess is not my ultimate dream. Only longevity is my aspiration. Having been granted a second chance in a world where immortals exist, how could he resign himself to becoming naught but a handful of dust decades hence? Once more, commence simulation. 3 months later, you serve as an instructor at the Yichun Martial Arts Institute, earning a monthly salary of 8 taels. At 39, you successfully advance to the mid-stage of acquired martial artist, and your salary at Yichun Martial Arts Institute rises to 20 taels. At 43, news of an innate expert's legacy surfaces on a small deserted island in Silver Moon Lake, attracting numerous masters, including yourself, in pursuit of opportunity. You're severely injured by a palm strike from Cao Sun, the leader of the Cao Gang, and forced to flee, returning to Wushan City. Fearful of the Cao Gang seeking retribution, you flee under cover of night. At 65, latent injuries resurface, leaving you gravely ill. At 68, you perish. Simulation ends. You may retain one of the following. The realm of cultivation at 68 years of age. The combat experience of a 68-year-old practitioner. It is astonishing that the Silver Moon Lake harbors the legacy of an innate master. I wonder if that legacy still exists. Furthermore, there seems to be an issue with this opening mountain fist. Li Changsheng could not help but furrow his brow. For the first time, he learned the opening mountain fist during the simulation, and in his twilight years, he was plagued by ailments. This time was no different, yet it was only now, in his 60s, that the hidden injuries began to manifest. Fortunately, he had successfully entered the mid-stage of the acquired martial artist realm. I choose one. As Li Changsheng's words echoed, a surge of formidable vitality coursed through his body, brutally transforming his meridians, rendering them thicker and tripling his inner strength. At last, he had reached the mid-stage of the acquired realm, yet he pondered his current standing within Wushan City. However, his gaze soon fell upon the fragmented bamboo bed, and a bitter smile graced his face. He procured a wooden board, placed it atop 2 fallen chairs, laid down a blanket, and reclined upon it. The following day, the 2 rascals who had not joined Lord Leopard for drinks the previous night arrived at his abode, only to be greeted by a gruesome scene. Oh my! Lord Leopard is dead. Lord Leopard is dead. As they pushed open the door, they were met with a floor strewn with corpses, sending them fleeing in terror until they reached the Xianxia Du Market, where they finally regained their composure. Lord Leopard is dead. Lord Leopard is dead. Quick! We must report this to the experts of the Cao Gang. Only then did the 2 rascals realize the gravity of the situation and hurried towards the Cao Gang headquarters. By this time, the Xianxia Du Market was already bustling with people, all of whom had overheard the rascals' cries. Lord Leopard is dead? Some questioned in disbelief. Today is the day to pay the fish tax. What if? It's futile. Even with Lord Leopard gone, the Cao Gang will send someone else to manage Xianxia Du. The tax cannot be evaded. An elderly fisherman, puffing on his pipe, lamented. Having fished in Silver Moon Lake since his teenage years, he had been paying taxes to the Cao Gang for nearly 30 years. The other fishermen and merchants fell silent. Shortly after the departure of the 2 rascals, 2 experts from the Cao Gang, mounted on magnificent steeds, galloped to Lord Leopard's residence. They dismounted and entered the courtyard. It was a swift kill. Only Lou Leopard suffered some torment, one remarked solemnly. He must be at least an acquired martial artist. This was likely not directed at our Cao Gang, the other middle-aged warrior observed as he surveyed the courtyard. Lou Leopard holds little significance within our ranks. If it were truly aimed at us, they would not have targeted Lou. It seems he has offended someone behind the scenes. Just a Lou Leopard. There is no need to offend an unknown acquired martial artist on his behalf. Let us send another to investigate. If issues persist, we shall have the experts from the gang address it. Thus, the 2 men resolved the matter with this conclusion and rode away on their noble steeds. A new small leader of the cargo gang has been assigned to the Xianxia Du Market. Early in the morning, Li Changsheng set sail in his small boat, arriving near the southern bay of Silver Moon Lake. Spanning over 1,000 miles, Silver Moon Lake is dotted with dozens of islands, most of which are uninhabited and desolate. It seems that he must search each island one by one. If he does not find what he seeks before the storms arrive in 7 days, he will have to leave. Li Changsheng lightly stepped onto an uninhabited island. For 3 consecutive days, he tirelessly scoured over a dozen deserted islands without discovering the legacy of the Innate Master. On the 4th day, in a concealed cave on the southern part of Small Island, he finally encountered a set of bones shimmering with a faint golden light, accompanied by a wrapped parcel. A glimmer of joy appeared in Li Changsheng's eyes as he murmured to himself, "At last, I have found it." Chapter 4. The Golden Body Technique. Li Changsheng approached and picked up the parcel, which contained 29 ingots of silver, each weighing 10 taels. In addition to the silver, there was a book made of an unknown material and some ineffective elixirs. Li Changsheng promptly discarded the useless elixirs. Then he picked up a wooden stick, dug a pit, and buried the bones, covering them with earth. He bowed slightly towards the small grave before turning to leave the cave. Upon returning to his fishing boat, Li Changsheng set down the parcel filled with silver and opened the book, which contained merely 5 or 6 pages. Those who obtain the Golden Body Technique shall annihilate the disciples of the Medicine King sect. The pages revealed 13 blood-red characters, indicating the deep-seated hatred the author harbored towards the followers of the Medicine King sect. As he continued to read, he discovered that the Golden Body Technique was the hallmark of the King Kong sect, and reaching the 6th level would enable one to rival an innate pinnacle master. The second page contained an elaborate description of the technique's might, asserting that upon reaching mastery, one could contend with multiple innate masters without succumbing. Furthermore, a portion of the text detailed the insights of the sect's predecessors in practicing the Golden Body Technique. The latter pages documented the methods for cultivating the 7 levels of the Golden Body Technique and the corresponding medicinal baths. According to the book, the first level of the technique was quite accessible, requiring merely a year of practice, even without the medicinal baths. The second level, however, necessitated 3 years with the baths, while the third required 10 years, the fourth 30 years, the fifth a century, and the sixth an astounding 300 years. The 7th level, reputedly, demanded an incredible 1,500 years of dedication to achieve. Legend has it that upon reaching the 7th level, one could contend with even the most formidable cultivators. The most illustrious 7th generation leader of the King Kong sect took 70 years to reach the 6th level of the Golden Body Technique. For an ordinary warrior, attaining the 3rd level was already a remarkable feat. Progressing to the 4th level proved exceedingly challenging. Li Changsheng gazed at the ancient tome in his hands, a smile gracing the corners of his eyes as he murmured, "Alas, I am unlike them. I am a hanging cheat, and what I possess in abundance is time." He promptly lifted the package containing silver ingots, placing 2 of them upon the boat, and stated nonchalantly, "Recharge 270 taels. Recharge successful. Balance is 216 currency. Each simulation consumes 10 currency. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Indeed, fortune favors those who seek it." Li Changsheng sighed in reflection. Let the simulation commence. Simulation begins. At 18, you find the relic of a congenital warrior from the Diamond Gate at the Silver Moon Lake Bay. 5 days later, you discover 4 bone refining herbs near Moon Bay. Consuming 3 of them after arduous training for several hours, your strength sees an enhancement. Another day passes, and you arrive at Wushan City, selling the bone refining herbs to the Song family for 220 taels. As you depart, you sense someone tailing you, deliberately showcasing your mid-stage martial prowess. The pursuer is startled into retreat. 3 days later, you join the thunderous martial hall, becoming an instructor, with a monthly salary of 20 taels. At 19, while instructing disciples at the thunderous martial hall, you diligently practice the Golden Body Technique. And with the aid of medicinal baths, you finally step into the first layer of the technique. At 22, you successfully advance to the second layer of the Golden Body Technique. At 32, you achieve the third layer of the Golden Body Technique. At 45, your vital energy begins to wane, and progress in the Golden Body Technique stagnates. At 73, you pass away peacefully. Simulation concludes. You may retain 1 aspect. 1. The cultivation realm of 73 years. 2. The combat experience of 73 years. Did I truly encounter nothing to live until 73? Li Xianxia murmurat. In this world, for an ordinary person, reaching 50 is already considered longevity. Even the affluent, free from illness, often meet their end in their 60s. In this simulation, he did not practice the mountain opening fist, but focused on the golden body technique, and surprisingly, he encountered no hidden injuries, living to the age of 73. I choose 2. As Changsheng made his selection, a torrent of knowledge regarding the golden body technique flooded his mind, and his physical form began to transform. A surge of vitality coursing through him before settling into calm. He picked up the harpoon resting on the boat and thrust it towards his right hand. Clang! A sharp sound resonated. The tip of the harpoon shattered upon impact. With the third layer of the golden body technique, ordinary blades and swords struggle to harm my flesh. Just imagine if I were to elevate it to the 7th layer. The thought ignited a fervor within him. Again, at 47, you successfully cultivate the golden body technique to the 4th layer. At 73, you pass away peacefully. The golden body technique is now at the 4th layer. Once more, you diligently practice the golden body technique in Wushan City, and at the age of 73, you passed away from old age. Choose option 2. In Wushan City, you devoted yourself to the golden body technique, and by the age of 39, you had cultivated it to the 5th level. At 79, you succumbed to old age. The 5th level of the golden body technique had finally been attained. Warriors experience a decline in vitality after the age of 45, never returning to their peak state. And the speed of cultivating the golden body technique correspondingly slows. Merely reaching the 5th level consumed 3 of my simulation opportunities, had I not just entered the acquired realm. I shudder to think how much silver it would take to elevate the golden body technique further, Changsheng murmured. Moreover, upon reaching the 5th level, his lifespan inexplicably increased by 5 years. Could it be that the golden body technique also enhances longevity? Onward. Let us strive forward with determination. You practiced the golden body technique in Wushan City, and, at 79, you again passed away from old age. At the age of 40, you successfully ascended to the 6th level of the golden body technique, and, at 89, you succumbed to old age. It took a total of 10 simulation opportunities, but the golden body technique was finally at the 6th level. Choose option 2. As Changsheng made his choice, a tremendous surge of vitality coursed through his body, transforming him into a radiant entity akin to a small sun, his vitality boiling over, causing steam to rise around the fishing boat. After half an hour, the energy within him gradually calmed. At this moment, Changsheng had undergone a remarkable transformation. His height, once a modest 170 centimeters, had now soared to a towering 190 centimeters. His previously fitting garments burst at the seams, revealing muscles forged with the strength of iron. He could sense that his internal power was at least several hundred times greater than before. And a fleeting illusion washed over him. He felt capable of defeating even an immortal with a single punch. Changsheng recognized this sensation as a mere delusion brought on by his newfound strength, and after a moment, his gaze cleared. To elevate the golden body technique to the 7th level, it would require 1,500 years and at least 40 simulations. Yet he pondered, what level of power did he currently possess in the martial world? Gazing at the tranquil surface of a lake before him, he mused, first, I shall sell these few stalks of bone-tempering grass, and then focus on advancing the golden body technique to the 7th level. Chapter 5. A visit to the brothel 4 days later. At noon, Changsheng's figure appeared outside Wushan City, holding a fish basket containing 3 stalks of bone-tempering grass. His vision had remarkably improved, though he had only found 4 stalks on the island, indicating that it was the sole supply available. After consuming one, he discovered that while bone-tempering grass was indeed a potent tonic that could enhance the cultivation speed of acquired martial artists, it held little value for him, whose vitality surged like a dragon. It would be wiser to sell these stalks and channel the resources into elevating the golden body technique to the 7th level. The Song family holds significant prestige in Wushan City, commanding respect even from the most formidable shipping guild in the region. This reverence is primarily attributed to the venerable patriarch, Xianxia, a congenital master. Despite his advanced age, as long as he remains, the Song family will continue to be a preeminent force in Wushan City. Before the Song residence, several guards frowned upon seeing a fisherman, Changsheng, approaching with a purposeful stride. One guard stepped forward, blocking Li's path, and coldly inquired, "What business do you have here? This is no place for you fishermen. Leave at once, or you shall face my wrath." Changsheng remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "I am here to sell something." "Sell something?" The guard momentarily paused, then laughed derisively without even glancing at the contents of Li's fish basket. The Song family only consumes the finest fish. Do you truly believe that these wretched fish and shrimps of yours are worthy of entry into my Song residence? Boy, allow me to enlighten you on the rules. With that, he swung his heavy staff down upon Li. The sound of which splintering echoed as the staff broke upon impact. The guard was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, he felt an overwhelming force strike him. Blood erupted from his mouth as he was propelled 6 or 7 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Self-destructive fool, Li Changsheng muttered, shaking his head. He had merely intended to sell a medicinal herb, but the guard's vicious attack had compelled him to retaliate. Had it been an ordinary person struck by that blow, the outcome would have been fatal or at the very least grievously injurious. Seize him. Disable him. The guard gasped, struggling to rise. His eyes filled with venomous fury as he glared at Li's imposing figure. Help! There's a disturbance. The other guards, witnessing the scene, dared not approach, but instead encircled Li from a distance, calling for assistance from within the residence. They were merely novices, capable of bullying common folk, but utterly inadequate against a true martial artist. Li Changsheng stood his ground, awaiting the arrival of someone of authority from the Song household. Who dares to cause trouble in my Song family's gates? After a brief pause, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments emerged from the Song estate, flanked by a cadre of guards. These guards were evidently of a different caliber, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Among them, 2 bore the early stage of acquired martial prowess, while the leading man displayed a mid-level mastery. The guard who had just been struck by Li rushed to prostrate himself before the steward, exclaiming, "Steward Song, you must seek justice for me. This man dares to create a ruckus at our gates, clearly showing contempt for the Song family." Steward Song furrowed his brow as he noted the young man in fisherman's attire standing defiantly at the entrance. Initially expecting a seasoned martial artist to challenge the Song family, he was taken aback to find instead a mere novice. However, he suppressed the anger within him, unable to fathom that anyone could be unaware of the Song family's esteemed status in Wushan City, lacking any courage to create a disturbance at the Song residence. Nevertheless, the Song family had never feared anyone in Wushan City. What brings you to the Song residence? The steward, Song, inquired coldly regarding Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, without further ado, tossed a basket of fish to the steward and replied nonchalantly, "I come to sell the forging bone herb." The guards on the ground, witnessing this, could not help but sneer. "Steward, what is this forging bone herb? I have never heard of it. This lad is clearly jesting." Bang! Before the guard could finish his sentence, Steward Song kicked him away and coldly declared, "Throw this ignorant fool out. He shall no longer serve as a guard of the Song family." Afterward, Steward Song approached Li Changsheng and smiled. "Young brother, may we discuss this in detail inside?" "Certainly." 15 minutes later, Li Changsheng emerged from the Song residence, burdened with a heavy package. The steward had been quite generous, offering 260 taels for each forging bone herb. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly handed over 780 taels of silver, advising him to return to the Song residence should he find more of the herb, with the price remaining unchanged. Upon exiting the Song residence, Li Changsheng first visited a tailor shop to purchase a new outfit before heading directly to the largest brothel in Wushan City, the Yichun Tower. "Esteemed guest, please come in." Surrounded by a throng of charming maidens, Li Changsheng entered a room imbued with an ancient fragrance. A middle-aged woman dressed as a madam approached him, smiling. "Esteemed guest, do you have any particular preferences? Our maidens fall into 3 categories. Those who sell their artistry but not their bodies, those who sell their bodies but not their artistry, and finally, those who offer both." "Oh." Li Changsheng took a sip of tea from the table and inquired, "What are the prices for the latter 2 categories?" In his past life, he was well versed in matters of romance. Yet since his arrival in this world, he had not even held a girl's hand. Now that he had the opportunity to experience the legendary brothel, he certainly did not wish to squander it. The madam smiled softly and explained, "The maidens who only provide companionship for the night cost 15 taels, while the more affordable ones are merely 1 tael per night. Of course, these have been carefully selected. While I cannot guarantee they are breathtakingly beautiful, they will surely satisfy you. As for the other type, they have been nurtured by Yichun Tower since childhood, excelling in both beauty and skills, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with unmatched talents in intimate matters. Their prices range from 20 to 50 taels for a night. One extravagant affair. In his previous life, he toiled for an entire year just to accumulate a single tael. Yet now, A visit to Yichun Tower demanded a minimum of 1 tael for a single night. The highest price reached 50 taels, enough to purchase several maidens in Wushan City. Bring forth the maidens you speak of, skilled in both beauty and arts. Li Changsheng felt a pang of regret as he placed 4 10-tael silver ingots on the table. Despite the considerable expenditure, he was determined to fulfill a small wish he harbored since his arrival in this realm. Upon hearing this, the madam's face lit up with delight. She was well acquainted with the offspring of the city's prominent families and had initially expected this young man to spend only a few taels. To her surprise, he displayed such generosity. Before long, a dozen young ladies entered the room. However, as Li Changsheng surveyed them, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Although these women were quite attractive, their worldly demeanor felt overly frivolous, lacking the essence that a virtuous maiden would possess. He pointed to the lady standing on the far left, clad in white. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, possessing an exquisite beauty and delicate features that would undoubtedly classify her as a goddess even in his previous life. Most importantly, she bore no trace of the worldly aura that clung to the other women in the room. Young master, this is Xiaoqing's first time receiving guests, so the price may be a bit higher. The madam's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, how much silver do you require? Li Xianxia inquired. The madam raised 2 fingers, smiling as she replied, for merely 200 taels, you can embrace this beauty. Xiaoqing is indeed a lady of noble birth. Had her family not fallen on hard times, she would never have found herself in this predicament. No other man has laid a finger on her all these years. She is still a maiden? A look of surprise crossed Li Changsheng's face as he promptly tossed 20 silver ingots to the madam, stating calmly, she is the one. The madam accepted the ingots with a broad smile, ushering the other ladies out while signaling to Bai Qing, saying, Qing, you must ensure the young master is well attended to. Once the madam and the others departed, Li Changsheng felt the girl named Xiaoqing embrace him from behind, her astonishing softness pressing against his back. Her gentle breath brushed against his ear as she whispered, young master, it is getting late. What happened to the promised dual mastery of beauty and talent? Wasn't she supposed to be a maiden? However, Li Changsheng did not resist. He turned around, lifted her, and made his way toward the bed. Meanwhile, as Li Changsheng engaged in his endeavors, a figure cloaked in black entered the headquarters of the Songbong through the back door. Moving unimpeded until reaching the courtyard where the deputy leader, Cao Sun, stood with his back turned. The cloaked individual promptly addressed him with respect, Deputy Leader. As the figure shed the black cloak, revealing his true identity, it was none other than Steward Song, whom Li Changsheng had encountered earlier in the day. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded to learn that Steward Song, a prominent figure within the Song family, was actually an operative for the Songbong. On the surface, the Song family and the Songbong maintained a cordial relationship, yet the inhabitants of Wushan City were well aware of the continuous undercurrents of tension between them, which had persisted for nearly 20 years. The reason for this restraint lay in the presence of innate masters guarding each faction, preventing any overt conflict. What has become of that old fellow? Cao Sun stood in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyelids slightly raised. Young master, he began, I had not encountered that old man Song Jingwu for a month. Yet today, an individual came to sell 3 stalks of forging bone grass. Seizing the opportunity, I met that old fellow, whose condition has markedly deteriorated. It seems his days are numbered. The steward Song hastily interjected, having been poisoned by the heart-biting powder. Even if he is a congenital master, he surely cannot endure beyond 3 months. It has been half a month since Song Jingwu was poisoned, and I believe it will not be long before our Cao Gang can unify Wushan City. Indeed, Cao Sun nodded slightly, turning to face Steward Song, and said with a calm demeanor, what can you tell me about the forging bone grass you mentioned? This herb would indeed benefit your cultivation, young master, but many witnessed its presence, and I could not retrieve it for you. However, I dispatched someone to follow the lad who caught it. He is currently at Yichun Tower. Since he managed to capture 3 stalks at once, he likely discovered the location where the grass grows. Typically, where forging bone grass flourishes. There are more than just a few. Should I find someone to bring him here? Cao Sun shook his head. This person has just sold the forging bone grass, and the Song family is likely observing him. If you expose our interest now, it could jeopardize our future plans. I will arrange for someone to bring him here shortly. You return to monitor Song Zhengwu's condition, and if the Song family shows any signs of retreating, inform me immediately. With that, Cao Sun waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Steward Song bowed and exited the courtyard, enveloping himself once more in his black robe as he departed through the back door. 1 hour later, at Yichun Tower, within the room, garments lay scattered across the floor, and an inexplicable scent lingered in the air. Bai Qing'er had fallen into a deep slumber, while Li Changsheng, now dressed, sat at the table, silently contemplating. Recharge 600 taels. Recharge successful. Balance is 556 coins. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Each use costs 10 coins. Use. Li Changsheng resolved without hesitation. Simulation commencing. At 18, you sold 3 stalks of forging bone grass to the Song family. In the dead of night, a postnatal warrior from the Cao Gang, accompanied by a dozen men, sought to capture you at Yichun Tower. You fought back fiercely, slaying the men from Cao Gang. At dawn, the Caobang's young master, Cao Sun, arrived with several postnatal warriors. In merely 3 moves, you dispatched 6 postnatal warriors, including the young master, earning renown throughout Wushan City. 3 days later, the Caobang's leader, Cao Gang, challenged you outside Wushan City to avenge his son. You accepted, showcasing your formidable physical training, and with 3 strikes, you crushed Cao Gang, taking command of the Cao Gang. A month later, your exploits spread throughout the vicinity of Wushan City, earning you the title Mighty Vajra. What on earth is the Mighty Vajra? 3 months later, the innate mid-tier master Liu Yu came to challenge you, and with just 3 moves, you defeated him, earning a place as the 30th on the list of innate masters in the Qi Kingdom's martial world. The name of Meng Jinggang resonated throughout the Qi Kingdom, attracting countless challengers. Growing weary of the incessant battles, you took the money acquired from the Cao Gang and chose to conceal your identity in the City of Sunset, diligently practicing the Golden Body technique. At the age of 30, you were found by 5 peak innate masters from the Medicine King sect and met your demise in the City of Sunset. You have perished. The Medicine King sect. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. It appears that the enmity between the Golden Body sect and the Medicine King sect is significant. Even after more than a decade of seclusion in the City of Sunset, they still managed to locate him, and astonishingly, 5 peak innate masters from the Medicine King sect appeared at once. Meanwhile, the leader of the Cao Gang, who dominated the city, was merely an early innate warrior. Most importantly, what on earth is the title Meng Jinggang? He had always aspired to become a sword immortal, floating like a celestial being. This won't do. He must minimize the use of the Golden Body technique in the future. Simulation concluded. You may retain 1 option. 1. The cultivation realm at the age of 30. 2. The combat experience at the age of 30. Option 2. Again, simulation commencing. At 18, after eliminating the people sent by the Cao Gang's young master to capture you, you left Wushan City and hid in the City of Sunset, diligently practicing the Golden Body technique. At 89, you passed away peacefully. At 89, you passed away peacefully. At 43, you successfully advanced the Golden Body technique to the 7th layer and decided to emerge from your seclusion to seek martial arts that could enhance your inner strength. At 45, you kidnapped the young master of the Tianshui sect, exchanging him for the complete Xiaoshui technique. After a period of intense training in the Xiaoshui technique, at 56, you successfully reached the late stage of an acquired warrior. At 99, you passed away peacefully. The Golden Body technique has reached the 7th layer. Li Changsheng opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his countenance. This time, he simulated 54 times to cultivate the Golden Body technique to the 7th layer. Simulation concluded. You may retain 1 option. 1. The cultivation realm at the age of 99. 2. The combat experience at the age of 99. I choose option 2. As Li Changsheng made his choice, it felt as though a barrier within him had shattered. His vital energy surged, blood coursed through his veins with the sound of 1,000 galloping horses, awakening the slumbering Xiaoqing. Additionally, a technique capable of reaching the peak of innate mastery, the Xiaoshui technique, emerged in his mind. Young master? Xiaoqing gazed at Li Changsheng's robust upper body, momentarily entranced. After a while, as the commotion within him subsided, he offered a gentle smile towards Xiaoqing. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps ascending the stairs was heard, followed by the slightly obsequious voice of the old matron. Master Ding, the person you seek is in this very room. Chapter 7. 3 days hence, we shall ascend upon the Cao Gang. Bang! The door was violently flung open from the outside, and a throng of individuals poured in. The sight that met their eyes was a room strewn with women's garments and a young man, bare-chested, seated confidently at the table. Are you the fisherman? the leader. Master Ding cast a glance at Li Changsheng, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flickering in his eyes. As a practitioner of postnatal martial arts, he had garnered the trust of the Cao Gang's young master. Yet he hesitated to part with 50 taels of silver for a night at this establishment. Now, a mere fisherman had fortuitously discovered a few medicinal herbs and achieved what he had not even been afforded the opportunity to do. The other petty henchmen of the Cao Gang gazed lewdly towards the bed. Though the young woman was curled up beneath the covers, their interest remained piqued. Once upon a time, they had fantasized about coming to the Yichun Tower after striking it rich, indulging in the most expensive courtesan. Yet they had never imagined entering such a lavish room in this manner. Come with me, someone wishes to see you. Seeing Li Changsheng remain seated, Master Ding's brow furrowed slightly. I have no dealings with your Cao Gang. Why would one of your members wish to meet me? Li Changsheng raised his teacup and took a sip. Spare me the nonsense. Before Master Ding could speak, a restless henchman beside him interjected, Kid, it is an honor for you to be summoned by a prominent figure of the Cao Gang. Do not be ungrateful. Another henchman, somewhat older, frowned and suggested, Master Ding, since this brat is ungrateful, why not break his legs and drag him back? After all, the young master merely requires him to locate the position of the iron bone grass. His condition is of little consequence. Master Ding nodded slightly at this suggestion. The remaining henchmen cast malevolent glances at Li Changsheng. They had long harbored resentment towards this youth who, despite his tender age, had enjoyed intimate company, a privilege they had never dared to dream of. Li Changsheng smiled faintly and remarked, You all ought to be grateful to be alive. Today, my mood is rather pleasant, so I shall spare your lives. However, the death penalty may be evaded, but the punishment for your transgressions remains. I shall break your limbs. No sooner had he spoken than Li Changsheng moved. He stepped forth and appeared before Master Ding, raising his hand to strike at Ding's chest. Master Ding, a seasoned veteran of the martial world, reacted instantaneously, crossing his arms defensively. Crack! A sharp sound resonated. To the astonishment of all present, Master Ding's arms were broken, and his body was sent crashing into the floor of the third story by the very fishermen they had scorned. Master Ding's countenance was one of sheer horror. The moment his hands collided with the fisherman's palm, he felt as though struck by a boulder. Though his hands were devoid of sensation, his instinct screamed that they were rendered useless. He had kicked against an iron plate. The henchmen trembled, their legs quaking. If even Master Ding was no match for this fisherman, what hope did they have? As the old matron wavered unsteadily, they had thought that their establishment, the Yichun Tower, could operate with impunity in Wushan City, supported by the Cao Gang. They never anticipated that a mere fisherman would possess such formidable strength, capable of incapacitating a postnatal martial artist with a single blow. This fisherman must surely be a late-stage postnatal warrior, and such prowess could not be overlooked in Wushan City. Young master, please show mercy. It was Ding who compelled me. The old matron pleaded, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she looked toward the quilt-wrapped Xianxia sitting on the bed. I have never wronged you over the years. If it weren't for my intervention, you would have long been at the mercy of those men. You must plead for my sake. Li Changsheng lifted his gaze toward Bai Qing. After all, she was the first woman of his life. The old matron was but a trivial figure. If she interceded, perhaps he would refrain from breaking her limbs. Young master, could you spare Wang Mama? Xianxia sighed, her voice barely above a whisper. Although she had never particularly favored Wang Mama's character, it was undeniable that her protection had allowed her to study the arts in peace these past years, free from the harassment of men. Upon hearing her words, Li Changsheng nodded, stepping forward. His hand moved like lightning, lightly touching the limbs of several henchmen, causing them to collapse to the ground as if struck by electricity. My leg is broken. On my hands. The henchman lay on the ground, wailing in agony, unable even to move. Li Changsheng turned to the old matron, his voice icy. Take these worthless fools away and inform the Cao Gang that in 3 days I will personally descend upon them. The old matron's face turned ashen as she nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will find someone to take them to the Cao Gang. With that, she scuttled down the stairs in a flurry. Before long, the old matron returned with a dozen guards from Yichun Tower, hastily carrying the groaning members of the Cao Gang down from the 3rd floor. The commotion had roused many guests in the Yichun Tower, who emerged from their rooms to witness the scene, guards hurriedly escorting 6 or 7 wailing individuals down the stairs. Isn't that Ding Hu of the Cao Gang? He is a postnatal warrior, yet he's been reduced to this state. in a city where the number of postnatal warriors was less than 100. Ding Hu's reputation was notable, and he was quickly recognized. Who could be residing on the 3rd floor to dare assault members of the Cao Gang? It couldn't be young Master Song, could it? The Song family has had previous friction with the Cao Gang, and young Master Song happens to be at Yichun Tower today. Someone whispered, "It is not young Master Song. He left half an hour ago." Someone promptly refuted. Finally, another stood forth, declaring resolutely, "Whoever it is, to dare lay hands on members of the Cao Gang, that person is doomed." In the room, the old matron had ensured that before her departure, the maidservants of Yichun Tower cleaned the bloodstains from the floor. Li Changsheng sat in a chair, while Bai Chun, now dressed, sat not far from him, her gaze towards him imbued with a complexity of emotions. With a sigh, she urged, "You must leave at once. The Cao Gang is formidable, and you cannot contend with them." Li Changsheng poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip, and replied, "If you are aware of the Cao Gang's might, why do you remain in this room? Are you not afraid that their members might turn their wrath upon you?" Bai Ching'er shook her head, leaning back. "The Yichun Tower has ties to the Song family. As long as the Song family endures, the Cao Gang will not dare to take extreme measures against me. However, the Cao Gang cannot allow anyone in Wushan City to challenge their authority. Therefore, you must perish." Li Changsheng drained his glass and said calmly, "If they were to witness the injuries inflicted upon Ding Hu and the others, they would refrain from attacking me directly. Instead, they would gather their elite at headquarters, waiting for me to deliver myself into their grasp. What I desire is for them to assemble their experts, so I need not seek them out one by one." Chapter 8. Seeking assistance in Wushan City, at the headquarters of the Cao Gang. A voice broke the silence of the night. "Young Master, trouble has arisen." Cao Sun, having just settled down, had not yet fallen asleep when he heard the urgent calls of his confidant from outside. "What is the matter?" Suppressing his annoyance, Cao Sun rose and lit the oil lamp. The confidant, sensing the young master's displeasure, quickly explained, "Young Master, Ding Hu has been incapacitated at Yichun Tower." "What?" Cao Sun furrowed his brow and opened the door, stepping outside. "What is happening? Who dares to oppose the Cao Gang in Wushan City? Did Ding Hu clash with someone from the Song family?" He regarded his confidant with a cold demeanor. The confidant slightly bowed and replied, "Young Master, Ding Hu has been returned by the people of Yichun Tower to the headquarters main hall. According to their account, it was the fisherman who incapacitated him." "Let's go and see," Cao Sun exclaimed, sweeping his sleeve as he made his way towards the main hall, with his confidant hurrying to keep pace. True to its reputation as the foremost power in Wushan City, the Cao Gang's headquarters remained brightly lit even in the dead of night, with guards stationed every few steps. Upon seeing Cao Sun, the patrolling members promptly stepped aside to pay their respects. Cao Sun hastened through the corridors, reaching the Grand Hall, where he found Ding Hu and his companions, already tended to by physicians. Apart from Ding Hu, who was barely conscious, the others had succumbed to their injuries. "Young Master." The guards in the hall stood to greet him upon his arrival. "What has transpired?" Observing the state of his subordinates, Cao Sun's expression darkened as he inquired of the busy physician. The physician shook his head slightly and replied, "The assailant shattered their limbs. They are beyond healing." The atmosphere in the hall turned grim, as those present shared Ding Hu's status as postnatal warriors of the Cao Gang, holding significant standing in Wushan City. With someone daring to treat Ding Hu with such cruelty, it signaled that they too could be subjected to the same fate in the future. "Young Master, our brothers have arrived. This villain cannot be allowed to escape. Indeed, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, it will be too late once the scoundrel absconds. If we do not eliminate him, how can we preserve the honor of our gang?" The crowd was fervently agitated. "Very well." With a mere wave of his hand, Cao Sun calmly declared, "Accompany me. I wish to witness the identity of the individual who dares to affront members of our gang." The faces of the postnatal warriors in the hall were alight with anticipation as they prepared to follow Cao Sun to the Yichun Tower. "Hold on." The physician interjected hastily. "Young Master, it would be prudent to inform the gang leader. The assailant possesses formidable strength. Although Master Ding is a postnatal warrior, he cannot withstand even a single strike from this person. Moreover, the injuries sustained by the others were identical, all resulting from a single blow that shattered bones into dust. The affected members bore wounds in the same locations, indicating that this individual has mastered the art of force control to an extraordinary degree. It is likely that this visitor harbors ill intentions." Upon hearing this, some gang members voiced their discontent, retorting coldly, "That individual is merely a young postnatal warrior. With the old gang leader present, can he truly cause us any trouble? The others cast unfriendly glances at the physician. With a resigned smile, the physician chose silence. He had spoken his piece. And whether they heeded his warning was no longer his concern. Just as Cao Sun was about to proceed to the Yichun Tower, a middle-aged figure descended into the courtyard outside the hall, none other than the gang leader, Cao Gang. The sight of Cao Gang caused everyone to stiffen. Standing respectfully to the side, Cao Sun approached, saying, "Father, this is a trifling matter. There is no need for you to intervene. I will handle it with Elder Lin." The elder who had been standing beside Cao Sun also smiled, stating, "Leader, there is no need for the young master to go. I can manage this. A mere petty thief cannot stir much trouble." He had been a peak postnatal warrior a decade ago, making him the second most skilled individual in the gang after gang leader Cao Gang. Cao Gang snot gun li, striding into the hall and crouching beside several injured members to inspect their wounds. His expression gradually grew serious. "This is no trivial matter. Zixing, Cao Gang Sai. It seems a formidable adversary has arrived in Wushan City. Gather the elite of our gang. I wish to see if he dares to confront us in 3 days." With that, he waved his hand. The members in the hall hurriedly rushed outside to summon the gang's experts located near Wushan City, with the hall now empty. Cao Sun protested, "Father, he is merely a wild brat who appeared from nowhere. Is this not an excessive mobilization? A single wild youth has instilled such dread in our gang. What will the outside world say about us?" Cao Zhang's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "Had it not been for you, how would we have attracted such a powerful adversary? This person's strength is somewhat beyond my comprehension. I will have Elder Lin invite Zhou Yunqing to assist us." "You intend to summon Uncle Zhou?" Cao Sun's face was filled with astonishment. The members of the Cao Gang were unaware that his father was a close friend of the Innate Master, the wind-chasing sword, Zhou Yunqing. However, he was cognizant of this fact, yet he found it astonishing that they needed to summon assistance for a wild youth whose origins were unknown. Could it be that the Cao Gang, with all its might, could not subdue a mere boy? I suspect this individual possesses innate prowess. If he were merely an ordinary innate practitioner, the Cao Gang would naturally harbor no fear. Nevertheless, as a precaution, it is prudent to invite Zhou Yunqing for assurance. Cao Gang cast a glance at Cao Sun and coldly instructed, "You shall remain at headquarters for the next few days. Do not wander off. I will send Old Lin to summon Zhou Yunqing." The following day, news of a mysterious young powerhouse who had incapacitated a Cao Gang expert out of jealousy quickly spread throughout Wushan City. This was the Cao Gang, even the Song family, fortified by innate masters, found themselves at a disadvantage against the Cao Gang in Wushan City. Yet, as a night passed, there was not a whisper from the Cao Gang, and the enigmatic master who had vanquished their expert continued to reside comfortably within the Yichun Tower. I surmise that the young adept at Yichun Tower must belong to a prominent sect. Otherwise, why would the Cao Gang remain silent? "Ah, you are mistaken. I have heard that the Cao Gang has gathered nearby experts, lying in wait for this young lad to walk into their trap." One responded, "Huh, it seems the Cao Gang has grown timid. If that lad is indeed at Yichun Tower, the Cao Gang should have seized him already if they had the courage." The murmurs echoed. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng was situated in a luxurious room at the top of Yichun Tower, receiving members of the Song family for Wushan City. He sat opposite a middle-aged man, with Bai Qingger standing to the side, serving tea. The middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Song family, Song Rulong, the foremost expert after Song Zhengwu, with martial prowess that had achieved the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. "What brings the head of the Song family here?" Li Xianxing inquired, setting down his teacup and gazing at Song Rulong with a calm demeanor. Song Rulong's expression was grave as he looked at Li Changsheng and quietly asked, "If I may be so bold, are you an innate warrior, sir?" At this revelation, Bai Qingger, who was pouring tea, trembled slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. The youth with whom she had shared a fleeting moment the day prior was, in fact, an innate master. In the past century, only 3 innate masters had emerged in Wushan City, and currently, only the Song patriarch and the Cao Gang leader, Cao Gang, remained alive. Though her heart was filled with incredulity, she recognized that the head of the Song family would not frivolously visit them to jest. Li Changsheng regarded Song Rulong with a wry smile and replied, "What if I am an innate warrior? And what if I am not? If you are indeed an innate warrior, my Song family is willing to relinquish half of our fortune, seeking your protection for 20 years. Song Rulong earnestly declared. This candid offer took Li Changsheng by surprise. He scrutinized Song Rulong and remarked, "The elder Song is an innate warrior. Even the Cao Gang would hesitate to act against you. Why then seek my protection? The old gentleman's time is running short." Song Rulong wore a bitter smile. Once the old man passed, the Songbong would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to unify Wushan City. The only chance for my Song family now lies in seeking the protection of an innate martial artist. Li Changsheng nodded in agreement. If old Master Song were to die, the Song family could hardly sustain such a vast estate. However, he was taken aback by Song Rulong's willingness to offer half of his family fortune in search of a safeguarding. "I am not an innate martial artist," Li Changsheng remarked, gazing at Song Rulong with a calm demeanor. "However, I do not fear mere Songbong. If you wish for me to protect your Song family, I require 100,000 taels of silver by dusk. After that, I shall not wait." With gritted teeth, Song Rulong replied, "Please wait, sir. I will prepare at once." "Very well. And remember, I only accept cash, not banknotes." Once Song Rulong departed, Bai Qing'er softly inquired, "Are you truly an innate martial artist?" "I have already stated that my martial prowess has yet to reach the innate level." Li Changsheng shook his head. He spoke the truth. His martial cultivation remained at the acquired stage, yet he had already refined the golden body technique to the 7th layer, granting him the strength to contend against even the pinnacle innate masters. His intention was to seize control of the Songbong, for only with sufficient funds could he seek the chance to pursue immortality. Moreover, having cultivated the golden body technique, he was uncertain when the disciples of the Medicine King sect might come knocking. Thus, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength to have the means to confront them. "Since you're not innate, I still advise you to leave Wushan City. Cao Gang has been a renowned innate warrior for many years. He is not easily dealt with." Bai Qing'er cautioned. "Medli Gao Zhen, I could easily crush him," Li Changsheng replied, shaking his head. Upon returning to the Song residence, Song Rulong headed directly to the rear courtyard where old Master Song resided. Song Jingwu reclined in a sunlit chair in the small courtyard. As an innate master, he would typically live to 70 or 80 without issue. Yet at this moment, he exuded an aura of decay, appearing on the brink of death. A middle-aged man, somewhat resembling Song Rulong, stood nearby, attending to the old gentleman. "What news?" Song Jingwu inquired, lifting his eyelids slightly upon seeing his eldest son enter. "Young Master Li has agreed to protect our Song family, but only if we can deliver 100,000 taels of silver by dusk." Song Rulong spoke solemnly. Before Song Jingwu could respond, Song Rulong's younger brother, Song Ru, who had been serving the elder, could no longer contain himself and coldly interjected, "Brother, you cannot possibly agree to this. What can an unknown youth offer to protect our Song family? Not to mention, we cannot procure such a sum in an instant. Even if we could, I would not consent." Ignoring Song Ruhu, Song Rulong turned to old Master Song and continued, "Father, I have already made the promise. I will go to the treasury to fetch the silver, but it surely will not be enough. We will need to liquidate some family assets." "Bang! How dare you!" Song Ruhua suddenly smashed the small stool beside him with a powerful slap, exclaiming in anger, "I have long maintained good relations with several hall masters of the Cao Gang. As long as my Song family does not provoke the Cao Gang, we shall remain unscathed. I warn you, if you dare to offer money, we will sever our ties." Song Rulong said nothing, merely casting a glance at the elder Song. "Let's part ways," sighed the elder Song. "I am nearing the end of my days, and the decision lies with you. Regardless of who makes the right choice, I only hope that the Song family continues to thrive after my passing." Upon hearing this, Song Ruhua's eyes gleamed with delight. He had long desired to split from the family, but the elder had always opposed it. To his surprise, today he had succeeded. Before long, Song Rulong and Song Ruhua exited the courtyard. "I must inform you, after the separation, we shall have no further relations. Do not expect my assistance in pleading your case to the Cao Gang." With that, he turned and departed. Watching Song Ruhua's retreating figure, Song Rulong muttered 2 words, "Fool." Merely 3 hours later, Song Rulong entered the Yichun Tower with 100,000 taels of silver. Fortunately, following the events of the previous day and with daylight still remaining, his arrival did not cause much commotion. However, the news of Song Rulong selling off family assets to gather silver would surely not escape the ears of those who were observant. After delivering the silver, Song Rulong did not linger and left immediately. After dismissing Bai Qing'er, Li Changsheng gazed at the heaps of silver filling half the room, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he murmured, "I refuse to believe that after so many simulations, I cannot find a celestial opportunity. Recharge. Recharge successful. Balance is 80,000 coins. Would you like to use the life simulator immediately? Each simulation costs 10 coins. Use. At 18, you incapacitate a member of the Cao Gang at the Yichun Tower, gaining immense notoriety in Wushan City. 3 days later, you launch a fierce assault on the Cao Gang, decisively slaying their leader Changsheng and the swift swordmaster Xianxia, bringing the entirety of Wushan City under your control. After seizing control of Wushan City, you send out inquiries regarding the whereabouts of Immortals, yet discover nothing. Half a month later, you begin to refine the Changsheng technique. 3 months later, a mid-stage, innate warrior named Liu Yu challenges you and is defeated with a mere flick of your fingers, enhancing your reputation. At 21, you triumph over dozens of challengers. Your name is the mighty diamond echoing throughout the martial world, and you are hailed as the foremost expert in the Qi Kingdom, with countless martial factions joining your ranks, becoming the martial leader of the Qi Kingdom. At 25, after amassing a wealth of resources, you finally ascend to the late postnatal stage. At 30, 4 pinnacle innate warriors from the Yaowang sect descend upon Wushan City to eliminate you. Yet within 100 moves, you successfully slay all 4. At 35, you successfully reach the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. At 47, you successfully step into the innate realm. At the age of 50, a mysterious powerhouse from the Medicine King sect descends upon you, and despite your valiant resistance, you are ultimately struck by a fireball spell, leaving you grievously wounded. You flee in panic, only to be pursued relentlessly. In a desperate choice, you leap from sheer cliff, meeting your demise. The simulation concludes, granting you the option to retain one aspect, either the cultivation level attained at 50 or the combat experience gathered over the years. Indeed, celestial beings exist in this world. A spark of brilliance ignites in Li Changsheng's eyes. Although the celestial being encountered in this simulation is not as formidable as he had envisioned, the fireball spell that inflicted such severe injury undeniably marks them as a practitioner of the mystical arts. It appears that the opportunity for cultivating immortality lies within the Medicine King sect. Chapter 10. The Secrets of Immortal Cultivation. As Li Changsheng makes his choice, a tremendous surge of inner strength floods into his being, calming shortly thereafter. It seems that the innate warriors do not significantly enhance my prowess. Li Changsheng frowns slightly. While he senses an increase in his internal energy, his mastery of the golden body technique has already enabled him to unleash force surpassing several thousand pounds. A mere finger from him could obliterate a postnatal warrior. Though he has yet to engage an innate warrior in battle, his internal cultivation has also reached the innate level. He feels confident that even against his full force, an innate warrior would be vanquished in a single strike. The golden body technique is indeed remarkable. Otherwise, the formidable Medicine King sect would not have eradicated the Iron Buddha sect, which was defended by practitioners of the mystical arts. Moreover, the Medicine King sect remains relentless in pursuing those who practice the golden body technique. Li Changsheng's brow furrows again, then relaxes. First, he must elevate his internal energy to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Such mastery would allow him to roam freely in the state of Qi. As long as he keeps the golden body technique concealed, the Medicine King sect will not trouble him. Once he has attained his celestial fortune and become a practitioner of the mystical arts, he shall confront the Medicine King sect once more, deducting 100 coins, commencing simulation. Indeed, the returns have multiplied tenfold. Fortunately, I have just replenished 100,000 taels of silver. Although the system has skimmed 20%, I can still simulate 800 times. I refuse to believe that I cannot attain celestial fortune after 800 simulations. Li Changsheng shakes his head. At 45, you successfully cultivate to the mid-innate stage. At 99, you pass away from old age. Reaching the mid-innate stage consumed 2 attempts. At 49, you successfully cultivate to the late innate stage. At 99, you pass away from old age. Late innate stage, 3 attempts. At 45, you successfully cultivate to the pinnacle of the innate stage. At 99, you pass away from old age. Pinnacle of the innate stage, 4 attempts. It seems I'm not the rare talent for martial prowess. Yet, I have finally reached the pinnacle of the innate. Onward, in search of celestial fortune. Commencing simulation. At 18, you single-handedly infiltrate the Cao Gang, slaying both the gang leader and the swift sword master Xianxia. You embark on a journey across the state of Qi, seeking celestial fortune. At 99 years of age, you depart this world without having achieved anything. Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. During this simulation, after annihilating the Cao Gang, he had planned to seek out his celestial destiny directly, only to find himself devoid of any leads, even in death. Searching for celestial fortune alone proved to be an exceedingly slow endeavor. He murmured to himself. Once more, at 18, you successfully subdued the Cao Gang, consolidating the martial forces surrounding Wushan City to establish the Xianxia society. At 19, the entire martial world of the Qi Kingdom bowed before your might. Even the royal family trembled under your influence, both heaven and earth acknowledging your supremacy. By 24, you mobilized the entire Xianxia society in pursuit of your celestial fortune. 5 years passed without a single lead. On your 25th birthday, as the Xianxia society celebrated your life, formidable warriors from the Qi royal family burst in, accompanied by 5 peak Innate Masters. You rallied your men and vanquished the 5 Innate Masters, only to be suddenly confronted by a mysterious powerhouse who unleashed a small sword, severing your head in one swift motion. You perished. Was it not the people from the Yaowang sect who struck? The Qi royal family had cultivators behind them? It seemed that your actions had gone too far, provoking the hidden cultivators supporting the royal family. At 18, after subduing the Cao Gang, you hastened to Qi capital, successfully joining the royal family as a guest scholar within the palace. At 30, after years of investigation, you discovered that the cultivators behind the royal family resided in the Sunset Valley, though their connection to the royal family was tenuous. With no other option, you ventured alone to the Sunset Valley. 3 months later, as you bravely entered the Sunset Valley, a demon wolf appeared. You fought valiantly, defeating it but sustaining grave injuries. Yet, not far into your escape, a colossal demon serpent swallowed you whole, and you met your demise. Sunset Valley. Changsheng nodded slightly, having finally pinpointed a location where cultivators existed. Once more, at 37, you entered the poisonous forest, inhaled its miasma, and succumbed to poisoning. At 99, you passed away from old age. At 41, you ventured into the Black Wind Ridge, suspected to harbor celestial beings, only to be claimed by a gust of dark wind. At 43, you entered the Misty Valley, believed to be inhabited by celestial beings, and were devoured by a demon tiger. After over 700 frenzied simulations, witnessing a myriad of bizarre deaths, Changsheng had grown numb. In these 500 simulations, he had ventured into the Sunset Valley no fewer than 200 times, waiting outside its borders for decades without a single cultivator emerging. Yet, the presence of demon beasts within the valley was undeniable. He had perished countless times at their jaws. He had also explored other perilous locations suspected to harbor cultivators, but regrettably, none had allowed him successful entry. The cultivators within Sunset Valley seemed to rarely engage with the outside world. Lacking sufficient strength, they had become mere prey for the demon beasts. Changsheng furrowed his brow once more, whispering softly to himself. The Black Wind Ridge and the 10,000 Poison Forest appear to be gathering places for demonic cultivators. Fraught with peril, even those merely waiting at the periphery for an opportunity may find themselves mercilessly slain. Thus, these locations are to be set aside for now. The greatest hope lies in the Mist Valley of Blackwater County. Although I have never successfully entered the Mist Valley during my simulations, I have witnessed numerous individuals riding swords or wielding other magical artifacts to enter its depths. Regrettably, my current strength remains insufficient to gain entry. Changsheng felt a tinge of despondency. While he had reached the pinnacle of strength among mortals, even the weaker beasts he encountered in simulations were no match for him. Yet, he still fell short against those adept in cultivation. One more attempt. If it fails, I shall simulate again tomorrow. With a deep sigh, Changsheng acknowledged that after over 700 simulations spanning more than 5 hours, he felt weary, primarily from mental exhaustion. Simulation commencing. At 18 years of age, you departed from Wushan City and settled in Lingshui City of Blackwater County. In Lingshui City, you discreetly sought news of Immortals and heard numerous tidings, ultimately sifting through them to ascertain that the Zhou family once produced an immortal. You purchased a property near the Zhou family and quietly observed for signs of any cultivators. At 30, after 12 years of observation, you discovered that the Zhou family had become an ordinary martial arts clan, supported by 2 innate warriors, with no signs of cultivators present. At 31, a late-stage innate master, Yichun, invaded the Zhou family. The two innate warriors were no match and were severely injured. In a moment of crisis, a blade of wind shot forth from the inner hall of the Zhou family, slaying Yichun. You were greatly astonished and relieved that you had not acted against the Zhou family. At 51, a cultivator from the Zhou family perished, and the family held a secret mourning. You, hidden in the shadows, discovered this, yet you dared not ascertain if the cultivator's death was feigned. You chose to continue waiting. At 60, you stealthily infiltrated the Zhou family at midnight, capturing their high-ranking members. Through coercion and persuasion, you finally obtained the cultivation technique, the primordial unity formula. You diligently practiced the primordial unity formula, though your progress was slow. At 99, you passed away of old age. Simulation concluded. You may retain one aspect. Option 1. The cultivation realm of 99 years. Option 2. The combat experience of 99 years. At last, the cultivation technique has been acquired. Chapter 11. Foolish Being. I choose option 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Changsheng realized that the countless simulations were all for this singular moment. As he made his choice, a new segment of memory regarding the cultivation of the primordial unity formula and the wind blade technique flooded his mind. However, the memory of the primordial unity formula contained only 6 layers, sufficient for him to cultivate to the 6th layer of chi refinement. The wind blade technique, on the other hand, was merely a basic first-tier spell. At last, the path to cultivation lies before me. Let's proceed. Simulation commencing. At the tender age of 18, you wielded your sword to slay Cao Gang and the swift wind sword, Zhou Yunqing, before departing from Wushan City. You then secluded yourself, diligently practicing the mixed element unification technique. By the age of 20, your progress was sluggish. However, by 30, you had finally mastered the first layer of the mixed element unification technique, successfully entering the chi refinement stage. At 70, you advanced to the 2nd layer of chi refinement. Alas, 100 years, you passed away peacefully in old age. The simulation concluded, and you were permitted to retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level attained at 100 years. 2. The battle experience accumulated over a century of cultivation. Choose one. What is there to ponder? As Changsheng made his choice, a warm current emerged from his dantian, swiftly replacing the internal energy within his body, gently coursing through his meridians. Is this the sensation of cultivating immortality? Changsheng exhaled deeply, savoring the true essence within. The true essence cultivated from a mixed element unification technique was remarkably gentle, soothing his meridians. Nevertheless, even at the first layer of chi refinement, this true essence could easily shatter the internal energy of a peak innate practitioner. In comparison, true essence resembled stone, while internal energy was akin to tofu. There was simply no basis for comparison. According to the records of the mixed element unification technique, the aptitude of cultivators ranges from poor to exceptional, categorized as 5 spiritual roots, 4 spiritual roots, 3 spiritual roots, 2 spiritual roots, and a heavenly spiritual root. It typically requires about a year for those with 3 spiritual roots to enter the first layer of chi refinement. However, based on the cultivation effects observed in the simulation, my spiritual root aptitude seems to be merely at the level of 4 spiritual roots. That is indeed somewhat disappointing. Fortunately, I possess the Immortal Cultivation Simulator. For me, spiritual roots merely dictate the frequency of simulations, not the potential for success. Xianxia murmurat. Let us proceed. Seizing the moment. Insufficient balance. Host has ascended to chi refinement. Successfully commencing immortal cultivation. Please recharge with spirit stones. Previously remaining silver has been converted to silver tails. Please check your account. Before Changsheng could fully comprehend the situation, a pile of silver ingots appeared in the previously empty chest. A cursory glance revealed approximately 5,000 taels remaining. First, let us test the might of the true essence. With a light step, Changsheng soared forth like a great bird, gliding out of the Yichun tower and into the depths of an ancient forest outside Wushan City. Windblade. As Changsheng formed a hand seal, a windblade, half a zhang in length, shot forth with great speed. Bang! In its wake, 6 or 7 trees, sturdy enough for 2 people to embrace, fell with a thunderous crash. Their cut surfaces impeccably smooth. With the true essence currently within me, I can unleash the wind blade with full force only 5 times before exhausting my energy. Changsheng murmured. Yet, while still in the mundane realm, utilizing the true essence to fuel my martial arts. Even 100 innate warriors would find it impossible to harm me in the slightest. Shaking his head, Changsheng deftly turned and sprinted back towards the Yichun tower. Upon returning to his room, he resolved to practice independently, as simulation was no longer an option. Changsheng murmured softly, seated cross-legged on the bed. As he practiced the mixed essence technique. Creak! The sound of the door opening echoed. Bai Qing'er entered the room, carrying a basin of warm water. Upon seeing Changsheng in his meditative posture, a flicker of skepticism appeared in her eyes. Though they had been apart for merely a night, she sensed a profound transformation in him. Compared to the previous air of oppression, he now exuded an ethereal aura. Young master, Bai Qing'er spoke. With a gentle exhale, Changsheng opened his eyes, releasing a vapor that resembled a white silk ribbon, which hissed as it dispersed into the air, lingering for several meters before fading. A night had passed, yet his true essence showed no signs of increase. The path of cultivation is indeed arduous. Shaking his head, he rose to his feet. Bai Qing'er placed the basin aside and, like a devoted handmaiden, began to attend to him. Once she had tidied up, she descended to fetch breakfast for Changsheng. From simplicity to extravagance is an easy transition, but from extravagance to simplicity is a challenging endeavor. The ancients did not deceive me. Observing Bai Qing'er's diligent figure, Changsheng murmured to himself. Over the past 2 days, she had attended to him with remarkable care. Even during his previous life on Blue Star, he had never experienced such comfort. After finishing breakfast, Changsheng watched Bai Qing'er as she placed the dishes into a food box and casually inquired, "What are your plans for the future?" Bai Qing'er hesitated momentarily before responding. "I am uncertain. The entire Wushan city is now aware that you are my esteemed guest. If you triumph tomorrow, no one will dare to harm me. If you lose, the Cao Gang will not spare me either." She had initially believed that as long as the Song family remained intact, the Cao Gang would not act excessively against Yichun Tower. But judging by the previous day's performance of the Song family patriarch, it was clear that the Song family was struggling for survival. "Once I resolve matters with the Cao Gang, you may remain by my side as a maidservant," Changsheng stated calmly. "Song Ruhua, what do you intend to do?" Before Bai Qing'er could respond, a furious shout from Song Rulong echoed from below. Changsheng frowned slightly, rising to exit the room. He beheld the first floor of Yichun Tower, where Song Rulong stood at the stairway, confronting a middle-aged man, who bore a resemblance to him and was flanked by a dozen individuals. "Song Rulong, step aside. If you do not yield, do not blame me for disrespecting you as my elder brother." Song Ruhua sneered at his brother, Song Rulong. "Uncle, I fear you have lost your senses. A youth like him cannot save the Song family. It seems you are steering the family towards ruin. When the Cao Gang retaliates, we shall all suffer your consequences." A young man standing beside Song Ruhua echoed his disdain. Song Rulong regarded the members of the Song family aligned with Song Ruhua with a cold gaze and asked, "Is this what you all believe as well?" Many among them were high-ranking members of the Song family, and he was taken aback to find them colluding with Song Ruhua. As these individuals fell under the scrutinizing gaze of Song Rulong, 2 among them dared not meet his eyes, silently bowing their heads. The remaining few, however, met Song Rulong's gaze with resolve, stating calmly, "Patriarch, our actions are solely for the welfare of the family. The only chance to rescue the Song clan lies in capturing that young man and handing him over to the Cao Gang. Only then can we forge a favorable alliance with them and avert the impending doom that threatens our family." Upon hearing this, Song Ru burst into a hearty laugh. "Song Rulong, you had better vacate my presence post-haste, or today I shall seize you as well and deliver you to the Cao Gang." Chapter 12. The Sword Chi Detaches. Changsheng stood atop the building, intrigued by the unfolding scene. He had initially believed that the Song family's allegiance to him was a unanimous decision supported by Song Zhengwu. But it seemed the reality was far more complex. This morning, news of a family division had spread, and 100,000 taels of silver had been amassed through the sale of numerous properties owned by the family head. Bai Qing'er, positioned behind Changsheng, remarked, "It appears that the Song family has indeed split into factions." Changsheng, momentarily taken aback, shook his head and replied, "Yet Song Ruhu is a fool. Does he truly believe that upon the death of old Master Song, he can safeguard the family fortune?" Bai Qing'er nodded. "Once the old master is gone, with the Cao Gang's formidable power, they could easily consume the Song family's assets, leaving no room for future threats. Who knows if a prodigy might arise from the family later." Changsheng cast a surprised glance at Bai Qing'er, impressed by her perceptiveness. "Song Ruhu, cease your foolishness and take your men away. Song Rulong's patience had finally worn thin as he regarded his brother, whose arrogance was utterly unfounded. How could Song Ruhu dare to apprehend someone when even the Cao Gang refrained from taking action? Song Rulong, you have overshadowed me within the clan for decades. Today, I shall see if you can protect that young man. As for you, once I capture you, I will deliver you to the Cao Gang, and from henceforth, the Song family shall revere me. With that declaration, Song Ruhu stepped forward, unleashing a surge of postnatal peak true qi coursing through his body. As his physique trembled, a cacophony akin to exploding beans resonated from within, and his aura transformed dramatically, becoming entirely unrecognizable from before. Prepare to perish. With a fierce stride, Song Ruhu advanced, launching a palm strike directly at Song Rulong's face, disregarding their brotherly bond and unleashing his full power. Very well. Song Rulong's countenance darkened, recognizing that his brother had concealed much over the years. He had not realized that Song Ruhu had reached the postnatal peak. It was no wonder he sought to split the family, believing he could safeguard their legacy. However, Song Rulong had not wasted his years as patriarch. 20 years ago, he was superior, and that remained unchanged. Without evasion, Song Rulong met Song Ruhu's strike head-on. Bang! The two clashed with such force that both were forced back several paces. However, Song Rulong clearly possessed superior strength. With merely 3 steps, he stabilized his form and launched a fierce assault, transforming into a swift shadow that lunged at Song Ruhua. With a powerful kick and then a whip-like strike, he unleashed a relentless series of attacks, managing to suppress Song Ruhua at the very moment of his strikes. The Gale kick had reached its zenith. The few members of the Song family accompanying Song Ruhua watched in astonishment as their expressions shifted. They were aware of Song Ruhua's peak innate prowess, which had emboldened them to follow him. Yet, they were taken aback to see him subdued so swiftly. Among them, only 3 possessed the cultivation of innate warriors. And with 2 peak innate warriors clashing, the rest were utterly incapable of intervening. You all go capture that brat. I will assist Ruhua, commanded Song Rujiao, the most formidable among them, as he brandished his sword and charged forth to aid Song Ruhua against Song Rulong's onslaught. Go! The others exchanged glances and raced toward the upper floors. Their priority was to capture the audacious youth who had offended the Cao Gang and swiftly head to their lair. On the 4th floor, Li Changsheng observed the approaching members of the Song family and shook his head, sighing, very well. Let us conclude the matters of Wushan City today. With that, he lightly stepped on the floor and gracefully descended, landing directly in front of those ascending the stairs. His reluctance to storm the Cao Gang stemmed from a desire to subdue it and leverage its influence for monetary gain. However, since the simulator could no longer be utilized for currency, subduing the Cao Gang had lost its significance. Seize that brat. Upon seeing Li, Changsheng leaped down from the stairs. The 2 innate warriors from the Song family exchanged alarmed glances and swiftly drew their swords, launching an assault against him. Their strikes were deviously aimed. One targeted Li Changsheng's face while the other aimed for his groin. Step aside. Li Changsheng remained unfazed, deftly pinching the sword aimed at his face between his fingers, while his left foot struck like lightning toward the other assailant. With a thud, the struck innate warrior was sent flying down the staircase, crashing heavily onto the 1st floor. Motionless. That is not how one wields a sword. Li Changsheng twisted the sword he held between his fingers slightly. The swordsman cried out in pain as the sword slipped from his grasp and fell into Li Changsheng's hands. Mediocre, but serviceable. He weighed the sword in his hand, shaking his head slightly. Run. Seeing one of the leading innate warriors dead and the other injured, someone shouted, prompting the Song family members to hastily flee down the stairs. Do you think you can escape? Li Changsheng swung the sword forcefully, unleashing an invisible sword chi. Thud! The fleeing members of the Song family were cleaved in half by the unseen blade. Blood flowed down the staircase as Li Changsheng descended step by step. In the midst of countless simulations, he had long perfected various mundane martial arts to their zenith. Although he could not yet be regarded as a true sword immortal, he was determined to prevent the emergence of the tidal Raging Diamond. As long as he concealed his physical cultivation, he doubted anyone would dare to refer to him as such. Moreover, wielding his sword technique with true essence amplified its potency several-fold compared to inner strength. The 2 individuals engaged in combat with Song Rulong on the 1st floor also took note of the commotion above. Their faces drained of color. They disregarded their entanglement with Song Rulong, unleashing their full power in a single strike and fleeing towards the outside of Yichun Tower without a backward glance. Song Rulong steadied himself, contemplating a pursuit. There is no need to chase. Let us proceed to the Cao Gang, Li Changsheng remarked, observing the retreating figures racing down the street. Young master, are you truly heading to the Cao Gang now? Bai Qing'er, having descended from the top floor, inquired hastily upon hearing his words. Indeed, Li Changsheng replied with a calm demeanor. I suspect that after 2 days, the Cao Gang will be well prepared. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. Having fled several kilometers, Song Ruhu and Song Rujiao finally sighed in relief upon realizing they were not being pursued. The separation of inner energy from the body. Only innate martial artists can achieve such a feat. Where on earth did this young man come from? Song Ruhu exclaimed, brimming with jealousy. He had toiled for over 40 years, only managing to break through to the peak of postnatal cultivation last year with the aid of century-old ginseng. He had hoped to challenge Song Rulong with his newfound strength, but now Song Rulong had allied himself with an innate warrior. Observing the dark expression on Song Ruhu's face, Song Rujiao secretly lamented his own betrayal of the clan leader. He had once held Song Rulong's trust. Had he not turned against him, he would not now feel like a stray dog. However, there was no turning back. Gritting his teeth, he asked, what should we do now? Should we summon the old master? That old man is nearly on his deathbed. What use is he? Song Ruhu retorted fiercely. We must go to the Cao Gang. With chasing wind sword Zhou Yunqing also present there, alongside the Cao Gang's own power, I refuse to believe we cannot subdue that young man. Chapter 13. Storming the Cao Gang. Wushan City, Cao Gang. At this moment, the headquarters of the Cao Gang was steeped in an atmosphere of foreboding. In addition to the gang's warriors, many martial artists with ties to the Cao Gang have been summoned to lend their support. Within the headquarters, there were no fewer than 100 postnatal warriors, and even the innate warrior Zhou Yunqing, known as the Chasing Wind Sword, had come to assist. Cao Gang was currently hosting a banquet to welcome these martial artists. Cao, is such ostentation not a bit overly cautious? Zhu Junqing, sit beside Cao Gang, raised his cup and drank deeply, expressing his confusion. Given the strength of your Cao Gang in Wushan City, even if that young man is indeed an innate warrior, he cannot possibly be your match, can he? Although innate warriors are significantly stronger than their postnatal counterparts, when faced with the onslaught of dozens of postnatal warriors, they would surely meet a dead end. At the present gathering of the Cao Gang, there were dozens of postnatal warriors in attendance, not to mention those concealed in the shadows. The entire headquarters resembled a den of dragons and tigers. Even he lacked the confidence to infiltrate, let alone emerge unscathed. Cao Sun nodded in agreement, recognizing the unremarkable youth as one who hardly warranted such concern. Cao Zhang smiled faintly and remarked, Brother Zhou, the purpose of inviting you here is twofold. Firstly, to guard against that enigmatic young man. Secondly, I can no longer afford to wait. Once this matter is resolved, we shall join forces to eliminate that old wretch. Song Jingwu. In due course, a share of the Song family's assets will be yours. Zhou Yunqing's expression brightened at this prospect. Unlike the vast enterprise of the Cao Gang, he lacked such a foundation. Moreover, having reached their level of cultivation, it required not only diligence and talent, but also various elixirs to enhance their internal strength to accelerate their training. The Song family had flourished in Wushan City for a century. Even the Cao Gang was but a junior in comparison. Acquiring a portion of the Song family's wealth would greatly benefit his cultivation. It's a deal, Zhou Yunqing replied with a nod. At that moment, the postnatal warriors guarding the gates of the Cao Gang entered, escorting Song Ruhua and Song Rujiao. Upon seeing Cao Zheng, Song Ruhua hurriedly knelt, lamenting, Boss Cao, I had intended to capture that insufferable brat and bring him to you, but to my dismay, he turned out to be an innate warrior. The brothers I brought from our clan have all perished at the hands of that scoundrel. You must avenge my fallen brothers. His cries were heartfelt, and to an unfamiliar observer, it might appear that he shared a deep bond with the deceased members of the Song family. Upon hearing this, the once lively banquet hall fell into a profound silence. An innate expert, many martial artists who had come to lend their support furrowed their brows. Having assumed that the youthful adversary would merely be a postnatal warrior, they had hoped to curry favor with the Cao Gang, but upon learning of the opponent's innate prowess, thoughts of retreat began to surface. Truly, he is an innate warrior, remarkable indeed. Zhou Yunqing rose and declared, Brother Cao, it appears we must pay a personal visit. The others joined him. Cao Zheng also stood, addressing the gathering with a smile. Esteemed guests, I will remember your loyalty. Come, let's raise our glasses. Once we finish this toast, we shall jointly pursue and eliminate that madman. Afterward, I will treat you all. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Someone has barged in. Alarmed cries echoed from the Caobang's entrance, followed by an unsettling silence. The expressions of those in the banquet hall shifted, all too aware of the stringent defenses at the headquarters. Yet, only a few breaths had passed, and the outside had fallen eerily quiet. Cough, cough. Cao Sun felt a discomfort in his throat. No one understood the meticulousness of the outer arrangements better than he did. Even innate martial artists would find it challenging to breach such defenses. Father, do not worry. The people outside must have already apprehended the intruders. However, Changsheng did not respond, his gaze solemnly fixed on the door of the banquet hall. At that moment, Zhou Yunqing's expression also turned grave, his left hand gripping the renowned wind-chasing sword that he had wielded for years. After a few breaths, a light footstep echoed from beyond the banquet hall. Bang! The door swung open, and as the guests focused their attention, they beheld a tall youth clad in a blue robe, appearing no older than 17 or 18, surveying them with an enigmatic smile. Who are you? Cao Gang demanded. Li Changsheng offered a faint smile and replied, You do not even know who I am, yet you dare to send someone to capture me? Just 2 days ago, the members of your Cao Gang approached me with a different demeanor. Young brother, I believe there has been some misunderstanding. Let us sit down and discuss this. Cao Zheng responded gravely. In the past, my Cao Gang has wronged you, and I am willing to offer 10,000 taels of silver as compensation. The assembly gasped in astonishment. The formidable Cao Zheng, the strongest in Wushan City, had seemingly conceded. Father, you mustn't. Gao Sun in dozet hasti. But before he could finish, Cao Zheng barked silence. He then turned to Li Changsheng and said, Young brother, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Our Cao Gang has shown considerable sincerity. Sincerity? Li Changsheng shook his head slightly. A mere 10,000 taels is all your Cao Gang offers? I must have overestimated you. Cao Zheng, do you know that Song Rulong sent me 100,000 taels of silver for my protection? In comparison, your sincerity is quite lacking. Having spoken, Li Changsheng turned to Cao Sun and coldly remarked, Moreover, it was your son who issued the command to act against me. Seek death. Cao Sun shouted in fury. Born with a silver spoon as the young master of the Cao Gang, he could hardly tolerate such words. He sprang into action, leaping high and swinging his long blade towards Li Changsheng. Clang! A sharp noise resounded. The onlookers watched in disbelief as the mysterious youth effortlessly pinched the long blade between 2 fingers, shattering it, and then casually tossed the fragments aside. Cao Sun's figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. As they focused their gaze, they discovered that Cao Sun's chest had been pierced by the blade fragments. Lying motionless on the ground. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped. Cao Sun was renowned in Wushan City as a prodigy, already a late-stage martial artist at such a young age, with the potential to ascend to innate realms. Even a peak-stage martial artist would struggle to kill him so easily. At that moment, there was no longer any doubt among the crowd regarding the youth's status as an innate master. Chapter 14. A year. Xunia. Cao Zheng's expression shifted dramatically, a mournful cry escaping his lips. Although he had more than one son, including several illegitimate ones, Cao Sun was undoubtedly the closest and most valued among them. Yet now, he lay dead before his eyes. Brother Zhou, if you assist me in eliminating this boy today, I shall grant you half of the foundation of the Cao Gang. Cao Zheng coldly declared, his gaze fixed on Li Changsheng. For anyone who helps me kill this child, a reward of 50,000 taels of silver awaits. In the banquet hall, many martial artists who had initially come to lend their support hesitated at the prospect of such a reward, their eyes glinting with avarice as they gazed at Li Changsheng. 50,000 taels of silver was a sum they could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Even if they all united to slay the youth before them, each could still claim several hundred taels. The lure of wealth could lead one to peril. Many were stirred to action, quietly drawing their weapons and advancing on Li Changsheng. However, nearly 20 innate martial artists retained a semblance of reason, retreating discreetly. Though the prospect of 50,000 taels was enticing, the likelihood of casualties in a siege against an innate martial artist was grim. Brother Cao, do your words hold true? Zhou Yunqing asked, gazing intently at Cao Zheng. If we slay this child, half of the Cao Gang's foundation is mine. Indeed, it holds true. Gao Yang Ziplit Gon Li. Though he was reluctant to relinquish the heritage built by his forebears, the martial prowess displayed by the boy had left him somewhat shaken. Alone with only the innate martial artists, he doubted their chances against this formidable youth. Only by joining forces with Zhou Yunqing could they hope to succeed. As for the lives of the innate martial artists, their sacrifice mattered little. As long as he remained, the Cao Gang could still attract new talent. Zhou Yunqing and Cao Gang exchanged a glance, then leaped down, landing not far from Li Changsheng, coldly watching him. The moment Li Changsheng revealed even the slightest weakness, they would strike mercilessly to kill. Yet Li Changsheng merely stood casually, observing the two with keen interest. Sweat began to bead on the foreheads of Cao Gang and Zhou Yunqing. They had expected that pressuring the youth simultaneously would force a flaw, but to their astonishment, despite his seemingly numerous vulnerabilities, they felt no certainty of delivering a fatal blow. Kill! Someone, unable to endure the oppressive silence, shouted out. The 20 or so innate martial artists surged forward, unleashing lethal strikes. The combined force of such a multitude was truly formidable. Witnessing the innate martial artists spring into action, Zhou Yunqing and Cao Gang exchanged a glance before charging toward Li Changsheng. The youth was clearly acting recklessly. Indeed, with his talent, in another decade, none in Wushan City would be his equal. What a pity. The onlookers shook their heads. The youth before them possessed an extraordinary talent, perhaps the most formidable they had ever encountered. Even among the elite of the martial world, few had achieved such prowess at such a tender age. In the future, this young man might well find himself seated upon the throne of the martial alliance. Alas, today he was destined to perish at the hands of the Cao Gang. Not a single soul present believed that this youth could survive the onslaught of 2 innate warriors and several dozen acquired martial artists. It was tantamount to courting death. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Li Changsheng merely uttered 2 cold words. Seizing the long sword he had taken from a member of the Song family, he unsheathed it with a flourish and struck downwards. I possess a sword that shall elevate my name in the martial realm. An invisible blade of energy shot forth from his hand, originating from him and slicing towards the assailants. It carved a long gash upon the ground. In that instant, an unforgettable scene unfolded before the eyes of the spectators. They witnessed the warriors charging at the youth literally explode mid-air. The invisible sword energy cleaving through a dozen of them in an instant, blood splattering across the banquet hall. The remaining onlookers felt a chill of terror and quickly retreated. Yet it was already too late. With a nimble step, Li Changsheng appeared not far from them, and with another sweeping strike of his sword, boom, 3 more fell, their heads severed in an instant. In less than 3 breaths, only Cao Gang and Zhou Yunqing remained standing against Li Changsheng. The astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. The strength of the youth before them was beyond comprehension. Despite being seasoned innate warriors, they found themselves utterly incapable of mounting any defense against his profound swordplay. Who on earth are you? When have we, the Cao Gang, ever offended a master of your caliber? Cao Gang shouted in despair, already at the end of his tether, unable even to resist. Zhou Yunqing, though somewhat better off, was still in a dire situation, his sword hand severed at the wrist, his face ashen. Spare us. I am willing to submit to you, my lord, if only you would grant me my life. As Li Changsheng advanced toward them, Zhou Yunqing fell to his knees, pleading fervently for mercy. Just as Li Changsheng drew near, a delicate round stick appeared in Zhou Yunqing's left hand. With the press of a mechanism, a golden beam shot towards Li Changsheng's chest. Boom! It struck true. Zhou Yunqing's eyes lit up with joy. This hidden weapon had been crafted at great expense by a master of the craft. Not only was it powerful enough to slay innate warriors, but it had also been laced with poison, ensuring that even the most formidable foes would meet their demise if struck. Clang! The sound of metal hitting the ground echoed. Li Changsheng touched his chest and shook his head slightly. I was careless. Had this hidden weapon possessed 20 times its current strength, it would have breached my flesh, and I would have been in peril. In the future, I must not be so careless. With that, Li Changsheng swung his sword, and 2 heads soared into the air. A year later, Li Changsheng sat by the pond in the garden of the once great Songbong, holding a fishing rod and angling. A venerable elder in a black robe stood respectfully behind him, saying, Leader, our men have discovered an ancient tomb in Heishui County, believed to be left by a cultivator. However, on their return, an error occurred, and our information was stolen by the notorious thief Ling He. Now, the entire martial world is aware of the existence of a cultivator's tomb in Longhe County. The Autumn Water Palace, Iron Sand Sect, the royal family, and several other powerful factions have rushed there. When shall we proceed? Li Changsheng raised his brows slightly and replied, "What news from Qing'er?" The elder promptly responded, "Miss Qing has taken the lead of our sect to Nanshan County, where the Zheng family has already surrendered. I believe it will not be long before the entire martial world of Nanshan County falls in line." Li Changsheng set down his fishing rod and said, "Inform Qing not to rush the expansion. Let us proceed slowly. Additionally, prepare the carriage. I shall personally visit Heishui County." "Yes." The elder bowed and withdrew. Sigh. After the black-robed elder departed, Li Changsheng let out a long sigh. Over the past year, he had ventured into the Misty Valley, but could not find a way in, barely escaping the jaws of ferocious beasts. Were it not for his current cultivation at the second level of Qi refinement and his physique rivaling that of ordinary Qi refinement beasts, he might have struggled to emerge from the valley's periphery. After exiting the Misty Valley, he returned to Wushan City and established the Xianxia Society. A year had passed, and 1/5 of the martial world in the Qi Kingdom had already submitted to him. Under his command, the Xianxia Society developed steadily, yet it still aroused the royal family's apprehension, leading to numerous frictions between the two sides. Once the strength of the Xianxia Society was solidified, he ordered a search for artifacts left by the suspected cultivators. Regrettably, the results were meager. 99% of the items were dismissed, and among those confirmed to be left by cultivators, there were merely a bagua plate and a broken sword. Chapter 15, The Roadblock. 3 days later, the elder shrouded in black robes drove a carriage swiftly along the official road in Heishui County. Inside the carriage, Li Changsheng toyed with the obsidian broken sword, infusing a trace of true essence into it. Yet the sword remained unresponsive. Still the same. Li Xianxing Siga. This broken sword had been procured by a member of the Xianxia Society a month prior. Its material was unknown, but even the finest mundane weapon could scarcely harm it. He had also attempted to wield the broken sword using sword techniques, and its power surpassed that of ordinary divine weapons by several folds. It was undoubtedly a weapon of a cultivator. However, whether through blood binding or refining with true essence, the broken sword remained utterly inert. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth with great swiftness, only to be deftly deflected by the whip of the elder cloaked in black, who was driving the carriage. What transpired? Li Xianxing, seated within the carriage, furrowed his brow slightly. "My lord, there are individuals ahead blocking the road. They appear to be from the Zhang family of Blackwater County." The black-cloaked man reported respectfully. At this moment, not just Li Changsheng's carriage was halted, several other groups had also been intercepted by dozens of burly men wielding weapons. "This route is closed for the next half-month. I kindly ask you all to turn back," declared the leading man, a knife-wielding brute, casting a disdainful glance at those obstructed. Outside this humble pass, over 100 individuals have been stopped, many of whom possessed formidable martial prowess. Did they truly believe that Blackwater County belonged to the Zhang family? A mere trifling innate family dares to confront me? A diminutive elder sneered at the leader of the Zhang family. "It's Hu Yang of the heart-crushing palm." Someone recognized the slender elder, their expression shifting to one of intrigue. Hu Yang was indeed an innate warrior, known for his ruthlessness, were Zhang Pei present. He might have been able to suppress Hu Yang, but with Zhang Pei absent, the Zhang family had undoubtedly encountered a formidable adversary. Zhang Chan, the leader of the Zhang family, quickly grasped Hu Yang's identity, his countenance changing momentarily before a cold smile crept across his face. "Hu Yang, our Zhang family has received a decree from the Qi royal family, forbidding any forces from passing through here. If you believe you can oppose the imperial family, feel free to proceed. I shall not hinder you." The mention of the Qi royal family sent a wave of trepidation through the crowd. While there were countless factions within Qi, the strongest without a doubt was the royal family itself, rumored to have over a dozen peak innate warriors in their ranks, and even connections to legendary immortals. So it was indeed a command from the Qi emperor. No wonder the Zhang family was so vigilant. "I have received word that the Immortals' tomb remains unentered, with even the royal family's powerful warriors having met their demise there," murmured someone privy to the situation. "Now they block the way, likely fearing someone might seize the opportunity." "Hu Yang, have you made up your mind?" Zhang Chan, with an air of triumph, inquired. Were it not for the head of the family clinging to the royal family's favor, how could he dare speak so boldly to a long-established innate warrior? Hu Yang's face flushed with anger, yet he ultimately refrained from taking action. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed in disgrace. He lacked the courage to offend the Qi royal family. Observing the innate warrior's retreat, Changsheng's smugness intensified, and his gaze swept over the crowd. Among those who had been halted were numerous later-stage warriors, many of whom surpassed Changsheng in strength. Yet not a single person dared to meet his gaze. "My lord, what shall we do?" The black-cloaked elder inquired in a hushed tone. "Advance. Those who dare to obstruct shall be met with merciless retribution." Li Changsheng's icy voice resonated from within the carriage. In the span of a year, he had garnered no achievements, lacking even a single spirit stone amidst the mundane. Now, with the rare emergence of a celestial tomb, the opportunity was fleeting. Even the royal family of Qi could not impede his aspirations. Moreover, he regarded the Qi royal family with indifference. After numerous simulations, he had discerned that as long as he did not contemplate overthrowing their rule, the cultivators hidden behind Qi would not casually emerge from the valley of the setting sun. Indeed, the old man in the black robe, upon hearing this, flicked the reins, urging the carriage towards the checkpoint set by the Zhang family. The movement of the carriage immediately captured the attention of all present. Was there truly someone daring enough to breach the checkpoint? While the Zhang family was not formidable, even the likes of Qi's Autumn Water Palace, Iron Sand Sect, and Divine Fist Sect would not so openly confront the royal family. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Zhang Chan's expression turned icy as he swiftly nocked an arrow, drawing his bow with precision. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth with great speed. Witnessing the arrow aimed directly at the forehead of the black-robed driver. A smirk graced Zhang Chan's face. Regardless of who was in the carriage, anyone who dared to undermine his dignity was doomed. However, the black-robed elder remained unfazed. With a deft flick of his whip, he redirected the incoming arrow with even greater speed, sending it hurtling back. Thud! The arrow pierced through Zhang Chan's brow, leaving him in profound shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A master. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Zhang Chan was the second in command of the Zhang family, a practitioner at the peak of the acquired realm, yet he had been so effortlessly slain by a mere carriage driver. That was Weakwater Sword, Qin Yi. Finally, a seasoned martial artist in his 50s regained his wits and exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Yi. That name resonated with familiarity. Indeed, the others displayed expressions of confusion. Though the name stirred something within them, they could not immediately recall its significance. Alas, the elder gazed at the receding silhouette of the carriage and sighed. It is not surprising that you have not heard of him. Weak Water Sword, Qin Yi, is a legendary figure in the martial world. Having entered the innate realm 30 years ago, 27 years prior, he single-handedly ascended against the Lu Mountain sect, which was fortified by an innate master and 3 others. Following that battle, the Lu Mountain sect vanished from the martial world, and Qin Yi disappeared as well. Who would have thought he would resurface now? He is over 50, but I wonder what level of power he has attained. The crowd fell silent, pondering the implications. If Qin Yi could slay an innate master 27 years ago, how formidable must he be now? Furthermore, for him to personally drive the carriage, what sort of individual could be within? The royal family of Qi surely faced impending troubles. With such a figure emerging, the masters from the Autumn Water Palace, Iron Sand Sect, and other prominent martial sects would also arrive, making it unlikely for the royal family to monopolize the treasures within the celestial tomb. Beneath the foothills of Fengshan, beyond the realm of numbers, Prince Qishuan of the Qi Kingdom stood vigilant, accompanied by 2 esteemed royal protectors and hundreds of skilled guards stationed along the crucial mountain entrance. Both protectors bore minor injuries, their expressions reflecting distress. Just moments ago, the Master of Autumn Water had infiltrated their ranks, wounding the 2 men and slaying dozens of elite guards, inflicting severe losses upon them. How unfortunate that the Master of Autumn Water chose to enter from their direction. Upon returning to the palace, they would undoubtedly face severe reprimands. One of the mid-stage innate protectors expressed indignation. Regardless of the approach, the Master of Autumn Water would have found a way in, yet it was from their direction that she chose to advance. Fear not, old Huang, Qishuan reassured. Upon our return to the palace, I shall report the truth. The Master of Autumn Water is formidable. She is beyond our capacity to impede. A slight smile graced Qishuan's face. At just 27 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of acquired martial prowess, a mere step away from the innate realm. Absent unforeseen circumstances, he would ascend to the throne following the demise of the Qi Emperor. The prince is benevolent, another protector complimented. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed urgently. The countenance of both protectors shifted dramatically. Should anyone breach their defenses once more, even with the prince's intercession, they would surely suffer the consequences. The Zhang family is truly incompetent. They cannot even secure a single passage. Qishuan's expression soured as well. The Zhang family had provided him with substantial benefits, prompting him to recommend them to his father, yet he had not anticipated that several groups had already broken through the perimeter and reached their checkpoint. Your Highness, I shall deal with them, Old Huang declared coldly, striding purposefully towards the approaching sound of the carriage. Chapter 16. The Tomb of the Immortals. Watching Old Huang's retreating figure, Qishuan shook his head, frowning. Old Huang has acted impulsively. Had he not rashly engaged the Master of Autumn Water, we would not have suffered such losses. Hearing this, Protector Zheng could only manage an awkward smile. Though Brother Huang may be somewhat hasty, his strength is unquestionable. As long as he does not confront an unparalleled master like the Autumn Water Master, he should be able to hold them off. Furthermore, even a figure of such caliber would afford you some respect. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. Upon hearing this, Qishuan's furrowed brow began to ease. Their purpose in station here was solely to intercept the lesser foes. As for the true masters, they were beyond their capacity to contain. The sound of hooves continued to approach, showing no signs of abating and growing ever closer. What is happening? Qishuan and Protector Zheng exchanged worried glances, for at this rate, Old Huang should have already intercepted the carriage. Could it be that Old Huang has already dealt with those within the carriage? Zheng speculated in a hushed tone. Qishuan shook his head. There had been no sounds of combat, indicating that the newcomers were either familiar to Old Huang or possessed extraordinary prowess. As Qishuan's words fell, an elderly figure cloaked in black appeared, driving a horse-drawn carriage toward them at a breakneck speed, showing no intention of slowing down. In his left hand, he held a person aloft, none other than the recently defeated Huang Gongfu. At that moment, Huang Gongfu dangled helplessly, his face flushed with humiliation, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Though a prominent figure among the royal offerings, he now found himself in such a disgraceful predicament. The expressions of Qi Xian and his companions shifted dramatically. In the briefest of encounters, Huang Gongfu had been captured, indicating that the black-clad elder was at least a peak in innate powerhouse. Senior, Qi Xian, suppressing the fear that gripped his heart, took a step forward and bowed slightly to Qin Yi, saying, "We shall clear the way. I implore you to spare Huang Gongfu." With a sigh, Qin Yi halted the carriage, casting a fleeting glance at Qi Xian, and replied coolly, "This matter is beyond my authority." Qi Xian felt a tightening in his chest. He bowed deeply toward the carriage, pleading, "Esteemed senior, might you consider the honor of our Qi royal family and show mercy to Huang Gongfu?" The palace guards around them were visibly tense, for anyone capable of capturing Huang Gongfu with a mere glance must possess immense power. If the visitor bore ill intentions, it was uncertain how many lives would be claimed that day. After a prolonged silence, a youthful voice emerged from within the carriage, "To dare strike against me. While death can be evaded, the consequences of living shall be dire. Render this man's cultivation null and ascend the mountain." Understood. Without hesitation, Qin Yi's left hand moved like lightning, striking several precise points on Huang Gongfu's body. In an instant, Huang Gongfu appeared to age a decade, his once dark hair turning white. "You dare to cripple me?" Huang Gongfu's face was etched with disbelief. For years, he had wielded the power of the royal offerings, even daring to show disdain toward late-stage innate warriors. Yet today, someone had the audacity to incapacitate him before the crown prince. With a thud, Qin Yi discarded Huang Gongfu's body onto the ground. "Clear the way." Qi Xian gritted his teeth. The palace guards exhaled in relief, quickly parting to make room. "Go." With a gentle flick of the reins, Qin Yi urged the carriage onward up the mountain. As Qi Xian gazed at the receding silhouette of the carriage, his eyes brimmed with fury. The carriage halted midway up the mountain, unable to ascend further due to a narrow, winding path ahead. Li Changsheng emerged from the carriage, clad in a green robe, tall and imposing, resembling a scholar brimming with knowledge. "Do you know the exact location of the Immortals' tomb?" Li Changsheng inquired softly as he walked up the mountain. The tomb had initially been discovered by members of the Xianxia society, but during their reconnaissance, they were apprehended by the royal family and perished in Heishui County. However, the location of the tomb had since been relayed back to the society. "It lies atop the southern peak of Foam Mountain," Qin Yi hurriedly replied, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by the young leader before him. He recalled his own attempt to challenge the leader of the Xianxia society, believing that besting a youthful genius would be a trivial endeavor. Unexpectedly, with merely a single move, he found himself defeated by the young leader before him. Even now, he remains unable to fathom the true strength of this youthful chieftain. Let us proceed. I hope that within this tomb of the immortal lies what I seek. With that, Changsheng began his journey toward the southern peak. Each step he took measured with uncanny precision, as if guided by a ruler. Though his pace appeared unhurried, the pinnacle expert Qin Yi, following closely behind, was already beaded with sweat in his effort to keep up. Mount Feng, southern peak. A massive stone wall had collapsed, revealing the passageway within. Qichang Kong declared today, "The treasures within this tomb of the immortal cannot be monopolized by your Qi royal family." Standing alongside him were the Autumn Water Palace Master, Qiu Yibai, and the Iron Sand Sect leader, Xiu Wanqian, who regarded Qi Zhengwu, the northern king of Qi, and the three pinnacle experts from the Qi royal family with unwavering resolve. This place was first discovered by our Qi royal family. It is of no concern to your Autumn Water Palace or Iron Sand Sect. Qi Zhengwu, also a pinnacle warrior, possessed strength that rivaled the renowned Qiu Yibai, the Autumn Water Palace Master, and Xiu Wanqian of the Iron Sand Sect. Huh, Qiu Yibai scoffed coldly. Do not presume I am unaware. This was initially discovered by the Heavenly Society. Do not think that by silencing those in the know, the truth can be concealed. As far as I am informed, that enigmatic leader of the Heavenly Society, Changsheng, has already headed north. Upon hearing this, the three royal experts' expressions shifted dramatically. Over the past year, the name of Changsheng had spread throughout the martial world of Qi. No one knew whence he came. Yet more than 30 pinnacle experts had challenged him, none able to withstand a single strike from his sword. Do not resort to alarmist rhetoric, Qi Zhengwu replied, his expression unyielding. Changsheng is indeed formidable, but our royal family is no pushover. If he knows what is wise, there remains a place for him and the Heavenly Society in Qi. Should he fail to recognize this, the Heavenly Society need not exist. Upon hearing these words, the countenances of Qiu Yibai and Xiu Wanqian darkened. The rapid rise of the Heavenly Society had even sent tremors through their ranks. Both sects dared not provoke the Heavenly Society lightly, yet Qi Zhengwu dismissed it entirely. However, the Qi royal family possessed the confidence to do so. With a legacy spanning 8 centuries, the Qi dynasty had steadfastly remained amidst the chaos of the world. They were, after all, the Qi family's domain. They were acutely aware of the rumored connection between the Qi royal family and the legendary Immortals, which explained why, despite their own martial prowess being at its zenith, they dare not target the Qi royal family. This tomb is claimed by our royal family. You may leave. Qi Zhengwu cast a cold gaze upon the two, asserting that treasures associated with Immortals were not for their covetous eyes. Otherwise, it would only bring them endless trouble. Even if Changsheng of the Heavenly Society were to arrive today, he would find it impossible to set foot within this tomb of the immortal. At that moment, 2 piercing sounds cut through the air. Everyone turned to see 2 figures alight upon a nearby grand tree. A youth and an elderly man clad in black robes stood together. The youth gazed at Qi Zhengwu with a bemused smile and inquired, "What if I, Changsheng, insist on entering this immortal's tomb?" In Chapter 17, titled The Grand Master of Martial Arts, the atmosphere was thick with astonishment. Over the past year, the attendees had received numerous accounts regarding Changsheng of the Heavenly Association, all describing him as a mere boy. However, upon witnessing him in person, they were taken aback by how remarkably youthful he appeared. Qiu Yibai and Xiu Wanqian exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they regarded Qin Yi, who stood behind Changsheng. Ultimately, Qiu Yibai sighed and remarked, "Brother Qin, I never anticipated that you two would join the Heavenly Association. It seems their power surpasses my expectations." Both he and Qin Yi hailed from the same era, having achieved renown in their youth, and were among the most illustrious prodigies of their time, competing in the same arena. No one understood Qin Yi's prowess better than they did, 30 years prior. His strength had already eclipsed theirs, and now, 3 decades later, they wondered how far he had progressed. Weak water sword Qin Yi. Qi Zhengwu's expression turned grave. Initially, he had thought Changsheng was the sole pinnacle of innate talent within the Heavenly Association, but now, the emergence of weak water sword Qin Yi complicated matters. Ignoring Qi Zhengwu and the others, Qin Yi simply bowed respectfully behind Changsheng and inquired, "My lord, shall we deal with him first? It won't take much time." The faces of Qi Zhengwu and his companions remained stoic, but were pierced by a flicker of indignation. All of them were top-tier martial artists of the martial world. To be regarded as mere trifles by Qin Yi was an affront. Although Qin Yi had been more renowned 30 years ago, each of them had made strides in their own right since then. Let's proceed. If any prove obstinate, they shall be eliminated. Li Changsheng shook his head and strode directly toward the tomb's passage. Qin Yi followed closely behind. Stop them. Qi Zhengwu barked, indignant at such disrespect, for he was the northern king of Qi. The three royal innate pinnacle guardians exchanged glances and simultaneously drew their weapons, charging at Qin Yi, disregarding Li Changsheng entirely. In their eyes, the long-established fame of Qin Yi posed a far greater threat than the enigmatic youth. Deal with them swiftly. I shall enter first. Li Changsheng stated with an air of calmness before continuing down the passage. Understood. Qin Yi showed no hesitation as he unsheathed his long sword, positioning himself at the entrance of the passage. I shall use you three fools to test the progress I have made over the past 6 months. His eyes were devoid of elation or sorrow. He willingly served the Heavenly Association due to Li Changsheng's martial prowess, which was akin to a vast ocean, capable of embracing all while continually innovating. In the course of the past 6 months, Li Changsheng has imparted his knowledge to him without reservation, to the extent that he himself is oblivious to the extent of his prowess within the martial world. Flaws. They're all flaws. As the three made their move, Qin Yi shook his head repeatedly. Although these three had cultivated their internal energy to the pinnacle of the innate stage, they were lacking in other remarkable attributes. While their combined strength might have allowed them to contend with him for several exchanges half a year ago, the situation had drastically changed. Whoosh! Without even unsheathing his sword, Qin Yi utilized the angle of the scabbard to deftly strike at the vital points of the three assailants. They were sent flying back, blood spewing from their mouths, their faces filled with shock. How could this be possible? Have you truly surpassed the pinnacle of the innate stage? As they lay on the ground, their faces pale, they felt an emptiness in their dantians, as if their once robust, true energy had been entirely extinguished by Qin Yi's scabbard. Qin Yi, are you a cultivator? The royal family of Qi also has cultivators in the shadows. Have you considered the consequences of opposing us? Qi Zhengwu's demeanor shifted from calm to frantic. No. What you displayed just now was still swordsmanship. You are not a cultivator. As one of the pillars of the royal family, Qi Zhengwu possessed some knowledge about cultivators. Even at the age of 6, he had undergone a spiritual root test, only to find himself without one, leading him to practice martial arts and become the northern king of Qi. This is above the innate martial path. Tell me, how have you achieved this? Qi Zhengwu exhaled a sigh of relief. As the northern king, he knew far more than the average person regarding the existence of cultivators, aware that while some truly exist, they are often removed from the mundane world and instead practice in the spiritual veins beyond. Lacking a spiritual root himself, he had no means to tread the path of a cultivator. Nevertheless, he had come prepared with life-preserving artifacts, fearless as long as he did not encounter a cultivator. Indeed, it is beyond the innate stage. The young master refers to it as the realm of the Grand Master. Qin Yi did not conceal the truth. Instead, a hint of melancholy crept into his expression as he spoke. The path of martial arts reaches its zenith upon attaining the pinnacle of the innate stage. Even with your extraordinary talents, you're only able to comprehend the Grand Master realm beyond the Innate Master. Beyond the Grand Master, the path of martial arts is severed. Thus, you are so determined in your quest for the path of cultivation. Cultivation offers the promise of longevity, a most unjust reality for us martial practitioners. Qiu Yibai and Qiu Wanqian were likewise deeply stirred. Grandmaster, Qiu Yibai murmured softly, suddenly addressing Qin Yi. If I were to pledge my allegiance, would young Master Li impart the way of the Grandmaster to me? Qiu Wanqian added, my Taisha sect is also willing to submit to the Heavenly Society. I only seek the Grandmaster's teachings. I implore Brother Qin to make an introduction. The martial world of Qi had never witnessed a Grandmaster before, and now that they saw a glimmer of hope, they were determined to seize this singular opportunity. Ha ha ha! Qi Zhengwu burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, what a joke! What a farce! Li Changsheng pursued the path of immortality, yet you seek to learn his martial arts. Qi Zhengwu sighed deeply. Even Li Changsheng understands that cultivating martial skills pales in comparison to the pursuit of immortality. Today, I shall demonstrate the formidable power of an immortal. With that, he produced a crimson talisman and infused it with his internal energy. Boom! A fireball, half a meter in diameter, shot forth, hurtling directly towards Qin Yi. Autumn Ibai and Xianxia's expressions changed dramatically. It was indeed true that the Qi royal family had an immortal behind them, and that Qi Zhengwu possessed a talisman bestowed by an immortal. Xingyi, evade. Despair washed over Autumn Ibai and Xianxia's faces. They had devoted their lives to martial arts, and just as they glimpsed a chance to transcend the innate realm, hope seemed to shatter. Bang! A tumultueux explosion échouait. Dust and debris filled the air. Qi Zhengwu's face broke into a grin. At such close range, being struck by the fireball would likely result in instant demise. Even for an immortal, after several breaths, as the dust settled, Qin Yi stood amidst the haze, clutching a yellowish talisman in his hand. The gigantic fireball had inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. Chapter 18. The First Encounter with an Immortal. The Spirit Talisman. Qi Zhengwu's expression darkened significantly. The talisman in his hand had been granted by an immortal who entered the immortal tomb. He never anticipated that a mere mortal like Qin Yi would possess a spirit talisman. Qin Yi, too, bore a hint of astonishment. This talisman was a gift from his master prior to arriving from Wushan City. Initially unaware of its purpose, he was astonished to find it activated the moment the fireball approached. Since you possess a spirit talisman, you must know something about immortals. My master has a keen interest in such matters. With a swift stride, Qin Yi advanced towards Qi Zhengwu with such speed that even the two peak Innate Masters, Autumn Ibai and Xianxia, could scarcely follow. Before Qi Zhengwu could react, Qin Yi's sword sheath had already struck 8 vital points on his body. Qi Zhengwu's body stiffened. For a moment, he was unable to move. Do not think this victory grants you supremacy. Our royal family's immortals have already entered the immortal tomb, and Changsheng is merely walking into a trap. Though captured, Qi Zhengwu still wore a mocking smile as he spoke. What? Autumn Ibai and Xianxia's expressions shifted with alarm. No wonder Qi Zhengwu remained at the entrance. It turned out others had already ventured inside. This is dire. Even if Changsheng is a grandmaster, he is unlikely to contend with an immortal. Qin Yi's expression also turned grave as he seized Qi Zhengwu and raced down the passageway. Autumn Ibai, what shall we do? Xianxia whispered, gazing at Qin Yi's retreating figure. Let us return. In the depths of the tomb, neither Changsheng nor the cultivators were entities we could provoke. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of one's entire lineage. However, as for reaching the realm of the Grandmaster, I fear it remains beyond my aspirations. Xianxia, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of melancholy on his face. Indeed, if it were merely a matter of opposing the imperial family, they could stand resolute. Yet, if the cultivators behind the royal lineage intervened, their entanglement with the world at large would implicate their own sections. This thought left both men somewhat disheartened. Within the tomb, Changsheng hastened his steps, observing numerous traces of dismantled mechanisms and formations along the way, causing him to furrow his brow slightly, quickening his pace. After 10 minutes, he finally reached the end of the passageway. Upon stepping out, he found himself in a spacious stone chamber, roughly the size of a basketball court. At that moment, 2 young individuals occupied the chamber, a young man and woman, both appearing to be in their 20s and both cultivators. The man possessed the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while the woman was at the 2nd level. They stood beside a pale golden corpse, the woman holding a small cloth pouch, her face alight with joy. Suddenly, as Changsheng entered the stone chamber, the 2 youths turned to regard him. The secular Qi family truly is inept. They cannot even stop a mere mortal. Qi Ming remarked, momentarily stunned as he assessed Changsheng. Qi Yu, on the other hand, exhibited a look of disdain, exclaiming, do they even deserve the surname Qi? The secular Qi family has not produced a being with spiritual roots in a century. Upon returning to the clan, I shall report this to the clan leader and advocate for another branch to take charge of the mundane realm. The weakness of the secular Qi family was undeniable. Even the feeblest branches of their clan surpassed them. It was indeed time for a change in leadership. Qi Ming nodded in agreement, clearly displeased that a mere mortal could breach the imperial family's blockade and enter the tomb. We'll address the issues of the secular Qi family later. For now, let's deal with this brat. Qi Ming shook his head slightly, forming a hand seal as a fireball the size of a fist hurtled toward Changsheng. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. At the moment he conjured the fireball, the young man opposite him also formed a hand seal. Launching a wind blade half a zhang in length that sliced through the fireball, hurtling toward them with remarkable speed. Both Qi Yu and Qi Ming's expressions changed dramatically. Without time to defend themselves, they could only clumsily evade to the side. The wind blade cleaved Qi Ming, who was at the third level of Qi refinement, in two. Qi Yu, being slightly farther away, managed to roll aside, narrowly escaping disaster, but not without the blade tearing through her clothing, revealing her fair skin beneath. Which family do you belong to? How dare you assail my Qi family and Qi nation? Qi Yu exclaimed, astonished and enraged. She had not anticipated that the youth before her was, in fact, hiding his true prowess. The speed at which he formed his hand seal was far beyond that of an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. Changsheng remained silent as several small blades of wind swiftly formed and sliced towards Qi Yu. Qi Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting her teeth, she struck her waist pouch, summoning a sword-shaped spirit talisman into her hand. With a surge of true essence infused into it, the talisman transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards him. Changsheng's countenance changed as he perceived the azure light flicker before him. This is bad. He retreated hastily, but it was already too late. Bang! The azure light, moving with astonishing speed, collided with him, sending him flying. Spurt! Changsheng coughed up blood, crashing heavily to the ground. A small azure sword, transformed from the talisman, embedded in his chest. Dare to provoke the Qi family? You are on a path to death. Qi Yu uttered coldly. Qi Ming, possessing a triple spirit root, was considered quite talented in this generation, with prospects of becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Dying here would inevitably lead to punishment upon returning to the clan. Qi Yu lightly landed beside Changsheng, forming seals with her hands, intending to retract the sword-shaped talisman. This is not good. A sudden jolt gripped Qi Yu's heart as she saw a blade of wind shoot towards her, but before she could react, her head was severed, her body falling backward to the ground. Thankfully, they underestimated me, granting me the opportunity to slay a third-layer Qi refining cultivator. Otherwise, today would have been perilous. Changsheng slowly rose to his feet, his complexion as pale as death, the sword-shaped talisman still lodged in his chest, blood pouring from the wound like a torrent. Spurt! With a cough of blood, he yanked the talisman from his body. I must not confront enemies as they do in the future. And this golden body technique is far more extraordinary than I anticipated. Xianxia reflecta inwardly. Had it not been for the protection of the 7-layer golden body technique, he would likely have perished beneath this talisman. Fortunately, it is time to reap the rewards. A smile flickered in Changsheng's eyes as he approached. Retrieving Qi Yu and Qi Ming's waist pouches, along with another pouch Qi Yu had previously obtained from a corpse, thus possessing 3 small pouches in total. Is this the legendary storage pouch? Xianxia murmurat softly. He had just witnessed Qi Yu summon the sword-shaped talisman from her pouch. Although he had never interacted with cultivators, his past life had exposed him to many novels, granting him some knowledge of such storage items. However, this was not the place to count his spoils. With this thought, Changsheng hurriedly made his way towards the exit of the passage. Chapter 19. 9th Layer of Qi Refinement and Alchemists. Changsheng had not ventured far when he encountered Qin Yi, who was advancing deeper into the tomb, carrying Qi Zhengwu. Upon seeing Changsheng's pale visage, blood-stained attire, and blood seeping from his chest, Qin Yi's expression changed slightly. Young master, are you all right? We should leave at once. Changsheng waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Changsheng, be sensible and release me at once. Do not presume that possessing some innate talent in martial arts grants you the liberty to act with impunity. Allow me to inform you that should you encounter a cultivator from the Qi family, your fate will be sealed. Release me now, and I shall spare you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will ensure that not a single soul remains alive in this realm. Upon witnessing that Changsheng had barely entered before sustaining injuries, Qi Zhengwu's eyes sparkled with delight as he proclaimed, "Kill him." Changsheng frowned slightly. What? Qi Zhengwu could hardly believe his ears. Despite his own cultivators having grievously wounded Changsheng, he still dared to retaliate against him. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yi swiftly snapped Qi Zhengwu's neck with his left hand, discarding the lifeless body onto the ground. Half a day later, Qin Yi drove a carriage towards Wushan City. With Changsheng seated within, he dripped blood onto a small cloth bag, successfully unlocking 3 storage pouches. Within these pouches lay 1,540 spirit stones, 3 manuals, the Qingmu Ju, the Yuan Shui Ju, and the Honyuan Ichi Ju, alongside a Qingnong Danjing and an assortment of elixirs. Changsheng furrowed his brow. as the haul was not as substantial as he had anticipated. The combined spirit stones from the two Qi family disciples' pouches amounted to less than 100, while the pouch belonging to the cultivator from the tomb contained a greater number. From the contents of the pouches, Li Changsheng gleaned that the tomb's master, Lu Qing, had been a somewhat renowned alchemist in the Qi nation's cultivation realm 600 years prior, although his cultivation level was merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. His exceptional alchemical skills had afforded him a certain reputation. Regrettably, he had failed to establish a foundational base and, upon the end of his lifespan, chose to pass away among mortals. How arduous the path of cultivation is. Li Xianxia lamenta. Despite being one of the most lucrative professions within the cultivation world, Lu Qing's inadequate aptitude led him to become nothing more than a heap of bones after a century. Fortunately, Lu Qing possessed a 4 spiritual roots aptitude and had practiced a complete version of the Hongyuan Ichi Ju, which perfectly complemented the text he currently held. "Let me simulate the process once," Li Changsheng said as he organized the items into a storage pouch. Recharge with 1,004 spirit stones. He opted not to deplete his entire reserve, retaining some for emergencies, as the avenues for earning spirit stones were limited given his current capabilities. Recharge successful. Balance, 1120 currency. Simulating once costs 100 currency. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Use. What hesitation could there be? At 19, you discovered the location of Tunman Market among Lu Qing's possessions. Half a month later, you arrived at Tunman Market and rented a cave dwelling for 14 years at the cost of 10 spirit stones per year, commencing rigorous training. At 23, you successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. At 32, you achieved the 4th layer of Qi refinement. You have reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement. At 33, due to insufficient spirit stones for renewal, you were evicted from the cave dwelling by members of the Shiman family. In pursuit of spiritual cultivation within the confines of Tunman Market, you opted to hunt demonic beasts alongside others to earn spirit stones. While slaying these creatures, you concurrently practiced your skills in the bustling market. At the age of 45, you successfully ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement. By the age of 100, however, you succumbed to old age. The simulation concludes, allowing you to retain one of the following achievements. 1. The cultivation realm attained at the age of 100. 2. The combat experience garnered over a century of practice. Possessing 4 spirit roots and achieving the 5th level of cultivation is commendable. Li Changsheng shook his head and decisively chose the first option. With his choice made, a brilliant light suddenly radiated from his eyes, and the true essence within him surged exponentially. Is this the sensation of mid-Qi refinement? Li Changsheng assessed the strength of his true essence within and nodded in satisfaction. Let's proceed. The simulation commenced anew. At 37, you successfully advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement. By 79, you attained the 7th level. Yet, upon reaching the age of 100, you again met your demise. At 65, you achieved the 8th level of Qi refinement. At 100 years old, you entered a state of transcendence. At 79, you successfully reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Observing the words that appeared on the virtual screen, Li Changsheng felt somewhat speechless. According to the notes left by Lu Qing, the chances of a 4-spirit root individual achieving foundation establishment are exceedingly rare. With sufficient elixirs, a 3-spirit root individual could potentially reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and with a foundation establishment pill, one might even attempt to breach into the foundation establishment realm. The lifespan for foundation establishment is 200 years, and for a 3-spirit root to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment within that time frame is akin to a 4-spirit root reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement before the age of 100. Nevertheless, he had successfully attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. Let's try once more. At 67, you attempted to breach the foundation establishment realm, but failed and perished. At 85, you endeavored to establish your foundation. Yet again, it resulted in failure and your demise. 2 opportunities squandered. Li Changsheng's expression darkened. He understood that with his 4-spirit root aptitude, the chance of success in foundation establishment without a foundation establishment pill was a mere 1%. He had hoped for a gamble, yet it now seemed that any attempt should be made only when ample spirit stones were available. With 3 simulation opportunities remaining, he resolved to maximize his gains. Let the simulation begin. At 18, you returned to the Heavenly Society and, within 3 days, emptied the precious medicinal herb repository. You took refuge in a secluded town with Qin, Yi, and Bai Qinger. You diligently practiced the Qing Nong Dan scripture. At 37, you finally ascended to the rank of a first-tier alchemist. At 39, you arrived at Tunmun Market and established an apothecary, which enjoyed a fair measure of success. At the age of 75, you attempt to lay the foundation, but fail, leading to your demise. Selecting option 2, Changsheng gazed at the text displayed on the virtual screen, confident in his choice. Only by becoming an alchemist could he earn more spirit stones, and thus engage in frenzied simulations. As Changsheng made his decision, the memories of alchemical techniques surged into his mind. After half an hour, he finally assimilated the experiences of first-tier alchemist. He achieved the status of a first-tier alchemist. Exhaling deeply, Changsheng murmured, Lu Qing entered the ranks of first-tier alchemists in his 50s. It seems my talent for alchemy is commendable. Alas, lacking the legacy of a second-tier alchemist makes accumulating spirit stones considerably more challenging. Chapter 20. Preparations before departure. With 2 simulation opportunities remaining, he resolved to reserve one and conduct a standard simulation to gauge the reaction of the Qi family, the influential cultivation clan behind the Qi kingdom. Changsheng contemplated this, recalling that in previous simulations he had departed directly from the headquarters of the Heavenly Society, leaving him curious about how the Qi family would respond to the demise of 2 of their juniors. Commencing simulation. 19 years old, you slay a Qi family cultivator at Fengshan, prompting the royal family of Qi to panic and urgently seek assistance from their cultivation clan. You return to the headquarters of the Heavenly Society, instructing your followers to gather materials for crafting first-tier elixirs. 2 months later, the royal family of Qi sends powerful cultivators accompanied by 5 members of the Qi family, storming the headquarters of the Heavenly Society. You reveal your peak Qi refining strength and slay the 5 cultivators, causing a stir in the cultivation world. 6 months later, the royal family of Qi takes no further action, and you refrain from expanding the influence of the Heavenly Society. At 20, you venture alone to Tunmun Market, renting a shop to establish an elixir store, spending 6 months solidifying your presence there. At 21, your neighbor, Manager Song, invites you to explore an ancient cultivator's ruins. You agree, but midway through, Manager Song and his companions suddenly turn on you. You fight back fiercely, killing one, but suffer grave injuries and manage to escape. Knowing that Manager Song has developed deep connections over the years in Tunmun Market, you dare not return and are compelled to flee back into the mundane world. 6 months later, a foundational cultivator from the Qi family invades the headquarters of the Heavenly Society and slays you. You have perished. Simulation concluded. You may retain one aspect. Option 1. The cultivation realm at 21. Option 2. Combat experience at 21. Manager Song is not a good person. Changsheng shook his head. Although he gleaned only fragments of information from the text, his self-awareness assured him that, had he not verified the authenticity of the ruins, he would never have ventured to them with someone he barely knew. Yet, why did the Qi family, clearly possessing foundational cultivators, only take action 2.5 years later? Xianxia bundarat. The information gleaned from the simulation was exceedingly scant, leaving him unable to draw any conclusions. Never mind. I shall return and instruct the Xianxia Society to disband, while I take refuge for a time in the Tunmun Market. With the simulator at my disposal, I have faith that within 2 years, I shall be able to establish my foundation. Shortly after Changsheng departed from Fengshan, 2 other supreme innate practitioners from the Qi royal family, accompanied by a eunuch, arrived at Fengshan. Under the guidance of the crown prince Qi Xian, they made their way directly to the southern peak of Fengshan. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Immortals' tomb, they discovered 3 lifeless bodies of royal practitioners sprawled on the ground. The eunuch, Huang, observed that the trio had suffered grave injuries before being silenced by a single sword strike to the throat. The eldest among the royal practitioners stepped forward to inspect the scene, his expression grave. A sword wound? Huang croaked. Where are Qi Jingwu and the 2 immortals? The practitioner scrutinized the surroundings and shook his head, stating, there are only a few signs of a struggle here. Nothing more can be discerned. Upon hearing this, Qi Xian hastily remarked, according to information I obtained from the family station at the entrances, there were 4 individuals who ascended Fengshan. The master of Qiu Shui Palace, Qiu Yibai, the master of Taisha sect, Qiu Wanqian, and the long-missing weak-water sword, Qin Yi. The 4th individual remained within Qin Yi's carriage, and no further details are available. Huang nodded, saying, let us proceed into the tomb and investigate. Our demise is inconsequential, but if anything has befallen those two immortals, the situation will become exceedingly problematic. With that, the group filed into the passageway. 20 minutes later, they emerged from the passage, each bearing a corpse, their faces etched with distress. Let us return to the palace. This matter concerns immortals and is beyond our jurisdiction. It is best left to His Majesty. Huang flicked his sleeve and, with a single step, appeared several paces away, revealing himself to be a formidable innate martial artist. 7 days later, at the headquarters of the Xianxia Society, a council was convened with a dozen innate warriors, all of whom had been subdued by Changsheng over the past year. Some were innate by nature, while others had ascended to the innate realm under Changsheng's guidance. Leader Song Rulong exclaimed incredulously, now that the royal family is the only obstacle left in Qi. Why must we disband and conceal ourselves? Having initially allied with Changsheng, he had been appointed as the vice leader of the Xianxia Society, wielding considerable authority. With his martial prowess having also reached the innate level, he now exuded an air of dominance. Leader, reconsider. With our current strength, conquering the entire martial world, or even replacing the Qi nation, is not out of reach. Others exchanged glances, echoing his sentiments. This is the most opportune moment for the Xianxia Society's development. How can we afford to disband and retreat into the shadows? Enough. Changsheng addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor. I am not here to solicit your opinions. You need only to execute my orders. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those gathered in the conference hall shifted dramatically. They were reminded that although the affairs of the Heavenly Society were primarily managed by the two vice leaders, the chief leader, Changsheng, was no ordinary figure. Possessing formidable martial prowess that defied comprehension, he was not known for his leniency. In the past, the master of the Listening Tide Hall had conspired with the Iron Sword sect, which was helmed by a peak innate martial artist, intending to strike against Changsheng. The following day, news spread that the Iron Sword sect had been annihilated and the master of the Listening Tide Hall's entire family had perished in their home. Indeed, within the conference hall, the attendees could only acquiesce. The rapid development of the Heavenly Society was largely attributed to the presence of Changsheng. In his absence, any leading martial force could easily obliterate the society. Under Changsheng's guidance, the Heavenly Society gradually transitioned from a position of prominence to one shrouded in secrecy, a transformation not easily concealed from the watchful eyes of the discerning. The Society's influence spanned 4 prefectures, and complete concealment would require a considerable amount of time. In the capital of Qi, within the Imperial Palace, Eunuch Huang and Crown Prince Xian knelt on the ground before an elderly man garbed in a dragon robe, who sat upon the throne. Despite his white hair, he emanated an aura of authority without uttering a word. Rise, for this matter cannot be solely attributed to you. The Emperor of Qi spoke coldly. Eunuch Huang and Xian simultaneously exhaled in relief and stood. I have already informed the Sunset Valley, and soon someone will emerge from the valley to address this issue. I did not anticipate the existence of cultivators within the Heavenly Society. This certainly adds an interesting twist. The Emperor remarked with a faint smile. Father, Xian carefully articulated, the Sunset Valley has long harbored discontent towards us mortals. And if the 6th ancestor were to pass away, it is likely that the control over the Qi kingdom would no longer rest in your hands. As the Crown Prince, he was privy to more information than most. The throne of the Qi kingdom commanded the resources of the nation. While not as abundant as those derived from spiritual veins, they were still enticing enough to attract the attention of foundational cultivators. Their lineage had maintained the throne due to the continued existence of their 6th ancestor. But with the ancestor's longevity waning, instability loomed over the position. Fear not, the Emperor replied, shaking his head. Among the disciples of the 6th ancestor, some have successfully established their foundation. The ancestor has paved the way for us, as long as several with spiritual roots emerge from our lineage within the next century. The throne shall remain unchallenged. As for the Heavenly Society, we shall refrain from provoking them. The Sunset Valley will send someone to resolve the matter. Chapter 21. Slaughter and Departure. 2 months later, while meditating in his chamber, Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the northwest. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Qin echoed from outside the room. Who goes there? Bang. I did not expect a mundane martial artist to possess such strength. Changsheng pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, where he beheld Qin. He engaged in a fierce clash with a young cultivator. The youth, possessing merely the first level of Qi refinement, clearly lacked combat experience, being led by Qin Yi throughout the skirmish. Were it not for the superior quality of his true essence compared to internal energy, he would have been vanquished long ago. For other cultivators stood in the courtyard, observing the battle without haste to intervene. In the realm of mortals, they might have been formidable, yet lacking spiritual roots, they were nothing but insignificant insects. A middle-aged cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement chuckled and shook his head, although the young cultivator was clearly at a disadvantage. The onlookers exhibited no signs of concern. This lad possesses certain merits in martial arts. Perhaps we should capture him and extract his knowledge of combat. While we may not require it, handing it over to the descendants of the 6 ancestors would be beneficial. Indeed, while we may dismiss him, those mundane folk would surely regard his martial skills as treasures. With that in mind, Qi Bai, go apprehend him. Just incapacitate him. Do not kill him. The group succinctly laid out their plan regarding Qin Yi. Understood. Qi Bai stepped forward, forming hand seals that conjured dozens of small wind blades, which shot towards Qin Yi's limbs with great speed. Observing this, Qin Yi deftly evaded the 1st level Qi refinement cultivator he was battling and retreated swiftly. Can you escape? Qi Bai sneered internally. Allowing a mere mortal to evade him would be a disgrace. Altering his hand seals, he accelerated the wind blades further. Enough! Xianxia, witnessing the scene, shook his head slightly and flicked his finger. Swish! 3 strands of formless sword energy shattered the numerous wind blades into fragments. This maneuver was powered by true essence, employing his self-developed martial arts, honed through countless simulations. His understanding of martial arts was unparalleled among mortals. With his modifications, these mundane techniques exhibited power comparable to ordinary spells, all without the need for intricate hand seals, enhancing efficiency. Are you the cultivator backing the Xianxia society? Upon witnessing Li Changsheng's display, the 5 Qi family cultivators showed no surprise. Given that Li Changsheng had slain Qi Ming and Qi Yu, he was clearly at least a 3rd level Qi refinement cultivator capable of withstanding Qi Bai's casual strike. Sigh. Li Changsheng did not respond. Instead, he released a long exhale, saying, Your Qi family moves far too slowly. It has been 2 months, and I am growing rather impatient. The Qi family members felt a chill run through them. The leading 5th level Qi refinement cultivator sensed an ominous feeling rising within him and furrowed his brow, asking, What do you mean by that? Had it not been for the spirit stones you possess, would I have wasted 2 months in vain? With that, Li Changsheng stepped forward, exuding a tremendous, overwhelming aura akin to crashing waves, which pressed down upon the 5 Qi family members, rendering them unable to stand upright. How is this possible? A peak Qi refinement cultivator? Who exactly are you? The countenance of the Qi family shifted dramatically. They had initially believed that Qi Ming and his companion had merely fallen victim to mundane rogue cultivators. To their astonishment, it turned out they had encountered a practitioner at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. They began to suspect that the youth before them had intentionally refrained from slaying members of the Qi royal family, leaving a deliberate opening for them to unwittingly walk into a trap. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding, the leader of the Qi family cultivators hastily proclaimed. Have my 2 ineffectual disciples offended you? We are willing to offer our apologies and conclude this matter here. The Qi family shall not pursue it further. The others nodded in agreement. You think after waiting 2 months, I would simply allow you to depart? Li Changsheng replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Qin Yi and stated, Before you leave, allow me to demonstrate the sword technique once more. With that, a finely crafted long sword of tempered iron materialized in his hand. As the sword was unsheathed, it radiated an overwhelming aura, directly charging towards the 5 members of the Qi family. Kill him. If he does not perish today, we shall all bear the consequences. The leader of the Qi family bellowed as he advanced towards Li Changsheng. The others followed suit, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes towards him. Break! Li Changsheng uttered nonchalantly, swinging his sword. The fireball conjured by a 5th layer Qi refinement practitioner was cleaved in 2 by the sword, sending a severed head soaring into the air. Silence enveloped the scene. The 4 cultivators, who had been rushing forward, abruptly halted and fled in 4 different directions. With a flick of his wrist, Li Changsheng unleashed an invisible sword energy that bisected 2 of the less powerful practitioners. With a delicate step, he appeared before a Qi family member at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Thud! Another head ascended into the air. Spare my life. The last remaining Qi family cultivator, witnessing Li Changsheng's presence mere meters away, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. It was the first time he had seen someone channel true essence through mundane martial arts, wielding power that rivaled spells, if not surpassing them in speed and strength. With a resounding thud, a defiant head was sent flying, landing at Qin Yi's feet. I have imparted the first 5 layers of the Hunyuan Ichi Ju to you. Once you cultivate to the first layer of Qi refinement, combined with your understanding of martial arts, you will be capable of slaying weaker cultivators. Li Changsheng remarked to Qin Yi as he collected the storage bag from the 5 and turned to leave, leaving Qin Yi standing in place, unable to regain his composure for some time. A month later, clad in a flowing azure robe, Li Changsheng appeared at the outskirts of the Misty Valley. From the notes left by Lu Qing, he had learned that the Tunman market was concealed within the valley, accessible only with a token allowing free passage through the formation. Prior to formally entering the realm of cultivation, he had ventured into the Misty Valley countless times, often ending up as prey for the beasts that dwelled within. The surroundings of these spiritual veins are enshrouded in intricate formations, where even a moment's carelessness could lead one astray, not to mention the formidable beasts birthed within the veins, far beyond the capabilities of those in the martial world. It is no wonder that, over the years, no one has reported encountering any celestial fortune. Li Changsheng shook his head and retrieved an ancient token from his storage bag, infusing it with a stream of true essence. The token emitted a faint glow, gradually dispersing the mist before him, revealing a wide path. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Changsheng stepped forward, having simulated this journey numerous times. Aside from an earlier exploration of the ruins with Manager Song, where he nearly fell victim to treachery, the other simulations had posed little danger. He moved swiftly, and after a mere 10 minutes, the mist cleared, unveiling a vast valley. The concentration of spiritual energy here was astounding, compared to the mundane world. Cultivating in this location would enhance one's progress several-fold, and this was merely the outermost perimeter of the spiritual vein. It was no surprise that sightings of cultivators in the mortal realm were exceedingly rare. Chapter 22. Crisis. Li Changsheng ventured deeper into the valley, soon encountering expansive fields. However, these were not ordinary crops, but spiritual rice, whose consumption could significantly accelerate a cultivator's progress. Numerous spirit farmers toiled in the fields. While their labor was not as grueling as that of mortals, it still required careful attention. Upon seeing Li Changsheng, the farmers exhibited no change in demeanor. The Tunman Bazaar is known as the gathering point for the most numerous cultivators in the entire Southern Sky domain. Those equipped with a token could safely traverse the Misty Valley, but without one and lacking guidance, even breaching the outer mist formation would prove exceedingly difficult. Not to mention the myriad beasts raised within the Misty Valley. Li Changsheng chose not to linger in the agricultural area outside the bazaar and proceeded deeper into the valley. As he approached the heart of the valley, the density of spiritual energy intensified. At the deepest part, atop a great mountain, the concentration of spiritual essence reached its zenith, forming a dense fog. Truly, Tunman Bazaar was deserving of its reputation, Li Changsheng murmured. Lu Qing's notes indicated that the entirety of the Misty Valley rested atop a medium-sized spiritual vein, of which only 2 large veins and 5 or 6 medium veins exist within the Southern Sky domain. Those who possess these veins are undoubtedly the most formidable factions within the region. First, I must establish myself within Tunman Bazaar, Li Changsheng thought, as he paid a spirit stone to enter the bazaar, successfully gaining access. Tunman Bazaar was not extensive, featuring only a street several miles long, lined with 2- and 3-story ancient buildings, most of which housed various shops, with many cultivators setting up stalls along the road. As he strolled through, Li Changsheng seized any suitable items that caught his eye, quickly spending nearly 100 spirit stones. Had he not acquired over 100 spirit stones from the chief family, he would have been more frugal with his expenditures. After expending 100 spirit stones, Li Changsheng found himself with just over 100 remaining. Recognizing the necessity for other ventures, he ceased his wandering and sought out a shop available for rent. He secured a modest yet strategically located establishment for a monthly fee of 20 spirit stones, paying 6 months rent up front. Li Changsheng named his shop Baichao Pavilion, specializing in the trade of first-tier elixirs. Upon acquiring the shop, Li Changsheng did not immediately launch his business. Instead, he closed the shop's doors and dedicated himself to the fervent alchemical crafting of elixirs. With a cultivation level surpassing that of Lu Qing, he was able to produce elixirs at a significantly swifter pace. Thus, in merely half a month, He was able to concoct a sufficient supply of elixirs to sustain Baichao Pavilion's operations for some time. His greatest advantage lay in the presence of a simulator, allowing him to continuously refine elixirs without the need for traditional cultivation. After a fortnight, Baichao Pavilion finally opened its doors. Initially, Changsheng struggled to recoup the rent, but as the shop garnered a reputation, it began to yield profits. Although Changsheng was limited to the production of first-tier elixirs with modest profit margins, the demand amongst the qi refiners in the local market was substantial, enabling him to earn nearly 100 spirit stones each month. Quickly, a year and a half passed since the opening of Baichao Pavilion. During this time, Changsheng gained a clearer understanding of the cultivation world in the Tian'an region. No longer the naive novice he once was. The region comprised 3 nations, Qi, Nanzhao, and Maoyuo, each backed by a prominent sect led by a golden core cultivator. The sect supporting Qi was the Sunset sect, situated atop a major spiritual vein within Sunset Valley. Notably, Qi lacked any other golden core cultivators, and rumors suggested that the sect's golden core practitioner had encountered difficulties, remaining absent for decades, resulting in an unusually low profile for its members. Upon learning of the golden core presence behind Qi, Changsheng felt a flicker of relief. Had it not been for the Sunset sect's troubled state, he might have already met his demise. Within Baichao Pavilion, a diligent attendant at the 4th layer of Qi refinement patiently welcomed incoming customers, elucidating the various uses of the elixirs. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, Changsheng sat cross-legged in meditation. Despite accumulating over 1,000 spirit stones in the past year and a half, the cost of a foundational elixir was no less than 8,000 spirit stones. This left him feeling rather impoverished. After 3 months of operation, Changsheng enlisted the help of a trustworthy assistant to oversee the shop while he retreated to the courtyard to produce elixirs to meet the shop's needs. Fortunately, as a cultivator with 4 spirit roots, he harbored a glimmer of hope for success in foundational cultivation without relying on foundational elixirs. Changsheng shook his head slightly. Achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement with 5 spirit roots was challenging enough, let alone successfully laying a foundation. Although possessing a mediocre aptitude with 4 spiritual roots, there remains a slender hope for successful foundation establishment. As for those with 3 spiritual roots, the use of a foundation establishment pill typically guarantees success. In regard to the superior 2 spiritual roots, mutated spiritual roots, and heavenly spiritual roots, once discovered, they will undoubtedly be cherished by esteemed sects, ensuring a smooth transition to foundation establishment and even the potential to ascend to the golden core realm. Though foundation establishment pills are presently absent, I possess a simulator. It is not beyond possibility that I might procure one in the future and achieve foundation establishment. Changsheng murmured to himself. Recharge 1,500 spiritual stones. Recharge successful. Balance is 1,370 coins. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Each use costs 100 coins. Use. Simulation begins. At 20 years old, you diligently manage the Baichao Hall in Tummen Market, awaiting the emergence of a foundation establishment pill. At 21, a foundation establishment pill appears at the auction in Tummen Market, attracting fierce competition from various factions. You intended to place a bid, but alas, the price escalates to 10,000 spiritual stones, leaving you powerless. Half a month later, Manager Song, in collusion with a band of rogue cultivators, invades your shop, resulting in your death and the theft of all the medicinal pills and spiritual stones from Baichao Hall. You have died. That Manager Song is no good. Changsheng frowned slightly. He recognized Manager Song as the proprietor of the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion, located not far from Baichao Hall, and a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. It appears I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Furthermore, this is within Tummen Market. How could Manager Song so easily infiltrate Baichao Hall and take my life without an insider's assistance? Xianxia bundarat. He only earned about 100 spiritual stones each month. The elite from the Wan family surely would not be interested in such meager earnings. The only individuals capable of breaching the formation of Baichao Hall were either the Wan family members who set it or himself and his assistant, Wu Yuan. A sudden sense of crisis surged within Changsheng. Aware that remaining in Baichao Hall posed dangers, he found no better means to acquire spiritual stones. He must still pursue foundation establishment. At 20 years old, you enter seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage, yet fail, resulting in your death. Though he had been mentally prepared, he did not expect his demise to be so abrupt. Again, Li Changsheng whispered. Despite having 4 spiritual roots, he refused to believe that he could not succeed in foundation establishment after several attempts. Over the past year, he had perused numerous texts. Many individuals, when their lifespans were nearing their end, chose to make a desperate gamble. Failure often led to death, with only a scant few managing to survive, and even fewer achieving successful foundation establishment. In the past few centuries, there have been a handful of individuals who succeeded in foundation establishment without the aid of a foundation establishment pill. Moreover, should he experience failure within the simulation, he would merely incur a loss of some spiritual stones. Again, at 20 years old, you attempt foundation establishment in a secret chamber, but fail, resulting in your death. Chapter 23. Foundation Establishment. Again, you have failed in your foundation establishment and perished. At the age of 20, you forcefully initiated your foundation establishment in the secret chamber of the Her Pavilion, successfully stepping into the realm of foundational cultivation. At 110 years of age, the demonic cult besieged the Tummen marketplace. In your attempt to flee, you were discovered by a late-stage foundational cultivator of the demonic cult. A chase ensued, culminating in your demise outside the Tummen marketplace. You have died. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation realm of 110 years. 2. The combat experience of 110 years. Finally, it has arrived. A smile of delight graced Li Changsheng's face, indicating that fortune had not entirely forsaken him. He succeeded in his foundation establishment after merely 5 attempts. Without a moment of hesitation, he made his choice. Boom! A tremendous surge of true essence erupted from within him, swiftly coursing through his meridians, compressing rapidly. The mist-like true essence gradually transformed into droplets of liquid essence. Increasingly more of the misty, true essence became liquid, swiftly filling his entire network of meridians. The foundation establishment phase had been achieved. The true essence within him had amplified at least tenfold. Even a dozen peak chi refinement cultivators would be insufficient to withstand a single strike from him. Li Changsheng reveled in the immense power of his true essence, a triumphant smile illuminating his features. I am finally a foundational cultivator. Now, in the realm of cultivation in the Qi Kingdom, he could be regarded as a notable figure. Even within the mightiest of sects, the Sunset Sect, there were no more than a handful of foundational cultivators, and among the Wan family, who governed the Tummen marketplace, only 3 foundational cultivators resided there, one of whom was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He now possessed the qualifications to seize a small spiritual vein and establish his own lineage. Yet, this held little significance for him. His ultimate aspiration was immortality. Alas, despite gaining an additional 2 centuries of lifespan, true longevity remained a distant dream. Within the confines of his secluded cave, Li Changsheng had invested in a small defensive formation, which he activated prior to the simulation. Thus, the commotion from his foundation establishment went unnoticed by others. The shopkeeper's song, having chosen to act against him after the auction, must have been tempted by the display of his wealth. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity to witness my financial prowess. Li Xianxia musha, his gaze deep and contemplative. The following day, Li Changsheng emerged from his cave. The shop was devoid of customers. Wu Yuan, who was meditating, opened his eyes upon hearing the noise and was taken aback to see Li Changsheng had concluded his seclusion. Shopkeeper, it is not yet time for restocking. Why have you emerged? Li Changsheng typically emerged once every month to replenish his medicinal supplies, always punctually, and only 4 days had passed since his last restock. I merely wish to stretch my legs. Please hand me the spiritual stones sold over the past 2 months, as I intend to purchase some items. Li Changsheng nodded slightly and spoke directly. Understood. Wu Yuan promptly retrieved a storage bag and respectfully handed it to Li Changsheng. As Li Changsheng's consciousness swept over the bag, he accepted it and proceeded towards the door. Upon exiting the Baijiao Hall, he made his way directly to the nearby Tianbing Pavilion. At this early hour, the pavilion was devoid of customers, with only 2 attendants engaged in the maintenance of magical artifacts at the counter. The attendants were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Changsheng enter. Over the past year, the proprietor of Baijiao Hall had gained a certain reputation in the Tummen market. When Baijiao Hall first opened, it had impacted the business of 2 other alchemy shops, leading those establishments to conspire against it. Fortunately, Li Changsheng had demonstrated his peak chi refining prowess, which intimidated the other shops, allowing Baijiao Hall to continue its operations smoothly. However, this was the first time that the proprietor had visited Tianbing Pavilion. Masterly has arrived. I wonder what you wish to purchase? Anything that catches your eye will be offered at a 10% discount. Master Song exclaimed with a beaming smile as he descended from the upper floor of the pavilion. To be frank, Master Song, I have come to Tianbing Pavilion in search of a high-quality alchemy furnace, Li Changsheng replied with a smile. It is said that the quality of artifact here is unparalleled in the entire Tummen market. I wonder if you possess any top-grade alchemy furnaces? Master Song understood, well, that having a suitable furnace could significantly enhance the efficiency of an alchemist. Top-grade artifacts. Are alchemists truly this affluent? The two attendants were taken aback, fearing they had misheard. Even Master Song felt a jolt, for it was known that typical Qi refining practitioners would possess a suitable artifact. Yet most of these were merely low-grade, some not even reaching that standard. Generally, foundational cultivators utilized only medium-grade artifacts. The price of a top-grade artifact typically hovers around 8,000 spirit stones, a sum sufficient to purchase a foundational pill and cultivate a foundational master. Master Song wore a bitter smile as he replied, Master Li, you greatly overestimate my humble Tianbing Pavilion. The finest furnace I possess is merely of low-grade quality. I wonder if you would consider it. Before Master Song could finish, Li Changsheng shook his head, stating, I am currently using a low-grade furnace. If there is no top-grade option, a medium-grade will suffice. Maintaining his composure, Master Song approached with a smile, saying, furnaces are scarce, but I am aware of a place that has medium-grade and higher furnaces. Oh, Li Changsheng feigned surprise, replying, I would be eager to hear more. Follow me. Master Song said, his face taking on a mysterious expression as he led Li Changsheng into the VIP room. He retrieved a map from the storage bag and handed it to Li Changsheng, saying, this is a partial treasure map, detailing the location of a treasure left behind by the ancient sect, the Vajra sect. During the ancient times, the cultivation world of the southern domain was extraordinarily prosperous, with the Vajra sect being the foremost sect in that region. However, the reasons for its demise remain unknown. This map came into my possession quite by chance. While the other half resides with another fellow cultivator, we have been seeking suitable companions to explore the ruins together. Master Li, as you are at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, I shall be straightforward with you. Should the map, indeed, lead to the relics of the Diamond Sect, there will undoubtedly be an alchemical furnace that you seek. If you join us in this expedition, any furnace we discover, regardless of its quality, will belong to you. The ruins of the Diamond Sect. A tremor coursed through Li Changsheng as he finally understood why he had agreed during his mundane simulations. The first inheritance he received in the mortal realm was the golden body technique of the Diamond Gate, which, upon reaching its 5th layer, grants an extension of lifespan, an ability incomparable to any ordinary cultivation method. Now, the sudden emergence of the ancient Diamond Sect raises questions about its relation to the Diamond Gate. Furthermore, having spent over a year in the Tummen market, he had not gleaned any news regarding the Medicine King sect. The cultivation world of the Southern Heaven region was undoubtedly more intricate than it appeared. Chapter 24. Murder and Plunder. After a moment's contemplation, Li Changsheng turned to Master Song, his expression revealing a spark of interest. Master Song, are your words truly sincere? Upon hearing this, a barely noticeable glimmer of joy flickered in Master Song's eyes, quickly subdued as he replied, indeed, but let me be clear, you will have the first choice of the alchemical furnace, while other items will be distributed collectively. Excellent. Li Changsheng nodded vigorously, as if fearing the loss of this opportunity. After conversing for a while in the VIP room, Li Changsheng eventually took his leave. Once he had departed, Master Song returned to the VIP chamber, where 3 individuals awaited him. Each of them was at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, with one exuding an aura that suggested he was on the brink of foundation establishment. Old Song, how did it go? Asked a gaunt elder among them, who had been anxiously awaiting news. They had been in the next room, but refrained from any mischief, mindful that Li Changsheng was also at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, fearing it might disrupt their plans. Wu Lu, why the haste? Master Song replied calmly, taking a sip of tea. That young man has agreed to accompany me on the adventure. Once we leave this market, he will be at our mercy. Even if he chooses not to exit the market, I've already bribed the staff at his shop. Once they assist us in bypassing the formations of the Baijiao Hall, the 4 of us can easily eliminate him. That young man came to the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion to purchase a high-grade alchemical furnace and likely possesses thousands of spirit stones. With these stones, we can undoubtedly secure a foundation establishment pill at next year's auction, allowing you, my elder brother, to ascend to the foundation establishment realm. Master Song addressed the most formidable of the group, his tone respectful. The robust middle-aged man was none other than the notorious bandit known as the Mountain Tiger of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. This group frequently engaged in highway robbery against fellow cultivators. However, 3 decades ago, they inadvertently killed a direct descendant of the esteemed Zhu family, prompting a foundational cultivator to pursue them relentlessly. What began as a band of over a dozen had dwindled to just 4 survivors. For years, they had concealed themselves in the bustling market of Tunmen, occasionally luring wealthy and unprotected cultivators to their demise. Upon hearing this, the Mountain Tiger's eyes gleamed with delight. Once I reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall not forget my brothers. I will procure foundation establishment pills for each of you. Together, we shall assault the Zhu family, annihilate them, seize their spiritual veins, and establish our own power. Li Changsheng returned to the 100 Herb Hall and handed a piece of paper to Wu Yuan. Please post this recruitment notice in a prominent location. Wu Yuan took the paper, his face paling. Master, are you trying to dismiss me? He had merely been selling pills at the 100 Herb Hall, earning 5 spirit stones each month, an unimaginable fortune during his days as a wandering cultivator. Yet now, the master was seeking to hire new help. Li Changsheng scrutinized Wu Yuan and replied, "Do not overthink it. I simply need someone to share the workload. In a few days, you shall accompany me on a trip, and upon our return, I will teach you the art of alchemy. You will then be responsible for crafting a few simple elixirs, leaving you little time to tend to the shop." Relieved, Wu Yuan responded, "I will go at once." Watching Wu Yuan depart, Li Changsheng shook his head slightly. He suspected that Wu Yuan had conspired with Manager Song, and thus would not remain in the shop alone. This was an opportune moment to test whether Wu Yuan had indeed betrayed him. 5 days later, the staff at the 100 Herb Hall had been replaced by a young female cultivator named Lin Yu, who was merely at the first layer of qi refinement. Li Changsheng offered her a monthly salary of 2 spirit stones, to which she happily acquiesced. For a fledgling cultivator, securing a position in the market was already a considerable achievement. The spiritual energy within the market far surpassed that of the nearby farmland outside. Yet to remain long-term, one would either need to rent a cave dwelling or possess their own enterprise. Becoming a staff member at the 100 Herb Hall not only provided an opportunity to cultivate, but also allowed for the accumulation of spirit stones, a most favorable arrangement. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng awaited Manager Song outside the market. Shortly thereafter, Manager Song arrived, accompanied by 3 cultivators at the peak of qi refinement. Upon seeing Manager Song, Wu Yuan's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. Manager Song feigned puzzlement as he inquired, "Li, my friend, why have you brought a shop assistant along for our expedition to explore the ruins?" To allow him some practical experience, Li Changsheng replied with a faint smile. Turning to the others, "May I ask how to address you 3? Wu Lu, Zhao San, Zhao Qua." Master Song chuckled as he explained, "These 3 are renowned rogue cultivators from the market and are traveling alongside us." The 3 of them slightly nodded at Li Changsheng, acknowledging his presence. "Since everyone has arrived, let us proceed." Li Changsheng did not dwell on the matter, for he knew that before long, these individuals would meet their demise. The Mountain Tiger, Zhao Qua, exchanged glances with his companions, a smile gracing their lips. It was indeed their first encounter with those seemingly eager for death. Each possessed formidable cultivation, with even the weakest among them, Wu Yuan, standing at the 4th level of qi refinement, enabling them to traverse quickly. 3 days later, they reached the borders of the Qi Kingdom at the Black Wind Mountain Range, which serves as the boundary between the southern Zhao Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom. "Well, we've arrived. This is sufficient. If we continue further, we will truly reach the ruins." The emaciated elder, Wu Lu, who had been leading, suddenly halted and spoke. The Black Wind Mountain Range rarely saw a soul, indeed a fitting place for burial. Zhao San cast a furtive glance at Li Changsheng. At this moment, even the dimmest of minds could sense that something was amiss. "Master Song, over the past 6 months, I have diligently reported this boy's movements to you as instructed. Spare my life, and I assure you I will reveal nothing." Wu Yuan knelt before them. Having initially thought that Master Li Changsheng and Master Song were merely in pursuit of treasure, now it appeared that Master Song had deemed Li Changsheng a fat lamb, intent on murder and plunder. "You have indeed been obedient during this time," Master Song acknowledged, shaking his head. "However, should I allow you to return, and others discover my identity as a thief cultivator, how would the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion conduct its business? Thus, you shall meet your end. As soon as Master Song's words fell, Wu Yuan hastily produced 2 movement talismans and pressed them to his legs, dashing off into the distance. You think to escape with mere 4th-level chi refinement? Master Song scoffed, producing a mid-grade magical sword which he infused with true essence. Whoosh! The sword sped forth, piercing cleanly through Wu Yuan's chest. His lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. Changsheng did not spare Wu Yuan's corpse a glance. Instead, he turned his keen interest towards the strongest among them, Zhao Kuo of the Mountain Tiger, and inquired softly, "Is the relic of the Diamond Sect truly located within the Black Wind Mountain range? Are you not afraid?" Zhao Kuo furrowed his brow slightly. They had ambushed many wealthy cultivators, yet none remained so composed in such a situation. Both Master Song and Zhao San began to sense that something was amiss. Watching Li Changsheng with caution, only Wu Lu, unconcerned, remarked, "Have you all become overly cautious? He is merely at the peak of chi refinement. Even if he possesses a top-grade magical artifact, the 4 of us can subdue him." Upon hearing the words, the Dangsen Tiger and his companions reflected that they may have overreacted. After all, a mere peak chi refinement cultivator had perished at their hands countless times before. Even if Li Changsheng possessed hidden cards, they too had their own secrets to wield. Their caution had indeed been excessive. Yet, to prevent any unforeseen complications, they resolved to eliminate this youth swiftly. Dangsen Tiger shook his head and spoke coldly. Li Changsheng regarded the 4 with an air of detachment and stated, "Reveal to me the location of the ruins, and I shall grant you a swift end." "Boy, who granted you such audacity?" Wu Lu sneered, forming a hand seal that conjured a half-meter-long blade of wind, slicing towards Li Changsheng. With a swift motion, a broken sword materialized in Li Changsheng's grasp, and he executed a diagonal slash. Bang! The wind blade was cleaved in twain by an invisible sword aura before Wu Lu could even comprehend the situation, leaving disbelief etched upon his face. At that moment, Li Changsheng ceased to conceal his prowess, holding the sword in one hand while the other rested behind him, advancing slowly toward Dangsen Tiger and his companions. Overwhelming characteristic of a Foundation Establishment cultivator emanated from him. Impossible. How can you be a Foundation Establishment cultivator? The expressions of Dangsen Tiger and his companions shifted dramatically. They had anticipated an easy encounter with a mere lamb, only to find themselves confronted by a ferocious tiger. "You knew I would strike?" Manager Song's face was awash with regret as he murmured, "You even knew I had Wu Yuan monitoring you? You intentionally sought me out, luring me away from the market to ensnare us all." At this juncture, Manager Song realized that Li Changsheng's appearance alongside Wu Yuan was no mere coincidence. "Manager Li, we too were deceived by Manager Song. If you would spare me, I am willing to hand over the map to the Golden Diamond Sect ruins and compensate you with 3,000 spirit stones." Dangsen Tiger hastily interjected. Though he possessed his own hidden cards, he could not guarantee victory over a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Moreover, given Li Changsheng's youth, it was evident his time in Foundation Establishment was not long. 3,000 spirit stones would surely entice an ordinary cultivator of that level. "Do you take me for a fool? Should I slay you, all that you possess shall rightfully belong to me." Li Changsheng scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. As his words fell, his sword slashed forth. Bang! The sound of air tearing resonated. Panic flickered in Dangsen Tiger's eyes as he hastily struck his storage pouch, producing a formation plate. With a surge of true essence infused into the plate, a verdant light shield materialized before him. Bang! A tremendous explosion ensued as the sword aura collided with the emerald barrier, unleashing an invisible shockwave that obliterated the surrounding flora. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and assist!" Dangsen Tiger shouted, casting a glance at the formation plate now marred by a fissure, disregarding the pain of loss. In the past, he had managed to escape death multiple times at the hands of Foundation-building cultivators, relying solely on this damaged top-tier magical artifact array disc. Had it not been for this disc, he could not fathom how many times he would have perished. Upon hearing this, Manager Song and Zhao San exchanged a knowing glance, disregarding the earlier indifference of the Mountain Tiger, and simultaneously took action. If Li Changsheng were to survive today, all 3 of them would have to pay the price. Manager Song once again activated the mid-grade talisman sword in his hand, which transformed into a streak of flowing light, aimed directly at Li Changsheng's head. Zhao also drew forth his mid-grade long knife, bringing it down upon Li Changsheng with a force akin to splitting mountains. The strike was executed with remarkable speed, arriving above Li Changsheng's head within 2 breaths, poised to sever him. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the mountain tiger's eyes. Ignoring the 3 or 4 cracks already present in the array disc, he poured another surge of true essence into it. Dozens of faint green sword energies howled forth, coalescing into a swirling dragon of sword energy, converging upon Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng shook his head slightly. These 3 were seasoned thieves, their combat experience formidable. It was no wonder he had fallen prey to them easily before breaking through to the foundation building stage. Although he currently possessed no powerful trump cards, the foundation building stage was still a significant threshold. He shifted his foot and evaded Zhao San's powerful strike. With a deft flick of his broken sword, he cleanly bisected Manager Song's talisman sword. Poof! Manager Song spat out a mouthful of blood. This was his invincible talisman sword, now utterly destroyed by a seemingly tattered broken sword. At that moment, the emerald green sword energy vortex had also arrived. Boom! With a diagonal slash of his broken sword, a white sword energy instantly took shape, colliding with the dragon of sword energy unleashed by the mountain tiger in midair. The green vortex was shattered, and the white energy spiraled through the air, grazing the mountain tiger's neck. In a moment of horror, Manager Song witnessed the white sword energy pierce through his chest. Nearby, the mountain tiger's neck bore a deep wound, his head flying into the air as blood gushed forth, his body slowly collapsing to the ground. Only you remain. Li Changsheng turned to face the sole survivor, Zhao San. Please spare my life, senior. Zhao San immediately fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Do you know the location of the ruins? Li Changsheng inquired, his tone indifferent. Ido. I will lead you there right away. Zhao San nodded fervently. He no longer dared to negotiate terms, hoping merely that once they reached the ruins, Li Changsheng might be in a good enough mood to let him go. Li Changsheng glanced at Zhao San, then turned to collect the storage bags of the 4 deceased before stating, Let us go. You lead the way. Yes. Zhao San nodded repeatedly, leading the way deeper into the Blackwind Mountain range. Li Changsheng followed closely behind. Indeed, one cannot amass wealth without encountering unexpected fortune. Li Changsheng strolled along, meticulously counting the contents of several storage bags. Aside from Wu Yuan, who was a miser, the bags of the 3 members of the Dangsenhus were quite filled. They contained more than 7,000 spirit stones, alongside a myriad of miscellaneous items, among which the most numerous were magical artifacts. Although the majority were of inferior quality, Li Changsheng estimated they could fetch several thousand spirit stones. Coupled with other spiritual herbs and similar items, they could easily yield 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. The most valuable item among them was the formation plate held by Dangsenhus, which, despite bearing 5 or 6 cracks and being usable only a few more times, was still a top-tier magical artifact, worth at least 3,000 spirit stones. With the expertise of a skilled craftsman, it could potentially be repaired for continued use. It is worth noting that even cultivators at the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement earn scarcely 100 spirit stones in a year. Li Xianxia, owing to his own shop and alchemical skills, could manage only about 1,000 spirit stones annually. The contents of these storage bags were enough to entice any foundation-building cultivator. Recharge 7,000 spirit stones. Li Xianxing Silan Li Musha. Recharge successful. Balance is 6,170 currency. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator? Each use costs 1,000 currency. Chapter 26. Secret Realms and Transmission of Law. Indeed, the prices have risen again. Li Changsheng sighed inwardly and initiated the process. Simulation starting. At 20 years old, you slay 3 bandit cultivators outside the Black Wind Mountains, and under the leadership of the bandit Zhao San, you arrive at the ruins of the King Kong sect. The formation spirit detects you as a disciple of the King Kong sect and grants you entry. Within the ruins, you learn the Divine Demon 9 transformations and the Stellar Sword technique. At 85, you successfully break through to the mid-foundation stage. At 140, you achieve a breakthrough to the late foundation stage. At 160, a master from the Drug King's sect discovers the location of the King Kong sect ruins, and with a single palm strike, destroys the formation within, resulting in your demise from the aftermath of the battle. You have died. Simulation ended. You may retain one aspect. Option 1. Cultivation Realm at 160 years old. Option 2. Combat Experience at 160 years old. It appears this journey holds little danger. A smile spread across Li Changsheng's face. He had not anticipated that the King Kong sect was indeed a branch of the ancient sect, the King Kong sect, likely recognized due to his mastery of the golden body technique, thus receiving the sect's inheritance. However, the prowess of the Drug King sect surpassed his expectations. He had initially believed it to be merely a sect slightly stronger than the Sunset sect behind the Qi Kingdom, but it was evidently more complex than that. Even in the simulation, he had reached the late foundation stage, yet still could not withstand even the residual force from the Drug King sect Master S-Palm. Alas, when the ship reaches the bridge, it will naturally align. I refuse to believe that with the aid of the simulator. I cannot grow to the point of mastering my own destiny within a century. Li Changsheng murmured to himself. Choose option 1. The 9 transformations golden body technique and the star sword technique can both be learned after arriving at the ruins. For now, it is advisable to focus on cultivation. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped Zhao San, who was walking ahead, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Turning his head, he realized that the source of the pressure emanated from Li Changsheng, who stood still with his eyes closed. Goodness, in all my years, this is the first time I've seen someone break through while walking. Zhao San thought to himself. After what felt like an eternity, Li Changsheng finally opened his eyes and spotted the boar Zhao San standing not far away. You didn't run away while I was breaking through? Li Changsheng asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Zhao San chuckled awkwardly and replied, Senior, you jest. How could I possibly escape with my meager cultivation from someone as formidable as you? He had considered fleeing, but was apprehensive that Li Changsheng was merely luring him in. So after much internal conflict, he chose to wait. Let us proceed, Li Changsheng said, shaking his head slightly. He was determined not to let Zhao San go. Even if he spared his life, he intended to leave a mark on him. If the members of the Medicine King sect discovered that he had cultivated the techniques of the Diamond sect, it would mean certain death for Zhao San given his current strength. The two traversed the Black Wind Mountain range for half a day until they finally arrived at a hidden gorge. Along the way, they encountered several spirit beasts at the first and second levels of Qi refinement, all of which Zhao San effortlessly dispatched. Senior, the ruins are located within that gorge. Zhao San pointed out. Initially, my companions and I searched for months with the map before we finally found this gorge. However, we were unable to unlock the ruins despite trying various methods, and ultimately had to leave. Li Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. The gorge was indeed concealed, and upon comparing it to the map, he noticed that many areas in this mountain range resembled those marked on the map. Even with the map in hand, it would take time to locate the ruins. Let us enter, he commanded. Yes, the gorge was not large, and there were no spirit beasts guarding it. Under Zhao San's guidance, they arrived at a massive stone door, which stood alone, seemingly leading into the void. Step aside, I shall give it a try. Li Changsheng instructa. Motioning for Zhao San to retreat. Instead of using the broken sword, he activated the golden body technique with all his might, his skin shimmering with a faint golden hue. And he delivered a powerful punch to the stone door. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, yet the stone door remained unmoved. An awkward silence ensued. The simulation indicated that the array spirit would recognize me as a disciple of the Diamond sect. Why is there no response now? Li Changsheng furrowed his brow and gathered his energy once more, delivering another fierce blow to the stone door. Boom! The stone door remained impervious. Senior, we have attempted this as well. The mountain tiger used an array disc to attack the stone door, but even leaving a mark was beyond us, Zhao San said, scratching his head and speaking softly. To open the stone door, it seems a key is required. Rumble. At that moment, the stone door gradually creaked open. Enter. A deep voice resonated from within. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Changsheng stepped through the threshold. Zhao San, gritting his teeth, followed suit with a sullen expression. There was a glimmer of hope inside, but remaining outside could result in Li's swift and fatal strike. As Li Changsheng traversed the entrance, he felt a whirl of disorientation. Once his vision cleared, he found himself enveloped in an ethereal realm, surrounded by rare and wondrous herbs, with spiritual springs bubbling forth. A procession of celestial cranes soared past him, each possessing foundational cultivation levels not much inferior to his own. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place was several times denser than that found in Tunman's market. No wonder his progress had accelerated so rapidly in the simulations. He mused. Zhao San, overwhelmed, wore a look of astonishment, repeatedly murmuring, Heavens, have I truly entered a realm of immortals? Esteemed elder? Li Changsheng addressed the void with a slight bow. I humbly request your presence. A ripple of spatial energy materialized, and a middle-aged man appeared before him. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Xianxia vanished from sight. The middle-aged man regarded Li Changsheng and remarked, I never expected that after 100,000 years, I would still see a disciple of the Vajra sect. The companion you brought has been cast into the cave. He is not one of our disciples, and therefore unworthy of the resources within this secret realm. However, since you have reached the foundational stage, why do you still practice only the body of gold technique? Did your elders fail to impart more profound teachings? To be candid, esteemed elder, our Vajra sect has been annihilated. Is your esteemed sect the predecessor of ours? Li Changsheng inkirat pujlat. Furthermore, my sect mandated that upon encountering disciples of the Medicine King sect, we must eliminate them, as they are our enemies. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. It seems your sect was established by surviving disciples after that great calamity. As for the Medicine King sect, they are beyond your current capabilities to confront. Nevertheless, your discovery of the secret realm's entrance speaks to your destiny. I shall now impart to you the first 3 layers of the Divine Demon 9 turns and the Celestial Sword technique, which can elevate you to the transformation stage. Under normal circumstances, your aptitude would not qualify you for these teachings, but now, with a sigh and a shake of his head, the middle-aged man touched Li Changsheng's forehead. Instantly, the cultivation methods appeared in Li Changsheng's mind. One was the continuation of the body of gold technique, while the Divine Demon 9 turns represented the sect's foundational technique. In ancient times, even inner disciples were only permitted to practice the first 3 layers, with true disciples qualifying for up to the 5th layer. Beyond that, only those of Daozi, Shengzi, or high-ranking elders could advance further. A middle-aged man patted Li Changsheng several times, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he spoke. Upon reaching the first transformation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations, one can contend with Golden Core practitioners through sheer physical strength. Attaining the second transformation allows one to rival the nascent soul, and by the 9th transformation, one can even challenge celestial beings. You have remarkably cultivated the golden body technique to the 7th layer, which signifies your suitability for the Divine Demon 9 transformations. Focus on your training here, and upon your return, restore the prestige of our diamond sect. Li Changsheng felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. To contend with Golden Core practitioners at the 1st layer of the Divine Demon 9 transformations, the most formidable practitioners in the Southern Heaven region were those of the Golden Core realm. Without the looming threat of the mysterious Medicine King sect, could it be that mastering the first transformation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations would grant one dominance in the Southern Heaven region? What should I call you, esteemed elder? Li Changsheng inquired sincerely, bowing to the middle-aged man. I am merely a spirit of the secret realm and unworthy of such a title, the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. In the future, you may refer to me as Elder Su. Elder Su. This place was once a medicinal herb garden of the Diamond Sect, untouched for 100,000 years. You may establish your own cave for cultivation here. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me at the center of the secret realm, he concluded, and with that, Elder Su's figure vanished. It seems the depths of the Medicine King sect are even more profound than I had imagined, Li Changsheng murmured. I initially thought the Diamond Sect was merely a nascent soul sect, but now it appears that even the inner disciples likely possess nascent soul cultivation, let alone their top-tier combat prowess. Given such strength, the might of the Medicine King sect, as an adversary, is to be reckoned with. With a slight sigh, Li Changsheng murmured, I merely wish to cultivate in peace. 3 days later, Li Changsheng established a cave not far from the center of the secret realm, also releasing Xianxia from an abandoned cave, allowing him to carve out his own space for independent cultivation nearby. Seated cross-legged in his newly established cave, Li Changsheng pondered. With 5 simulation opportunities remaining, I shall first convert the true essence of the Hunyuan One Qi technique into the true essence of the Star Sword technique. The Hunyuan One Qi technique could only be cultivated to the initial stage of foundation establishment, while the Star Sword technique could reach the pinnacle of spirit transformation. The superiority of one over the other was evident. Initiate simulation. Simulation commencing. At 20 years of age, you diligently cultivate within the secret realm of the Diamond Sect. 3 months later, you have fully converted the true essence of the Hunyuan One Qi technique into that of the Star Sword technique, and you begin to diligently train in the Divine Demon 9 transformations. At 21, You laboriously practice the divine demon 9 transformations, but progress is slow. At 25, your efforts continue, yet advancement remains sluggish. At 140, you persist in your training, though still at a slow pace. At 160, a powerful foe from Medicine King's sect arrives, Elder Su perishes, the secret realm shatters, and you meet your demise. Changsheng opened his eyes, filled with doubt. The cultivation of the divine demon 9 transformations is indeed a formidable challenge. After more than a century, one cannot even step into the first tier. However, it is understandable. Were it so simple to master, the Golden Vajra sect would be replete with golden core cultivators. Select 2. As Changsheng made his choice. A faint golden glow flickered across his skin, and the essence within him transformed entirely into the essence of the stellar sword technique. Although he had yet to grasp the divine demon 9 transformations, the enhancement of his physical body was modest. Nonetheless, the stellar sword technique, renowned for its potential to reach the divine transformation stage, significantly elevated the quality of his essence, increasing it severalfold. With fingers poised like a sword, Changsheng made a delicate slash. A beam of pale golden sword light surged forth. Bang! The entrance of the cave abode shattered into 2 pieces. Yet the momentum of the pale golden sword light remained unabated, carving a long gash into the ground that stretched for 100 meters before dissipating into nothingness. The power of a casual sword strike was several times that of before. A satisfied expression graced Changsheng's face. He had finally attained a degree of self-protection. In the southern heaven domain, as long as he did not encounter the few golden core cultivators, he could traverse with confidence. At that moment, as Changsheng unleashed the sword strike, Elder Su, seated in midair, opened his eyes, displaying a look of bewilderment as he murmured, "He has converted all his essence so swiftly. This lad possesses merely average aptitude. Although his physical cultivation talent is commendable, how could he, at such a young age, cultivate the golden body technique to the 7th level? Have I misjudged him?" Unbeknownst to Changsheng, who remained oblivious to Elder Su's thoughts, even if he were aware, he would merely smile faintly. His aptitude may be unremarkable, yet he is undeniably a prodigy in his own right. Once more, commencing simulation. At 20 years old, you diligently cultivate the divine demon 9 transformations in the secret realm. At 30 years old, your efforts in mastering the divine demon 9 transformations yield slow progress. At 160 years old, you perish. At 110 years old, you successfully enter the threshold of the divine demon 9 transformations. A month later, you choose to leave the secret realm and revisit the lands of Qi, yet find not a single familiar face. At 115 years old, you opt to depart the southern heaven domain. While traversing the endless desert, your convoy is beset by a horde of sand eagles. You display physical cultivation prowess comparable to that of a golden core cultivator, yet alas, among the sand eagles, for are of the golden core stage, you can only manage to save yourself, choosing to flee northward. 3 months later, in the boundless desert, you encounter a nascent soul-level demon scorpion. You engage in a fierce battle, but are struck by its stinger and meet your demise. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level at 115 years old. 2. The combat experience at 115 years old. Select 2. Without the slightest hesitation, Changsheng initiated the simulation 4 times. For what other purpose than to cultivate the divine demon 9 transformations to the first tier? Boom! As Changsheng made his choice, the energy within him surged, causing his physical form to visibly expand. His garments tore apart, transforming him into a towering figure of 3 to 4 meters. The overwhelming force of his vitality sent dust swirling throughout the cave. How is this possible? The surprise on the face of Elder Su, at the heart of the secret realm, was unmistakable as he muttered, "He has already mastered the first transformation of the 9 turns of gods and demons." Even in ancient times, no one from the Diamond Sect could achieve the first turn in a single day. Here it comes, once again. I knew that Manager Li was an ancient monster in disguise. He must have merely been injured and hidden within a market. Given the commotion now, it seems that Elder Li's strength is nearly restored, at least at the peak of Foundation establishment, possibly even a Golden Core Master. I, Old Zhao, must seize this opportunity. If I can align myself with Elder Li, I might become a Foundation establishment expert myself. Nearby, Zhao San gazed at the powerful fluctuations erupting from Changsheng's cave. Murmuring to himself, It was not until half an hour later that the tremendous upheaval within Li Changsheng's cave gradually subsided, and his towering form returned to that of an ordinary person, even slightly shorter than his previous height of 1.90 meters, now measuring about 1.80 meters. Li Changsheng retrieved a set of clothing from his storage bag and donned it. With a gesture of his right hand, he invoked the water mirror technique. Observing his reflection in the shimmering surface, clad in a blue robe, he nodded with satisfaction. If only he had a celestial sword to complement his appearance. He would truly embody the image of a youthful sword immortal. Just as Li Changsheng reveled in his self-admiration, the voice of Elder Su reached his ears. Li Changsheng, come to me. Chapter 28, Cultivation. Hearing Elder Su's call, Li Changsheng exited his cave and made his way to the center of the secret realm. Upon his arrival, he found Elder Su standing beside a spiritual spring. As he approached, a surge of energy flowed into Li Changsheng's body. His root and bone qualifications are average. He should not be progressing this rapidly. After a careful examination of Li Changsheng's roots, Elder Su furrowed his brow slightly. He initially thought he had misjudged at their first meeting, but this time he was certain. Only possessing the 4 spiritual roots, there was nothing extraordinary about his physique. Were it not for the fact that no disciples from the Diamond Sect had visited here for 100,000 years, he would not have imparted the 9 turns of gods and demons or the starry sword technique to someone with such qualifications. At most, he would have granted a minor opportunity and sent him on his way. Unexpectedly, this young man had surprised him. Alas, your rapid cultivation must stem from your own fortune. I have waited here for 100,000 years without seeing anyone from the sect. The Diamond Sect is likely no more. Elder Su sighed, looking at Li Changsheng, and said, from this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple of the Diamond Sect. Today, I bestow upon you a great opportunity. As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed Elder Su's face as he continued. In truth, it is not a remarkable stroke of fortune. Rather, it is merely a privilege that inner disciples of the Vajra sect are entitled to. In the past, those aspiring to enter the spirit pool had to wait at least a decade. Now, after a century devoid of visitors, the pool has accumulated an abundance, which you are fortunate enough to benefit from. With a flourish of his sleeve, Elder Su caused Li Changsheng to experience a whirlwind of sensations, and he found himself in an ancient, rustic cave dwelling. At the heart of this cavern lay a pool several square meters in size, filled with a pale golden spiritual liquid. Even from a distance of several meters, Li Changsheng could detect an intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air. Merely inhaling a breath made him feel as though his physical form was being elevated. Enter. Elder Su's voice resonated in Li Changsheng's ears. The spirit pool had remained untouched for millennia, resulting in considerable waste. However, it would suffice for you to cultivate the 9 transformations of the divine demon to its pinnacle. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng proceeded to the center of the pool and sat cross-legged, preparing to simulate. Rather than immediately commencing his cultivation, he activated the Cultivation Simulator, using his final chance to simulate. Simulation commencing. At 20 years old, you cultivate within the spirit pool of the Vajra sect's secret realm. At 23, you successfully advance to the mid-stage of the 9 transformations of the divine demon. At 29, you achieve the late stage of the 9 transformations of the divine demon. At 39, you reach the pinnacle of the 9 transformations of the divine demon. At 40, you depart the secret realm with Zhao San, who has successfully established his foundation, arriving at the headquarters of the Celestial Society in Wushan City, only to discover that the once hidden Celestial Society was obliterated 19 years prior, with Bai Qing and Qin among those loyal being brutally slaughtered. You discreetly investigate the reasons, eliminating those responsible for the deaths of Qin, and Bai Qing. 2 months later, the Sunsetting Sect strikes. A foundational cultivator, accompanied by a dozen Qi refinement cultivators, seeks you out, and you slay them with a single sword stroke. At 41, you assault the Sunsetting Sect, demonstrating formidable power, effortlessly defeating their Golden Core cultivator. A mysterious peak Golden Core expert emerges from the rear mountain of the Sunsetting Sect, leading to a fierce battle lasting half an hour, resulting in a stalemate as you depart the sect. Half a month later, a formidable expert from the Medicine King sect appears unexpectedly. You resist fiercely, yet are ultimately captured, forced to divulge the location of the Vajra sect's relics. You remain silent and are struck down with a single palm. You have perished. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. Option 1, your cultivation level at 41. Option 2, your battle experience at 41. Where exactly is the Medicine King sect? Li Changsheng's expression darkened. It was evident that the Medicine King sect's target was this secret realm, and they exuded an omnipresent aura. Each time he employed the Vajra sect's techniques in the simulation, the Medicine King sect seemed to locate him immediately. It appears that upon exiting, I must refrain from utilizing the Vajra sect's methods. I choose option 2, as Li Changsheng made his choice. His physical form transformed to resemble that of bronze and iron, radiating a golden glow. A breath akin to that of an awakening primordial beast emanated from within him, drawing the attention of Elder Su, who could not help but glance over repeatedly. Indeed, this was a remarkable find. Elder Su gazed at the meditatively Changsheng and murmured, "Without even absorbing the spirit liquid, he has reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. This lad might truly cultivate the 9 transformations of deities and demons to the 9th transformation. If Li Changsheng can achieve the 9th transformation, possessing strength rivaling that of deities and demons, the hope of rebuilding the Vajra sect would be within reach." After half an hour, the commotion surrounding Li Changsheng's corporeal form gradually subsided, and he began to cultivate using the spirit pool. A year later, the spirit liquid within the pool had nearly run dry. Yet Li Changsheng remained seated within, his cultivation evidently having reached the peak of foundation establishment. He exuded a fierce aura reminiscent of an ancient behemoth. Li Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Indeed, this opportunity was worthy of the inner disciples of ancient sects who had a queue for it. If not for the lack of spirit stones, he might have cultivated the 9 transformations of deities and demons to the 2nd transformation. However, he now found not only his cultivation at its peak, but also stood just a step away from entering the 2nd transformation. Yet it was time to depart. Ignorance may have been bliss, but now that he was aware of impending threats to the world, he could not remain idle. Li Changsheng rose, murmuring to himself. At that moment, Elder Su's figure appeared within the cave, and he nodded in satisfaction at Li Changsheng, saying, "Excellent. Although you have yet to fully digest the opportunities within the spirit pool, once you step into the 2nd transformation, you will be able to completely assimilate them, and your strength will advance by leaps and bounds." A smile graced Li Changsheng's face, for he recognized that while he had absorbed all the spirit liquid, he had not completely refined it. He had merely stored this energy within his corporeal form. Once he reached the 2nd transformation, he could absorb the spirit liquid again, enabling his body to ascend further. "Thank you, Elder Su," Li Changsheng replied sincerely, perceiving that Elder Su regarded him as a junior of the sect. "If you do not utilize these opportunities, they will go to waste," Elder Su remarked, waving his hand lightly as he looked at Li Changsheng. "You seem inclined to depart. I shall not keep you, but do refrain from presenting yourself as a disciple of the Vajra sect in the outside world. Our enemies are far too formidable. Without attaining the Mahayana stage, should past foes discover you, you would lack even the strength to protect yourself." Mahayana, Li Shanxing Inalat Sharpali. The 9 realms of the cultivation world are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void return, integration, Mahayana, and tribulation crossing. After transcending the tribulation, one ascends to the immortal realm, attaining the form of an immortal. It could be said that Mahayana is the pinnacle of mortal cultivation, and now Elder Su informed him that only by reaching Mahayana could he possess even a modicum of self-protection. Chapter 29. The heart of an old friend changes with ease. Su Lao. Our adversary in the realm of the Golden King sect is the Medicine King sect. Is it possible that the Medicine King sect wields such overwhelming influence in the world of cultivation? Li Changsheng inquired softly, voicing a long-held confusion. In the southern heaven domain, ordinary cultivators were entirely unaware of the existence of the Medicine King sect. Yet, in his simulations, any hint of the Golden King sect's body-refining techniques would attract the attention of the Medicine King sect's members. What is the Medicine King sect? Su Lao's face was etched with disdain as he coldly replied, "The Medicine King sect is merely a dog raised by our enemies. Had they not betrayed the Golden King sect, we would not have suffered such decline. Remember, our true enemy is the Starry River sect. Although the Starry River sect resides in the mundane world, they boast formidable celestial beings among their ranks. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the 7th transformation of the divine demon's 9 transitions can you hope to escape with your life from their grasp. The Medicine King sect was once but a subsidiary of the Golden King sect, with their strongest member not exceeding the fusion realm. If they still exist after 100,000 years, their strength must not be underestimated. After conversing with Su Lao, Li Changsheng sought out Zhao San, who was still in seclusion, and led him out of the secret realm. Shortly after their departure, Su Lao and a young man adorned in feathered garments appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Observing Li Changsheng and Zhao San's retreating figures, the young man remarked, "Su Lao, do you think this lad can elude the Medicine King sect's notice? His aptitude is commendable, were it not for you. I would be reluctant to use him as a shield." Su Lao's voice remained cold. A young man with such exceptional body-refining talent is indeed rare. In the Black Wind Mountains, Li Changsheng hastened towards the mountain's exterior with Zhao San. "Senior, where are we headed?" Zhao San asked cautiously. Ever since witnessing Li Changsheng's prowess within the secret realm, he had concluded that Li Changsheng was a reclusive master, perhaps even a Peak Foundation establishment or Golden Core expert. Sensing no intention of harm from Li Changsheng, he resolved to firmly grasp this opportunity. "To Wushan City," Li Changsheng replied nonchalantly as he led the way. "Wushan City?" Zhao San hesitated slightly. What could possibly be of interest in a mundane city? Nevertheless, he dared not voice any objections to Li Changsheng's decision. Upon exiting the Black Wind Mountains, they arrived at the nearest mortal city, where they procured a luxurious carriage. Although the distance from the Black Wind Mountains to Wushan City was considerable, Li Changsheng could have flown there on his sword within a day's time. However, as Zhao San was only at the peak of qi refinement, he could not manage sword flight and would exhaust his true essence relying on teleportation talismans. Thus, Li Changsheng opted for the carriage, allowing him to cultivate during the journey while Zhao San drove. 3 days later, a lavish carriage entered Wushan City. After alighting, Li Changsheng felt a twinge of nostalgia. Despite having been away for 2 years, Wushan City appeared largely unchanged. Gazing at the bustling crowd in Wushan City, Li Changsheng shook his head with a smile. Had it not been for the awakening of his system, he would likely still be fishing outside the city. "Where shall we go, my lord?" Zhao San inquired in a hushed tone, addressing Li Changsheng as he had requested. Clad in a green robe, Li Changsheng appeared as a scholarly youth, his handsome features drawing the attention of numerous young maidens. "Just follow me. Momins latte." The two arrived at a seemingly long-abandoned residence in the southern part of Wushan City. "My lord, I have examined the premises. It appears no one has resided here for at least 6 months," Zhao San reported after inspecting the courtyard. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. This was the designated meeting point for the Xianxia Society, intended to operate discreetly and relay messages to him. According to the simulations, Qin Yi and the others should not have encountered any misfortune yet, and he hoped he had not arrived too late. With a silent sigh, Li Changsheng stepped out of the courtyard and made his way towards the Song family. At this moment, the Song residence was even more opulent than before. The plaque at the entrance was crafted from pure gold, indicating that the decline of the Xianxia Society had not adversely affected the Song family. Rather, their power had ascended to new heights. In a pavilion within the back courtyard, the elderly Song Zhengwu, radiating vitality, sat across from another innate martial artist, engaged in a spirited game of chess. Several beautiful maidservants attended to them. 2 years had passed since Song Zhengwu had nearly succumbed to poisoning. But after Li Changsheng eliminated the upper echelons of the Cao Gang, their physicians had cured him. Now, not only did Song Zhengwu appear increasingly youthful, but his martial prowess had also advanced to the mid-stage of innate mastery. "Old Song, your family has now become a top-tier force in Qi. You must assist me in addressing the grievances between the Taisha sect and my Lu family." The innate martial artist, a longtime acquaintance of Song Zhengwu, spoke with a hint of humility. Since the Song family had aligned themselves with the Xianxia Society, he had found himself overshadowed by Song Zhengwu. Initially, he believed the Xianxia Society's enmity with the imperial family would lead to the Song family's decline. However, he was taken aback to discover that the family head, Song Rulong, had secured favor with the imperial clan, achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle of innate mastery. Today, the Song family could engage in equal dialogue with the foremost martial factions of Qi, such as the Taisha sect and the Qiushui Palace. "Old Lu, I have heard of your family's grievances with the Taisha sect. It seems this matter will not be easily resolved," Song Zhengwu remarked as he raised an eyebrow. "This is a 500-year-old mountain ginseng," Old Lu said, presenting a Zeton wooden box to Song Zhengwu, a pained expression crossing his face. A 500-year-old mountain ginseng could revive an innate martial artist. It was the treasure of his Lu family. Yet he felt compelled to offer it to Song Zhengwu for the sake of his people. "Rest assured, Old Lu, your concerns are now my own. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution within 3 days." Song Jingwu's face broke into a smile, signaling the servant beside him to put away the century-old ginseng. He was well aware of the conflict between the Liu family and the Taisha sect. It was one of the sect disciples who had injured a member of the Liu family. However, the Liu family was weak and feared retaliation from the Taisha sect. This matter could be resolved with a simple envoy to the Taisha sect. There was no need to present any gifts. Thank you, Brother Song. Old Liu felt a wave of discomfort upon witnessing Song Jingwu's swift change of demeanor. Having known Song Jingwu since their youth, he had come prepared for a significant sacrifice. Yet the sight of Song Jingwu's insincere countenance left him feeling quite nauseous. 500 years of ginseng, a truly remarkable treasure. At that moment, a voice resonated within the pavilion. You lack decorum. Song Jingwu tossed aside the piece he held, turning coldly to look. But the words that hung on his lips were swallowed back as disbelief filled his eyes, fixated on the youthful figure not far from the pavilion. The figure, though somewhat altered from before, was instantly recognizable. The leader of the Xianxia society, the one who killed my second son. Suddenly, a sense of confidence surged within Song Jingwu as he gazed at Li Changsheng, sneering, Li Changsheng, you tread the path of heaven, yet refuse to walk it. And now you come to me uninvited. Today, I shall capture you and deliver you to the Emperor Qi, securing wealth and prosperity for my Song family, while also avenging the death of my son. Chapter 30. The heart of man is easily changed. Upon hearing Song Jingwu's words, old Liu's eyes widened in shock. Li Xianxia. Though this name had faded from memory in recent years, it had once resounded throughout the martial world of Qi, known by all. What audacity granted Song Jingwu the courage to provoke the leader of the Xianxia society? Instinctively, old Liu took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Song Jingwu. Li Changsheng ignored old Liu, his gaze fixed on Song Jingwu. Where's Song Rulong? Bring him forth. Li Changsheng, your time has passed. My son Rulong has received a divine elixir from an immortal and has become a great master. He is currently leading a campaign against the remnants of your Xianxia society. Soon, our immortal will intervene to capture you and deal with you accordingly. Song Jingwu retorted coldly. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Li Changsheng might be, he was merely a figure within the martial world, while he himself had an immortal residing in his household. A single elixir from the immortal could elevate his son, Song Rulong, into the realm of great masters, an echelon beyond Li Changsheng's reach. Oh, Li Changsheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Since Song Rulong has betrayed me, the existence of the Song family is no longer warranted. With that, he took a step forward. Startled by Li Changsheng's movement, Song Jingwu staggered back. Despite possessing mid-level innate martial arts skills, he understood all too well that he was no match for Li Changsheng. Immortal, save me. He turned and shouted towards the left courtyard of the Song residence. Bang! At that moment, a resounding crash echoed from the courtyard on the left. What could be happening? Who was the Immortal Master engaged in combat with? A sense of dread gripped Song Jingwu as he fixated on the source of the commotion. After 3 breaths, he beheld an elderly man with a sharp nose and gaunt features, dragging a listless middle-aged man to the side of Li Changsheng, unceremoniously casting him onto the ground. Young master, this estate has but one cultivator. How shall you deal with him? The sharp-nosed elder was none other than Zhao San, whose peak Qi refining prowess rendered him more than capable of handling a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator from the Sunset Valley with ease. Kill him, Li Changsheng replied nonchalantly. With a swift motion, Zhao San's blade whirled, and the head of the Sunset Valley cultivator fell to the ground. Immortal Master, how can this be possible? Li Xianxia, are you not merely a martial artist? Song Jingwu's complexion paled, his previous confidence evaporating, replaced by terror as he gazed at Li Changsheng. Indeed, I am a martial artist. However, who has decreed that martial artists cannot cultivate? Li Changsheng strode into the pavilion and seated himself, addressing a maid from the Song family. Cool me. Pour me a cup of tea. It has been 2 years since I last savored mundane tea, and I find myself yearning for it. The maid, trembling slightly, poured a cup of tea for Li Changsheng, her legs quaking uncontrollably. She was well aware that the Immortal Master within their estate commanded the utmost respect, and yet, here he lay slain at the behest of this youth. Song Jingwu, can we discuss the events of the past 2 years now? Li Xianxia remarca, draining the tea from his cup with a faint smile. A grimace, more sorrowful than a cry, twisted Song Jingwu's features. He harbored no illusions about the merciful nature of the youth before him. When the World Association was founded, numerous factions hostile to it had been ruthlessly annihilated by this very individual. especially now, under the leadership of his son, Song Rulong. Many former high-ranking members of the World Association had met with violent ends, leading to significant losses for the organization. What fate awaited the Song family at the hands of this youth? The thought drenched his back in cold sweat. My son, the leader, has his own grievances. If it does not comply, Emperor Qi will exterminate our entire lineage, Song Zhengwu stammered. I had already instructed him to transition the Song family underground, Li Changsheng replied, shaking his head slightly, his tone turning icy. Since he fears Emperor Qi's wrath upon your family, has he considered that I, too, could annihilate the Song family if he were to betray me? Where is Song Rulong? What news do you have regarding the World Association? Speak, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Li Changsheng's patience had worn thin. He had contemplated the possibility of betrayal from others. Yet he had never anticipated that it would be Song Rulong who would turn against him. He had imparted every ounce of his martial wisdom to the first to pledge allegiance to him, without concealing even the slightest detail of the Grandmaster's path. Moreover, Song Rulong had always held the position of deputy leader in the World Association, a position of great authority. Such treatment, however, had yielded nothing but treachery in return. To err is to incur a cost. The leader, like a dragon, was compelled by circumstances. Before Song Zhengwu could finish his words, Li Changsheng struck with a single palm. Bang! Song Zhengwu's form exploded in mid-air, transforming into a crimson mist that stained the surroundings of the pavilion. The maidens, having never witnessed such a scene, collapsed in shock. Old Lu swallowed hard, rendered speechless. What level of cultivation does the leader of the Heavenly Society possess? Li Changsheng instructed Zhao San indifferently. Investigate whether there is any information regarding the Heavenly Society within the Song family. Understood. Zhao San promptly turned to leave. A profound silence enveloped the pavilion. Li Changsheng remained silent, and none dared to utter a word. Their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon the young man, who continued to sip his tea in tranquility. After a long pause, old Lu, summoning his courage, cupped his hands toward Li Changsheng and respectfully said, Leader Li, I know of a place where we might uncover information about the Heavenly Society. What place? The White Pavilion. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard of the White Pavilion several years prior. It was rumored that the White Pavilion had a presence in the martial worlds of various nations, serving as a hub for intelligence. If one could afford the price, any information could be obtained there. Once this matter concludes, take me to the White Pavilion. Before long, Zhao San returned with information extracted from the higher-ups of the Song family, presenting several pages to Li Changsheng with utmost respect. After perusing the documents, Li Changsheng's expression darkened like stormy waters. He had arrived too late. According to the intelligence gleaned from Zhao San's inquiries, nearly half of the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Society who had not betrayed them had been slain, while others were hiding under the leadership of Qin Yi and Bai Qinger. However, Song Rulong had already discovered the whereabouts of Qin Yi and his companions and was in pursuit. Gather all the silver from the Song family and head to the White Pavilion. Half a day later, under old Lu's guidance, the trio arrived at the branch of the White Pavilion in Zhongshan City, the closest city to Wushan City. Wushan City, being a mere small settlement, lacked a branch of the White Pavilion, unlike Zhongshan City, an important commercial hub of the Qi Kingdom, far surpassing Wushan City. Upon seeing Li Changsheng and his companions enter, a staff member from the White Pavilion promptly approached them. Welcome, esteemed guests. Following the attendant, the three entered the White Pavilion. As Zhao San stepped inside, he felt several pairs of eyes scrutinizing him and whispered to Li Changsheng, Young Master, this White Pavilion is no ordinary establishment. It seems even cultivators reside within this mundane realm. Let's proceed inside, Li Changsheng replied coolly. His spiritual sense had already scanned the entire White Pavilion, revealing its circumstances with clarity. Indeed, the White Pavilion was more formidable than the legend suggested. This branch in the Qi Kingdom boasted 1 cultivator and 3 innate martial artists stationed within. In the mundane world, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth are exceedingly thin, rendering the cultivation of practitioners painfully slow. A decade of arduous training in the secular realm pales in comparison to merely a year spent within a spiritual vein. Thus, it is hardly surprising that few cultivators choose to linger in the mortal domain, which elucidates the rarity of their presence therein. As the attendants of the White Tower escorted Li Changsheng and his companions inside, a middle-aged cultivator, adorned as a master at the pinnacle of Qi refining, approached them directly. You may withdraw, he instructed the attendant. I shall personally attend to these esteemed guests. The attendant, taken aback, slightly bowed and retreated towards the entrance. Even when members of the royal family from Qi came seeking information, the master seldom made an appearance. Yet today, he chose to personally greet the guests. "Please, follow me." The master of the White Tower gestured with a slight bow towards Changsheng and his companions, leading them to the VIP chamber. Once seated, a few enchanting maidens promptly prepared tea for the guests. "You may leave now." The master gently waved his hand, and the maidens exited the room. Changsheng similarly asked Zhao San and old Lu to step outside, leaving only himself and the master within the chamber. The master turned to Changsheng and inquired directly, "Has the leader of the Li sect come to White Tower, seeking intelligence on the Xianxia society?" "Oh, you are aware of my identity?" Xianxia Raplia, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Having emerged from the secret realm and made only a brief stop in Wushan City before arriving at the White Tower in Zhongshan City, he was astonished to find himself recognized so readily. In the southern heavenly domain, White Tower is privy to a wealth of information. The master smiled slightly. "Today, upon learning of your annihilation of the Song family and your swift approach towards Zhongshan City, I surmise you might be seeking information regarding the remaining members of the Xianxia society." With that, the master produced a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Changsheng. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Changsheng accepted the scroll and unfurled it upon the table. The contents detailed critical intelligence concerning the Xianxia society, including the names of those who had betrayed it, those who had perished, and even the whereabouts of individuals like Qin Yi, whom even the royal family of Qi had failed to locate. With a sigh of relief, Changsheng noted that, despite the significant losses the Xianxia society had suffered, Qin Yi and Bai Qing'er were merely injured and currently hiding in the immortal tomb of Linshui County. However, the royal family of Qi had already discovered their trail, and Song Rulong, accompanied by a host of martial experts, was in hot pursuit. "What is the price for this intelligence?" Xianxia inquired. "This information is a gift from White Tower to you, esteemed sir," the master replied, shaking his head. "One must not receive rewards without merit," Changsheng stated plainly. He was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Often, that which bears no charge is the most costly. Moreover, money held no significance for him at this moment. There was no need to incur a debt of gratitude for the sake of a few coins. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Changsheng's refusal. However, his expression quickly reverted to a cheerful demeanor as he remarked, "This piece of intelligence is hardly worth much silver. Our Bai Lu seeks to cultivate a benevolent relationship with you, sir. This is a directive from above. Should I accept your silver, I would likely face punishment." Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. "Benevolent relationship? Your Bai Lu boasts practitioners of the peak Qi refining stage like yourself among the mundane. Your strength is surely not inferior to that of the sunsetting sect which commands the Qi kingdom. What need have you to foster goodwill with me?" The shopkeeper merely shook his head. "Please do not put me in a difficult position, sir. I am but a messenger following orders." With that, he retrieved a jade pendant of uncertain material from his storage bag and offered it to Changsheng. "Here, sir, as long as you possess this pendant, you may access all information within Bai Lu. As for the reason behind fostering goodwill, I trust someone will reach out to you in the future." Changsheng accepted the pendant, his face displaying astonishment. He had initially believed it to be a mere trinket, but upon holding it, he realized it was a top-tier magical artifact, capable of calming the mind, gathering spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and enhancing cultivation speed. In the realm of cultivation, such an artifact could fetch at least 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. Bai Lu was bestowing this upon him. It seemed they were far more formidable than he had imagined. Even the sunsetting sect might not possess such generosity. Thus, "Do you have information regarding the cultivation world in the southern domain?" Changsheng inquired directly. He accepted the pendant, and regarding any future requests from Bai Lu, he would consider them as long as they did not jeopardize his own interests. Indeed, the shopkeeper responded without hesitation, producing a violet jade slip from his storage bag and handing it to Changsheng. "This contains only basic information about the cultivation world in the southern domain. Should you require more in-depth intelligence, you must visit the Sunsetting Valley, where Bai Lu's largest branch in the Qi Kingdom is located." The shopkeeper's demeanor was respectful. "Very well." Changsheng nodded, taking the jade slip and departing. He was confident that, with Bai Lu's capabilities, it would not be difficult for them to reach out to him when necessary. "This is for you." Upon exiting Bai Lu, Changsheng tossed a small porcelain vial to old Lu, then turned to Zhao San and said, Let us proceed to Linshui County. Watching Li Changsheng and Zhao San retreating figures, old Lu exhaled a sigh of relief, his face beaming as he gazed at the small porcelain vial in his hands. He was now certain that Li Changsheng was undoubtedly a powerful figure even among the immortals. And how could the gifts bestowed by such beings be trivial? He opened the vial and was greeted by a soothing fragrance of medicinal herbs. Merely inhaling the aroma invigorated his internal energy. Old Lu hastily sealed the vial, glancing around nervously to ensure he was not observed before finally relaxing. An elixir gifted by an immortal. It is destined for me, old Lu, to rise. With that declaration, old Lu dashed off in the direction of his family. In the realm of the invisible gate, Zhang Tian, the invincible iron song of the divine fist, along with the formidable Zhuo Biao of the Iron Spear sect and Song Rulong. Looking at the list obtained from the White Tower, a chilling light flickered in Li Changsheng's eyes. Although he had received some information from the Song family, they were not well informed about the events that transpired. However, the scroll from the White Tower detailed the treacherous deeds of those traitors with utmost clarity. Li Changsheng did not hold any resentment towards these inherently disloyal individuals for their betrayal. Even with intelligence from the Song family, he intended to punish only a select few, including Song Rulong, who led the betrayal against him. According to the intelligence acquired from the White Tower, these individuals, upon betraying the Heavenly Society, immediately allied with the martial artists of Qin Nation to launch attacks against their erstwhile brothers in the Heavenly Society. Over 1,000 disciples of the Heavenly Society perished in this treachery, and when including the families of these disciples, the death toll reached into the thousands. The ones responsible for these heinous acts were none other than Song Rulong and his accomplices. Seated within his carriage, Li Changsheng's eyes glimmered with an icy resolve. Since they have disregarded old loyalties, they must now prepare to face my wrath. Chapter 32. The emergence of Qin Yi inside the carriage. Li Changsheng pressed the jade slip, obtained from the proprietor of the White Tower, to his forehead, infusing it with a strand of true essence. Intriguing. Minutes later, he opened his eyes. Although this was merely a mundane branch of the White Tower, the information contained within this jade slip was far more detailed than anything he had gathered over a year in Tummen Square. According to the intelligence from the White Tower, the Southern Heaven Domain had not seen the birth of a nascent soul cultivator for thousands of years. Furthermore, this domain was surrounded by perilous terrains. To the south lay the boundless sea, to the north an endless desert, to the east the 100,000 mountains, and to the west the abyss of the heavens. These 4 treacherous regions encircled the Southern Heaven Domain, wherein powerful beasts or other foreign entities lurked. Once Southern Heaven cultivators entered these perilous areas, very few return alive. Among these regions, the only relatively safe area was the endless desert, which Li Changsheng had simulated visiting. 17,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Setting Sun sect traversed this desert and arrived in the Southern Heaven Domain to establish the sect. Since then, no outsiders had set foot in the Southern Heaven Domain. Li Changsheng frowned slightly. He found the Southern Heaven Domain increasingly enigmatic. On the surface, the 3 major sects of the Southern Heaven Domain had only 1 golden core cultivator each. Yet he was certain that the Setting Sun sect harbored at least 2 golden core experts, one of whom could potentially match him in combat. Additionally, the Medicine King sect also had formidable forces within the Southern Heaven Domain, coupled with the mysterious White Tower. Shaking his head, Li Changsheng murmured to himself, "It is paramount to amass wealth first. Once I possess absolute strength, whether it be the Medicine King sect or the Setting Sun sect, I shall shatter them with a single blow." Half a day later, in the city of Julu, inside the reception hall of the Divine Fist sect, Iron Song paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. "Is it true that Li Changsheng is that terrifying?" he asked, somewhat perplexed, as he observed Iron Song's hair turn a few shades grayer upon hearing the news of the Song family's annihilation. Though he had heard of Li Changsheng's reputation, Tai Song now possessed the elixir bestowed by the immortal, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the innate stage. Coupled with his own late innate stage prowess and an immortal lurking in the shadows, there was no need for them to fear Li Changsheng, regardless of his formidable strength. "You do not comprehend his might." Tai Song's pallid face shook with disbelief. Only those who had served under Li Changsheng and received his guidance truly understood the terror he embodied, although the Divine Fist sect had an immortal presiding over it. The news of the Song family's annihilation sent him into a panic once more. "Fear not. Should Li Changsheng dare to approach, I shall ensure he returns empty-handed." A cool voice resonated in Tai Tsong's ear, granting him a modicum of calm. Despite Li Changsheng's strength, he should not be a match for an immortal, right? Creak. The door to the reception hall was thrust open from the outside, revealing two silhouettes at the threshold. Who goes there? Tang Hongyuan's low growl emerged as he unsheathed his long sword, gliding forward like a serpent towards the two figures. His sword poised to strike at Li Changsheng with an exquisite angle. As the blade seemed poised to pierce Li Changsheng, a glimmer of joy lit up Tang Hongyuan's eyes. He knew that the immortal behind Emperor Qi was observing from the shadows. If Tai Tsong could receive the immortal's elixir and ascend to the pinnacle of the innate stage, then surely he, Tang Hongyuan, could also gain favor and reach that height. Brother Tang retreat. Tai Tsong's countenance shifted at Tang Hongyuan's reckless advance. While others may be oblivious to Li Changsheng's power, he was acutely aware that even he stood no chance against Li Changsheng, let alone the less formidable Tang Hongyuan. However, before he could finish his warning, a figure interposed itself before Li Changsheng. What is this? Zhao San's eyes gleamed with gratitude. This ordinary fellow was a good man, intentionally providing him an opportunity to shine before the esteemed elderly. Thus, he decided to grant him a swift end, twisting his long knife. A flash of blade light surged forth. Tang Hongyuan's head soared into the air, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Impudent! A furious shout erupted from the back hall, a streak of light shooting forth towards Zhao San. How dare a mere low-grade talisman sword present itself so shamelessly? Zhao San sneered, not flinching, as he wielded his mid-grade magical knife to cleave at the talisman sword. Bang! The talisman sword was sliced in two. Blood spewed from the back hall. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Go and eliminate him, Li Changsheng said indifferently, prompting Zhao San to immediately pursue. Chief, if I do not betray you, the entire Divine Fist sect will perish. Though I have wronged you and the brothers of the sect, I have not harmed their families. Gazing at Li Changsheng's figure, Tai Tsong collapsed to his knees, trembling as he spoke. Observing the frail figure of Tai Tsong, Li Changsheng spoke calmly, among those who have betrayed me, your transgressions are the least severe. Take your own life. I shall spare your family. Upon hearing this, Tai Tsong's complexion turned even paler. Thank you, leader. He cast a lingering glance towards the door, then struck his heart with a fist, his body slowly collapsing to the ground. Wrongdoings invariably demand a price. Li Changsheng glanced at Tai Tsong's lifeless form before turning to depart. In the Zhang family of Linshui County, once a second-rate power, they had ascended to the ranks of the first-rate forces by aligning themselves with Prince Qi Xian of the Qi Kingdom. The moon had already risen high, yet the Zhang residence remained brightly illuminated. Song Rulong stood atop the platform of the Zhang family's martial hall, speaking coldly. The remnants of the Tianda Association are hidden within Feng Mountain. To prevent prolonged dreams, we shall strike tonight and eradicate every last one of them. Many in the audience regarded Song Rulong with complex expressions. After all, he was once the vice leader of the Tianda Association. Yet now he spoke of its remnants with disdain. Senior Song, they are but mere remnants of the Tianda Association. Without Li Changsheng, they cannot pose a threat, Zhang Pei. The head of the Zhang family flattered. At that moment, Song Rulong appeared significantly younger than he had 2 years prior, his internal strength surpassing that of his earlier self, rivaling the prowess of Qin Yi from 2 years ago, having reached the realm of a Grand Master in martial arts. Indeed, with Senior Song here, we're the remnants of the Tianda Association. After today, they shall become a thing of the past. Others echoed his sentiments. Do you truly believe you can extinguish my Tianda Association? A chilling voice suddenly rang out as an elder clad in a black robe leaped into the Zhang family martial hall, brandishing his sword and charging at the crowd. It was the weak water sword, Qin Yi. Stop him! Dozens of martial artists surged forward, many of whom were innate warriors. Yet none could match Qin Yi in a single clash. He had grown stronger since their last encounter. With each sword stroke, he claimed the life of a warrior. Come fort, Qin Yi. Not long ago you were gravely injured. Let us see what strength you can muster. Song Rulong took a mighty leap from the platform, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he aimed to kick at Qin Yi. Chapter 33. Qin Yi, I have met the leader. It is more than sufficient to slay you. The traitor. Without evasion, Qin Yi struck down 3 surrounding warriors with a single sword, then directed his blade towards Song Rulong's phantom. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of dozens of strikes, leaving those around them helpless. as anyone who dared approach was obliterated by the shockwaves of their confrontation. Is this the might of a grandmaster in martial arts? Both Qin Yi and Song Rulong had received guidance from the legendary leader of the Tianda Association, granting them the opportunity to attain grandmaster status. Who among them was stronger? Nonsense. It is undoubtedly Senior Song. Not only has Senior Song mastered the method to ascend to the great master level, but he has also received a divine elixir from an immortal. How could the likes of the weak water sword, Qin Yi, possibly compare? The onlookers exchanged glances, retreating from the battlefield between the two. Even innate martial artists dared not approach, much less offer assistance. The majority present favored Song Rulong, as he had recently obtained the Immortals elixir, elevating his martial prowess to the realm of Great Master. Furthermore, Qin had been wounded by royal cultivators not long ago. How could he possibly stand against Song Rulong, who was also a Great Master? They believed Qin Yi realized his impending doom and in a desperate bid, sought to drag a few down with him. Bang! In the arena, Qin Yi and Song Rulong clashed once more. Qin Yi remained steadfast, unmoving. Meanwhile, Song Rulong staggered back several steps, spitting blood, his face turning ashen. How could this be? Brother Song had already entered the Great Master realm, yet he was no match for Qin Yi. The spectators were filled with disbelief. Qin Yi, you truly live up to your reputation as the strongest under Li Changsheng, Song Rulong said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, you failed to grasp the situation. The tide is in my favor. After today, the world will no longer have the Heavenly Society. With that, Song Rulong declared towards the north, Senior Lin, I beg for your assistance. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing northward. There, they beheld an elder with an ethereal presence, gliding upon a celestial sword. A sword immortal. To think we have been accompanied by an immortal all along. Countless martial artists knelt in awe, their astonishment impossible to conceal. Even those adept in lightness skills could only borrow momentum to leap through the air. To traverse the skies on a sword is undoubtedly the mark of an immortal. Some martial artists, possessing knowledge of cultivators, bowed slightly, unable to meet the gaze of the approaching celestial figure. Qin Yi is doomed. We have spent our lives honing our skills, yet we cannot withstand a single strike from a cultivator. Many regarded Qin Yi's silhouette, a bitter pang rising within. Apart from the elusive leader of the Heavenly Society, Li Changsheng, the weak water sword, Qin Yi essentially represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet, even he seemed inadequate when faced with a true cultivator. The elder, Senior Lin, descended gracefully above the crowd, forming a hand seal as the celestial sword transformed into a streak of light, returning to his back. I thought my intervention would be unnecessary. Who would have anticipated the emergence of a cultivator among mortals? Lin Quan regarded the sword-wielding Qin Yi with a frosty demeanor. No wonder, the crowd realized. Turning their attention towards Qin Yi, they had believed him merely a martial arts great master, unaware that he had embarked upon the path of immortality. It was no wonder Song Rulong could not compete with Qin Yi. Song Rulong looked at Qin Yi with eyes filled with envy. He had betrayed the Heavenly Society, gaining only a single elixir to reach the Great Master realm. Yet, without bearing the label of a traitor, Qin Yi had become a cultivator. How could he reconcile such a disparity? However, at such an advanced age, remaining at the first level of qi refinement renders one devoid of any significant value. Lin Quan shook his head slightly, forming a hand seal as a 2-meter-long blade of wind rapidly took shape, slicing through the air at the speed of sound towards Qin Yi. This, perhaps, is my destined end. Qin Yi gazed at the lengthy blade of wind, gripping his sword in his right hand, and, with a fierce swing, unleashed a strike. An invisible sword energy collided with the wind blade, shattering it without even offering a semblance of resistance. Witnessing this scene, many were enveloped in a sense of melancholy. Even someone as astonishing as Qin Yi appeared no more than an ant before a true cultivator. Qin Yi was doomed. Had he betrayed the Xianxia Association, his accomplishments would likely have surpassed those of Song Rulong. Such a pity. A pity? To dare oppose the Emperor of Qi was to be fated for death. Some closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of what was to come, while others sneered, eager to witness the demise of one who had burdened them for so long. Crack! At that moment, a brilliant sword light shot in from afar, illuminating the entire night sky. Boom! The sword light struck the wind blade with precision, obliterating it entirely. Its momentum remained undiminished as it surged towards Lin Quan. who stood suspended in the air. Who dares? Lin Kuan's astonishment was palpable as he formed another hand seal, summoning a high-grade magical sword from behind him that soared skyward, transforming into a streak of light to meet the radiant sword light. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as the flow of light, crafted from the high-grade magical sword, was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away. Lin Kuan retrieved the sword, noting a fine crack upon its surface, a fleeting look of anguish crossing his face before it vanished. Who is this formidable figure that dares to meddle in the affairs of my setting sun sect? Elena Guaninkirat Sulamli, directing his gaze towards the source of the sword light. While he acknowledged the strength of its originator, he showed no signs of panic. Could it be that the legendary leader of the Xianxia Association has made an appearance? Someone murmured. This remark was met with a chorus of dissent. Impossible. Li Changsheng is merely a martial artist. How could such a strike have been executed by him? Nevertheless, those present from a martial world regarded the direction of the sword light with grave expressions. Anyone capable of contending with an immortal must also be an immortal. If this celestial being were connected to the Xianxia Association, what would they do? They had all exerted considerable effort against the Xianxia Association during this time. Especially those who had betrayed the Xianxia Association. Panic flickered in their eyes as they clenched their fists, intently staring at the direction from which the sword light had emerged. Qin too looked on with great anticipation, for while others might be unaware of the leader's prowess, he was fully cognizant. To think that your setting sun sect has dispatched 2 foundation-building experts to deal with a mere mundane organization like my Xianxia Association truly reflects your underestimation of us. A voice, cool and clear, resonated from the distance. As they approached, 2 figures emerged beneath the moonlight, a youth clad in a blue robe at the forefront, followed closely by an old man with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks, exuding the demeanor of a servant. Impossible. How could he possibly be a cultivator? Song Rulong gasped in disbelief. Despite the significant changes in the youth's appearance over the 2 years, he recognized him instantly. Meanwhile, Qin wore a smile, slightly bowing and proclaiming, Qin at your service, esteemed leader. Chapter 34. A snap of the fingers to sever the foundation. Could it truly be him? The leader of the Xianxia Society, Li Changsheng? The martial artists present could no longer contain their astonishment. Li Changsheng was a legendary figure in the martial world, having shattered the ceiling of martial cultivation at a young age and established the realm of grandmasters. Now, he demonstrated prowess rivaling that of the immortal cultivators behind the royal family of Qi, Li Xianxia. Upon seeing him, Lin Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, their sect believed that the leader of a mundane gang could only possess Qi refinement cultivation, which is why they dispatched a few Qi refinement disciples to handle the matter. It was only after those disciples vanished without a trace that the sect took notice, even sending him, a foundation establishment cultivator, to address the situation. To their astonishment, this youth turned out to be at the foundation establishment stage. Friend, are you from the Changhe sect or the Mahuan sect? Do you not fear provoking a sect-wide conflict in Qi? Lin Kuan inquired solemnly, observing the youth's youthful visage. The Changhe sect is a golden core sect of the Nanzhao kingdom, while the Mahuan sect belongs to the Maoyuo kingdom. Their Sunlit sect has had ongoing frictions with both. But the 3 major sects have generally exercised restraint. This young man, possessing foundation establishment cultivation at such a tender age, could only have been nurtured by either of those 2 sections. Is one of them attempting to create turmoil in Qi? Does it truly matter which sect I belong to? Li Changsheng replied with a smirk, gazing at Lin Kuan. You have refrained from taking action, merely to draw me out, have you not? Now that I have emerged, why not summon the hidden foundation establishment cultivator? Do the 2 of you lack the confidence to subdue Amir Jr.? Para eso, Li Xianxin arbors tracaros ambitions. It would be wise to subdue him first. Song Rulong interjected. He understood that as the first to betray Li Changsheng, if a reconciliation were to occur between Li Changsheng and the Sunlit sect, his hope for survival would vanish. His only glimmer of hope lay in the possibility of the Sunlit sect's immortal slaying Li Changsheng on the spot. Enough! Li Changsheng frowned, flicking his fingers. A streak of sword energy shot forth, aimed directly at Song Rulong. Impudent! Lin Kuan bellowed, summoning his superior-grade sword artifact to intercept the sword energy. Yet, he was a moment too late. To the astonished eyes of the gathered martial artists, the sword energy cleaved through Song Rulong, bisecting him and scattering blood and entrails across the ground. Song Rulong is dead. Someone stammered. Under the protection of the immortal in the state of Qi, Song Rulong was unexpectedly slain with a mere snap of the fingers by the leader of the Heavenly Society. Spare me, my lord. We were merely misled by Song Rulong into betraying the Heavenly Society. In light of my past contributions to the gang, I implore you to show mercy. Zhang Tian of the Invisible Sect, Zhuo Biao of the Iron Spear Sect, and Zhang Kai of the Fallen Blade all fell to their knees. Once esteemed Hall Masters of the Heavenly Society, they now understood that if Li Changsheng could kill Song Rulong before the Immortal, he could just as easily dispatch them. You seek death. Lin Quan coldly regarded Li Changsheng, furious that he dared to act so ruthlessly in their presence, completely disregarding the authority of the Sunset Valley. Such arrogance in youth is ill-advised. An aged figure emerged from the shadows, exuding a profound aura, his essence remarkably condensed, revealing that he had reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Master. Upon seeing the elder, Lin Quan stood respectfully by his side. Young master, this old fellow is not to be trifled with. Zhao Sen whispered to Li Changsheng. The elder Qi Mingxi of the Qi family is also the grand elder of the inner sect of the Sunset Valley. I encountered him 30 years ago at an auction. It is astonishing he still lives. To think that after 30 years of seclusion, someone still recognizes me. Qi Mingxi smiled faintly. Regardless of where you hail from, Li Changsheng, you must accompany me to the Sunset Sect today. With that, Qi Mingxi stepped forward, his right hand forming a seal, and a radiant long sword shot forth from his storage pouch, splitting into dozens of azure sword lights, all aimed at Li Changsheng. How dare you, half buried in the ground, step forth to show off? Li Changsheng did not flinch or evade. He stepped forward, fingers forming a sword, slicing diagonally. A white sword light, stretching over 10 feet, surged forth from before him, directly aimed at Qi Mingxi. Boom! Dozens of azure sword lights collided with the lengthy white sword light, which, like a relentless force, obliterated the azure blades, continuing on its path towards Qi Mingxi and his disciple. Not good. Both Qi Mingxi and Lin Quan's expressions shifted dramatically as they retreated hastily. The white sword light struck the very ground where they had stood moments before, demolishing a section of the Zhang family structures. What cultivation level is Li Changsheng at? Lin Quan was horrified. His master, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, was a strong figure even within the Sunset Sect. Though his lifespan was nearly exhausted, no ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner could contend with him. Yet now, before Lin Quan could fully process his thoughts, Li Changsheng had already closed the distance, appearing merely 3 paces away. Go! At this moment, Lin Quan could not afford to be concerned about the damage to his high-grade sword. The sword spun in the air, transforming into a stream of light, aimed directly at Li Changsheng's brow. As Li Changsheng appeared oblivious to the sword he summoned, rushing towards him without heed, a look of joy flickered in Lin Quan's eyes. But the smile quickly froze upon his face. Boom! Li Changsheng pointed his finger at the exquisite sword, which emitted a crisp sound before shattering into 2 pieces. Flee! Lin Quan, devoid of any fighting spirit, disregarded his master behind him and turned to escape. He was still young and had hopes of ascending to the upper echelons of the Falling Sun sect. He could not perish here. Whoosh! Yet, after merely a few dozen paces, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and before he could glance back, a sharp pain pierced his left chest as the tip of his own exquisite sword emerged from within. Spurt! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting heavily from the sky. Who are you? When has the Falling Sun sect provoked such a formidable adversary? Qi Mingxi's face was etched with uncontrollable astonishment. At such a tender age, possessing such strength, it had been millennia since the Southern Sky region had witnessed such a prodigy. Perish! Li Changsheng offered no reply, the shattered sword appearing in his grasp, shooting forth with chilling sword energy, the white blade gleaming like a sudden ray of light piercing through the night. You wish to kill me? It shall not be so simple. Qi Mingxi bellowed, summoning his half-spiritual sword, charging to meet the assault. Clang! A resounding clash of metal echoed as, to Qi Mingxi's astonishment, the black broken sword cleaved through the half-spiritual sword he had cultivated for decades, then plunged into his chest. Piercing through him, the sword destroyed, the man perished. Chapter 35. Simulation again. The Zhang family lay in utter silence. Even Zhao San stood with his mouth agape, disbelief etched across his face, unable to utter a single word. That was Qi Mingxi, the Grand Elder of the inner sect of the Falling Sun sect. A figure he had once dared not even glance at, now lay dead. The others were equally struck dumb, having believed that the cultivator behind the Qi Emperor was stronger, only to witness Li Changsheng emerge and, with a mere flick of his fingers, obliterate two royal cultivators as easily as crushing ants. Leader, Zhang Tian and the others stammered, still wishing to speak. Do you even dare to call me leader? Li Changsheng furrowed his brow, his consciousness sweeping over those who had betrayed the heavenly society, most of whom were present. Boom! Li Changsheng formed his fingers into a sword, unleashing dozens of sword energies that surged toward the gathered crowd in the training arena like shooting stars. Spare us. We do not wish to oppose the heavenly society. We were compelled. The martial artists in the arena, witnessing Li Changsheng's imminent strike, hastily pleaded for mercy. Li Changsheng's expression remained unchanged as he let the sword energies fly toward the people in the arena. They had gathered solely to confront the heavenly society, leaving no innocent among them. Thud! Each sweep of the sword energy claimed dozens of lives, and in no time, the entire training ground transformed into a hellscape. Hundreds of corpses littering the ground, blood staining the arena crimson. Li Changsheng first collected the storage bags of the two Foundation establishment cultivators from the sunsetting sect, then landed beside Qin Yi and said, I shall visit the royal palace. You are to bring Qing and the remnants of the Xianxia society down the mountain. I will return by tomorrow. Understood. Vin nodded and acknowledged, though he had some understanding of his leader Li Changsheng's prowess. Today's events had left a profound impact on him. Had he possessed sufficient strength, the Xianxia society would not have suffered such heavy losses. Zhao San, you are to guard them here. Should anything happen to them, you know the consequences. Li Changsheng stated calmly. If you perform well, I shall assist you in acquiring a Foundation establishment pill to aid your cultivation. The art of commanding subordinates often involves a balance of punishment and reward. After establishing the Xianxia society, Li Changsheng had gained insight into this principle. He believed that after spending time in the secret realm, Zhao San might harbor suspicions regarding his true identity, possibly thinking him a disciple of a sect even more formidable than the sunsetting sect. Yes, Zhao San's face brightened with joy. Given his talent, without the Foundation establishment pill, he would only have the option to fight desperately as his lifespan waned. However, with Li Changsheng's words, a new hope blossomed within him. Entering the Foundation establishment stage would extend his life by a century. How could he not be stirred by such prospects? As Li Changsheng soared through the air on his sword, he began inspecting the storage bags of Qi Mingxi and Lin Quan. Upon opening Qi Mingxi's storage bag, he was astonished by its contents. No wonder he was the Grand Elder of the inner sect of the sunsetting sect. Within Qi Mingxi's bag lay 70,000 spirit stones, not to mention the various materials and elixirs he had accumulated over the years, amounting to at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones, along with several jade slips containing cultivation techniques. Among these was the sword light differentiation technique Qi Mingxi had employed during their battle. Upon examination, Li Changsheng found its power surpassed his expectations, rivaling the sword techniques recorded in the Starry Sword art. Earlier, he had refrained from utilizing the techniques from the Starry Sword art in battle, relying instead on mundane swordsmanship fueled by his true essence, fearing that the people from the Medicine King sect might discern his identity. Now, with the sword light differentiation technique in hand, he had an additional means to confront adversaries. The findings in Lin Quan's storage bag were somewhat less impressive, yet still contained several thousand spirit stones and various materials. Once he had dealt with mundane affairs, he would head to the Tunman Bazaar to sell these items, trading them for spirit stones sufficient to further his cultivation. Li Changsheng murmured to himself. However, now that he had funds at his disposal, he intended to conduct several simulations. Should he encounter Qi Mingxi, it would be prudent to prepare in advance for any potential fallout. Although he held no fear of the sunsetting sect, if they were indeed connected to the Medicine King sect, he was not yet a match for their formidable cultivators. Recharge. Recharge successful. Balance is 62, 534 currency. Simulating once consumes 1,000 currency. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Use. At the age of 21, you achieved notoriety in the Southern Celestial Domain by slaying the esteemed Elder Qi Ming of the Falling Sun sect. In a single night, you hastened to the palace of the Qi Kingdom, where you executed the Qi Emperor and departed with an air of nonchalance. The following day, upon returning to the Zhang family, you encountered the former members of the Heavenly Alliance. It was then that the enigmatic woman from the White Tower sought you out, leading to a clandestine conversation that culminated in a partnership. 10 days later, after securing the welfare of the former members of the Heavenly Alliance, you brought by Changsheng and several others to the Tunman Market. 15 days hence, the quinquennial auction at Tunman Market commenced, where you procured the legacy of a second-tier alchemist along with a plethora of spiritual herbs. Once the auction concluded, you found yourself ensnared within the formation of the auction house, beset by 3 foundational cultivators from the Falling Sun sect, 3 from the Wan family, and 2 rogue cultivators. However, you turned the tables and vanquished them instead. A month later, you supplanted the Wan family and seized control of the Spirit Vein in the Misty Valley. Within its confines, you diligently honed your skills in second-tier alchemy and the sword-light divergence technique. By the age of 27, you attained the rank of second-tier alchemist, achieving a modest mastery of the sword-light divergence technique. At 31, the Tunman Market flourished under your stewardship, expanding significantly, and you acquired the legacy of a second-tier formation master. You then secluded yourself to delve deeply into the intricacies of formation techniques. By 35, you successfully ascended to the realm of a first-tier formation master. At 36, the newly appointed sect leader of the Falling Sun sect, Xianxia, broke into the Golden Core realm and, accompanied by 2 foundational elders, launched an assault on the Misty Valley, where you dispatched all 3 outside its borders. A month later, a late-stage Golden Core cultivator from the Falling Sun sect, alongside an infant soul cultivator from the Medicine King sect, arrived at the Misty Valley. The infant soul cultivator struck, resulting in your demise. You have perished. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level attained at 36. 2. The battle experience accumulated by 36. The cultivators of the Medicine King sect are merely at the infant soul stage. Changsheng furrowed his brow. If they were indeed only at that level, after stepping into the second transformation of the divine and demonic 9 turns, he could easily contend with them, which seemed far less daunting. However, he distinctly recalled a formidable member of the Medicine King sect breaching the secret formation of the Diamond sect with a single strike at the age of 160. It is worth noting that Old Su, the spirit of formations, had trained during their time in the secret realm, and it was clear that Old Su's capabilities far surpassed those of an infant soul cultivator, possessing strength that could rival even the Void Return stage or beyond. Changsheng murmured softly, "It appears I shall need to gather further intelligence upon the arrival of the White Tower's personnel." Chapter 36, Slaying the Qi Emperor. Select option 2. As Changsheng made his choice, the memories of cultivating alchemy, formation techniques, and the sword-light divergence flooded into his consciousness. And it was not until half an hour later that he fully absorbed the knowledge imparted. At present, I am merely laying the foundation. I shall simulate a period of affordability to procure some heritage concerning the 4 arts of cultivation: alchemy, artifact forging, formation, and talismanic arts. By enhancing the levels of these skills, I can subsequently elevate my cultivation realm, thus conserving a significant amount of spiritual stones. Changsheng mused softly as he wielded his sword. Regrettably, he was aware that the only legacies circulating in the major marketplaces were predominantly of the first tier. Second-tier legacies remained a rare find, surfacing only occasionally at auctions, while the third-tier legacies appeared but once in centuries, regarded as treasures of the sect even within the Sunset sect, and thus seldom auctioned. And then, at 21, you directly infiltrate the Mist Valley, annihilating the myriad families therein, taking control of the valley. As you develop, the scale of the Tunman marketplace expands. At 31, you successfully advance to the second tier in the path of formations. You quietly depart from the Tunman marketplace, returning to the secret realm of the Vajra sect. You enter seclusion for arduous cultivation, but progress is slow. At 160, a formidable figure from the Medicine King sect obliterates the formation, and you are slain within the secret realm. You have perished. Simulation concluded. You may retain one aspect. Option 1. The cultivation realm of 160. Option 2. The combat experience of 160. Without hesitation, Changsheng opted for the experience of second-tier formation master. At 140, while cultivating at a minor spiritual vein on the edge of the endless desert, you are discovered by a formidable figure from the Medicine King sect, who interrogates you regarding the location of your secret realm. You refuse to divulge, and are killed. At 140, while cultivating at a minor spiritual vein on the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, You are found by a formidable figure from the Medicine King sect, who compels you to reveal the location of your secret realm. You acquiesce, but upon revealing its location, you are struck dead by a single blow. Alas, whether I speak or remain silent, death is inevitable. Is there truly no opportunity for surrender in this simulation? At 97, you successfully break through to the Golden Core realm within the secret realm of the Vajra sect. At 160, you are slain by a formidable figure from the Medicine King sect within the secret realm. Throughout these simulations, he succeeded in elevating both talismanic arts and artifact forging to the pinnacle of the first tier, yet failed to uncover a second-tier legacy. After numerous attempts to enhance his cultivation, he ultimately broke through to the Golden Core realm after a total of 9 simulations, including the prior attempts at other skills. He had utilized a total of 18 simulation opportunities. Option 1. Changsheng exhaled deeply and made his choice. As he did so, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him. What transpires here? Why does the sky appear distorted? Look, beyond the twisted heavens, there is an immortal. Those who remained awake in the late hours beheld the wondrous spectacle in the eastern sky as it formed a funnel-like vortex. And at its base stood an immortal soaring upon a sword. Changsheng, naturally, paid no heed to the reactions of mere mortals. The true essence within him had already coalesced and compressed to its zenith. After a span of mere minutes, a resplendent golden elixir materialized in his dantian. Achieving the golden elixir realm unfolded without any tumult. Everything transpired as if by natural course. With the golden elixir swallowed, he declared, "My fate is dictated by me, not the heavens." Standing with hands clasped behind his back upon his celestial sword, he mused, "Am I not now considered a formidable expert within the southern heavenly domain?" Alas, with the identity of the Vajra sect looming over him, the Yaoang sect dangled like a sharp sword above him, ever ready to topple him. He could not afford to be reckless just yet. Balance, 44,534 coins. Would you like to immediately use the Immortal Cultivation Simulator? Each use costs 10,000 coins. Let me attempt another simulation, Changsheng pondered, shaking his head. Initially, he intended to elevate the Divine Demon 9 transformations first, yet despite multiple simulations, he had only managed to ascend in realm while cultivating the Divine Demon 9 transformations. Progress had been painfully slow, and he had yet to breach the threshold of the second transformation. Now that he had stepped into the Golden Elixir realm, he was curious if further cultivation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations would yield any change. At 21, you return to the secret realm of the Vajra sect. Diligently practicing the Divine Demon 9 transformations, progress remains sluggish. At 40, progress continues to be slow. At 140, Elder Su detected that your cultivation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations has reached a bottleneck, advising you to venture forth in search of spiritual herbs to enhance your physical strength, thus breaking through to the second transformation. At 141, you left the secret realm in search of spiritual materials. At 142, you were found by a cultivator of the Yaoang sect and slain with a single strike. You have perished. Changsheng frowned slightly. The cultivation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations had indeed reached a bottleneck. Moreover, within the secret realm of the Vajra sect, which boasted a plethora of spiritual herbs cultivated over millennia, there existed none capable of enhancing physical strength. As a sanctuary dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual herbs, the absence of herbs that could elevate the mightiest technique of the Vajra sect seemed rather implausible. Nevertheless, I possess the simulator. There will always be opportunities for breakthrough. With 3 simulation attempts remaining, Changsheng had no intention of utilizing them just yet. To break through once in the Golden Elixir realm would surely require more than 3 attempts, since he could not enhance his strength. It was wiser to conserve them for future use. An hour later, Changsheng found himself hovering above the imperial palace of the Qi Kingdom. With a swift motion, a dazzling sword light appeared in his hand, rapidly diverging into a dozen white sword beams that shot toward the palace, unnoticed by the heavily guarded palace sentinels. Moments later, the sword beams vanished. Changsheng effortlessly rode his sword away from the palace. The following day, at dawn, Grand Eunuch Cao, the emperor's personal attendant, arrived at the Desan Palace to prepare for the emperor's morning court session. However, as he stepped into the palace, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. A chill gripped Grand Eunuch Chao's heart. He swiftly darted to the side of the dragon bed, his countenance changing dramatically, before retiring for the night. The Emperor of Qi appeared to be in good health, but now his head had become severed from his body, the bed of the dragon stained crimson with blood. There is an assassin. His Majesty is dead. Quickly summon the Immortal Masters. A quivering voice emerged from the lips of the eunuch Cao. Several skilled guards rushed in. Upon witnessing the scene before the dragon bed, their expressions shifted dramatically. They had been on watch the previous night. Yet now the Emperor had met his demise right beneath their noses. Hurry, summon the Immortal Masters. Gao Baolao. A few guards immediately dashed towards the southern side of the palace. 10 minutes later, the guards who had departed returned to the Dashan Palace, their faces pale, collapsing to the ground. Eunuch, all 4 Immortal Masters in the Lincian Palace are dead. Their deaths mirror that of His Majesty. Chapter 37. The mundane matters concluded. Changsheng remained oblivious to the events that transpired within the palace thereafter. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. As long as the people from the Medicine King sect did not seek him out, his strength was sufficient to traverse the southern heavens with ease. The following morning, Changsheng returned to the Linshui County. At that moment, dozens of remaining members of the Xianxia society gathered at the Zhang family residence, eagerly awaiting the sight of the Zhang family's entrance. Ever since Song Rulong's betrayal, they had lived in hiding for over half a year, dwindling from hundreds to merely dozens. However, all of that was in the past. They had heard whispers of the events that transpired at the Zhang family. The leader not only executed all traitors of the Xianxia society, but also 2 royal immortals perished in Linshui County. Uncle Qin, do you think the young master will encounter any mishaps in the palace? Bai Qing'er paced the reception hall of the Zhang family, worry etched upon her face. The leader would not undertake actions without assurance. Qin Yi replied, seated calmly. The royal family is not to be feared. What is truly daunting are the cultivators who control the royals. Yesterday, the leader dispatched 2 foundational cultivators from the royal family. So there should be no formidable forces left within the royal city. Yet, I wonder about the strength of the Sunset Valley behind the royal city. A fleeting shadow of concern passed over Qin Yi's face. Now, as a cultivator himself, albeit at the first level of Qi refinement, he had garnered some understanding of the cultivation world. The 2 foundational cultivators slain by the leader were evidently not the strongest of the Sunset sect. Should the sect send more individuals, would they have to continue living in constant fear? The leader has returned. The leader has returned. At that moment, cheers erupted outside. Changsheng entered the reception hall of the Zhang family, under the respectful gaze of the Xianxia society members. Young master, upon seeing Changsheng, Bai Qing'er finally broke into a smile, sprinting to his side before coming to a halt, gazing up at him. I have caused you much suffering these past 2 years, Changsheng said, reaching out to gently ruffle Bai Qing'er's hair, a hint of remorse flickering in his eyes. Before entering the Tunmun market, he had assessed the spiritual roots of Qin Yi and Bai Qing'er. Qin Yi fared slightly better, possessing a 5-element root aptitude, while Bai Qing'er, alas, was merely a pseudo-spiritual root, inferior even to the 5-element standard. Even if she were to embark on the path of cultivation, her progress would likely be limited to the 1st or 2nd levels of Qi refining. Bai Qing'er merely shook her head at Changsheng, remaining silent. Changsheng took his seat at the head of the table, casting a glance at the members of the heavenly society present, and spoke in a solemn tone. I appreciate your endurance during this time. As you may have realized, I am a cultivator, and I will not linger among the mundane for long. In a few days, I shall depart. Cultivation requires spiritual roots, and shortly, I will assess your aptitudes. Those with spiritual roots will receive guidance in a cultivation technique, while those without will be aided in breaking through to the innate martial realm, ensuring a prosperous life among the mortals. Furthermore, for any future descendants possessing spiritual roots, I shall send individuals every decade to guide them into the spirit veins for cultivation. As Changsheng's words resonated, expressions of joy illuminated the faces of those present. They had never envisaged the possibility of becoming cultivators, and even for those without spiritual roots, the prospect of their offspring attaining such a status was a glimmer of hope. Half an hour later, having completed the assessments of the heavenly society members, Changsheng felt a sense of resignation. The likelihood of spiritual roots emerging among mortals was exceedingly rare. Among dozens, only one shared by Qing'er's pseudo-spiritual root quality, while the rest possessed no roots at all, rendering them incapable of channeling qi into their bodies. Nevertheless, Changsheng bestowed upon each individual a yuan cultivation pill, a medicinal elixir suitable for early-stage qi refiners, sufficient to aid a martial artist in reaching the innate realm. Once the members of the Heavenly Society were settled, Li Changsheng departed with Zhao San by Qing and Qin Yi towards the Misty Valley. The individual who had been identified as having a pseudo-spiritual root chose to remain among the mundane. Even after receiving the cultivation methods for the first 3 levels of the primordial qi technique, Li Changsheng left him with several spirit stones and some elixirs suitable for the qi refining stage, urging him to support the current members of the Heavenly Society. In the realm of mortals, a single qi refiner alongside several innate practitioners constituted a formidable force, one that even the royal family would hesitate to provoke. Moreover, amidst the current struggle among several princes of the Qi kingdom for the throne, there would be little opportunity for them to trouble the Heavenly Society. Li Changsheng made no effort to conceal his whereabouts. Should the royal family's backing, the Sunset Sect, seek vengeance, they would likely come after him first, as the Heavenly Society would not be regarded as a threat in the mundane world. 3 days later, the group arrive at the outskirts of the Misty Valley. "Young Master, there are individuals blocking the road ahead," the carriage driver reported, pulling on the reins. With Qin Yi present, the task of driving the carriage naturally fell to him, while Zhao San sat outside the carriage, leaving only by Qing and Li Changsheng within. "Young Master, these individuals appear formidable and likely have significant backing." Zhao San's cautious voice reached the carriage. With his peak qi refining cultivation, he recognized that those warranting his caution must at least be foundation-building cultivators. Li Changsheng opened the carriage door and beheld a dozen silver-armored knights standing not far from the Misty Valley, encircling a grand and opulent carriage. His gaze sharpened. These knights possessed peak qi refinement prowess, with their leader boasting late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Moreover, their mounts were not ordinary horses, but nightmares infused with the blood of mythical beasts, each towering at 3 meters, robust, and capable of traversing vast distances in a single day. A kick from these nightmares could easily cripple a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. Before Li Changsheng could utter a word, the leader of the silver-armored knights approached, riding his nightmare directly to Li Changsheng's front. Dismounting, he slightly bowed and addressed him. "Mr. Li, we are from the Bai Tower, and my young mistress invites you to join her." The strength of the Bai Tower was indeed formidable. Li Xianxin's Gazan Naruwa. This squad of silver-armored knights alone could sweep away 80% of the powerhouses in the Qi nation's cultivation world. In this realm, a foundation establishment cultivator was already regarded as a master. The Wan family had controlled the Misty Valley for 800 years. Yet they had only 3 foundation establishment members within their clan. "Let's go," Li Changsheng said, stepping down from the carriage with a calm demeanor. "Please." The knight leader remained on foot, leading the way beside Li Changsheng as they approached the lavish carriage. The carriage was expansive, measuring several tens of square meters, drawn by 8 powerful nightmares, and its materials appeared exceptionally exquisite. The knight leader reached the carriage and bowed, announcing, "Mr. Li has arrived." The door of the carriage swung open, revealing a young girl in a green dress who bowed to Li Changsheng, saying, "Mr. Li, the young mistress invites you inside." "This is the young mistress's maid, Miss Green Lotus," the knight leader explained in a hushed tone. Li Changsheng nodded and stepped into the carriage. Within, the interior was adorned with an antique elegance, resembling a young lady's boudoir rather than a mere carriage. Chapter 38. Am I merely a substitute? Please do not take offense at my audacious invitation. Taoistly, a voice called, causing him to look up. A maiden clad in white stood within the carriage. Her dress as pure as snow, her skin smooth as jade, and her exquisitely delicate features devoid of any blemish. Though Li Changsheng had encountered countless beauties in his past life, even Bai Qing, who had been intimately close to him, paled in comparison to this ethereal figure. She seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, not of this earthly realm. What astonished Li Changsheng most was that this enchanting maiden not only possessed a celestial grace, but also had reached the early stage of golden core cultivation, akin to his own level, despite appearing to be merely in her 20s. However, Li Changsheng merely raised his eyelids for a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze. While the beauty was captivating, his ultimate goal was immortality. At such a tender age, possessing a golden core, the power behind her must be formidable. "Who might you be, my friend?" Li Changsheng inquired directly. "I am Su Qingyu, and I have taken the liberty to invite you to join my Su family." Su Qingyu smiled slightly as she and Li Changsheng took their respective seats. Green Lotus, please prepare tea for our guest. Yes. Green Lotus first infused 3 tea leaves with spiritual water, filling the carriage with an intoxicating aroma. With just a whiff, Li Changsheng felt the flow of his true essence quicken. He gazed at the tea before him, a look of astonishment crossing his features. This tea is undoubtedly extraordinary. If one were to cultivate with such leaves daily, the speed of their progress would at least double. The young woman in white seemed to sense his confusion and remarked with a smile, "This is a spiritual tea passed down from our ancestors, and after so many generations, there's scarcely any left. My friend, if you desire, I can share a bit with you." Li Changsheng gently shook his head. "There is no need. I am curious as to why you sought me out. What connection does the Su family have with the White Building? If I had an abundance of such spiritual tea, complemented by a simulator, it would suffice to elevate my power to the pinnacle of the Golden Core or even the nascent soul realm. However, if the quantities are limited, it bears little significance. The White Building is one of the Su family's enterprises." Su Qingyu gazed at Li Changsheng and softly said, "I initially intended to attend the auction in Tunman Market to acquire an item and then leave Qi country, but your presence has taken me by surprise. Have you successfully formed your Golden Core at such a young age?" Indeed, Li Changsheng did not conceal the truth, although he had not demonstrated his Golden Core prowess. Su Qingyu must have some means to discern his cultivation level. Green Lotus gaped in astonishment. As Su Qingyu's personal maid, she was privy to much information. She knew that this young man was merely 21, a year younger than her mistress, and he had already achieved the Golden Core. It is worth noting that her mistress, endowed with a heavenly spiritual root and countless resources from their clan, had only succeeded in forming her core the previous year. Indeed, Su Qingyu's expression grew complex as she softly said, "I initially sought only to establish a good rapport with you, but your strength has surpassed my expectations. I now wish to invite you to join my Su family. Whether in terms of divine abilities, techniques, or various resources, you will find satisfaction." Li Changsheng pondered for a moment before responding quietly, "What would be required of me should I join the Su family? There is nothing you need to do. You may cultivate in peace. All I ask is that, in 10 years, you accompany me to a certain location." Su Qingyu's demeanor turned serious. "I do not deceive you. That place is indeed perilous, and even I cannot guarantee a safe return. However, it is a place that will allow you to step into a new realm." "A new realm?" Li Changsheng's face reflected his confusion. "My esteemed companion may not yet be aware that the entire southern domain is enveloped within a relic, with the perilous terrains surrounding it serving as the gateways to this ancient site." Su Qingyu spoke slowly, revealing that this knowledge was imparted to her by her grandfather. Originally, there were no cultivators in the southern domain. Both the Falling Sun sect and the southern Jiao Moro, as well as other sects, have ventured into this realm from the outside, all in pursuit of the opportunities that it harbors. It was once agreed among the major powers of the external world to open the relic every 10,000 years, allowing each to seek their fortunes. Yet it has been a staggering 100,000 years since anyone has entered. As Su Qingyu recounted this tale, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. According to her, the entire southern domain is merely the epicenter of a relic, a vestige of an ancient sect's legacy. Both the Su family, to which Su Qingyu belongs, and the Falling Sun sect are established by cultivators who entered the relic and did not manage to exit. The place Su Qingyu invited him to visit in 10 years is suspected to be the site of this legacy, and is the most likely location from which one might depart the southern domain. However, according to the intelligence previously provided by Bailu, was not the Falling Sun sect established over 10,000 years ago? Li Changsheng inquired softly. Such information is intended solely for the ordinary cultivators. Su Qingyu shook her head and replied, "Had it not been for your remarkable attainment to the Golden Core, I would not have revealed such matters to you. There are 2 other forces in the southern domain that are not inferior to my Su family, and to contend for the opportunities there, a Golden Core cultivation level is at least required for qualification. Are you aware of the Medicine King sect?" Li Changsheng asked in a hushed tone. "Oh." Su Qingyu regarded him with surprise, not expecting that he would know of the Medicine King sect. "It seems they have indeed reached out to you, I presume? The Medicine King sect is indeed on par with my Su family, currently under the watch of a nascent soul cultivator, and there is also a nascent soul cultivator stationed within the Long family." "Is there only a nascent soul cultivator within the Medicine King sect?" Li Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the sect's strength was weaker than he had imagined. How could one explain the prowess of the Medicine King sect's experts, who had obliterated the secret realm of the Diamond sect with a single punch? The more he conversed with Su Qingyu, the more questions arose in Li Changsheng's mind. If Su Qingyu spoke the truth, the relic might reopen before he turns 160, and the powerful individuals outside the Medicine King sect may have entered this relic, subsequently discovering the secret realm of the Diamond sect. Time is on my side. Li Xianxia Musa Internali. If the Medicine King sect in the southern domain is merely guarded by a nascent soul, he could easily sweep through it after accumulating some wealth over the years. However, if what Su Qingyu claimed is accurate, then the items referenced within the Diamond sect's secret realm could pose an issue. Simulation. Li Changsheng silently recited within his heart. Fortunately, he still had 3 opportunities for simulation. He was determined to uncover who was truly deceiving whom. At 21, you engaged in delightful conversation with Su Qingyu outside the Mist Valley and agreed to join the Su family as a guest elder. You and Su Qingyu then proceeded to the Tunman market to participate in an auction. As the auction concluded, the members of the Sunset sect joined forces with the myriad inhabitants of Misty Valley to launch an assault against you. With a single stroke of your sword, you shattered their formation, vanquishing all assailants. 3 months later, you returned to the Su family with Su Qingyu, acquiring abundant resources for intensive cultivation. At the age of 31, alongside Su Qingyu and 2 golden core cultivators from the Su family, you ventured to a site of opportunity, only to be ambushed by the Long family and the Medicine King sect. In an instant, Su Qingyu was grievously injured, and the 2 golden core members of the Su family displayed signs of defeat. In a critical moment, you unleashed your full power, slaying 3 golden core adversaries. The heir of the Long family activated a nascent soul talisman. You desperately intervened, but the cultivators of the Long family and the Medicine King sect managed to flee. 3 days later, having found nothing at the site of opportunity, you returned to the Su family. Another fortnight passed when 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Medicine King sect, along with the patriarch of the Long family, besieged the Su family, demanding your surrender. The 2 patriarchs of the Su family emerged from seclusion, resolutely refusing, leading to a fierce battle outside the Su family grounds. Both Su patriarchs were injured, and the adversaries from the Medicine King sect and the Long family retreated. At the age of 95, under the ample resources provided by the Su family, you successfully ascended to the mid-golden core stage. By the age of 140, a colossal portal appeared in the sky, from which numerous powerful beings descended. The forces of the Medicine King sect arrived at the Su family, insisting on your surrender. But the defenders of the Su family intervened. The following day, Su Qingyu discreetly led you away from the Su family. However, you were soon discovered by agents of the Medicine King sect and captured. In a moment of desperation, you revealed the location of the Diamond sect's secret realm to them. 3 days later, the powerful members of the Medicine King sect accompanied you and Su Qingyu to the secret realm, breaking through its barriers with ease. A fierce battle ensued between the forces of the Medicine King sect and Elder Su, who was ultimately overpowered and gravely injured. As the secret realm shattered, a mysterious young man rescued Elder Su. On another day, a member of the Medicine King sect, upon realizing you were merely a scapegoat, crushed you to death. You have perished. Chapter 39. Return to the market. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level of 140 years. 2. The combat experience of 140 years. A scapegoat? Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. Indeed, Elder Su was suspect. It seemed that Elder Su might not even be a formation spirit, but rather a human. Previously, during the simulation, he had sensed that the Diamond sect's secret realm was fundamentally a place for cultivating spiritual herbs, brimming with invaluable resources. How could it possibly lack even the herbs necessary for transcending the second transformation of divine demons? Nevertheless, the Su family proved to be a commendable ally, having resisted the pressures from the Medicine King sect on 2 occasions without surrendering him. Furthermore, within the Su family, he had acquired substantial resources, elevating his cultivation to the mid-golden core stage. Choose 1. Li Xianxing Silan Li Pundarat. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced, and within Li Changsheng, it felt as if a barrier had been shattered, successfully allowing him to ascend to the mid-golden core stage. Impossible. Suinju gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment as she beheld Li Changsheng's breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage. Her earlier composure utterly vanished. In her studies of ancient texts, she had never encountered such an effortless transition between realms. Green Lotus was also adorned with a look of astonishment. The young lady possessed a pure spiritual root, and to advance to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm would typically require several years. Yet, the youth before her was a year younger than the young lady and had already made that leap, surpassing her. Could it be that this individual possessed an even greater innate talent than hers? Changsheng paid no heed to their thoughts, and, gazing at Su Qingyu, spoke with calmness. I am willing to join the Su family as a guest elder. For the time being, I do not require any divine abilities or techniques. What I seek is a substantial amount of spirit stones. The more, the better. Just spirit stones? Su Qingyu's face displayed a hint of perplexity. I do not have many on hand, but I can provide you with 200,000 spirit stones for now. After the auction concludes, you may accompany me back to the clan, and I can offer you more, though it will not exceed 1 million. 1 million spirit stones is the pinnacle of what I can allocate. Should you serve as a guest elder of the Su family, I assure you a minimum of 300,000 spirit stones annually, comparable to that of a peak Golden Core guest elder. What do you think? Though Su Qingyu was uncertain of Li Changsheng's intentions for such a large sum of spirit stones, she nonetheless presented her bottom line. 300,000 spirit stones per year was indeed a significant amount for a Golden Core cultivator. However, given that Li Changsheng was already at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm at such a young age, he was deserving of such high treatment. Very well. However, I require the 200,000 spirit stones up front. Li Changsheng stated directly. Agreed. Su Qingyu, without further hesitation, produced a storage pouch and handed it to Li Changsheng. He accepted the pouch and placed it into his own storage space. I shall find you once the auction concludes, he declared. Understood. As Li Changsheng departed the carriage, Green Lotus, with a troubled expression, remarked, Miss, are you truly giving him the spirit stones? What if he runs away with them? Those are not clan resources, but your hard-earned savings. Those who cultivate to such a realm at a young age often possess their own pride. Let us proceed to the Misty Valley. After we acquire that item, we shall return to the clan. Li Changsheng chose not to accompany Su Qingyu. Her entourage was too grand, and with her by his side, neither the Sunset Sect nor the Wan family would dare to act against him. He walked alongside by Qing through the streets of the Tunmen Bazaar. Zhao San had taken Qing to rent a cave dwelling. With the auction still over 10 days away, they would need to reside in the Tunmen Bazaar for a while. Is this truly the gathering place for cultivators? It appears no different from a mundane city. Bai Qing remarked softly. The Tunmen Bazaar has existed for several centuries, Li Changsheng replied. In addition to cultivators, many ordinary folk reside here, primarily the descendants of cultivators without spiritual roots. The presence of ordinary people means there is little distinction from the outside world, except for the larger number of cultivators. The two strolled along the streets until they reached the location where the herb hall once stood, now transformed into a shop selling talismans. Back then, my potions in that shop could fetch several hundred spirit stones. Couldn't they? Li Changsheng shook his head with a smile, recalling that over a year ago, he was content with earning just over 100 spirit stones each month, whereas now, his storage bag lay quietly containing 200,000 spirit stones, the sign of the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion, once run by Zhao San and the likes of the Mountain Tiger Song, had been replaced, although it remained a shop for trading magical artifacts. Upon entering the establishment, Li Changsheng sold all the magical artifacts he had acquired from those unworthy individuals during this time, retaining only those of superior quality, intending to auction them for a handsome price. The artifacts obtained from slaying dozens of cultivators fetched him 19,000 spirit stones. After disposing of the artifacts, Li Changsheng repeated the process, selling materials from his storage bag for 29,000 spirit stones. As he wandered through the marketplace, Qin, Yi, and Zhao San soon found them. Having mingled in the marketplace for many years, Zhao San swiftly secured a rental of a cave dwelling. I will seclude myself for a few days. I shall emerge again for the auction. With those words, Li Changsheng sealed the cave and, once inside, set up several formations to muffle any sound. The formations, crafted by him, a peak second-tier formation master, were sufficient to rival those within the residences of the 10,000 families in the Misty Valley. And given his intent was merely to obscure any disturbances, even if he were to break through to the nascent soul stage, the commotion would remain contained. Recharge. Recharge successful. Balance is 2,250,000 gold. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Each use costs 10,000 gold. Use. At 21. After the auction, you will eliminate all cultivators who attack you and seize the spiritual vein of the Misty Valley. You will give the foundation-building pills obtained from the slain cultivators to Xianxia, enabling him to successfully break through to foundation building. A month later, you will hand over the core of the formations you have set up to Xianxia, then return to the Su family with Su Qingyu. At 31, you will accompany Su Qingyu to a place of opportunity, where the Long family and the Medicine King sect conspire against you. You will strike first, swiftly dispatching 2 golden core cultivators, then proceed to attack the members of the Long family and the Medicine King sect, slaying 3 additional golden core individuals, with the rest fleeing. A month later, the nascent soul of the Medicine King sect and the Long family ancestor will arrive at the Su family to demand a person, leading to a fierce battle. At 125, with substantial resources from the Su family, you will advance to the late golden core stage. At 142, you will be slain by a powerful figure from the Medicine King sect. The late golden core stage has arrived. Once more, at 135, with significant resources from the Su family, you will successfully reach the peak of the golden core stage. The peak of the golden core stage has been achieved. At 115, you will attempt to break through to the nascent soul, but fail. You will die. At 130, you will fail in your nascent soul breakthrough and perish. At 141, you will be found and slain by a powerful figure from the Medicine King sect at the outskirts of the Endless Forest. Changsheng opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. My aptitude is truly lacking. After 7 attempts, he has yet to ascend from the pinnacle of the golden core stage to the nascent soul realm. Given his 4 spiritual roots, it is already a remarkable feat to have achieved the foundation establishment stage. Recently, a breakthrough to the golden core gave Changsheng a fleeting sense of accomplishment. However, the transition to the nascent soul realm harshly reminded him of the stark reality. With a deep sigh, Changsheng murmured, "This will not do. I must first find a way to elevate my alchemical skills to the 4th tier and concoct the nascent soul pill. Tuptik Waranta, Abuba, Xianxia." Commencing simulation. At the age of 21, alongside Su Qingyu, you return to the ancestral grounds of the Su family, obtaining the inheritance of 3rd-tier alchemy from the family's scripture pavilion. You devoted yourself to the study of alchemy within the Su family. At 79, your alchemical skills advanced to the early stage of the 3rd tier. By the age of 130, your alchemical prowess reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. At 140, you were slain by a powerful figure from the Medicine King sect. Select option 2. Your alchemical skills have finally reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. At 59, your alchemical abilities further ascended to the late stage of the 3rd tier. By 110, your alchemical skills attained the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. While searching for the 4th tier alchemical inheritance within the Su family, you were informed that such a legacy did not exist. You bid farewell to Su Qingyu, intending to venture out in search of the 4th tier alchemical inheritance, with Su Qingyu, who had already entered the nascent soul stage, accompanying you. At 120, after traversing numerous locations, you found yourselves empty-handed. You parted ways with Su Qingyu to infiltrate the Medicine King sect and steal their inheritance. However, you were discovered while sneaking into their scripture pavilion. A fierce battle ensued with an elder of the Medicine King sect at the nascent soul stage. But you were ultimately outmatched and ensnared within their formation. Half a month later, Su Qingyu received word of your predicament and, alongside the ancestor of the Su family, stormed into the Medicine King sect to rescue you. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by the Dragon family's nascent soul cultivators and the formidable members of the Medicine King sect, resulting in Su Qingyu being slain by the sect's master, while the Su family's ancestor was gravely injured and forced to retreat. You met your demise. Select option 2. Changsheng made his choice without hesitation. His alchemical skills had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. It seemed that the Medicine King sect harbored more than one nascent soul cultivator, and it was astonishing that the Su family would venture into the sect for his sake. The Su family is indeed formidable. He truly must take action. Xianxia mutarat. Though this was merely a simulation, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. With the system at his disposal, he would repay them in due time once he had grown stronger. Once more, at the age of 21, you returned to the Su family with Su Qingyu, acquiring the inheritance of formations capable of cultivating to the early stage of the 4th tier. You secluded yourself to delve into the path of formations. At 49, you successfully entered the 3rd tier of formations. At 95, you advanced to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier in formations. By 135, you reach the late stage of the third tier in formations. At 57, you attain the pinnacle of the third tier in formations. At the age of 121, Changsheng opened his eyes, a torrent of knowledge regarding formations flooding his mind, as if he had amassed centuries of experience in array crafting. With a mere flick of his fingers, the formation he had casually set up transformed dramatically. What was once a simple array, capable of concealing movement, now brimmed with lethal intent. Even a peak foundation establishment cultivator, should they venture into this array, would be instantly annihilated. Surely, I have attained combat strength at the nascent soul level, Changsheng used. It seems I must gather some materials for array crafting. Although he possessed a few commendable materials, sufficient for constructing a formation capable of slaying a peak golden core cultivator, he could achieve such a feat through sheer strength alone. However, to set up a fourth-tier array capable of ensnaring a nascent soul, he required far more resources. Once more, Changsheng declared resolutely, having many skills is never a burden. With a few remaining simulation opportunities, I shall elevate my cultivation in the 4 arts of cultivation to their utmost pinnacle. At the age of 45, his talisman skills ascended to the 2nd tier. Shortly thereafter, his proficiency in talismans reached the peak of the 3rd tier. After expending 5 simulation opportunities, equivalent to approximately 600 years, Changsheng elevated his talisman mastery to its zenith. At 45 once more, his refining skills advanced as well. Through another 6 opportunities, his mastery in artifact crafting reached the 3rd tier S peak, enabling him to forge ordinary spiritual artifacts, though he currently lacked any materials for such creations. A smile graced Changsheng's face as he murmured, I have now achieved a well-rounded development in virtue, wisdom, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor. I wonder if I am prepared to slay 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators. With 4 opportunities remaining, he decided to test his abilities. Simulation. At the age of 21, alongside Su Qingyu, he returned to the Su family to begin collecting materials for refining spiritual artifacts, crafting talismans, and setting up formations. By the age of 127, believing himself ready, he stealthily approached the vicinity of the Medicine King sect, spending a year and a half to lay down 17 lethal arrays 30 miles from the sect. At 128, he covertly infiltrated the Medicine King sect, successfully stealing the 4th-tier alchemical inheritance using a peak 3rd-tier concealment talisman. However, the moment he secured the inheritance, an elder at the nascent soul stage discovered him. He swiftly unleashed 300 3rd-tier talismans at the elder, inflicting a minor injury before making his escape. Just as he exited the great array of the Medicine King sect, he was struck by a sword light from another nascent soul cultivator. Though his protective spiritual armor mitigated the damage to mere light wounds, he retaliated by hurling hundreds of 3rd-tier talismans, forcing both nascent soul elders to evade. He then fled into a prearranged formation, where the 2 nascent soul cultivators entered the array. While he absorbed the 4th-tier alchemical inheritance, he simultaneously manipulated the formation to assault the 2, leaving them in a state of disarray, forced to dodge his onslaught. Moments later, the leader of the Medicine King sect arrived, cleaving a fissure in the formation with a single stroke of his sword, liberating the 2 individuals. The 3 of us shall vanquish you. You are doomed. With a start, Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. Choose option 2. Over a century of experience in crafting talismans and formations surged into Changsheng's mind, accompanied by a tome known as the upper volume of the Medicine King scripture, a legacy of alchemical mastery. Truly, the inheritance of the Medicine King sect is remarkable. Changsheng's lips curved upward. Although this scripture was merely the upper volume, it encompassed a wealth of knowledge. It not only detailed the alchemical techniques required to advance to the 5th tier, but also cataloged numerous rare herbs and their characteristics, including the potions they could produce. Many of these herbs were entirely unfamiliar to Changsheng. Simulation. You have diligently pursued the art of alchemy. At the age of 140, you were slain by a formidable figure of the Medicine King sect. At 95, your alchemical prowess successfully ascended to the 4th tier. At 130, you successfully concocted a nascent soul pill and entered seclusion to consume it, aspiring to reach the nascent soul realm. Breakthrough failed. You were gravely injured. At 140, you were slain by a formidable figure of the Medicine King sect. Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Just how poor was his aptitude? The nascent soul pill could enhance the odds of a successful breakthrough by 40%. and failure typically did not lead to death or adversely affect one's cultivation. Yet it still faltered. Choose option 2. With this decision, he officially became a 4th-tier alchemist. Chapter 41. The auction commences. One simulation opportunity remained. Best to use it now. After all, following the auction, someone would undoubtedly present him with money. First, he would elevate his alchemical skills to the 5th tier, then achieve the nascent soul breakthrough. A subtle smile played on Li Changsheng's lips. Beginning simulation. At 21, you return to the ancestral grounds of the Su family with Su Qingyu, diligently refining your alchemical skills. At 140, a wormhole appeared above the southern sky domain, and countless powerful beings descended. You perished. What a solitary simulation. Reaching the 4th tier in alchemy proved exceedingly arduous. After more than a century, he had not even advanced by a minor tier. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that a single simulation at the Golden Core stage only required a mere 10,000, or else he truly would have been unable to advance. Li Changsheng murmured to himself. With materials still at hand, he would refine some potions to exchange for currency at the auction. Without delay, Li Changsheng spent the following days in his cave, dwelling, concocting elixirs. 13 days later, the day of the auction arrived. Li Changsheng emerged from his cave, where Qin Yi, Zhao San, and Bai Qinger awaited him. Young master. Upon seeing Li Changsheng, the three promptly paid their respects. Li Changsheng tossed a jade vial to Zhao San, stating calmly, "You need not attend the auction. Focus on your breakthrough in seclusion." Zhao San took the jade bottle, his eyes reflecting a look of puzzlement. As he opened the bottle, he discovered a purple elixir the size of a longan, adorned with 6 cloud patterns. It was on the verge of being classified as a high-grade foundation establishment pill. Grasping the pill, Zhao San knelt before Li Changsheng, bowing 3 times in deep respect. "Your Grace, young master, I shall never forget this kindness. From now on Zhao San, will be like a dog by your side, ready to bite whomever you command." "Rise," Li Changsheng replied coolly. "Focus on your breakthrough. There will be tasks for you in the future." With that, Li Changsheng departed the cave with Qin Yi and Bai Qinger, heading towards the auction venue. Upon their arrival, they found a long queue outside the venue, as it was the once every 5 years auction of Tunmen Square, known for its valuable offerings. Some attendees came to bid, while others brought items, hoping to fetch a good price. "Young master, this is an invitation from the Bai family," Qin Yi said, producing a beautifully crafted invitation and presenting it to Li Changsheng. "Let us proceed," Li Changsheng responded, not taking the invitation, but instead walking directly into the auction hall. After Qin Yi displayed the invitation, the guards ushered the trio inside, as such invitations were reserved for individuals of significance, exempting them from waiting in line like common cultivators and small families. As they entered, 2 maidservants approached, guiding them to their designated private box. "Who was that young man? Despite his youth, he possesses a gilded invitation," one onlooker remarked. "Indeed, I noticed that the maid beside him lacks even the first level of qi refinement, and a middle-aged man accompanying him is merely at the same level. Stop speculating. Those with gilded invitations are not individuals we can provoke. Best to wait in line like everyone else," murmured the gathered cultivators. Meanwhile, in a 4-story building opposite the auction venue, 8 foundation establishment cultivators convened, including 3 from the Wan family and 3 from the Setting Sun sect, alongside 2 from a foundation establishment family of Qi Nation. Upon seeing Li Changsheng and his companions holding gilded invitations, the occupants of the room were momentarily taken aback, although not the highest tier of invitations. Such a privilege was typically reserved for families of the Wan family's caliber. "Brother Zhou, are you certain this young man has no backing?" Wan Chongshan inquired, frowning at Zhou Qi, the inner disciple of the Setting Sun sect. "Our Wan family is merely a mid-tier family in the Southern Heaven region, unlike the Setting Sun sect, which is protected by Golden Core cultivators. There are many forces we cannot afford to offend. Rest assured, I have procured information about this young man from Bailu. He seems to have acquired a legacy from somewhere and has cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment," Zhou Qi replied with a shake of his head, his tone icy. "This young man has already incurred the wrath of my Setting Sun sect. His fate is sealed. Moreover, this young man has already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment at such a tender age, indicating that he possesses extraordinary fortune. Do you not desire that?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present in the room revealed a flicker of temptation. Allowing such a promising individual to slip away unaddressed would be an opportunity seldom found in the future. Wan Mo smiled and said, "Brother, Our Wan family lineage is only sufficient for cultivation up to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. If we can obtain the fortuitous opportunities of this young man, who has to say you cannot ascend to the realm of gold elixir in the future? Wan Chongshan pondered for a moment and replied, in that case, I will defer to Brother Zhou's arrangements. The others, also foundation establishment cultivators, echoed in agreement. Let us wait until the auction concludes, then we shall take action. There are several items within this auction that I require. A flash of disdain crossed Zhou Qi's eyes. The golden elixir techniques were abundant within their rising sun sect. Did these individuals truly believe that entering the golden elixir realm could be achieved with just 1 or 2 manuals, without considerable resources and innate talent? How could one hope to step into the golden elixir realm so easily, even within his rising sun sect? It took 2 to 3 centuries to produce a single golden elixir cultivator. In the luxurious box on the 4th floor, Su Qingyu sat comfortably, while the commander of the silver-armored knights stood at the door, and the young maid, Green Lotus, chattered incessantly in her ear. Miss, Li Changsheng has already arrived. Miss, what could possibly be worth your personal attendance at an auction in such a small market? She continued, I truly do not understand how Li Changsheng has cultivated. According to the records, he was merely a fisherman 3 years ago, yet he has advanced to the mid-stage of the golden elixir realm in such a short time. Even the ancestor of the Long family did not cultivate at such a pace in his youth. The Long family's ancestor possessed a heavenly spirit root and was endowed with formidable killing prowess. Stepping into the golden elixir realm at 18 and entering the nascent soul stage by 50. Now 3 centuries later, no one knows the extent of the Long family's ancestor's power. Su Qingyu gently tapped Green Lotus on the head and whispered, Li Changsheng's innate talent may surpass even that of the Long family's ancestor. If we can cultivate such a genius, my grandfather will surely be overjoyed. Green Lotus stuck out her tongue, clearly accustomed to their playful banter and not taking Su Qingyu's words to heart. Miss, you too possess a water spirit root. And with Li Changsheng's remarkable talent, if you were to be together and have a child, what extraordinary abilities would that child possess? Green Lotus said innocently, Be silent. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and whispered, Do not speak such nonsense in public, or I shall punish you by confining you to closed-door cultivation for 5 years without reprieve. All right, I won't say another word, Green Lotus hurriedly replied, as she was at an active age, and the thought of being confined for 5 years was more unbearable than death. Li Changsheng's suite was located on the 3rd floor, just below the esteemed boxes on the 4th floor. The entire room was crafted from spiritual materials, inscribed with intricate formations that provided formidable defenses and a degree of isolation from spiritual senses. Even the spiritual senses of golden elixir cultivators would be significantly diminished within these confines. Li Changsheng summoned the steward of the auction house through a maid. The steward, somewhat reluctant, approached the private room. Had it not been for the need for a gilded invitation to enter, he would not have made the trip. Please auction these items. With a mere gesture, a dozen bottles of elixirs appeared on the table before Li Changsheng. Observing the low cultivation level of the individuals in the room, particularly the youth at the forefront, the steward's eyes glimmered with disdain. Yet, adhering to his professional ethics, he picked up a bottle and opened it. Before he could finish his sentence, astonishment filled his gaze. This is a 3rd-grade spirit-nourishing pill. Chapter 42, Xian Shui Flower. The spirit-nourishing pill is a potion that even golden core cultivators can utilize. This particular bottle contains several pills, sufficient for a golden core cultivator's practice over 3 years. Could it be that all these are 3rd-grade elixirs? A ludicrous thought emerged in the steward's mind. In the southern sky domain, a 3rd-grade alchemist would be regarded as a distinguished guest even among nascent soul powers. If this young man could produce such an abundance of 3rd-grade elixirs, he must surely have a 3rd-grade alchemist backing him. However, the steward did not equate the young man before him with a 3rd-grade alchemist. Even a most prodigious of alchemists would require over a century to attain such a status. The youth appeared to be merely in his 20s, making it improbable for him to be the 3rd-grade alchemist himself. He was most likely a descendant of one. With this thought, the steward hastily opened the remaining jade bottles, discovering 5 more containing 3rd-grade elixirs and 7 containing precious 2nd-grade potions. Young master, do you intend for us to auction these elixirs? The steward inquired with a sycophantic smile. A descendant of a 3rd-grade alchemist was not someone a mere subordinate like him could afford to offend. Indeed, Li Changsheng replied calmly. Rest assured, These elixirs will fetch a splendid price at our auction. The steward grinned as he collected the elixirs, bowing slightly to Li Changsheng. I shall report these elixirs now. Go ahead. After waiting for half an hour, the auction commenced. A gray-clad auctioneer ascended the high platform on the first floor and proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone, to the biannual auction of the Jinshan Auction House's Misty Valley branch. This time, our auction features an abundance of treasures, surpassing previous events, and we are honored to host numerous distinguished guests." The auctioneer refrained from disclosing the identities of these prominent figures, yet it incited a wave of speculation among the attendees regarding who might be present. The Jinshan Auction House is the foremost auction house in the Southern Sky domain, boasting more than one golden core expert within its ranks. Its strength is comparable to that of the Sunset Valley of the Qi Kingdom. However, the Jinshan Auction House has always adhered to the principle of harmony and prosperity, rarely clashing with other factions, which is why its reputation in the Southern Sky domain remains understated. However, no one doubts the prowess of the Golden Mountain Auction House. Without further ado, let us present the first auction item, 3 Foundation Establishment Pills. Given that there are 3 of these pills, we shall auction them in 3 separate rounds, with a starting price of 6,000 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed the previous one by no less than 100 spirit stones. With that, the auctioneer opened the jade box before him, revealing 3 purple Foundation Establishment Pills lying quietly within. A collective gasp echoed throughout the auction hall. This event, held once every 5 years, attracted many seasoned participants, yet it was their first encounter with Foundation Establishment Pills being offered right at the outset. Typically, such pills are reserved for the grand finale of the auction when items are scarce. To see them featured first today was indeed remarkable. 6,500 spirit stones, 6,800 spirit stones, 7,500 spirit stones. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent. Word of the Foundation Establishment Pills had spread, drawing numerous attendees specifically for this occasion, and now the bidding war had commenced in earnest. 2 of those Foundation Establishment Pills belong to me. I wonder what price they will fetch, murmured Li Changsheng. He had not anticipated the auction would commence with these pills. Although classified as second-tier elixirs, they often command prices exceeding those of many third-tier potions. A single Foundation Establishment Pill can ensure the prosperity of a small family for 2 centuries, prompting some families to risk everything to acquire one. Ultimately, the first Foundation Establishment Pill was sold for 11,500 spirit stones. The second fetched 12,500 spirit stones. As for the third, those who had failed to secure a bid became frenzied, believing there was still an opportunity. They began to bid recklessly, and the final pill was auctioned off for an astonishing 14,800 spirit stones. Over 20,000 spirit stones in hand. A smile graced Li Changsheng's face. Another 2 simulation opportunities secured. With the fervor surrounding the 3 Foundation Establishment Pills, the atmosphere of the auction hall had ignited, leading to impressive prices for the subsequent items. During this time, Li Changsheng also successfully bid on materials for 2 types of formation arrays. Numerous items were auctioned off, including several vials of elixirs crafted by Li Changsheng, all fetching substantial prices. Next came a relic, a fragment of a secret realm map, roughly 1/4 the size of the complete map. The auctioneer stated, "This item has been authenticated by our Golden Mountain Auction House. This is a genuine replica of 1 corner of the map. The starting price is 5,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 100 spirit stones." A hush fell over the crowd. No one dared to bid on what seemed an exorbitant price for only 1/4 of a map, the usefulness of which remained uncertain. Huh? Li Changsheng breathed softly, finding the fragment of the map oddly familiar. He retrieved the map indicating the location of the Diamond Sect's secret realm, acquired after slaying the mountain tiger from his storage bag. Comparing it with the map displayed on the auction stage, he confirmed it indeed depicted the Diamond Sect's secret realm. Quite a find, Li Changsheng murmured to himself. He had initially believed that the map was solely in the possession of the descendants of the Diamond Sect, so he was taken aback to see it reappear at the auction. The auctioneer, clad in gray, appeared somewhat flustered, pondering if this would be the first item to go unsold. 5,000 spiritual stones, chimed a melodious voice from the 4th floor. Li Changsheng immediately recognized it as the voice of Green Lotus, the maidservant accompanying Su Qingyu. Had she traveled such a distance solely for this half-map? Li Xianxia reflected. The Su family is indeed reliable. Once the auction concludes, I shall inquire with Su Qingyu about the Diamond Sect. He harbored a lingering suspicion regarding the elder of the Diamond Sect. Before long, numerous items were auctioned off, and the medicinal pills Li Changsheng had crafted fetched commendable prices, including a bottle of third-tier spirit-nourishing pills, which was successfully bid upon by Su Qingyu. Now, we approach the final item of today's auction, the Mystic Water Flower. The auctioneer, without a glance at the small families and loose cultivators on the first floor, commenced introducing the item to the esteemed guests in the private boxes. The Mystic Water Flower is a primary ingredient for crafting the Clear Water Pill, a remedy capable of purifying water's spiritual roots. With a starting bid of 30,000 spiritual stones, and each increment must not be less than 1,000 spiritual stones. A wave of excitement surged through the audience. Purifying a spiritual root equated to enhancing one's innate talents, especially for those prodigies with dual spiritual roots. Their cultivation speed was already rapid, and should they succeed in crafting the Clear Water Pill, their progression would accelerate even further. Gazing at the Mystic Water Flower on stage, Li Changsheng felt a surge of desire. Among his 4 spiritual roots, he possessed precisely the water spiritual root. However, throughout the auction, the maidservant beside Su Qingyu had only bid on the spirit-nourishing pills, likely solely for the purpose of acquiring the Mystic Water Flower. 40,000 spiritual stones. As anticipated, Green Lotus's voice reached his ears, directly increasing the bid by 10,000 stones. 45,000 spiritual stones. 48,000 spiritual stones. 53,000. Ultimately, the Mystic Water Flower was secured by Su Qingyu for 90,000 spiritual stones. Li Changsheng refrained from bidding. First, because Su Qingyu had aided him significantly during the simulation. And second, the Clear Water Pill was a 4th-tier elixir, and within the entire Southern Sky region, 4th-tier alchemists were exceedingly rare. He was one of them. 1 Mystic Water Flower was sufficient to produce 3 Clear Water Pills. Moreover, even if Su Qingyu did not seek his assistance in crafting the Clear Water Pill, once he ascended to the rank of 5th-tier alchemist, he could concoct the bone-cleansing pill to further enhance his capabilities. After the auction concluded, the personnel from the Golden Mountain Auction House delivered the over 70,000 spiritual stones Li Changsheng had earned from his auction pills. Let us depart. Li Changsheng gathered his spiritual stones and made his way towards the exit of the auction house. As the 3 wandered through the bustling market, the surroundings suddenly transformed. The throng of people vanished, and they found themselves enveloped in a gray mist, as if they had entered a realm apart from reality. Young master, we are being ambushed. Qingyi's expression grew grave as he warily surveyed the fog. Bai Qing'er mirrored his seriousness, her gaze scanning the obscured surroundings. No worries, merely a few insignificant mice. Li Changsheng remarked nonchalantly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. What audacity! 11 figures emerged from a mist. Alongside the 3 who accompanied Zhou Qi, there were 2 independent cultivators and 3 foundation-building practitioners, one of whom was the manager Li Changsheng had encountered at the Golden Mountain Auction House. How astute of the Golden Mountain Auction House! I just entrusted you with my items for auction, and now you wish to reclaim your funds? Li Changsheng observed the manager with a smirk that danced between humor and mockery. The manager's countenance shifted, and he whispered to Zhou Qi, "Friend Zhou, this man must die today. He has the backing of a 3rd-tier alchemist. If he escapes, my life is forfeit. Furthermore, I require a portion of the alchemist's legacy." The manager sighed, contemplating the risk. Should the news of him ambushing an auction patron spread, he would undoubtedly face retribution from the Golden Mountain Auction House. Yet, as a peak 1st-tier alchemist, a 3rd-tier alchemist's legacy was worth the peril. Thus, he sought out Zhou Qi, with whom he had some rapport. But he had not anticipated that this youth would have enmity with the Sunset Sect. A perfect match. Zhou Qi stepped forward slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Li Changsheng. You killed my uncle in the mundane world days ago. Did you ever foresee this day? Has the Sunset Sect sent mere minnows to belittle me? Li Changsheng remained unfazed, showing no regard for the 11 foundation-building cultivators encircling him. Seeking death, Zhou Qi could no longer suppress his fury. As a leading disciple of the Sunset Sect, when had anyone dared to treat him with such disdain in Qi country? With a thunderous roar, Zhou Qi unleashed a chilling radiance from his flying sword, a streak of lightning piercing through the mist, aimed directly at Li Changsheng's brow. Ha! As the sword was poised to strike, the others wore expressions of disdain. To deal with an ordinary foundation-building cultivator, Zhou Qi had summoned them all. Such caution seemed excessive. Clang! Just as the sword was about to pierce Li Changsheng's forehead, two fingers appear before it, deftly pinching the exquisite sword. "How is this possible?" Wan Zhongshan exclaimed, astonished. Among those present, only he and Zhou Qi had reached the pinnacle of foundation building, and he had expected Li Changsheng to perish beneath Zhou Qi's strike. Yet, he had barely seen Li Changsheng's movement when the exquisite sword was already caught. "Did none of you bother to ascertain my strength before confronting me?" Li Changsheng let out a sigh and spoke calmly. "Your abilities are but a shade weaker than those of your Master S Senior, Qimingxi. He could not withstand even a single strike from me. What courage do you possess to confront me with such trifles?" "What?" A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Qimingxi was an esteemed elder on the brink of attaining the Golden Core stage. Although his lifespan was waning, he could still unleash formidable power in a desperate struggle. Yet, this youth before them claimed that Qimingxi could not endure even one of his blows. Could it be that this young man was already a Golden Core cultivator? Such a ludicrous thought flickered in many minds. "Enough of this jesting," Li Changsheng declared as he stepped forward. "I have been waiting for your assault. Otherwise, how could I justly seize control of the Misty Valley?" Wan Chongshan's heart tightened. This youth was indeed targeting the Wan family's ancestral domain with a thunderous roar. Akin to the awakening of an ancient beast, a powerful aura emanated from Li Changsheng, instantly filling the entire formation. The terrifying pressure enveloped the 11 Foundation establishment cultivators. Bang! 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 In an instant, the overseers of the Golden Mountain Auction House were brought to their knees by this overwhelming force. Blood staining their knees as they shattered the stones of the street beneath them. Only Zhou Qi and Wan Chongshan managed to remain standing, propped up by their weapons. Though their trembling legs and sweat-drenched clothes revealed that their endurance was waning. How is this possible? A Golden Core at such a young age? Why have I never heard of him? Zhou Qi's mind screamed in disbelief. He had initially perceived this youth as merely a somewhat threatening wolf, easily dispatched with a few tactics. Yet, it was becoming clear that he was no mere wolf, but rather an ancient, violent dragon. "Forgive me, Senior." Wan Chongshan raised his head slightly, gazing at the approaching youth, desperately seeking mercy. He had thought that the various second-tier formations in the market would suffice to fend off a Golden Core master, but now, faced with the true might of such a practitioner, he realized he could not even control the formation. "Perish." Li Changsheng shook his head lightly. Having waited so long in the Tummen market, he had anticipated an attack from those harboring ill intentions. How could he show mercy? With Zhou Qi's high-grade sword in hand, he made a swift cut, unleashing a flurry of sword lights that reduced the 11 into mere dust, leaving only their storage bags and blood as evidence of the slaughter that had transpired. Eliminating the Wan family's Foundation establishment cultivators was a prudent measure to prevent future troubles. As the surrounding mist dissipated, Li Changsheng sighed, collected the 11 storage bags, and vanished from sight. The Wan family had established their stronghold atop the most potent spire. Li Changsheng pointed his finger like a sword, and with a gentle swipe, two heads soared into the sky. "Who dares to cause trouble at the Wan family? Seeking death." Several furious voices echoed from within the courtyard. From the Wan family estate, a flurry of lights shot out, swiftly appearing at the entrance. Upon witnessing the severed heads of the two gatekeepers, the expressions of the two peak Qi refinement cultivators turned grim. "Quickly summon the ancestor." "No need to summon. I shall send you to join them," Li Changsheng declared as he stepped forward, his right hand lightly flicking. Thousands of sword rays shot forth, hurtling towards the Wan family members. Sword light duplication technique. Li Changsheng's mastery of the sword light duplication technique surpassed that of his contemporaries by more than tenfold. Even the peak Qi refinement cultivators at the gate could not withstand a single ray of sword light, which obliterated them into fine dust. "Who are you? When did the Wan family offend such a harbinger of death?" A mid-foundation establishment cultivator, grievously wounded by a sword ray, staggered out from the courtyard. His face twisted with malice as he glared at Li Changsheng. Those residing atop the Mist Spirit Vein were all direct descendants of the Wan family, and now, under this young man's blade, their ranks had been nearly decimated, leaving only the less gifted or those without spiritual roots outside the market. The Wan family had 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, truly a family with a legacy spanning hundreds of years. Li Changsheng shook his head slightly and remarked, "As a Foundation establishment member of the Wan family, are you unaware of the ambush plotted against me by Wan Chongshan and Zhou Qi?" The Wan family cultivator's heart sank. He had harbored a flicker of hope that as long as the clan leader and the other 2 Foundation establishment members were present, the Wan family could still reclaim its former glory. However, it now appeared that their fate was dire. So you are aware of Wan Chongshang's intentions against me. Li Changsheng shook his head and unleashed a palm strike. Boom! The Wan Family Foundation establishment cultivator was obliterated in mid-air, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. At that moment, 3 streaks of light descended near the Wan family gate, revealing Su Qingyu and her companions. Upon surveying the scene of carnage, the trio remained unfazed. In the world of cultivation, survival of the fittest prevailed. It was the Wan family that had initiated hostilities against Li Changsheng, and thus, none could find fault with his actions. What do you intend to do with the Mist Valley Spirit Vein? Su Vingyu aprorochit Li Changsheng, herbrov silaitli furovit. Her intuition suggesting that his cultivation had indeed progressed. I plan to leave this place in the care of those close to me, Li Changsheng replied candidly, sharing his intentions with Su Qingyu. I will have 2 Foundation establishment members from my clan come to oversee it. Su Qingyu nodded, given Li Changsheng's current prowess. Occupying a medium-grade spirit vein was more than sufficient. Handle matters here first. We shall return to the clan in a month. Is that agreeable? Our clan's Foundation establishment members will arrive within that time frame. Very well, Li Changsheng acknowledged. Su Qingyu did not engage in lengthy discussions with Li Changsheng, departing with her maid. 3 days later, Li Changsheng assumed complete control over the Wan family's properties within the market. The inhabitants of Tunman Market became aware that a new, seemingly golden core-level master had taken charge, yet they were relieved to find that Li Changsheng had no intention of expelling them from the Misty Valley or confiscating their assets. The Jinshan auction house approached Li Changsheng the very next day, bearing substantial compensation. Li Changsheng, not inclined to dwell on past grievances, permitted them to settle in cash, receiving 100,000 spirit stones as an apology. Although this sum was insignificant to the Jinshan auction house as a whole, it was considerable for a branch of Tunman Market. After consulting with their headquarters, they provided the spirit stones to Li Changsheng. Meanwhile, Bai Qing'er organized the Wan family's possessions, revealing that the family possessed over 100,000 spirit stones, not accounting for those lost when Li Changsheng had eliminated several foundational cultivators. Li Changsheng did not seek to annihilate the Wan family entirely. He simply expelled the non-direct descendants from the spiritual vein of Misty Valley. The Wan family, having governed Tunman Market, relied on numerous managers to aid in its administration. Only these individuals held knowledge of the Wan family's spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and materials. In the future, Xiaoxin would undoubtedly require their assistance in managing Tunman Market. My lord, here are all the Wan family's assets and remaining spirit stones from these past years, respectfully presented a Peak Chi refinement manager from the Wan family, offering a detailed ledger. The ledger clearly enumerated all the Wan family's properties and the quantity of remaining spirit stones and materials, easily comprehensible at a glance. Qing'er, keep this. I shall depart from the Misty Valley in a month. These spirit stones will suffice to maintain the market's operations. Li Changsheng instructed as he handed the ledger to Bai Qing'er. Master, I wish to accompany you. Bai Qing'er exclaimed eagerly. Li Changsheng gently shook his head, ruffling her hair. Wait until I have settled there. I will come to fetch you. Your current task is to safeguard this legacy for me. Understood, Bai Qing'er acknowledged, aware that her talents could not significantly aid him, and nodded in agreement. Li Changsheng then turned to Xiaoxin, stating calmly, Xiaoxin, during this period, your sole responsibility is to protect Qing'er. While cultivating here, you may yet find a path to the Golden Core realm. Yes, Xiaoxin nodded vigorously, though a hint of bitterness crossed his face. Master, with my current strength, I fear I cannot sufficiently guard this Misty Valley spiritual vein. As a mere early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he was ill-equipped to defend a medium-sized spiritual vein, especially one in Tunman Market, which was among the largest in the Qi Kingdom, second only to the Sunsetting Valley Market, requiring at least a peak Foundation establishment cultivator for its protection. Do not worry. I have arranged for another to oversee the Misty Valley spiritual vein. Unless it threatens your lives, it is best not to disturb them. Li Changsheng replied with a calm demeanor. Despite Su Qingyu dispatching personnel to oversee matters, the foundation of one's strength remains paramount. Although Xiaoxin is merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, the grand formation he has arranged ensures that as long as no cultivator above the mid-stage of the Golden Core arrives, the Misty Valley shall remain unscathed. In recent days, Li Changsheng has upgraded the formations within the Misty Valley. What was once merely a large-scale second-tier formation has been transformed into a third-tier formation capable of withstanding the onslaught of early-stage golden core cultivators for several hours. After issuing his instructions, Changsheng ventured to the stone chamber closest to the spiritual eye, bearing the spoils of this endeavor. Recharge, he murmured. Recharge successful. Balance is 450. 000 gold. Would you like to use the Immortal Cultivation Simulator immediately? Each simulation costs 10,000 gold. With a sigh of relief, Changsheng gazed at the balance within the simulator. Indeed, this method yields the fastest returns. Were it not for the fact that he was not yet invincible, he would have contemplated seizing the resources of those formidable factions. He mused. Use. Simulation commencing. At 21, you rampage through the misty valley, the name Changsheng echoing throughout the southern heaven region. 1 month later, you accompany Su Qingyu to the ancestral grounds of the Su family, entering seclusion to diligently refine alchemical techniques. At 140 years, numerous voids appear in the skies of the southern heaven region. Powerful beings descend, and you proactively seek out the experts of the Medicine King sect, leading them to the secret realm of the Diamond sect. The experts of the Medicine King sect shatter the formations of the secret realm with ease, engaging in battle with Elder Su. Elder Su is overmatched and is rescued by a mysterious young man. The individuals from the Medicine King sect do not slay you, instead leaving you within their ranks. 9 days later, the mysterious young man appears beside you, slaying you with a single sword strike before vanishing. You have perished. Chapter 45, Nascent Soul. The Substitute. The young man Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the implications of his numerous simulations. It became evident that Elder Su's intention in imparting his teachings was to shield the mysterious young man, who would ultimately slay him in the simulations, allowing the Medicine King sect to mistakenly perceive him as the legitimate heir of the Diamond sect, thus diverting attention from the enigmatic figure. However, it is fortunate that prior to the age of 140, there appears to be no imminent danger. Changsheng's expression remained composed, since Elder Su's teachings were meant to serve as a shield for that mysterious young man. He was eager to ascertain whether that individual would indeed prove a worthy adversary over a century later. There was no need to wait for those powerful beings to descend. He could simply breach the secret realm once he attained sufficient strength. Again, first, I must elevate my alchemical prowess to the 5th tier. Xianxia murmurat. At 140 years, you have been slain. 105 years, your alchemical skills have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th tier. At last, he has reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier. Changsheng's expression was somewhat grim. He had expended 7 simulation attempts merely to elevate his alchemical prowess by a minor tier, and the ascent beyond the 4th tier proved exceedingly arduous. However, he was relieved to find that he still possessed over 30 simulation opportunities. Onward. At 140 years, you perished. At 97 years, your alchemical skill advanced to the late 4th tier. After another 7 simulations, his alchemical abilities ascended by a small stage. At 66 years, your alchemical skill reached the peak of the 4th tier. At 99 years, your alchemical skill progressed to the 5th tier. Option 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Changsheng chose the second option. An immense reservoir of alchemical experience flooded into his mind, and after half an hour, he finally opened his eyes. He had, at last, stepped into the realm of a 5th-tier alchemist. It took a total of 29 simulation attempts for his alchemical skills to transition from the late 4th tier to the early 5th tier, with 6 opportunities remaining. It was time to break through to the nascent soul stage. Onward. Beginning simulation. At 21 years, you return to the Su family with Su Qingyu, successfully concocting 3 Bai Shui pills, of which Su Qingyu gifted you 1, enhancing your aptitude. You utilize the Su family's influence to gather materials for crafting the nascent soul pill. At 30, you successfully refined a batch of nascent soul pills, yielding 3 exquisite pills. 3 months later, you adjusted your state and entered seclusion to prepare for your breakthrough. 3 more months passed, and you successfully entered the nascent soul stage. At 31, you accompanied Su Qingyu to seek opportunities, repelling 2 other formidable factions, yet returned empty-handed. Upon returning to the Su family, you entered seclusion for training, but progress was slow. At 70, Su Qingyu entered the nascent soul realm. At 100, Su Qingyu advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage, while your progress remained sluggish. At 130, Su Qingyu reached the late nascent soul stage, and your advancement continued to lag. At 140, you successfully joined the Medicine King sect. 3 months later, you were slain by a mysterious youth with a single sword strike. Changsheng furrowed his brows. What cultivation level did this enigmatic youth possess that he, having attained the nascent soul, could not withstand a single strike? You have perished. Simulation concluded. You may retain one aspect. 1. The cultivation realm at 140 years. 2. The combat experience at 140 years. Option 1. Boom. As Changsheng made his choice, a terrifying pressure coalesced around him. In the tavern, Su Qingyu opened her eyes, casting a dubious glance in the direction of the spiritual eye. Just moments ago, while in seclusion, she had experienced a sudden wave of anxiety, as if someone were breaking into the nascent soul stage. Could it be that fellow had achieved the nascent soul? Suinju Fronith. A few days ago, upon encountering Changsheng, she sensed a subtle yet profound change within him. Now, separated from his presence, that feeling arose once more. It seemed implausible. Achieving the golden core at such a young age would place one among the most exceptional prodigies in the great sects outside. How could anyone possibly attain the nascent soul by the age of 21? Su Qingyu shook her head, attempting to dispel these thoughts from her mind. Changsheng gazed at the miniature version of himself seated in his dantian, a smile illuminating his eyes. At last, he had reached the nascent soul stage. Yet, the cost for this simulation had escalated tenfold. Observing the insufficient balance displayed on the simulator, he shook his head. With my innate talent, even with 1,000,000 spirit stones, I could not ascend to the transformation stage through regular cultivation. I must first devise a means to enhance my aptitude. Su Qingyu, on the other hand, possessed the Xian Shui flower, which could be refined into Bai Shui Dan. With my current alchemical skills, I could produce a top-tier nascent soul Dan, and naturally, crafting the comparatively simpler Bai Shui Dan would be within my capability. However, the Bai Shui Dan offers little enhancement for someone with my 4 spirit roots. It can only be deemed marginally beneficial. I must strive to concoct the 5th grade Shi Sui Dan. The spiritual herbs required for refining the Shi Sui Dan are exceedingly rare. Changsheng harbored doubts that even the Su family could gather the necessary materials. As the saying goes, solutions present themselves when one reaches the bridge. Once the Su family secures that 1,000,000 spirit stones, I shall simulate a few more times to see if I can find the ingredients for the Shi Sui Dan. Enhancing my aptitude is of utmost urgency. A month later, Changsheng and Su Qingyu found themselves in a luxurious carriage, attended by the ever-reliable Lu He, en route to the ancestral grounds of the Su family. The Su family's ancestral site lay beyond the borders of Qi, within the territory of the Nanzhao kingdom. The journey was long. Even a golden core practitioner, flying on their sword, would require several days to arrive. As Changsheng sat within the carriage, he experienced the remarkable difference between the chariot drawn by the nightmarish horse, endowed with the bloodline of a demonic beast, and ordinary carriages. Whether traversing mountains or crossing rivers, there was no sensation of jolting. Furthermore, its speed rivaled that of a foundation establishment cultivator in full pursuit. Finishing the spirit tea in his cup, Changsheng turned to Su Qingyu, not far from him, and inquired, "Miss Su, have you heard the King Kong sect?" Su Qingyu, taken aback, responded, "You cannot possibly be a descendant of the ancient King Kong sect, can you?" After a moment, she furrowed her brow slightly and cautioned, "You must not let anyone know of your lineage to the King Kong sect. Both the Medicine King sect and the Long family are searching for its heirs. In my youth, I stumbled upon a historical text that recounted events from many years past, detailing how the King Kong sect was once one of the foremost sects in the world. It was later annihilated by the Star River sect in collaboration with several other powerful factions, including the Medicine King sect and the Long family. According to that account, the Star River sect sought a particular object from the King Kong sect, though the text did not specify what it was. Even now, the Medicine King sect and the Long family continue their pursuit of the King Kong sect's descendants. You must not allow the members of the Medicine King sect and the Long family to discover your true identity. Otherwise, even the Su family will be unable to protect you." Chapter 46. Jealousy Transforms One's Countenance. I am not a descendant of the Diamond sect. I merely stumbled upon its techniques, Changsheng replied, shaking his head. He had no intention of disclosing the existence of that secret realm to Su Qingyu. For given the strength of the Su family in the Tiannan domain, it was evident that neither Su Lao nor that enigmatic youth would stand a chance against them. That mysterious young man was capable of rescuing Su Lao from the hands of a powerful figure from Medicine King sect, a century and 20 years hence. Regardless of whether or not you are a descendant of the Diamond Sect, you must not exhibit any traces of its techniques before these two forces, Su Qingyu admonished, shaking her head with a furrowed brow. When the time comes, I will take you to the scripture pavilion to select a different technique. Rest assured, my Su family is also a prominent clan in the outside world, and within our lineage, there exist techniques capable of cultivating to the great ascension stage, which, while perhaps not on par with those of the Diamond Sect, are certainly formidable. Green Lotus gazed at Su Qingyu in disbelief. As the lady's personal maid, she was privy to many internal affairs of the Su family. There were only two techniques capable of reaching the great ascension stage. So how could they allow an outsider to cultivate them? Unless he were to become a son-in-law of the Su family. My lady, Green Lotus gently reminded, only to be met with a stern glare from Su Qingyu. Green Lotus pouted in frustration, inwardly lamenting, "This is disastrous. My lady must have been enchanted by this fellow. If trouble arises, I could always cultivate a different technique." Li Changsheng discerned Su Qingyu's predicament as well. Su Lao was only willing to offer him the first 3 transitions of the divine, demonic 9 transformations and the Star Sword technique to the transformation stage, revealing just how precious techniques that could lead to the great ascension stage truly were. Furthermore, now that he harbored suspicions towards Su Lao, he would not seek further techniques from them. Naturally, obtaining a technique from the Su family that could facilitate cultivation to the great ascension stage would be most advantageous. Half a month later, they finally arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Su family in the Nanzhao Kingdom. The lady has returned. The lady has returned. As Su Qingyu's carriage entered the ancestral grounds, the Su family servants began to shout. Shortly thereafter, a group of young cultivators approached to greet them. Su Qingyu descended from the carriage alongside Li Changsheng. Many young cultivators were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Changsheng emerge from Su Qingyu's carriage. Su Qingyu was the object of admiration for the majority of the youthful members of the clan. Her remarkable excellence had always intimidated them. This was the first time they had seen Su Qingyu accompany someone of similar age into the clan. Previously, there had never been an instance of Su Qingyu being so close to another man. "Qingyu, from whence does this extraordinary individual hail?" inquired a young man at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Changsheng. Others wore expressions of eager anticipation, yet Su Jia, the grandson of the 3rd elder, was a prodigy second only to Su Qingyu in this generation. He had always regarded Su Qingyu as a precious gem. Anyone who dared to approach her excessively, even from within the clan, would inevitably face retribution. Now, with Su Qingyu returning alongside a peer, there was bound to be an interesting spectacle. Li Changsheng remained impassive, choosing to ignore the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly and remarked softly, "This is a guest I have invited. Must I report this to you as well? Qingyu, do you truly believe you can speak so freely?" Su Se, noticing the hint of anger in Su Qingyu's tone, remained unfazed. He coldly directed his gaze at Li Changsheng and continued, "The threshold of the Su family is not so low that just anyone can become our guest." "Oh," Li Changsheng replied with a faint smile. "What qualifications must one possess to be deemed worthy of becoming a guest of the Su family?" He sensed that 3 golden core practitioners had already locked onto him with their spiritual awareness. The Su family, with their illustrious lineage spanning millennia, effortlessly boasted several golden core cultivators, far surpassing the likes of the Falling Sun sect. "You must at least be capable of defeating me," Su Se scoffed, unleashing the full force of his peak foundation establishment aura as he struck towards Li Changsheng's head with a claw. The sound of tearing air echoed as the formidable essence coalesced in Su Jia's hand, the claw moving with the speed of lightning. Should an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator fall victim to this strike, they would either perish or suffer grievous injury. Just teach him a lesson. As long as the ISNT killed, Su Qingyu's voice echoed in Li Changsheng's ears. This fellow's grandfather is the 3rd elder. Killing him would be rather troublesome. Li Changsheng nodded slightly, neither dodging nor evading, extending his pristine hand to meet the attack. With a resounding clash, their palms collided. Su Jia's expression changed drastically, for he instantly felt a formidable force surging towards him, nearly dislocating his wrist. "I must incapacitate this brat." Su Jia's heart sank heavily. He swiftly retrieved a crimson gold sword talisman from his storage pouch, which transformed into a golden sword light extending dozens of feet. Hurtling towards Li Changsheng, the golden sword light emitted a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, advancing with an overwhelming might. "Trouble! No! Stop!" Several urgent exclamations echoed from the shadows. Li Xianxia, Avada. Su Qingyu cried out in alarm, aware that this sword talisman had been meticulously crafted by the third elder using countless precious materials, capable of unleashing an attack equivalent to the full might of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Even golden core practitioners would be wise to avoid its edge. Such sword talismans were exceedingly difficult to forge, requiring extremely rare materials. The third elder had only managed to create 3, one of which he had given to his grandson. Suse. The crowd was taken aback as Suja chose this moment to unleash the sword talisman. Seeking death, Li Changsheng frowned slightly. He had not intended to put Su Qingyu in a difficult position, merely wishing for Suja to retreat in the face of adversity. However, he was no one's plaything to be trampled upon. This sword talisman is certain to spell death even for a gold core cultivator upon contact. With a flick of his finger, Li Changsheng unleashed a white sword light that soared into the heavens. Bang! The white sword light collided with the golden talisman, shattering it into fragments, while the white sword light vanished without a trace. Suja was momentarily taken aback, only to witness Li Changsheng's right hand extending towards him. He felt an invisible force pulling him uncontrollably towards Li Changsheng. Break free. The true essence within Suja surged as he endeavored to resist this overwhelming attraction. Yet his efforts proved futile. Helplessly, he watched as he drew ever closer to Li Changsheng's outstretched hand. Halt! Release my grandson, or I shall ensure your demise. A thunderous roar echoed from the ancestral grounds of the Su family. Li Changsheng paid no heed, nonchalantly swatting away the threat with a gentle wave of his right hand. Bang! Suja's body, propelled towards Li Changsheng, was sent hurtling away as if struck by a stone, crashing heavily into a massive boulder 3,000 meters away, reducing it to rubble. Beast, perish! An elder with snow-white hair, his face contorted with rage, burst forth from the ancestral grounds of the Su family. 100-foot sword light forming instantaneously to cleave towards Li Changsheng. Chapter 47. Techniques in Recharge. Halt! A furious shout resonated from within the ancestral grounds, as a white light struck the 100-foot sword light. Bang! The sword light shattered into countless pieces. Li Changsheng remained unfazed, not even shifting his stance. Elder, this wretch has harmed my beloved grandson. Why do you obstruct me? The elder with white hair bellowed. As the third elder of the Su family, he could not bear the humiliation of having his grandson bullied by an outsider at the ancestral gates. Suddenly, a gray-clad elder emerged from the Su family ancestral grounds, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss, unfathomable in depth. Even Li Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at him. This man is undoubtedly no ordinary nascent soul. Li Xianxia Musa Inwarli. Though he too had entered the nascent soul realm, he still felt a significant disparity compared to the elder before him. Grandfather. Upon seeing the elder, Su Qingyu's eyes lit up with joy as she soared to his side. Su Zhenghai regarded the Kirin maiden of the Su family with a smile, then stepped forward to Suja's side, tossing a medicinal pill into Suja's mouth. He then addressed the third elder, Su Jingdao, saying, "You are well aware of the rights and wrongs in this matter. Suja has dealt such a heavy hand against our family's guest. His current state is well deserved. It will take a year or two for his injuries to heal." As he spoke further, Su Zhenghai's voice faltered, for the sight of Suja's condition was indeed pitiful. His limbs were shattered, and his internal organs severely damaged. Had he not administered a life-saving pill, Suja would scarcely last a few days. Su Jingdao's eyes brimmed with fury, yet he understood that within the Su family ancestral grounds, with Su Zhenghai's presence, he was powerless to act against this young intruder. Having struck Su Zhengdao's grandson, this matter is far from over. With that said, he hurriedly carried the unconscious Su Zhou away. Let's proceed inside. Su Zhenghai nodded slightly at Li Changsheng, then led him into the ancestral grounds of the Su family. Indeed, the Su family is one of the paramount forces in the southern region. Within the ancestral grounds, the spiritual energy is remarkably abundant. Even the concentration of spiritual energy in the Mist Valley's spiritual eye pales in comparison to that of the Su family's periphery. Although the ancestral grounds do not boast the extravagant features of the Diamond Sex residence, where spiritual springs and celestial cranes abound, Li Changsheng, accompanied by Su Zhenghai and Su Qingyu, encountered dozens of foundation-building cultivators along the way, as well as 2 golden elixir cultivators dressed as overseers. A rough estimate suggests that the Su family possesses no fewer than 20 golden elixir cultivators, with several nascent soul cultivators whose numbers remain uncertain. You performed admirably, Su Zhenghai remarked as they arrived at a secluded cave dwelling. The three of them, Su Zhenghai, Su Qingyu, and Li Changsheng, settled onto cushions. Suskeni regarded Li Changsheng. Noting his unwavering demeanor in the face of the peak golden elixir, Su Zhengdao's furious strike. If this young man before him is not a fool, he must possess confidence in his own strength. You flatter me, esteemed elder, Li Changsheng replied with a slight shake of his head. Grandfather, there is no need for such pleasantries, Su Qingyu interjected, tugging at Su Zhenghai's sleeve with a playful pout. Su Zhe is already insufferable. It was I who asked Li Changsheng to teach him a lesson. You know I cannot strike Su Zhe myself. Now that Li Changsheng has injured him, he won't incur the ire of the third elder, will he? Li Changsheng observed this exchange with keen interest. Throughout their journey, Su Qingyu had maintained a cold demeanor. Yet she revealed such warmth when interacting with her grandfather. Sensing Li Hingxing's gaze, Su Yinggui's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh dear, Su Zhenghai chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. As long as I am alive, Su Zhengdao's lineage will not dare to act recklessly. I still hold some influence within the clan, even if I lack the authority. Your father will soon emerge from his seclusion. Once he does, they will not dare to engage in any underhanded schemes. Father is going to emerge from seclusion? Su Qingyu's face lit up with joy. Indeed, Su Sengai nadif. Within 5 years at most, your father will emerge. The delight on Su Qingyu's face was unmistakable. But then she seemed to recall something. She tugged at Su Zhenghai's sleeve again, her tone turning coy. Grandfather, Li Changsheng is my friend. He has some issues with his cultivation method. Su Sengai regarded Su Yingyu's suspicion. This was the first time he had seen his granddaughter, who typically exuded an icy demeanor around others, plead for a man. Could it be that she has taken a liking to this young man? With that thought, Su Zhenghai's gaze towards Li Changsheng turned somewhat unfriendly. What issues does his cultivation method have? After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhenghai inquired in a low voice. Su Qingyu turned her gaze towards Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng did not hesitate and directly stated, I have obtained the legacy of the Diamond Sect. According to Miss Su, this legacy is fraught with significant troubles, and what I possess are merely the initial layers of the techniques, allowing me to cultivate only to the spirit transformation stage. From my observations, the Su family seems to be reliable. The Diamond Sect indeed harbors some complications. Su Zhengdao's expression grew grave. Our knowledge of the Diamond Sect is limited. After years of inheritance, only fragments of information remain. However, the Medicine King sect and the Long family have persistently sought individuals from the Diamond Sect. If they discover you are one of them, even nascent soul cultivators may take action against you. Allow me to escort you to the Scripture Pavilion to seek a technique. As for the Diamond Sect's methods, it would be prudent not to cultivate them. Grandfather, may we teach him the great 5-element sword technique? Suinju Sofli Segyestif. Li Changsheng's talent surpasses mine. It would be a waste for him to practice ordinary techniques. Su Zhenghai spluttered. The tea he had just sipped sprang forth. His granddaughter's request was quite bold. The great 5-element sword technique was the strongest art of their Su family, aside from their clan defending technique, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. It was rumored to be a sword technique passed down from the celestial realm, a foundational art renowned even in the heavens. I can impart the first 5 layers to you, but the subsequent layers will require you to contribute to the Su family first, Su Zhenghai remarked solemnly, gazing at Li Changsheng. Had it not been for his granddaughter's intercession, he would never have considered imparting such a technique to a newly welcomed guest. Yet, his granddaughter's exceptional talent assured him that she would one day reach the spirit transformation stage, and if Li Changsheng's aptitude was indeed superior, he found no reason to hesitate in forming a beneficial connection. Upon receiving the first 5 layers of the great 5-element sword technique from Su Zhenghai, Li Changsheng was escorted by Su Qingyu to the cave dwelling arranged for him by the Su family. The following day, Su Qingyu delivered the promised 1 million spirit stones, along with an additional 300,000 spirit stones for the year. After her departure, Li Changsheng sealed himself within the cave and set up several formations. Recharge. This time, in addition to the 1,300,000 spirit stones gifted by Su Qingyu, he also included over 200,000 spirit stones obtained from selling materials. Recharge successful. Balance is 1.23 million currency. Would you like to immediately use the cultivation simulator? Each use costs 100,000 currency. Chapter 48. Feeling Invincible. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Changsheng selected use. Simulation commencing. At 21, you arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Su family with Su Qingyu and received the first 5 layers of the Great Five Elements sword technique from Su Zhenghai. You entered seclusion to diligently cultivate the technique. 3 days later, you successfully concocted 3 supreme pure water pills for Su Qingyu, who rewarded you with 1. After consuming the pure water pill, your aptitude slightly increased. At 22, you continued your arduous cultivation of the Great Five Elements sword technique. At 30, you successfully transformed the true essence within you into the Great Five Elements true essence. At the age of 31, you and Su Qingyu journeyed to the fabled greatest opportunity in the southern region, defeating numerous rivals, yet returned empty-handed. At 35, you secluded yourself in the Su family, diligently cultivating, though your progress was sluggish. By 70, Su Qingyu successfully entered the Yuaning stage, while you felt your cultivation pace was inadequate, prompting you to venture out in search of materials to concoct the cleansing elixir. At 71, upon learning of your quest for the materials, Su Qingyu sent you 2 of the 4 primary spiritual herbs, the Dragon Blood Ginseng and the Millennium Red Flame Ganoderma. By 73, you discovered through the Su family that the remaining 2 ingredients for the cleansing elixir were located within the Star Sea, leading you to personally seek them out. After 6 years of inquiries, at 79, you finally confirmed that the crucial herbs, the Baiyuan fruit and the Xianpo grass, resided within the Zhang and Lu families of the Star Sea. You traded a boundary-breaking pill with the Zhang family for the Baiyuan fruit. But when the Lu family refused to part with the Xianpo grass, you resorted to force and successfully seized it. 3 days later, while in the Star Sea, you were relentlessly pursued by a Yuan Ying from the Long family. Reluctant to reveal your own Yuan Ying cultivation, you chose to flee. At 80, you triumphantly refined 5 cleansing elixirs, consuming 1 and experiencing a notable enhancement in your aptitude. You secluded yourself in the Star Sea for further rigorous training. At 140, a colossal wormhole appeared above the southern region as formidable outsiders descended. Unfortunately, after inadvertently provoking a descendant of these outsiders, you were struck down by a single sword. You were dead. Changsheng remained impassive. To gather all the materials for the cleansing elixir in a single simulation was beyond his expectations. He had anticipated it would take several attempts to amass the necessary ingredients. However, the Star Sea seemed to be the domain of the Long family. Changsheng furrowed his brow, still unable to ascertain the true strength of the 3 major powers in the southern region. The formidable beings he encountered in the simulation were merely Yuan Ying, yet he could not dismiss the possibility that there were god transformation experts among them, given the lengthy histories of these factions, which could harbor unknown trump cards. With a decision made, Changsheng felt a slight enhancement in his true essence, approximately a 10% increase, and his Yuan Ying in the Dantian became more solidified. After consuming the cleansing elixir, his aptitude indeed improved significantly, a glimmer of joy gleaming in his eyes. Once more, he resolved to begin the simulation anew. At 21, you successfully crafted a Bai Shui Dan for Su Qingyu, receiving 1 in return. 3 months later, you bid farewell to Su Qingyu and quietly ventured to the Star Sea, first acquiring the Baiyuan fruit from the Zhang family, and then, under disguise, infiltrating the Lu family to obtain the Xianpo grass. A month later, you returned to the Su family, having gathered the materials for the cleansing elixir and successfully concocted it. Upon consuming the cleansing elixir, your aptitude received a notable enhancement. You returned to the Su family to continue your secluded cultivation. At the age of 140, you meet your demise. With this decision made by Changsheng, his internal true essence surged by 1/5. Once more, at 107, you successfully step into the mid-stage of the nascent soul. At 140, you are slain. After 4 simulations, he finally attained the mid-stage of the nascent soul. A smile graced Changsheng's face. After consuming the cleansing marrow pill, his cultivation speed had indeed accelerated significantly. Previously, with his 4 spiritual roots, it would have taken dozens of simulations to elevate a minor realm during the nascent soul stage. Yet now, after taking the cleansing marrow pill, he could achieve such an elevation in approximately 5 attempts. I shall first elevate my realm to the peak of the nascent soul, and then refine my 4 arts of cultivation, Changsheng murmured. However, relying solely on the spirit stones provided by the Su family proved insufficient. He needed to devise a means to acquire more spirit stones. A sense of crisis lingered in Changsheng's heart. While external cultivators would not enter the southern domain for another 120 years, The two individuals from the Diamond Sect loomed over him like a sword. Should they discover that he had unraveled their conspiracy, it was plausible that they might seek to eliminate him. Once more, after consuming the cleansing marrow pill, you entered seclusion within the Su family for arduous cultivation. At 130, you successfully ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul. Another 5 simulation opportunities had been utilized. At last, he had reached the late stage of the nascent soul. With 2 opportunities remaining, even simulations would yield little benefit. He decided to reserve one for later, while this time he would seek insight into the true intentions of the Diamond Sect's secret realm, particularly regarding the young man and Elder Su's cultivation levels. Changsheng mused, if only I could obtain the subsequent teachings of the divine demon 9 transformations from Elder Su. Although he was aware that the Diamond Sect harbored significant issues, he found himself somewhat tempted by the divine demon 9 transformations. Should he manage to cultivate it to the 9th transformation, he believed he would possess the strength to contend with both Elder Su and that enigmatic young man, as well as any outsiders who might arrive over a century later. Comment simulation. At 31, after returning empty-handed from a fortuitous endeavor, you diligently scoured for spiritual herbs that would aid in breaking through your physical limitations. At 41, you acquired a vial of dragon essence at an auction, and upon consuming it along with the spiritual liquid stored within your body, you made a significant breakthrough in the divine demon 9 transformations, reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd transformation. At 43, having firmly established the divine demon 9 transformations, you bid farewell to Su Qingyu and ventured into the Diamond Sect's secret realm. You successfully entered the secret realm and encountered Elder Su, where you humbly requested the continuation of the divine demon 9 transformations. After a moment's hesitation, Elder Su granted you the teachings from the 4th to the 6th transformations. Within the secret realm, you ardently cultivated the divine demon 9 transformations while keeping a vigilant watch on Elder Su's movements, though your progress was slow. At 87, you had largely discerned the distribution of spiritual herbs within the secret realm, yet opportunities to act remained elusive. At the age of 130, you keenly sensed that numerous precious spiritual herbs within the secret realm were being transferred, and Elder Su frequently absented himself from the domain. Seizing the opportunity, you stealthily harvested tens of thousands of years' worth of herbs beneficial for cultivating the 9 transformations of the divine demon. Half a month later, you entered the initial stage of the 3rd transformation of the divine demon. A month thereafter, upon returning to the secret realm, Elder Su discovered the missing herbs and was filled with fury, yet he refrained from taking action against you. You devoted yourself to diligent cultivation within the secret realm. At the age of 142, a powerful figure from the external medicinal king's sect breached the array outside the secret realm. Engaging in fierce battle with Elder Su, you desperately distanced yourself from their confrontation, managing to avoid injury, but were nonetheless detected by 5 members of the medicinal king's sect stationed at the periphery of the Black Wind Mountain Range. You unequivocally disclosed the existence of the mysterious youth who, filled with rage, emerged with a sword, swiftly slaying the 5 members of the medicinal king's sect and you in the process. You perished. A surge of ecstasy illuminated Li Changsheng's eyes. Choose option 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Changsheng made his decision. A tremendous force of vitality surged into his body, causing him to rapidly expand into a giant towering over 10 meters tall, enveloped in a golden radiance. Fortunately, the cave prepared by Su Qingyu was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, he would have been unable to contain such a form. A day later, Li Changsheng returned to his normal size, exuding an aura of terrifying explosive power, resembling an ancient primordial dragon in human form, subtly radiating an immortal essence. Li Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, extending his right hand and gripping fiercely. Boom! The void trembled. How formidable! Li Changsheng felt that he now possessed the strength to contend with true divine demons. Although he understood this was merely an illusion born from the surge of power, he could not help but revel in it. Yet, who was that vile creature intent on making me a scapegoat? Li Changsheng murmured, furrowing his brow. His current strength was adequate to battle with transformation stage practitioners. But in the simulation, even with the 5 transformation stage members of the Medicinal King's sect and his own breakthrough, he could not withstand that creature's sword. Nonetheless, with the cultivation methods for the 4th to 6th transformations of the divine demon now in his possession, He firmly believed that reaching the sixth transformation would enable him to crush those who conspired against him. Xianxia shukulat kuldli. Convinced that attaining the sixth transformation would allow him to contend with the great ascension practitioners, he was determined to annihilate those who plotted against him. Chapter 49. Do you even deserve to be called a Pill King? 2 days later, Su Qingyu appeared in Li Changsheng's cave. Daoist Li. I must visit the medicinal pavilion and will likely be gone for several months. If you require assistance, you may seek out Green Lotus, who will remain in the clan during this time. Su Qingyu informed Li Changsheng. The medicinal pavilion? Li Xianxia bundarat parplaksha. According to the simulation results, tomorrow was the day he was to assist Su Qingyu in refining pills. Why was she departing today, and for several months at that? Lido, you are aware that I purchased a rare Xian Shui grass at the auction, but my family lacks a 4th-tier alchemist. Thus I must seek the esteemed Dan Wang Song Xian to concoct it. Suinju explained. Song Xian, hailing from the esteemed Yaowang sect, is indeed a 4th-tier alchemist. Due to strained relations with the higher-ups of the sect, he has chosen to live in seclusion within the borders of the Nanzhao kingdom. In truth, I could also refine the Bai Shui Dan. There is no necessity to seek out Song Xian. Li Changsheng remarked, observing Su Qingyu with a calm demeanor. You are an alchemist as well? Su Qingyu gasped in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. She herself was a prodigy, having reached the early stages of the Golden Core at merely 22 years of age. Yet here was Li Changsheng, younger by a year, possessing not only superior cultivation, but also the time to master alchemy? Could such a polymath truly exist in this world? A basic understanding of alchemy renders the refinement of Bai Shui Dan quite feasible, Li Changsheng replied with a subtle smile. However, I had already made arrangements with Dan Wangsong prior to my journey to the Qi Kingdom. It appears that the Bai Shui Dan cannot be entrusted to you for refinement. Su Qingyu said apologetically. Her reluctance stemmed not from a lack of faith in Li Changsheng's alchemical skills, but rather from the extensive ties between her family and Dan Wangsong. As many pills they could not refine were assisted by him. No matter, Li Changsheng shook his head. I shall accompany you on this venture. Although he was uncertain how matters had reached this point, the simulator had never failed him. If there were issues, they must originate from the apothecary pavilion. Su Qingyu was likely to find her trip fruitless. Very well. Though puzzled by Li Changsheng's insistence on joining her, Su Qingyu did not decline. This time, she brought no guards, and it was just the two of them heading to the apothecary pavilion. The pavilion lay within the borders of the Nanzhao kingdom, not far from the Su family estate. They arrived in merely half a day. In Li Changsheng's imagination, the apothecary pavilion should have been a secluded retreat for enlightened beings, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance. However, upon witnessing the opulence of the establishment before him, he realized his expectations were misplaced. The pavilion sprawled across an immense area, with one grand palace connected to another, bustling with disciples clad in uniform attire, their expressions rife with arrogance. A long queue formed at the entrance, comprised of both cultivators and affluent mortals. Does the Dan Wang also treat the common folk? Li Shansheng Musha, Sumawet Barplaksha. Cultivators typically reside within spiritual veins, seldom mingling with the mundane. This Dan Wang Song Xian certainly intrigued him. Not only had he established his pavilion among the commoners, but he had done so with such grandeur. The pavilion possesses a medium-sized spiritual vein. The Yaowang generally resides within such veins, Su Qingyu remarked, shaking her head. It is merely that the Yaowang has a penchant for such extravagance, leading his disciples to adorn the pavilion in this manner. Kulme. Su Qingyu revealed her identity, prompting the disciples of the pavilion to treat them with utmost respect, ushering the two into the depths of the spiritual vein. Li Changsheng and Su Qingyu followed the pavilion disciples to a palace crafted entirely from spiritual materials. Master, Miss Su has arrived, announced a disciple from the medicine pavilion, bowing towards the palace. Come in, came a cold response from within. Please, two of you, the disciple urged, as Li Changsheng and Su Qingyu entered the palace, where they beheld an elderly man clad in luxurious attire, seated across from the third elder of the Su family, Su Jingdao. This venerable figure was none other than Song Xian. The two seemed oblivious to their presence, engrossed in their own conversation, ignoring Li Changsheng and Su Qingyu entirely. I have met the esteemed Dan Wang before, Su Qingyu remarked with a slight frown. Song Xian grunted in acknowledgement. Senior, we previously discussed the matter of requesting your assistance in refining a batch of Bai Shui Dan. Su Qingyu spoke softly. Miss Su, Song Xian rose, casting a glance at her. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but Brother Jingdao has just asked me to refine several batches of Yangling Dan, and I truly lack the time to attend to your request. Perhaps you might consider returning in a few years? Su Qingyu furrowed her brow but soon relaxed, responding placidly. Since you are unavailable, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. I take my leave. Wait, Song Xian interjected, rising. Who else in the southern Zhao kingdom can refine by Shui Dan besides me? Even within the Medicine King sect, there are but 5 or 6 who can craft 4th-tier pills. You are well aware of the Su family's relationship with the Medicine King sect. Must I elaborate? Me Su. I do not wish to complicate matters for you, but your companion here has severely injured Brother Zhengdao's grandson, and your constant protection of him is quite troublesome. If you wish for me to refine the Bai Shui Dan for you, you must first render this young man as cultivation useless. Otherwise, you shall never lay your hands on it. A cold chuckle escaped Su Jingdao, who cast a disdainful glance at Li Changsheng, as if to say, "This is the consequence of crossing me." Just as Su Qingyu was about to respond, Li Changsheng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. With a bemused expression, he addressed Song Xian. "Are you attempting to defend him?" Song Xian frowned slightly. Though he was merely at the early stages of Golden Core, his status as a 4th-tier alchemist had long commanded reverence. This was the first time in decades someone dared to meet his gaze with such defiance. "And what of it?" He retorted coldly. "Do you believe that even if I were to kill you, the Su family would dare to offend me? Dan Wang Song Xian? Song Xian, are you threatening the Su family?" Su Qingyu's anger flared, her voice icy. Song Xian furrowed his brow. It was unexpected for Su Qingyu to risk offending him over a mere Golden Core guest elder. Li Changsheng smiled faintly, stepping forward to look down upon Song Xian, and said, "A mere 4th-tier alchemist dares to call himself Dan Wang. What gives you such audacity?" "Mia." Song Xian was amused by the anger and coldly addressed Su Qingyu. "Since your Su family looks down upon me, a mere 4th-tier alchemist, do not seek my assistance in the future for your 4th-tier elixirs. Let this young man concoct them for you." At that moment, Su Jingdao, who had been sitting at the edge of the table, interjected. "Brother Song, how can you let this brat speak to you so insolently and simply allow him to leave?" Upon hearing this, Song Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, this is my apothecary. If I were to let this insolent youth go unpunished, where will my dignity lie? For Miss Su's sake today, I shall spare his life. Bring him to me, and let him be rendered incapable. As a 4th-tier alchemist, Song Xian was naturally protected by formidable experts. No sooner had he spoken than 2 elderly figures in gray surrounded Li Changsheng, their imposing presence unmistakable, both being mid-stage Golden Core cultivators. "What do you mean by this, Song Xian?" Su Qingyu exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated that he would dare to act. Did he not fear that in his rage, he might level this apothecary? "Miss Su, I would not dare to act against you. But if a Golden Core elder from your family dares to insult me, a 4th-tier alchemist, I must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, would anyone think they could trample upon my apothecary?" After saying this, Song Xian turned to Su Jingdao, speaking softly, "I cannot bear to lay hands on Miss Su. Brother Jingdao, you two are the Su family. Please persuade Miss Su." He continued, "It would be unfortunate if she were to be hurt in the process." With a slight smile, Su Jingdao stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Qingyu. "Qingyu, you should heed your great uncle's words. This young man is unruly, and if he remains in our Su family, he will only bring calamity upon us. Step aside." Su Qingyu issued a cold command, unsheathing a long sword imbued with spiritual energy, unleashing a brilliant azure sword light aimed directly at Su Jingdao's face. "Su Yingyu, do you dare to raise your hand against an elder of the clan? Even if I were to severely wound you today, Su Jinghai would have no reason to retaliate against me." Su Jingdao's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Although Su Qingyu's lineage was powerful within the clan, they were not without their own nascent soul cultivators. With Su Qingyu striking first, even if he injured her, no one would dare to challenge his actions. Boom! The overwhelming aura of Su Jingdao at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage was unleashed without restraint, manifesting a low-grade spiritual sword in his hand. With a gentle motion of his right hand, he sliced the air, sending forth a golden sword light to meet the azure one. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. The azure sword light shattered, dispersing into a flurry of sword energy that swept through the palace. Su Qingyu engaged in several exchanges with Su Jingdao, her complexion paling with each clash. With every confrontation of their swords, her face grew increasingly ashen. Puff! After a brief stalemate, Su Qingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. As a cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core, attempting to confront Su Jingdao, 3 realms above her, proved to be excessively taxing. Suinju, since you dare to indulge this brat in maiming my beloved grandson, today shall serve as a lesson for you. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Jingdao's eyes. For those in power often show no mercy. He unleashed a palm strike towards Su Qingyu. Bang! The scene Su Jingdao had envisioned, where Su Qingyu would be sent flying by his blow, did not materialize. Instead, a figure clad in azure appeared before Su Qingyu as if it had traversed space itself. With a mere flick of his finger, the force of Su Jingdao's strike shattered into fragments. How could this be? Su Jingdao stared at the azure-clad Li Changsheng, doubt flickering in his gaze. Although he had not intended to kill Su Qingyu, he had utilized 50% of his peak Golden Core strength. Had it connected, Su Qingyu would undoubtedly have been gravely injured. Most perplexing was that Li Changsheng's counterattack had emitted no discernible fluctuation of true essence. Misu, if I were to eliminate them all, would you encounter difficulties within your clan? Li Hengisteng Ginkar Tening Dosu Ingu. A sense of inexplicable safety arose within Su Qingyu as she gazed at the young man before her. Su Jingdao had spared his life. Surely, it would be of no consequence if the others were to perish. Fearing that Li Changsheng might misconstrue her intentions, she whispered, Su Jingdao's son has already entered the nascent soul realm. Should you kill him, there may be repercussions. Li Changsheng nodded slightly, then let him live. With his current strength, he held little regard for a nascent soul cultivator. However, he hesitated for 2 reasons. First, killing Su Jingdao might indeed draw trouble for Su Qingyu, and second, he was uncertain whether the 2 individuals from the Vajra sect were lurking in the shadows. If he advanced too rapidly, it could potentially attract their attention. Having already reached the peak of the first transformation of the divine demonic art within the Vajra sect's secret realm, his physical prowess was sufficient to rival a peak Golden Core expert. He believed that it would pose no challenge to inflict severe injury upon Su Jingdao within 3 or 4 exchanges. With this thought in mind, Li Changsheng stepped forward, radiating a faint golden aura. Seeking death, you have yet to settle the score for injuring my grandson, and now you dare to speak so arrogantly. Su Sengdao Veyovith. Though he harbored doubts about Li Changsheng's previously displayed prowess. After all, how formidable could a mere youth in his 20s, even if gifted with a heavenly root, truly be? Boom! Su Jingdao showed no signs of restraint. His low-grade spiritual weapon, a sword, soared into the air, transforming into a 100-foot-long purple thunder dragon that shattered Song Xian's palace. Plunging towards Li Changsheng, heavenly thunder dispersing evil sword. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Song Xian stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face. The heavenly thunder dispersing evil sword was among the Su clan's premier sword techniques, rumored to be wielded by great ascension cultivators, capable of summoning a dragon of immense lightning to vanquish myriad demons. Though Su Jingdao's full-force rendition could not achieve the effect of sweeping away a multitude of demons, it was still an awe-inspiring display. Even a mid to late-stage Golden Core cultivator struck by the sword would either perish or suffer severe injury. Truly, as expected of the Su clan, such power is indeed beyond our capabilities as loose cultivators. A mid-stage Golden Core cultivator standing beside Song Xian's side, shaking his head at the unfolding scene. With his mid-stage Golden Core strength, facing this sword, there was no escape but to flee. Li Changsheng, be cautious. This move must not be met head-on. Suinju exclaimed arrogantly. However, it was too late. The 100-foot thunder dragon crashed violently into Li Changsheng. A blinding light erupted within the palace. The onlookers instinctively averted their gazes, and even Su Jingdao, who had unleashed this sword, could not discern the situation within the brilliance. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated from the light. Su Jingdao's complexion shifted, his expression tense as he stared at the radiant glow. The others were equally anxious. Logically, under this sword, Li Changsheng should have been reduced to mere dust, yet what was the source of that metallic clamor? As the light gradually dissipated, a young man in azure robes emerged, disheveled, his hair standing on end, exuding a faint wisp of smoke as if struck by lightning. In his hand was a sword, none other than Su Jingdao's spiritual sword. However, the sword now emanated no light, devoid of the aura a spiritual artifact should possess. Appearing utterly defunct. How is this possible? Song Xian exclaimed in disbelief. As a 4th-tier alchemist, he could discern that although Li Changsheng appeared somewhat disheveled, he was unscathed. I look so disheveled. Surely no one doubts my prowess now, Li Changsheng mused, then flashed a grin at Su Jingdao. You struck me with a sword. Why not take a hit from mine as well? Chapter 51. The Flowing Art of Alchemy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a resounding sword cry echoed through the void. Not good. Su Jingdao's heart sank as he produced an array plate, channeling a surge of true essence into it. Boom! A transparent, circular barrier enveloped him completely. Seemingly lacking faith in the defensive array, he affixed several third-tier defensive talismans, causing a layer of earthy light to manifest upon the barrier. Will this be effective? Li Changsheng shook his head slightly, raising his sword high above his head before bringing it down with a mighty swing. The very landscape shifted and the air trembled. A dazzling white sword radiance, stretching hundreds of feet, shot skyward before hurtling towards Su Jingdao. Bang! The white sword light struck the circular barrier with a thunderous roar. An invisible wave emanated from the point of impact, sweeping outward, carving through the ground and uprooting the entire palace, transforming the once splendid structure into a barren expanse. Who dares to cause trouble within the apothecary hall? Summon help. Cries of alarm echoed from all around as groups of disciples rushed in, witnessing a scene they would remember for a lifetime. Invited as an esteemed guest by the master of the medicine pavilion, Dan Wang Songxian. The third elder of the Su family, Su Jingdao, found himself under the foot of a young boy clad in green, as if he were merely a dead dog. Meanwhile, the two golden core guest elders within the pavilion stood to the side, their expressions grave as they gazed at the boy, although their trembling legs betrayed the fear that gripped their hearts. Li Changsheng, who exactly are you? A young golden core cultivator possessing such formidable power? Su Jingdao's face turned ashen. The blow from Li Changsheng's sword had severely wounded him. Now, he was incapable of even mobilizing the true essence within his body, let alone mount a resistance. Does my identity truly matter? Li Changsheng replied with a slight shake of his head, lifting his hand to seize Su Jingdao's storage pouch and placing it into his own. He then turned his gaze towards Songxian. Now, it is time to settle our accounts. A smile more grotesque than tears forced its way onto Songxian's face as he stammered, esteemed friend. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. I am willing to concoct the Bai Shui Dan for you, and should you require any elixirs in the future, I will prioritize your needs. Given my standing as a fourth-tier alchemist, might we let this matter rest? Oh, a cold smile appeared on Li Changsheng's face. Just a moment ago, you sought to cripple me, and now you believe these insipid words can earn you clemency? Songxian's smile faltered, and he struggled to contain his rising anger. Miss Su, are you truly intent on annihilating me today? Or has your Su family allied with other fourth-tier alchemists? You must contemplate the consequences of crossing me. I assure you, no one will concoct the Bai Shui Dan for you should you provoke me. Confidence radiated from Songxian. He was a fourth-tier alchemist hailing from the esteemed Medicine King sect. Though he had severed ties with them, the lingering connections still held weight. His master was a pinnacle fourth-tier alchemist within the sect, enjoying considerable prestige. Should the Su family dare to act against him, the majority of alchemists in the Southern Sky region would hesitate to work for them. Li Changsheng, feel free to act as you wish. Suinju Goulidi marked. His master is merely a peak fourth-tier alchemist of the Medicine King sect. Even if we were to kill him, the sect would not dare to confront the Su family. Do you no longer desire the Bai Shui Dan? Songxian exclaimed in exasperation. Indeed, as Su Qingyu pointed out, even if she were to slay him today, the Medicine King sect would not wage war against the Su family on his behalf. He lacked the influence to warrant such a response. Is a Bai Shui Dan truly so arduous to concoct? Li Changsheng inquired, fixing his gaze upon Songxian. Songxian shot a cold glance at Li Changsheng. I concede that you possess some measure of strength, yet the art of alchemy is vast and profound. Although the Bai Shui Dan is merely a fourth-tier elixir, it is notoriously difficult to refine. Even mid-level fourth-tier alchemists cannot guarantee a 100% success rate, and there are but a handful of such alchemists in the Southern Sky region. In concluding his statement, Songxian looked intently at Li Changsheng, enunciating each word with care. You must contemplate the repercussions of offending a fourth-tier alchemist. Ha! A cold smile emerged on Li Changsheng's face as he turned to Su Qingyu and inquired, Miss Su, may I take charge of the refinement of the Bai Shui Dan? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingyu tossed a storage bag to Li Changsheng. Certainly, young man. The materials required for concocting the Bai Shui Dan are valued at no less than 400,000 spirit stones. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed? Xianxia sneered, his eyes glimmering with disdain. He eagerly anticipated Li Changsheng's failure, for it would undeniably underscore his own prowess in the art of alchemy. Li Changsheng merely shook his head slightly, producing a high-grade alchemical furnace that materialized in mid-air with a single clap of the storage bag. The sight of an ordinary high-grade furnace led Xianxia to relax momentarily. A true master of alchemy would demand much more from their equipment. A superior furnace could enhance the success rate of alchemical processes by 30%. Yet the one Li Changsheng had presented was not only poorly crafted, but merely a high-grade item. What alchemist of the 4th tier or above would settle for anything less than a spirit-grade furnace? The following scene nearly provoked Xianxia into laughter as Li Changsheng, after unveiling the furnace, carelessly tossed dozens of materials for the Xianxia Dan into it. Every alchemist knows that the first step in the process is to purify the properties of all herbs, thus increasing the likelihood of success. Yet, Li Changsheng's actions resembled the blunders of a child who had merely studied alchemy for 10 days. With such a myriad of herbs, each with distinct properties, how could one possibly purify them simultaneously? Moreover, the sequence in which herbs are added during the refinement is crucial. A single misstep could result in an explosion, destroying all the precious materials. Miss Su, where on earth did you find such a fool? If you cease now, you may salvage some of the ingredients. Gathering them again will require considerable time. Xianxia could not restrain himself from taunting. I believe in him. Su Qingyu retorted coldly, her gaze fixed on Li Changsheng, who was diligently refining the elixir. It is only natural that you cannot discern the situation given your level of expertise. Li Changsheng replied with a slight shake of his head. Today, allow me to demonstrate what true alchemy is. With that declaration, he uttered 2 chilling words. Fire, come forth. A white flame materialized from thin air, swiftly enveloping the alchemical furnace, which began to rotate at a rapid pace. Li Changsheng executed a series of alchemical incantations. His movements fluid and graceful, a sight to behold. Initially, Xianxia's face was rife with contempt, but as time progressed, that derision gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression. As a 4th-tier alchemist, though he had never witnessed Li Changsheng's technique, he could clearly see that the elixirs within the furnace were beginning to take shape under Li Changsheng's deft guidance. By the end, Xianxia's countenance morphed into one of sheer astonishment. How is this possible? To simultaneously purify so many types of spirit herbs? Surely even my master would struggle with such a feat. Could it be that this lad is a 5th-tier alchemist? Chapter 52, Disposal. Just as Xianxia's thoughts were swirling, a resounding boom erupted from the alchemical furnace. 3 violet pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, shot forth rapidly from the cauldron and landed in Li Changsheng's hand. Li Changsheng raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xianxia, and remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't it merely a matter of having hands to concoct a Bai Shui Dan?" Cold sweat trickled down Xianxia's forehead. The 3 Bai Shui Dan shimmered with 9 faint cloud patterns, signifying their extraordinary quality. He dared not guarantee success in crafting the Bai Shui Dan. Yet Li Changsheng effortlessly produced them, and of the finest quality at that. Xianxia cast a venomous glare at Su Dao, who was beneath Li Changsheng's feet. The alchemical prowess displayed by Li Changsheng surpassed even that of his own master. Had it not been for Su Dao, how could he have offended such a young master of the alchemical arts? This matter, young Master Li, is all due to that wretched Su Dao. If it weren't for him, why would I stand against you? Xianxia, with a face full of forced smiles, knelt down and sincerely proclaimed, "Mr. Li, your alchemical skills are unparalleled. How could I dare to call myself a Dan Wang in your presence? I am willing to serve under your esteemed tutelage." His words were heartfelt, leaving the disciples of the apothecary pavilion and several of its patrons utterly astounded. They knew well that the Dan Wang typically held himself in high regard. He would only deign to receive guests of the nascent soul stage, and even those of the golden core stage would languish for days before being granted an audience, provided they offered sufficient benefits first. Yet today, he knelt before a mere youth. "You truly make for excellent material," Li Changsheng observed with a wry smile, letting out a soft sigh. "Had you not spoken so disrespectfully to me at the outset, I might have allowed you to remain by my side as a loyal hound. Since you spared my life for Miss Su's sake, I shall extend a courtesy to the Su family by stripping you of your cultivation. Thus it shall be." Before Li Changsheng could finish, Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, he had been kneeling on the ground, but now he swiftly retreated, producing a formation plate and channeling a surge of true essence directly into it. Once we commence, do you think this lad would let you off the hook? Xianxia shouted at the two golden core patrons of the Apothecary Pavilion. Among those present, only the two golden core patrons held any significant power. Although several Peak Foundation establishment cultivators were present, they were of no consequence against the formidable youth before them. The two golden core patrons exchanged glances and promptly began to withdraw. They were merely patrons of the Apothecary Pavilion. And given that Li Changsheng had just single-handedly subdued Su Jingdao, they knew they were ill-equipped to confront such strength. They could only hope that Xianxia possessed some hidden card that might afford them an opportunity to escape. "How dare you?" Xianxia exclaimed, astonished and enraged as he witnessed the two patrons retreating. He had always catered to their needs, and now, faced with a formidable enemy, they had the audacity to flee? With all his might, he urged the array plate in his hand, unleashing a pitch-black blade of light that shot forth towards Li Changsheng. Meanwhile, Xianxia turned his back and fled into the distance. The array plate was crafted by a fourth-tier array master, and he had spent a considerable fortune to acquire it. Capable of delivering 3 strikes equivalent to that of a peak golden core cultivator. However, he did not believe the array plate could withstand Li Changsheng's power. "Break!" Li Changsheng uttered a single word, then flicked his finger. A pure white sword light surged forth, shattering the inky blade of light. And with a delicate push of his toes, he transformed into a streak of luminous energy, appearing merely 3 feet away from a golden core elder. Slash! The golden core elder, catching a glimpse of Li Changsheng from the corner of his eye, was struck with terror. He hastily retrieved a gleaming green needle, evidently imbued with potent venom, from his storage bag. Swish! The green needle shot towards Li Changsheng with alarming speed. Li Changsheng did not flinch or evade. He merely swung the spiritual sword he had acquired from Su Jingdao, and a sword light burst forth. Bang! The green needle shattered into 2 pieces, and the sword light, undeterred, cleaved the elder in half before his horrified gaze. The first, Li Changsheng collected the elder's storage bag and took a step into the air, transforming into a luminous streak, pursuing another golden core elder. "I will fight you to the end." The golden core elder, witnessing Li Changsheng appear not far from him, felt a flicker of despair. He roared fiercely, his form expanding to 3 meters in height, wielding a colossal bronze hammer that he swung violently towards Li Changsheng. An unusual glint flashed in Li Changsheng's eyes. It was the first time he had encountered a body-refining cultivator after so long in the cultivation world. And this one had even reached the golden core realm. The bronze hammer shimmered with a cold gleam, its whistling sound unrelenting. If a golden core cultivator were to be struck by such a hammer, they would either die or suffer severe injury. "Bring it on." Li Changsheng did not evade. He pointed a finger forward. He did not exert the full strength of his body-refining abilities, but instead unleashed the peak power of the first transformation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations. Eager to discern how it compared to other body-refining techniques. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, Li Changsheng's singular finger halted the full force strike of a golden core cultivator. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the bronze hammer began to crack inch by inch. An invisible force extending towards the golden core cultivator. The body-refining golden core cultivator wore an expression of disbelief. It was his first encounter with someone of such immense strength. A strange flush appeared on the golden core cultivator's face. Puff! A spray of blood, mingled with internal organs, erupted forth, and cracks appeared across the cultivator's body before he ultimately exploded into a mist of blood in the air. I underestimated the Divine Demon 9 transformations. The power at the peak of the first transformation could incapacitate even an ordinary early-stage, nascent soul cultivator. Li Changsheng murmured softly, then with a sudden stride, he vanished from sight. Bang! When Li Changsheng reappeared, he materialized above Xianxia and descended with great force. Block him! Xianxia's eyes widened in desperation as he hurled several spiritual talismans from his storage pouch, attempting to thwart Li Changsheng's impending strike. Bang! The radiant light emitted by the talismans was swiftly crushed beneath Li Changsheng's foot, which then landed forcefully upon Xianxia's back. Gasp! Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by a colossal mountain. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as darkness enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Li Xianxia, grasping the now unconscious Xianxia, returned to Su Qingyu's side, first retrieving the storage pouch before unceremoniously dropping Song Xian onto the ground. How shall we deal with these two? Su Qingyu surveyed the two individuals sprawled on the ground, her eyes filled with exasperation. Song Xian had been directly struck in his dantian, resulting in the shattering of his golden core. Even if he survived, he would be reduced to an ordinary person, with little time left to live. Although Su Zhengdao fared somewhat better, he too was gravely injured and would require decades to fully recover. I shall take him back to the clan. Since he sought to strike at me, he must bear the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingyu added, however, with Song Xian incapacitated, what are your intentions regarding the medicine pavilion? You may handle it as you see fit. I have no interest in the medicine pavilion. Li Changsheng replied, shaking his head. While he could subdue the pavilion, having just incapacitated Song Xian through sheer force, it would yield no genuine loyalty from these first and second-tier alchemists. It would be a futile endeavor, wasting time on their subjugation. Very well, Su Qingyu nodded. Although the medicine pavilion held little value for Li Changsheng, it still bore significance for the Su family. Since Li Changsheng had already rendered Song Xian powerless, they would allow the clan to send someone to take over the pavilion directly. Su Qingyu produced a communication talisman and sent a message to her family. The two remained at the medicine pavilion for 3 days before returning to the ancestral grounds of the Su family. As for Su Zhengdao, he was retrieved by Su Zhenghai, and Li Changsheng was unaware of how he was dealt with, noting only that upon their return to the ancestral grounds, no trouble was sought from him. Within the cave dwelling, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged, holding a purple pill in his hand, the 4th tier by Shui Dan. In the simulation, taking the Bai Shui Dan slightly improved my aptitude. I shall see how much of an enhancement this improvement bestows upon my cultivation. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng consumed the Bai Shui Dan. Boom! A wave of warmth rapidly coursed through his entire body, not as violent as he had anticipated, but rather gentle and unobtrusive, gradually enhancing his aptitude. It was not until 3 hours later that the warmth began to dissipate. As he opened his eyes, Li Changsheng was met with the foul stench emanating from himself. Indeed, there was a certain cleansing effect. However, for someone like him with 4 spiritual roots, rather than the pure water spiritual root, it was merely a slight improvement. Li Changsheng felt a notable smoothness in the flow of his true essence, and his cultivation speed had indeed increased by nearly 10%. Yet, it fell short of his expectations. He exhaled deeply, employing the technique of spring breeze, transforming into rain to cleanse himself, donned a set of fresh clothing, and retrieved the storage bags belonging to Song Xian and the others from his storage pouch. 3 storage bags lay before him. Alchemists are truly affluent. Li Changsheng mused as he examined the contents of the 4 bags. Among the 2 belonging to the scattered golden core cultivators, the amount of spirit stones was rather modest, totaling merely around 200,000 spirit stones combined, along with some materials that barely amounted to 50,000 spirit stones. In stark contrast, Song Xian's storage bag contained a staggering 2,700,000 spirit stones, not to mention an abundance of materials. Among them, he spotted several thousands of years' worth of spiritual herbs, including some required for refining 5th-tier elixirs, each worth at least several thousand spirit stones in the outside world. While other alchemists enjoyed such wealth, as a 5th-tier alchemist, he found himself in a rather impoverished state. Nevertheless, he was grateful that all these possessions now belonged to him. Li Changsheng shook his head slightly and murmured, Top up successful, balance is 249 million currency. Would you like to use the cultivation simulator immediately? Each use costs 100,000 currency. Use. Simulation begins. At the age of 21, you, Su Zhe, and Su Qingyu return to the ancestral ground of the Su family and severely injure the 3rd elder, Su Zhengdao, and incapacitate the elixir king, Song Xian. Su Qingyu successfully refines the water spirit pill, and you consume one, enhancing your aptitude. 1 month later, you choose to leave the ancestral ground of the Su family, only to be ambushed by the Yuanying of the Medicine King sect and Su Wuxiu. You reveal your late Yuanying prowess and slay both with a single sword strike. Half a month later, you return to the secret realm of the Diamond sect, showcasing your cultivation at the 3rd transformation of the Divine Demon 9 turns, and seek subsequent techniques from Elder Su. Seeing your rapid advancement, Elder Su grows suspicious, believing you possess great fortune, and brazenly attacks you. You resist desperately, but are ultimately suppressed by a single palm. Elder Su subjects you to severe interrogation, but you divulge nothing and are slain by him. You have died. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. Su Wuxi was the eldest son of Su Jingdao, possessing early Yuanian cultivation. During this time, he had gleaned from Su Qingyu about the current state of the Su family, with their strongest faction being that of Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu's grandfather was a Yuanian cultivator, and her father, the head of the Su family, also stood at the pinnacle of Yuaniing. Additionally, Su Jingdao's son was a Yuanian cultivator, and the second elder S lineage also had one. However, for Li Changsheng in his current state, the Yuaniing posed no real threat. The genuine danger lay within the secret realm of the Diamond Sect, posed by Elder Su and that enigmatic young man. In this simulation, he had directly showcased the third transformation of the Divine Demon 9 turns, which raised Elder Su's suspicions due to his rapid progression. Fortunately, he has now acquired the cultivation methods for the first 6 transformations of the Divine Demon 9 transformations, providing him with something to practice for the time being. Since obtaining the techniques is out of reach, he thought it harmless to exploit a few advantages during the simulation. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us proceed." Simulation begins. At 21, you depart from the ancestral land of the Su family and arrive at the secret realm of the Vajra sect. After greeting Elder Su, you immerse yourself in the arduous cultivation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations within the secret realm. At 130, Elder Su exits the secret realm. Seizing the opportunity, you plunder the precious spiritual herbs within and escape to the outskirts of the endless forest to hide. With the aid of the spiritual herbs, you advance to the mid-stage of the third transformation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations. 3 months later, a mysterious youth appears before you and slays you with a single sword strike. You are dead. Is this even possible? Li Changsheng was not particularly surprised by the outcome. Both Elder Su and the enigmatic young man were formidable, rivaling the external experts who would emerge over a century later. It was only natural that, if the members of the Medicine King sect could locate him, so too could Elder Su and the mysterious youth. What astonished him was that even in the depths of the endless forest, he was still found. However, he took solace in the fact that he had reached the mid-stage of the third transformation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations. Select 2. As Li Changsheng made his choice, a surge of vitality coursed through his body, enhancing his physical strength by an impressive 100,000 pounds. Again, at 130, upon the departure of Elder Su and the mysterious youth from the secret realm, you pilfer the spiritual herbs and leave directly, retreating into the depths of the Starlit Sea to diligently practice the Divine Demon 9 transformations. Progress is slow. 2 months later, the mysterious youth finds you and slays you with a single sword strike. No improvement. Li Changsheng frowned slightly. Despite having stolen the spiritual herbs, he found that his cultivation in the Divine Demon 9 transformations had not advanced. He had assumed that with additional simulations, he could elevate his practice to the pinnacle of the third transformation, but it appeared he had underestimated the challenge. Select 2. Nevertheless, Li Changsheng opted for 2 once more. Though the enhancement to his physical form was modest, he distinctly felt an increase of several thousand pounds of strength within him, a testament to a century of diligent practice within the simulator. Once more, at 130, the mysterious youth slays you with a single sword strike. At 140, as the powerful members of the Medicine King sect breach the secret realm, you take a bold stand, revealing the existence of the mysterious youth, Cui Zai, only to be slain by him before the sect's experts. At 115, after arduous cultivation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations, you finally reach the late stage of the third transformation. The late stage of the third transformation has been attained. Chapter 54. The Lame Girl. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. The number of simulations required to advance from the mid-stage to the late stage of the third transformation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations exceeded his expectations. He had utilized 9 simulation opportunities and was left with only 13 remaining. Never mind. Let us focus on elevating the Divine Demon 9 transformations to its pinnacle first. He murmured, only 13 opportunities remain, and the aspiration to elevate the 9 transformations of gods and demons to the 4th transformation appears almost unattainable. Furthermore, progressing to the 4th transformation necessitates the elusive heavenly spirit water, a substance of which he, as a 5th-tier alchemist, has never even heard. Commencing the simulation, you diligently cultivate the 9 transformations of gods and demons. At the age of 117, you successfully advance the 9 transformations to the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation. Reaching this peak has consumed 11 opportunities. As Li Changsheng makes his choice, The surge of vitality swells, augmenting his strength by an additional 100,000 pounds. He retrieves a top-tier magical long sword from his storage pouch, and with a gentle exertion, produces a sharp clang. The exquisite sword is effortlessly crushed to dust. Over 2 million spirit stones dissipate in an instant. Changsheng murmurs to himself. Only 2 simulation opportunities remain, and he has numerous enhancements to pursue, whether it be the 4 arts of cultivation or the 9 transformations of gods and demons. Elevating them during lower realms is the most cost-effective approach. However, both the 4 arts and the enhancement of his cultivation require an exorbitant amount of spirit stones, rendering immediate success utterly impossible. Moreover, high-tier inheritances of the 4 arts are scarce within the Southern Heaven domain. Once affairs here reach a conclusion, he intends to journey to the Starry Sea to procure the Biyuan fruit and the Xian pearl grass. Changsheng's gaze deepens as he speaks softly. Though he has promised to accompany Su Qingyu to the opportunity site in 10 years, it does not imply that he will remain within the Su family during these intervening years. In the days that follow, the Su Zhengdao lineage refrains from troubling him. Conversely, upon learning of his status as a 4th-tier alchemist, several members of the Su family visit him, seeking elixirs. Changsheng graciously accepts all requests. For the Su family members are notably generous, and assisting them in alchemy yields considerable rewards. After 2 months of refining elixirs within the ancestral grounds of the Su family, Changsheng approaches Su Zhenghai, informing him of his intention to be away for a time, before quietly departing towards the Starry Sea. He had initially intended to bid farewell to Su Qingyu, but was informed that she was in seclusion, striving to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, and would be unavailable for the foreseeable future. The Starry Sea is divided into the Inner Sea and the Outer Sea, the latter being one of the 4 great forbidden zones of the Southern Heaven domain, teeming with formidable oceanic beasts. Accounts exist of monstrous creatures, some reaching a staggering height of 10,000 feet, roaming the waters. Rumors suggest the presence of fusion and even ascendant realm beasts in the Outer Sea. Yet these claims remain unverified, for the most formidable entity of the renowned Long family, which dominates the Starry Sea, is merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Footfall in the Outer Sea is rare, as it is the Inner Sea that serves as the realm where humanity can thrive. Within the Inner Sea, myriad islands are scattered like stars, with the larger islands spanning thousands of kilometers, resembling small continents, while the smaller ones are merely a few miles across. However, not every island is conducive to habitation by cultivators. Some lack spiritual veins entirely, resulting in no cultivators residing there. At this moment, Changsheng found himself aboard a colossal sea vessel. The Inner Sea was vast, and although the monstrous creatures within it were not as fearsome as those in the Outer Sea, encounters with Golden Core or even nascent soul sea beasts were not unheard of. Typically, ordinary cultivators could hardly traverse the Inner Sea. Consequently, specialized navigators emerged, adept at navigating various routes. They were well acquainted with the islands scattered throughout the Inner Sea and operated on fixed courses. For a certain fee, one could board their ships. The vessel on which Changsheng journeyed could be deemed merely average within the Inner Sea, manned by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, with the captain being a Peak Foundation establishment master. The scenery of the Outer Sea possessed an enchanting allure. Standing at the bow of the ship, Changsheng mused softly. In his previous life, he had played by the seaside, but had never had the opportunity to set sail, let alone aboard a grand vessel of this cultivation world. Bravely cutting through the waves, on the deck of the ship, a multitude of people gathered, both cultivators and mortals alike. Most of them were teenagers, yet each pair of eyes shimmered with longing. "Sister, do not worry. I will definitely join the sea sect and heal your legs," a young boy clad in simple attire declared at the edge of the deck, addressing a frail little girl with a debilitating affliction. "Brother, the sea sect is so formidable. It is not easy to gain entry." The girl sighed, a smile gracing her lips despite her condition. The boy appeared to be merely 13 or 14, while the girl seemed only 7 or 8. They were evidently not cultivators, just ordinary folk. Without spirit stones, commoners were deemed unworthy to enter the ship's cabin and could only remain on the deck. The presence of so many mortal youths aboard was due to the biennial apprenticeship ceremony of the sea sect, as many aspired to join and become cultivators. However, each time, only a scant few among the mortal youths possessed the spiritual roots required to be accepted into the sea sect. You crippled wretches possess a modicum of self-awareness. A group of well-dressed youths passed by the two, one of them casting a disdainful glance over the deck crowded with commoners. Do you fools dare to dream of joining a Golden Core sect? Let me tell you, every time the C sect recruits, thousands of you mud-legged folk participate in the selection, yet only 4 or 5 are chosen in the end. I advise you to disembark at the next island and catch a return vessel. Do not waste your time. The other youths echoed his sentiments, their eyes brimming with contempt. The thought of competing with a throng of commoners for a handful of spots in the C sect filled them with revulsion. Most of their forebears were merely Qi refinement cultivators, yet there existed a significant distinction between Qi cultivators and mere mortals. They regarded themselves as descendants of cultivators, looking down upon those of the mundane world. Upon hearing these words, the multitude of mortal youths bowed their heads in silence, unwilling to meet the gaze of these scions of cultivation families. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. Should one be fortunate enough to join the Baihai sect, they would ascend to the same echelon as the young masters of the sect. However, prior to entering the Baihai sect, if they were to fall victim to the whims of these scions from prominent cultivation families, no one would come to their aid. Li Changsheng held little interest in such trivial matters. With his formidable strength, he had already scanned the qualifications of those aboard the ship with his spiritual sense. Yet, among the multitude of youths, very few possessed spiritual roots. The few young nobles who had spoken earlier only exhibited the potential of 4 spiritual roots, while some were even limited to 5. Remarkably, among the ordinary youths, there was one with 3 spiritual roots, lacking any backing. This individual would find it exceedingly difficult to procure a foundational cultivation pill in this lifetime. However, it was the limping girl who captured Li Changsheng's attention. During his scan, he sensed a tremendous vitality emanating from her frail legs, a force so potent that even he, with his physical strength exceeding 100,000 pounds, felt a pang of trepidation. The sheer strength of this vitality was overwhelming, and the girl's frail physique rendered her unable to command her own legs. Furthermore, if this situation persisted, the girl would likely not survive beyond 3 months. System simulation. Over the past 2 months, he had converted the materials obtained from slaying Song Xian and others into spiritual stones, and with reward from assisting the Su family in alchemy. He had accumulated 9 simulation opportunities. He refrained from recklessly engaging the girl, opting instead to simulate the outcome first, as any hasty interaction could pose a danger. Simulation initiated. At 21 years of age, you venture into the sea in search of materials for refining a cleansing marrow pill. Along the way, you encounter a limping girl and choose to take her as your apprentice. Discovering her bloodline is extraordinary, ideally suited for cultivating the 9 transformations of gods and demons. Chapter 55, Bloodline of Gods and Demons. You take the girl as your disciple and impart to her the 9 transformations of gods and demons technique. Half a month later, you arrive at Whale Island, home of the Zhang family, and trade a breakthrough pill for a Bun fruit. After the exchange, you learn that Lu Tiansheng, the head of the Lu family, has married his daughter to Long Haoyin of the Long family. At this time, Lu Tiansheng is at the ancestral grounds of the Long family, not on the Magic Shark Island where the Lu family resides. You take temporary residence on Whale Island, focusing on instructing your disciple, Shimin Shui. A month later, Shimin Shui successfully activates her bloodline, achieving the first transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. 6 months later, Shimin Shui reaches the mid-stage of the first transformation. Lu Tiansheng emerges from the ancestral grounds of the Long family, and you boldly invade the Lu family, slaying Lu Tiansheng and seizing the Xian progress. You silently return to Whale Island, bringing Shimin Shui back to the ancestral grounds of the Su family. Half a month later, you return to the Su family's ancestral grounds with Shimin Shui, successfully refining the cleansing marrow pill. You consume the pill, enhancing your own qualifications. At 22 years of age, Shimin Shui reaches the peak of the first transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. At 24, Shimin Shui progresses to the second transformation. At 39, Shimin Shui attains the third transformation. At the age of 75, the formidable Shimin Shui successfully activated the divine and demonic bloodline within, advancing through the 9 transformations to the 4th transformation, experiencing an unprecedented acceleration in cultivation. By the age of 130, with Shimin Shui's guidance, the formidable 9 transformations ascended to the 5th transformation. At 140, Powerful beings from beyond the realm descended. Accompanied by the esteemed members of the Medicine King sect, you ventured into the secret realm of the Diamond sect, directly revealing the presence of a mysterious youth. A fierce battle ensued between the members of the Medicine King sect and the venerable Su Lao, while the enigmatic youth turned his lethal gaze towards you. Upon your warning, the Medicine King sect dispatched 3 Void Return cultivators to accompany you. However, they were swiftly vanquished by the mysterious youth's sword. Utilizing the powers of the 4 transformations, you managed to withstand 2 strikes from the enigmatic youth, sustaining grave injuries. In this critical moment, your disciple, Shimin Shui, arrived and engaged in a fierce battle with the mysterious youth for hundreds of exchanges, yet ultimately fell short. Together, you and Shimin Shui met your demise. Such talent? Li Changsheng gazed in astonishment at the words on the system panel. During his recent idle moments, he had perused the ancient tomes within the Su family's library, encountering various records regarding the divine and demonic entities. Legend spoke of a time long past when a group of beings, possessing innate power surpassing that of celestial beings, ruled over this land. They required no cultivation. Upon reaching adulthood, they wielded the strength to obliterate the heavens and the earth. He speculated that the 9 transformations might be a technique that emulates these divine beings. And reaching the 9th transformation could potentially allow one to contend with ordinary divine entities. Yet, he never anticipated that Shimin Shui would possess such terrifying aptitude, achieving this in a mere century, and even guiding him to the 4th transformation after her breakthrough to the 5th. Moreover, the fact that a 5th transformation Shimin Shui could engage the mysterious youth for hundreds of exchanges suggested that the youth's strength, a century hence, would not surpass the pinnacle of the integration stage. This revelation provided him with a semblance of assurance. A smile spread across Li Changsheng's face. Previously, he had been felled by the mysterious youth's sword. Now, he had finally grasped the extent of the youth's capabilities. Once he achieved the great ascension, he would return to the secret realm and exact his vengeance. With a deep breath, Li Changsheng retrieved a 4th-tier array disc, channeling his true essence to activate it. An ethereal mist enveloped him, unnoticed by those around. Select 2. As Li Changsheng made his choice, an overwhelming surge of vital energy coursed through his body, transforming him into a towering figure of over 10 meters in height, radiating a brilliant golden glow and exuding an aura of immortality. After a brief period, his form returned to normal, and he donned a set of garments from his storage pouch. At this moment on the deck, the group of elegantly dressed youths continued to arrogantly survey their surroundings, while in the distance, several streaks of light rapidly approached the grand vessel. Elders of the Foundation establishment are arriving, someone exclaimed upon witnessing the radiant figures soaring on swords. Those in the Qi refinement stage lack the ability to fly using tools. Only those of the Foundation establishment who had developed their consciousness could soar through the skies. Although Foundation establishment cultivators were not uncommon in the Starry Sea, they remained an unattainable existence for mere mortals. A group of haughty young men clad in fine garments, upon witnessing an approach by someone riding a sword, immediately retracted their arrogance and stood respectfully upon the deck. "Which esteemed friend hails from afar?" inquired a foundation-building cultivator who emerged from the cabin. Frowning as he glanced toward the swiftly approaching figures, he discerned clearly that 4 foundation-building cultivators were arriving, 2 of whom bore significant injuries and exhibited disordered auras, evidently having recently emerged from a fierce battle. Allowing these individuals aboard could potentially spell trouble. "From the Zheng clan of Changsheng Island, we seek a vessel," resonated a deep voice from the horizon. Changsheng Island is renowned within the Inner Sea, and it seems the Zheng clan boasts a golden core cultivator among their ranks. One of the young men in fine attire exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I never anticipated that today we would have the fortune to share the same ship as a cultivator from the Zheng clan." The other young men felt a spark of excitement. Most hailed from ordinary cultivation families or were descendants of loose cultivators. And if they could align themselves with the Zheng clan, it would be akin to soaring to the heights of success. Upon hearing the name of the Zheng clan from Changsheng Island, the foundation-building cultivator stationed on the ship's deck visibly shifted in expression. The Zheng clan was a golden core family, and even their own sect, the Baihai sect, would be reluctant to offend such a lineage. Moreover, it appeared that members of the Zheng clan were currently being pursued. Just as the foundation-building cultivator was pondering his course of action, the captain, a pinnacle foundation-building cultivator, emerged from the cabin, activated the ship's protective array, and smiled, Ah, esteemed friends of the Zheng clan, please come aboard. For streaks of light descended upon the deck, transforming into 6 figures, among whom were 2 elegantly dressed youths, 1 male and 1 female. The young man was strikingly handsome, while the young woman possessed an extraordinary beauty that captivated all. Yet, both were merely at the chi refining stage, escorted by foundation-building cultivators. Thank you, esteemed friend, Zheng Changtian said as he slightly cupped his hands towards the captain. We of the Zheng clan have encountered a bit of trouble. We have already notified our clan, and within half a day, powerful members will arrive. Should anyone pursue us, we kindly ask for your assistance. Regardless of the outcome, our Zheng clan shall bestow a generous reward. Captain Xie Yichun smiled gently in response. Rest assured, esteemed friend, given the relationship between our Baihai sect and the Zheng clan, we shall not turn a blind eye. Moreover, this ship is equipped with a formation inscribed by a 3rd-tier formation master, capable of withstanding even the attacks of Golden Core cultivators for a brief period, let alone other cultivators. Hearing this, the 6 members of the Zheng clan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Captain. Zheng Dao friend, please step inside the cabin and rest. You need not worry about anything. The Zheng clan members followed Xie Yichun into the cabin. On the deck, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Just who were these foundation-building cultivators from the Zheng clan that dared to provoke such formidable foes? And what of the 2 young individuals? It appeared that these cultivators from the Zheng clan held an implicit leadership over them. I cannot ascertain the identity of the gentleman. However, that young lady must be the illustrious Zheng Xianyu, the esteemed princess of the Zheng family. It is rumored that she possesses the rare dual spirit root talent and has already entered into an engagement with a scion of a reclusive family. Upon seeing her today, one cannot deny the veracity of her reputation. She is indeed a paragon of beauty, deserving of the admiration she garners. Fit only for someone of the caliber of the young Master Long. The crowd buzzed with excitement. For Zheng Xianyu is renowned as one of the most beautiful women in the Starry Sea, and many were fortunate to behold her today. Changsheng shook his head slightly and made his way toward the corner of the deck where the siblings, Xiang and Shui, stood. Upon noticing the elegantly clad youth approaching them, Xiang felt a pang of anxiety. Shui clutched her brother's sleeve tightly. They hailed from humble beginnings and understood that attracting the attention of someone so extraordinary in such a setting might not bode well. Esteemed young master, do you seek us for something? Xiang inquired nervously as the youth came to a halt before them. Chapter 56. The contest for a disciple. Changsheng smiled gently and knelt down, saying, "Let me assess your talents." Xiang's face lit up with elation. Could it be that his extraordinary potential had been recognized by this cultivator, who wished to recruit him into a sect? Friend, do you truly believe that a talent could emerge from such common stock? Scoffed the young man in splendid attire, who was at the 4th level of chi refining. Indeed, only the offspring of cultivators have the greater chance of possessing spirit roots. These common folks would be fortunate to possess a mere 5 spirit roots. And reaching the 3rd level of chi refining would be an extraordinary accomplishment, chimed in several others. At that moment, Zheng Xianyu and the young man in fine garments emerged from the cabin, stepping onto the deck, just in time to overhear the remarks of the young man. Their interest piqued as they cast glances toward the corner of the deck. Xianyu, do you think any of those siblings possess more than 3 spirit roots? The elegantly dressed youth inquired, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes, unnoticed by others. If they did not have more than 3 spirit roots, it would be a waste to expend a foundational elixir on them. Only those with 3 spirit roots or above could hope to cultivate to the pinnacle of foundational establishment or even advance to the golden core stage. Unlikely. Zheng Xianyu replied coolly. In the past millennium, have you ever heard of a genius emerging from the mundane? True, the young man in fine attire conceded, shaking his head slightly. Xiang's face flushed crimson. Yet, Changsheng paid no heed to their conversation. Instead, he rested a finger on Xiang's arm, a warm current swiftly radiating through Xiang's body. Is this the legendary magical energy? Xiang's face brightened with joy, and he no longer harbored any doubts about the identity of the young man before him. He was undoubtedly a cultivator. Master, how is my talent? Xiang asked, his voice brimming with hope. Changsheng did not respond directly, but instead placed a finger on Shui's arm to assess her spirit roots. A moment later, Changsheng gazed solemnly at Xiang and inquired, "Are you truly siblings?" Shui indeed surprised him, as not only did she possess the bloodline of divine beings, but her spiritual roots were also commendable. She was endowed with both fire and wood attributes. Such exceptional qualities would certainly attract significant attention and cultivation within any Yuaning sect. Conversely, Xianxia, lacking even a pseudo-spiritual root, revealed no signs of the divine bloodline upon Li Changsheng's meticulous examination. Master, what do you mean by this? Xianxia's heart sank, and he asked in a low voice. You possess no spiritual roots? Li Changsheng sighed. Although this revelation was hard for the young man, it was the stark reality. Without spiritual roots, even the concoction of a cleansing elixir would hold no benefit for Xianxia. What? Xianxia's face turned ashen. His purpose for this journey was to join a sect of immortals, yet he was informed while still aboard the vessel that he lacked the aptitude for cultivation. Ha ha ha. I said it. A mere mortal from the countryside dares to aspire to join the Baihai sect, sneered several elegantly dressed youths, their disdain evident. Zhang Xianyu and the youth in fine attire also shook their heads slightly, as they initially believed that the seemingly well-bred young man had discovered something significant to warrant testing their qualifications, only to be met with this disappointing outcome. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Li Changsheng, disregarding the jeers of the others, turned his attention to Xianxia and gently said, Your aptitude is remarkable. Your future potential is limitless. Even if you were to join the Baihai sect, it would merely squander your talents. Xianxia's mouth fell slightly open as she looked towards her brother Xianxia. She had only accompanied him to the Baihai sect because she was unable to care for herself, never once considering that she might possess the capability for cultivation. Xuya, quickly agree, Xianxia urged, desperate. Only in this way can you heal your legs. Though reluctant, he hurriedly persuaded her. His fervent desire to cultivate stemmed in part from his wish to restore his sister Xianxia's legs. Now, even if he could not cultivate, at least his sister could, which he considered a favorable outcome. Xuer pays her respects to the master. Upon hearing this, Xianxia solemnly bowed to Li Changsheng. Fooling around, the youth in elegant attire frowned slightly. He stepped forward, retrieving a testing array from his storage pouch, and approached Xianxia, placing her hand upon it. Two beams of light, one green and one red, slowly ascended from the array, halting at a height of 7 inches. Indeed, she possesses both fire and wood spiritual roots. The young man in fine attire regarded Xianxia with a fervent gaze. Dual spiritual root aptitude, regardless of location within the Tian-Nan domain, would be fiercely coveted by the major sections. If this dual-rooted girl could be brought into their clan, it would indeed be a significant achievement. Young lady, would you be willing to join my sect? Regardless of resources or treatment, no one can offer you better than I can. At this moment, Captain Yichun appeared on the deck, looking coldly at Zhang Changtian, who was with him, and said, Friend, these individuals are here to seek apprenticeship in my Baihai sect. It seems rather inappropriate for your Zhang family to seize disciples aboard my vessel. So yeah, my friend, you jest. Zhang Changtian smiled slightly and replied, These individuals have yet to join your Baihai sect. Therefore, they do not count as your disciples. Whoever manages to take them under their wing shall claim them as their own. Although they were currently on the Baihai sect ship, the identity of the elegantly dressed youth was far too esteemed. Even the ancestors of the Zheng family would treat him with respect, which left little to be desired for the Baihai sect. Today, I shall witness who dares to steal my Baihai sect's disciples from this ship. Yichun formed a seal with his hands, activating the formation on the ship, and a transparent barrier enveloped the entire vessel. Thunder rumbled overhead, with flashes of lightning appearing intermittently. Each strike was potent enough to slay a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. The elegantly dressed youth displayed no sign of fear upon witnessing the spectacle. Instead, a faint smirk graced his lips. It seems your Baihai sect wishes to be erased from the Starry Sea. Yichun furrowed his brow. Friend Xia, perhaps it would be wise to retract the formation. Zhang Changtian sighed and remarked, This gentleman is the young master of the Long family. If you provoke him, the Long family may bring calamity upon you. Baihai sect. The Long family? Yichun's heart sank, and his legs trembled, nearly causing him to collapse on the deck. Perhaps others were unaware of the Long family, but within the realms of the Starry Sea, no golden core force was oblivious to their existence. The Long family was akin to the heavens of the Starry Sea. Previously, an elder from Yuaning's sect offended the Long family and faced complete annihilation overnight. Not even the sect's grand elder in the Yuaning stage could escape. Forgive me, young master of the Long family. I was momentarily foolish and have offended the heavenly might. I implore your forgiveness. Yichun's face contorted into a grimace worse than tears. As he knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head until blood began to seep from his forehead, yet he dared not cease. The onlookers on the deck were left utterly speechless, astonished that a mere name could instill such fear in a Golden Core Sex Foundation establishment cultivator. Just who was this Long family? The Ximen siblings, Ximen Shui and her brother, were equally dumbfounded and at a loss. Long Haoyan's gaze swept across the deck, and everyone averted their eyes. Are you willing to join my sect? With your dual spirit root aptitude, I can guarantee you will reach the pinnacle of Foundation establishment within a century. As for the Golden Core, that depends on your own fortune. Long Haoyan addressed Ximen Shui coolly. I already have a master, Ximen Shui replied softly, leaning closer to her brother. Indeed, my sister has already taken a master, Ximen Xiong added, trembling. Long Haoyan's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled that Ximen Shui had indeed pledged herself to the young man before him. Looking at Li Changsheng's youthful visage, Long Haoyan scoffed, Brat, I wish to take her as my disciple. Do you have any objections? Li Changsheng raised his eyelids slightly and nonchalantly uttered 3 words. Get lost. Chapter 57. The Legacy of the Transformation Realm Cultivator? What? The crowd was taken aback, convinced they had misheard. This was a being so formidable that even a peak Foundation establishment cultivator had knelt before him. Yet, this young man in azure had the audacity to tell him to leave? A flicker of intrigue danced across Zhang Xianyu's face as she regarded Li Changsheng. Knowing full well that Long Haoyan was a scion of the Long family, this young man still dared to speak so brazenly. He must either be a fool or someone who does not fear the Long family's influence. In the entire Southern Heaven region, only 2 families could claim such audacity. Do you even realize whom you are addressing? Long Haoyan's countenance darkened, his voice a frigid whisper. He had long harbored affections for the ostensibly elder sister, Zhang Xianyu, and could not fathom how anyone would dare humiliate him in her presence. Does it truly matter who I am speaking to? Li Changsheng replied nonchalantly, Get lost, or I shall take your life. The 4 Foundation establishment members of the Zheng family changed their expressions. The Starry Sea Long family was notoriously tyrannical. Who was this young man that he dared disregard Long Haoyan, the direct descendant of the Long family? Very well, Long Haoyan sneered coldly. In my lifetime, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Those who disregard the Long family do not meet favorable ends. Today, whoever kills him shall be welcomed into the Long family. Upon hearing this proclamation, the onlooking cultivators displayed expressions of intrigue. Even several Foundation establishment members from the Bai sect appeared captivated. On one side stood an unknown young man in azure, and on the other, the prospect of joining the Long family. It was clear which choice they would make. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances and formed a triangle, advancing towards Li Changsheng. Young and reckless, they were unaware of the peril they courted. An elder from the Zheng family spoke coldly, his eyes filled with derision. In their eyes, the azure-clad youth had sealed his fate by offending Long Haoyan. He was destined for death. Young Master Long, such a reckless fool does not require the intervention of esteemed seniors. Leave him to us. They clamored eagerly. They rarely even caught sight of the Long family, let alone drew near. Such a splendid opportunity lay before them. They must seize it, even if they could not subdue him. There were so many Foundation establishment cultivators present. How could this youth so young possibly be a Golden Core cultivator? With that thought, they hesitated no longer, summoning their spirit talismans and low-grade magical artifacts to hurl at Li Changsheng. The Foundation establishment cultivators frowned slightly. Though displeased with the reckless intentions of their peers, they could only snort coldly and stand guard beside Long Haoyan. For he did not intervene. Unaware of the impending doom, Li Changsheng shook his head. With a flick of his finger, boom, a resounding sound of a sword echoed. Dozens of sword energies surged forth, shattering the spirit talismans and magical artifacts hurled by his assailants into mere fragments. Yet, the onslaught did not relent. The sword energies enveloped Long Haoyan, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators beside him, and the several Qi refinement cultivators who had made their move. Bang! The few Qi refinement cultivators were utterly incapable of resistance, quickly reduced to a mist of blood by the invisible sword energy. The Foundation establishment practitioners fared little better, bursting apart in mid-air without even the opportunity to summon their artifacts. Alarmed, Long Haoyan's expression shifted dramatically as the fabric of his garments emitted a blinding radiance. successfully intercepting the myriad sword energies. However, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling, his eyes filled with terror as they met Li Changsheng's gaze. "Senior, please spare my life." Long Hao Hian fell to his knees upon the deck. His attire, a protective armor of spiritual artifact grade, proved insufficient to withstand the sword energy wielded casually by the youth in green before him. It was evident that this individual possessed cultivation, at least at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. According to his knowledge, within the entire southern Tianyu, the only Golden Core practitioner under 30 was Su Qinyu, the prodigious daughter of the Su family with heavenly roots. Thus, it was clear that the person before him was likely an ancient monster in disguise. A profound silence enveloped the scene. No one dared utter a sound. Disbelief etched upon their faces. Just moments ago, the Peak Foundation establishment practitioner, Yichun, had terrified the Long family's young master, Long Haoyan, who now found himself on his knees. Who exactly was this youthful immortal? Members of the Zheng family trembled, unsure of how to proceed, overwhelmed by the extraordinary prowess of the youth in green, which far surpassed their expectations and capabilities to counter. "Senior," Zheng Xianyu finally stepped forward, approaching Li Changsheng with a slight bow. "I am willing to exchange information about a secret realm for our lives. Would you consider this a secret realm?" Li Changsheng glanced at Zheng Xianyu, responding coolly, "That would depend on whether the secret realm is worth the lives of you few." "Do not speak." An elder from the Zheng family interjected hastily. "Friend, I recognize your formidable strength, but this secret realm was discovered by the Long family. Should you dare pursue it, the Long family will not let you off easily." Silence. Li Changsheng's brow furrowed as he flicked his fingers. Bang! The Zheng family elder exploded into a mist of blood mid-sentence. "Foolish wretch." Zheng Xianyu silently scolded, realizing their lives lay in this person's hands. How could this imbecile still cling to the secret realm's information? Surviving was already a stroke of luck. "Senior, here is the map to the secret realm." Zheng Xianyu retrieved a fragmentary map from her storage pouch and respectfully presented it to Li Changsheng. "This map is incomplete. The other half is in the possession of the pirate, Kuang Shadao Luo, who was just pursuing us." Li Changsheng accepted the map, noting its exquisite material. Crafted from the hide of a nascent soul sea beast, it marked an island, but due to its incomplete state, its precise location remained indeterminate, merely indicating a general area within the Starry Sea. This map seems to point to the resting place of the sea-breaking sword sovereign, a formidable being who perished 3,000 years ago in the Starry Sea. Zheng Xianyu remarked with a bitter smile. "I wonder if this map could secure our lives." Li Changsheng regarded Zheng Xianyu with a calm demeanor, responding indifferently. "The map I possess can indeed lead to your demise. However, since you have voluntarily disclosed this information, I shall offer you two alternatives. First, I will spare a few members of the Zheng family. Second, I will let this worthless individual go." Zheng Xianyu's complexion shifted slightly. Should she choose to save Long Hao Tian, she would inevitably face reproach from her kin, while rescuing her family might incite the Long family's wrath against the Zhengs. After a moment of silence, Zheng Xianyu gritted her teeth and implored, "I beseech you, esteemed elder, spare Long Hao Tian." Upon hearing this, Long Hao Tian finally exhaled in relief, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Several elders of the Zheng family exchanged glances, their expressions altering as they exerted themselves and soared towards the sea. Bang! Yet before they could venture far, they erupted into a mist of blood mid-air, 3 storage pouches falling into Li Changsheng's grasp. Li Changsheng approached the kneeling Xie Zhicheng and coldly commanded, "Let us go. We must seek out the mad shark pirate, Luo Hai." The reason he spared this captain was the necessity of having a navigator amidst the vast ocean. Xie Zhicheng quickly scrambled to his feet, maneuvering the vessel in the direction from which Zheng Xianyu and her companions had come. Gazing at the expansive sea ahead, Li Changsheng murmured, "A divine treasure left by a transformation god should contain a significant amount of spirit stones." Chapter 58. The Location of the Hidden Treasure. Li Changsheng stood at the bow of the ship, channeling the vital energy of Shimin Shui through her legs. The energy within her limbs was overwhelmingly potent. Once refined, it would undoubtedly lead to remarkable advancements. I shall first impart to you a body-refining technique. Once you have grasped it and can walk freely, I will then teach you the methods of energy refinement, Li Changsheng declared, gently placing his fingertip upon Shimin Shui's forehead. directly transmitting the first 6 levels of the Divine Demon 9 transformations technique. He then proceeded to convey the Golden Body technique to Shi Min Xiong, as it too was a foundational martial art derived from the Divine Demon 9 transformations. Should Shi Min Xiong master it, he could attain prowess even amidst the mundane world. Moreover, given that Shi Min Shui bore the bloodline of the Divine Demon, it was highly likely that her elder brother, Shi Min Xiong, possessed a diluted version of the same lineage, albeit undetectable to him. Once he had finished instructing the two, Li Changsheng ascended to the mast of the great ship, settling down and murmuring, Simulation commencing. At 21, you are at sea recruiting disciples, obtaining half of the map to the hidden treasure of a transformation god. You acquire the other half of the map from Luo Hai. Half a day later, the cultivators from the Long and Zheng families arrive to assist Long Hao Tian and Zheng Xianyu, only to be annihilated by your swift strikes. 1 month later, you finally arrive at the location of the transformation god's concealed treasure, surrounded by numerous formations capable of slaying a transformation god. During the process of breaking the formations, your understanding of formation techniques deepens, and you successfully advance into the ranks of a 4th-tier formation master. 3 days later, you successfully enter the secret realm and discover a storage pouch filled with a wealth of spirit stones and a manual for the sea-breaking sword technique. 2 months later, you finally gather all the materials needed to concoct the cleansing marrow pill. As you departed from the Starry Sea, you were discovered by an elder of the Dragon Clan, a nascent soul cultivator, whom you swiftly dispatched with a single strike, instilling fear throughout the Starry Sea. 6 months later, you return to the ancestral land of the Su family, successfully concocting the marrow cleansing elixir. However, on the very day of your triumph, a mysterious youth appeared and, with 2 swift moves, claimed your life. You were dead. Select option 2. The intricate formations finally ascended to the 4th tier. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. In previous simulations of his return from the Starry Sea, he had faced no such peril. Yet this time, the enigmatic youth had emerged prematurely to end his life. He scrutinized the text on the simulator once more. Could it be that slaying a nascent soul cultivator had drawn their attention? Li Changsheng frowned. Time was of the essence. He resolved to conceal his formidable abilities for the time being. The system had indicated that he had amassed a substantial number of spirit stones within the relics. Should he bolster his strength, he would have no fear of that mysterious youth. At that moment, a colossal ship emerged in the distance. Senior, that is the vessel of the mad shark bandits. Zheng Xianyu whispered from the deck. Li Changsheng remained silent, stepping forward, transforming into a streak of light as he soared toward the pirate ship. On board the ship, Luo Hai spotted the approaching vessel. Suddenly, he witnessed a flash of light darting toward them. Before he could discern the identity of the figure, it landed on the deck, materializing into a young man clad in blue. Who goes there? The pirates on the ship reacted quickly, surrounding Li Changsheng with dozens of their number. Who is Luo Hai? Li Changsheng surveyed the pirates with a calm demeanor. The strength of this group was commendable, with 5 foundational cultivators among them, one of whom had reached the pinnacle of the foundational stage. It was no surprise that the Zheng family had suffered at their hands. Luo Hai, may I inquire what brings you here, fellow cultivator? Luo Hai parted the crowd of pirates, encircling Li Changsheng, and bowed respectfully. You are Luo Hai? Li Xianxing replia. Somewhat taken aback, he had expected the only pinnacle foundational cultivator among the pirates to be a fearsome figure, but instead, he found a refined-looking middle-aged man. Nevertheless, he had little interest in the affairs of these pirates and stated directly, hand over the map to the secret realm. You cannot keep it. The Dragon Clan and the Zheng Clan are already en route. If he did not break free, this map would likely fall into the hands of the Dragon Clan, and the fate of these pirates would not be a favorable one. Without hesitation, Luo Hai respectfully presented the map. Senior, this is the map you seek. Li Changsheng accepted the document, merging it with another, confirming its authenticity before casually uttering a parting remark and vanishing as a streak of light. The Dragon Clan will arrive in this sea area within half a day. Only after Li Changsheng's figure had faded into the horizon did the pinnacle foundational pirate quietly inquire. Father, he remarked, that is a hidden treasure left behind by a transformation realm cultivator. Even if we cannot consume it ourselves, we could sell it for a handsome price. This young man is alone, and we are many. Should we truly fear him? The other pirates shared his sentiment, casting reluctant glances towards Luo Hai. However, it was evident that Luo Hai commanded considerable respect among the pirates, for none displayed signs of dissent. With a sigh, Luo Hai said, Had it not been for your recklessness in confronting the Zheng family, we would not have been embroiled in this turmoil. A treasure left by a transformation realm cultivator is beyond the reach of us, mere cultivators. Believe me, once news of our possession of the treasure map spreads, we shall find ourselves adrift as corpses by tomorrow. It is best if someone else willingly assumes this burden. Furthermore, this individual is at least a golden core cultivator, far beyond our capacity to contend with. Set sail swiftly and leave this sea. We must not return to the inner sea for a century. Upon returning to the ship, Li Changsheng sought out Xie Yichun directly, presenting the map to him and stating calmly, "You have spent ample time in the Starry Sea. Could you discern the location of this secret realm?" Xie Yichun, his face ashen, accepted the map. He had overheard Zheng Xianyu's words on deck. This map belonged to a transformation realm cultivator. If he were to study it, would he have any hope of survival? Rest assured, if you lead me to this place, I shall spare your life. Li Changsheng perceived Xie Yichun's trepidation and replied coolly, "If you doubt me, I could end your life right now. I refuse to believe that within the Starry Sea, there is no one capable of deciphering this map." "I can certainly understand it," Xie Yichun hastily replied. "The location marked on the map lies within the Devil's Sea, between the inner and outer seas. That area is perilously close to the outer sea, where sightings of nascent soul sea beasts have been reported. It would be quite dangerous for our vessel to venture there." Now, he could only hope that Li Changsheng would honor his promise and spare his life once they located the secret realm. 1 hour later, Li Changsheng deposited the crew on the nearby Moon Island. This island was merely a small landmass, with the strongest cultivator residing there barely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. He retained only the ship's crew, the Ximen siblings, and Zheng Xianyu, for although he was indifferent to their fates, he preferred to avoid provoking the Long family by revealing his own strength. Thus, it was prudent to steer clear of any Long family members. An hour after Li Changsheng's ship departed, Long family cultivators arrived at Moon Island. Chapter 59. The Devil's Sea. Go find them. I wish to see who in the Starry Sea dares to lay hands on the direct descendants of my Long family. Long Zheng's expression was dark as he addressed those gathered, who had been left by Li Changsheng on Moon Island. According to what this person said, that individual is at least a golden core cultivator. And those golden core cultivators in the Starry Sea would scarcely possess the audacity to act against the direct descendants of my Long family. Could it be those two families? A Peak Foundation establishment cultivator from the Long family whispered, "Regardless of who it may be, even if a dragon were to arrive in my Starry Sea, they must submit to me. Even if it were truly members of those two families, my dragon clan harbors no fear." Long Zheng's expression darkened as he coldly proclaimed, the abduction of Long Haotian, a direct descendant, was not of great concern to him. The gravest issue lay in the fact that Long Haotian's fiancée, Zheng Xianyu, had been taken. Long Haotian was the most gifted individual of the younger generation within the Dragon Clan, currently in seclusion to break through to the Golden Core stage. Moreover, Long Haotian's father was the clan's patriarch. Should he fail to rescue Zheng Xianyu, he would likely face dire repercussions. Rest assured, Elder Zheng, as long as this person has not departed from the Starry Sea, they shall undoubtedly remain within the grasp of my Dragon Clan. At this moment, Li Changsheng's vessel was sailing towards the Devil's Sea. He had imbued the ship with several formations that concealed its presence. Even Golden Core cultivators would find it difficult to perceive the vessel's passage. Only those at the nascent soul stage or above, or others who chanced upon the ship, could detect its existence. However, the vastness of the ocean rendered such encounters exceedingly rare. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged upon the deck, having provided guidance to Ximen Shui in her cultivation before directly opening the simulator interface. With 8 simulation opportunities remaining, he had slain several Foundation establishment cultivators in the Sea of Mountains, seizing the storage bags of Zheng Xianyu and Long Haotian. Yet, the spiritual stones within those bags were scarce, totaling merely a few 100,000, which he utilized to increase his simulation chances. Given Ximen Shui's exceptional aptitude, which enabled him to assist her in reaching the first transformation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations, could he not seize this opportunity to elevate his own mastery of the Divine Demon 9 transformations? Commencing the simulation. Simulation initiated. At 21, you brought Ximen Shui to the Devil's Sea, where you discovered the legacy of a transformation realm cultivator. Within the legacy, you guided Ximen Shui in her cultivation. After half a month, Ximen Shui successfully achieved the first transformation of the Divine Demon 9 transformations. At 22, Ximen Shui reached the pinnacle of the first transformation. At 24, she entered the second transformation. At 38, she attained the third transformation. At 70, she achieved the fourth transformation, activating her divine and demonic bloodline, propelling her cultivation speed to unprecedented heights. At 107, Shimin Shui successfully entered the fifth transformation, deepening her understanding of the divine demon 9 transformations and guiding you in your cultivation. Under her tutelage, your progress in the divine demon 9 transformations accelerated considerably. At 155, Shimin Shui reached the sixth transformation. At 159, powerful outsiders located the legacy's whereabouts. Shimin Shui intervened, slaying 2 outsiders at the returning void stage and 11 at the transformation realm, attracting the ire of 3 integration realm cultivators. Shimin Shui single-handedly battled the 3 integration realm cultivators, severely wounding them. They barely escaped with their lives by activating a secret treasure to teleport miles away. A month later, a mysterious youth and Su Lao arrived, intent on taking Shimin Shui. She refused, engaging both in battle without losing ground. Ultimately, the enigmatic youth activated a secret treasure, leading to the demise of both of you. You have met your end. The simulation concludes, and you may retain one aspect. Option 1. The cultivation realm of 159 years. Option 2. The battle experience of 159 years. How astonishing that reaching the 6th turn in the divine demon 9 transformations can yield such power. Even the combined efforts of the mysterious youth and Su Lao could only match the prowess of Shimin Shui. Li Changsheng's gaze ignited with fervor. However, one must not underestimate the mysterious youth from the Golden Vajra sect, for he possesses numerous hidden trump cards. Even Shimin Shui, who has attained the 6th turn, could not withstand a single strike from that treasure. Furthermore, the location of this relic is likely quite concealed in previous simulations, despite evading detection. Powerful outsiders would invariably discover him. Remarkably, he was only found at the age of 159. I choose option 2. As Li Changsheng made his selection, a surge of vitality coursed through him, and he could distinctly perceive an elevation in his internal strength, drawing him closer to the mid-stage of the 4th turn. The others on the deck remained oblivious to his transformation, save for the 7-year-old Shimin Shui, whose face reflected confusion. After her training in the divine demon 9 transformations, she had become acutely sensitive to changes in vitality. She sensed just moments ago that her master's energy had intensified. Indeed, her master is the true powerhouse. Even a casual session of cultivation yielded such significant augmentation. Shimin Shui's resolve solidified. The exhilaration of having gained several hundred gene of strength from a few days of training dissipated. Were a mere few hundred gene of power. One day, I shall become a formidable being like my master, she resolved internally, intensifying her training regimen. Li Changsheng remained unaware of Shimin Shui's transformation. Even if he comprehended her thoughts, he would merely smile faintly. Once more, at this current pace, it would not take long for him to reach the mid-stage of the 4th turn. At 159 years, you were slain by the mysterious youth wielding a secret treasure. At 131 years, you successfully cultivated to the mid-stage of the 4th turn. At 159 years, both you and Shimin Shui were again slain by the mysterious youth with his treasure. After expending 5 simulation opportunities, he had finally arrived at the mid-stage of the 4th turn. Meanwhile, Shimin Shui, seated beside Li Changsheng in meditation, gazed in awe. Though she had only recently embarked on her cultivation journey, she understood that as one ascends to higher realms, the time required for breakthroughs lengthens considerably. Yet what had she just witnessed? Within mere breaths, her master's aura had intensified, and his vitality surged. Indeed, her master is the true prodigy of cultivation. I must not grow complacent simply because I possess dual spiritual roots. Shimin Shui silently encouraged herself. With only 2 opportunities remaining, further breakthroughs seemed implausible. It would be wiser to conserve them for future use. Li Changsheng contemplated, turning to see Shimin Shui diligently immersed in her training. He nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Shimin Shui, having entered the 6th transformation at the remarkable age of over a century, owes her achievement not only to the divine demonic bloodline coursing through her veins, but also to her relentless efforts. At that moment, Yichun ascended to the deck, clasped his hands in greeting towards Li Changsheng, and said, "Senior, we have arrived at the Devil's Sea." Chapter 60. The Perilous Devil's Sea. Is this the Devil's Sea? Li Changsheng rose, gazing at the waters tinged with a faint darkness. and quietly inquired, "Have you traversed the Devil Sea before?" On the deck, Long Hao Ian and Zheng Yu turned their attention towards Yichun. Although Li Changsheng had confined them on the ship, he had not restricted their movement aboard. Curiosity adorned their faces. The Devil's Sea held considerable renown in the Starry Ocean, a place they had often heard of but never visited. The Devil's Sea is a realm where even golden core cultivators cannot guarantee their safe return. How could I have ventured there? Yichun shook his head and replied, "However, I once heard from a senior who had traversed the Starry Ocean that navigating the Devil's Sea demands utmost caution, particularly during the night, as one frequently encounters formidable sea beasts. It is said that even transformation stage sea creatures roam these waters." What? Shock registered on the faces of those on deck. In the southern domain, a Yuanian cultivator was considered a formidable figure, while transformation stage practitioners had not been seen in the outside world for millennia. Even Long Hao Ian, scion of the Long family, displayed astonishment. Though the Long family was rumored to be under the protection of a transformation stage ancestor, he had yet to witness this ancestor in decades. The strongest visible member of the Long family was merely at the Yuanian level. Now, Yichun claimed that such beings lurked within the Devil's Sea. Is the Devil's Sea truly this terrifying? Xianxia murmured, "I have accompanied the elders of the Long family to the outer seas, and while numerous sea beasts abound, one seldom encounters creatures exceeding the Yuanian realm unless one ventures too deep." Before she could finish her thought, a colossal wave surged skyward, crashing down upon their vessel. Behind the wave lurked a devilfish, measuring hundreds of meters in length, its massive tail descending upon the ship. "Brace yourselves." Yichun reacted swiftly, his face etched with shock. Yet he immediately activated the ship's defensive array. This is a sea beast of the golden core level. As the overwhelming pressure emanated from the gigantic devilfish, Long Hao Ian stumbled, collapsing to the ground, his complexion pale. Xianxia and the crew fared somewhat better, yet despair lingered in their expressions. Only Shimin Shui cast her gaze towards Li Changsheng, her eyes brimming with trust. With a flourish of his sleeve, Li Changsheng unleashed a white sword light that soared to great heights, cleaving through the massive wave and bisecting the devilfish with precision. Blood rained down from the sky, and had it not been for Yichun activating the ship's protective array, the deluge of the creature's blood would have capsized them. "Withdraw." Li Changsheng performed a hand seal, and the corpse of the devilfish, along with the demon core, was swiftly stored in his spatial pouch. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The carcass of a golden core sea beast could fetch several thousand spirit stones, especially that golden core itself, which could be sold for tens of thousands of spirit stones or even refined into elixirs. Hiss! The individuals aboard the ship collectively inhaled sharply, pondering the formidable background of this elder. Could he be a nascent soul powerhouse? The devilfish was colossal, and the vitality and defenses of demonic beasts inherently surpassed those of humans. It was effortlessly cleaved in half by Li Changsheng's sword. "Elder, shall we continue our journey?" Yichun inquired with a gulp of trepidation. Having just entered the Devil's Sea, encountering a golden core sea beast foretold the dire dangers lurking deeper within. "Proceed. I shall handle the sea beasts," Li Changsheng replied nonchalantly. "Yes." Yichun nodded repeatedly and returned to the cabin to steer the ship. Zheng Xianyu gazed at Li Changsheng, her expression laced with skepticism. Having spent considerable time with the Long family, she was privy to many secrets unknown to ordinary folk. This seemingly youthful Li Changsheng undoubtedly possessed nascent soul cultivation, and within the entire Starry Sea, the number of nascent soul cultivators from a Long family could be counted on one's fingers. Yet Li Changsheng was not among those few she recognized. Her gaze narrowed as she contemplated the figure of Li Changsheng. Setsail, Li Changsheng Kumanda. During this period, he refrained from further cultivation and instead guided Shimin in her practice as the ship progressed. Throughout their journey, Li Changsheng had slain 5 golden core sea beasts, with the materials harvested from them valued at no less than 100,000 spirit stones. They also encountered some foolish Foundation establishment sea beasts, which he promptly collected as well. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Although these sea beasts were not worth much individually, their cumulative value was significant, and he was in dire need of funds. As they continued their expedition, Li Changsheng observed that the sea beasts of the Devil's Sea differed markedly from those of the Starry Sea. They were exceedingly bloodthirsty, devoid of any rationality, seemingly born only for slaughter. Countless sea beasts perished at Li Changsheng's hands, and with the number of kills he amassed, his remaining spatial pouches overflowed with materials. Zhang Xianyu and her companions had grown numb to the sight, no matter the cultivation level of the sea beast. They could not withstand a single strike from Li Changsheng's sword. 10 days later. Here we are, this is the spot, Yichun announced, pointing to a nearby expanse of water with a map in hand. Li Changsheng stood at the bow of the ship. The area was eerily silent, with only 2 towering stone pillars extending from the ocean floor, leaning together to form a triangular stone gateway. Elder, we have traversed through numerous sea beasts along the way. Yet this region is so tranquil. It surely harbors mysteries. Zhang Xianyu murmured. Indeed, there was something amiss. Little did they expect to encounter a nascent soul sea beast here. Li Changsheng gazed toward the expanse of the sea, a smile gracing his lips. What? Is there a Yuanying-level sea beast here? The faces of those aboard the vessel turned pale, despite having witnessed Li Changsheng effortlessly slay sea beasts with a single strike. Encountering a Yuanying-level creature was a first for them. Do you require me to drag you out? Li Changsheng remarca coldly, his eyes fixed on the tranquil surface of the water nearby. Powerful sea beasts possess their own territories, intolerant of any other beings encroaching upon their domain. With a thunderous roar, a colossal sea serpent, thousands of meters long, surged skyward, emanating a ferocious and violent aura that enveloped everything around it. Compared to this serpent, the devilfish they had previously encountered seemed like mere ants. Bang, bang, bang. Under the weight of this terrifying presence, those on the ship collapsed onto the deck, their faces ashen, gasping for breath. Under such overwhelming force, they felt like ants, unable to even lift a finger. Only Li Changsheng and Shimin Shui remained unfazed, standing firmly. It appeared that the divine demonic bloodline within him had granted immunity to this oppressive might. Li Changsheng mused, casting a curious glance at Shimin Shui. It's over. We're doomed. Despair etched itself across Long Hao Yan's face. The others shared a similar sentiment, though many still cast hopeful glances toward Li Changsheng. They had not anticipated encountering a pinnacle Yuanying sea beast. Thus, he could only reveal a fraction of his true strength. Shaking his head, Li Changsheng summoned his spiritual sword, stepping forward to position himself above the serpent's head. Roar! The sea serpent seemed to sense the provocation, its massive form lunging upward, its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a man whole, aimed directly at Li Changsheng. 5 elements, sword wheel. He uttered coldly, and a 5-colored sword wheel materialized behind him, ultimately transforming into a colossal sword of the 5 elements, which he brought crashing down upon the serpent. Chapter 61. The treasures left by the Venerable. Bang! As the 5 elements sword wheels sliced through the air, a gash appeared on the serpent's head, gradually widening, blood gushing forth. The head, hundreds of meters long, plummeted into the water with a heavy thud, staining the sea crimson. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished that a Yuanying-level sea beast could not withstand a single strike from this young man clad in green. Just how formidable was his strength? Long Hao Yan's complexion turned pale as regret began to settle in his heart. Had he not sought to compete with Li Changsheng for disciples, he would not have provoked such a powerful adversary. He even began to doubt whether the legendary ancestor of his clan could contend with Li Changsheng upon emerging from seclusion. My sister has truly risen. This thought coursed through Shimin Xiong's mind. During his time aboard the ship, he had learned much about the cultivation world. Yuanying cultivators reigned supreme in their region. Now, with his sister's master capable of slaying Yuanying sea beasts with a single strike, he dared not even imagine the extent of her strength. Only Shimin Shui maintained a semblance of calm. Steer the ship forward, she instructed. Li Changsheng spoke softly. Yichun did not dare to be negligent, promptly maneuvering the ship towards the stone pillars. Upon arriving beneath the columns, Li Changsheng frowned slightly. He sensed subtle spatial fluctuations above, yet found himself unable to penetrate that realm. With a swift motion, Li Changsheng formed his fingers into a sword and made a delicate slash. A white beam of sword energy, stretching several dozen yards, surged towards the portal formed by the 2 stone pillars. With a thunderous crash, the sword energy vanished, as if swallowed by an alternate world. What is this? Li Changsheng furrowed his brow and retrieved the map. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. 2 fragmented maps converged within this area, as if drawn together by an unseen force, emanating a faint glow. Boom! A silvery beam of light shot forth from the map, striking the stone pillars. Thunder echoed as a wave of spatial disturbance rippled through the air. A doorway, barely wide enough for two to pass simultaneously, materialized between the pillars. "Wait for me here," Li Changsheng instructed, grasping Shimin Shue's small hand as they departed from the ship. The oppressive presence of sea serpents lingered in this area, ensuring no other sea creatures would approach for the time being, thus rendering it safe. With that, Li Changsheng and Shimin Shui vanished into the portal. The crew aboard the ship gazed at the slowly dissipating doorway, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Who among them did not covet the legacy left by a god transformation cultivator? Yet, their own limitations rendered them incapable of even contemplating defying Li Changsheng. They had not considered abandoning him to return by ship. The perilous waters of the Devil's Sea were fraught with danger, and without Li Changsheng aboard, they would likely not survive even half a day. Hao Tian, you must strive to resolve any conflicts with this esteemed elder. Otherwise, your dragon family will face grave calamity in the future, Zhang Xuanyu whispered to Long Haoyan. Yes, I understand. Long Haoyan nodded repeatedly, already devising plans to win Li Changsheng's favor. Li Changsheng, accompanied by Shimin Shui, stepped into the spatial portal. The scene inside differed from his expectations. The area beyond the portal was not vast, measuring only a few miles, and it was barren, devoid of any vegetation. Not far from them stood a dilapidated little hut. "Master, why does this place feel so different from the outside? It seems as if we are not in the same space," Shimin Shui, supported by Li Changsheng's true essence, inquired with curiosity. Li Changsheng paused momentarily before responding. "This appears to be a dying secret realm. It is small, far less expansive than the one belonging to the Diamond Sect, which spans several hundred miles and boasts mountains and countless medicinal gardens, incomparable to this desolate place. Clearly, this secret realm has reached its twilight. If we had not entered, it would inevitably collapse in a few hundred years, and everything within would cease to exist. Gome, let us investigate further." Li Changsheng hurried towards the thatched cottage, supporting Shimin Shui. This secret realm was on the verge of collapse, and any spiritual herbs had undoubtedly vanished. However, the existence of the thatched cottage suggested that the remnants of a divine transformation cultivator might be found within. With a creak, he pushed open the door of the cottage, which bore no signs of any formations. Inside was exceedingly rudimentary, with merely a few mats on the floor and a Dan furnace placed in the center. Beside the furnace lay a corpse, seemingly preserved for millennia, showing no signs of decay. Next to the body rested a purple storage bag and a scroll of scripture. Li Changsheng approached directly, first collecting the storage bag. He then unfurled the scroll, revealing the embossed golden characters of the Breaking Sea Sword Classic. Beneath these grand words was a line of elegant small text. Yu Polong, Sword Master, practiced for 1,500 years, yet could not step into the realm of return, feeling unworthy of the Master's teachings. May this legacy be left for the fated. The lengthy inscription detailed the life of the Breaking Sea Sword Master, who once belonged to a renowned faction in the southern heavenly domain, only to decline into solitary cultivation by the time of his master. The Breaking Sea Sword Master's master was a golden core, solitary cultivator, while he himself possessed water elemental spiritual roots, achieving the nascent soul at merely 200 years of age and attaining divine transformation at 500, dominating the stellar seas. At the age of 1500, he obtained a treasure map, ventured into a perilous area of the outer seas, returned severely injured, and left the map behind before meditating to his end in the secret realm. Li Changsheng opened the storage bag to retrieve the map recorded by the Breaking Sea Sword Master. In that instant, a tremendous pressure descended, saturating the entire space. What kind of otherworldly beast hide was this map crafted from? The residual force emanating from the map alone caused Li Changsheng's heart to race. Had he not swiftly harnessed his own aura to shield Shimin Shui, she would have been crushed by the overwhelming pressure the moment the map appeared. The mere skin of the map exuded such might. One could only imagine how formidable the beast was in life. Li Changsheng hastily stowed the map away and began to assess the contents of the storage bag. True to his status as a divine transformation master, the bag contained over 7 million spiritual stones, dozens of spiritual artifacts, a top-tier spiritual artifact known as the Breaking Sea Sword, along with various precious spiritual herbs and materials. The Dan furnace within the thatched cottage was also of exceptional quality. Within the storage bag, Li Changsheng discovered a legacy of an alchemist, though regrettably, it was only a 4th-tier inheritance, with most of the formulas already known to him. Such an abundance of items could fetch several million spiritual stones in the outside world at the very least. He let out a long sigh of relief and secured the storage bag. He then constructed a burial site for the breaking sea sword master within the secret realm before departing with Xianxia. Chapter 62. The 5 Transformations of Gods and Demons. Li Changsheng returned to the ship with Xianxia, entrusting her care to Xianxiang before retreating into the cabin. Recharge, he murmured as he settled into a meditative position. Recharge successful, balance is 6. 24 million gold. The interface then inquired, would you like to use the Immortal Cultivation Simulator immediately? Each use costs 100,000 gold. Gazing at the monetary figure on the panel, a flicker of pain crossed Li Changsheng's eyes. Just moments ago, his storage bag contained 8 million spirit stones. Yet over 1 million had vanished upon receipt. Truly a stark loss. With a deep breath, he whispered, let us elevate the divine demon 9 transformations first. Commencing simulation. After 10 days, Xianxia successfully stepped into the first transformation of the divine demon, her legs restored to normal. 1 month later, Long Hao he involuntarily brought Yu Xianju grass. After gathering the necessary herbs for the refinement of the cleansing pill, you returned to the ancestral grounds of the Su family with Xianxia. Half a year later, Xianxia successfully reached the mid-stage of the first transformation of the divine demon. You successfully refined the cleansing pill, enhancing your aptitude. You produced a multitude of nourishing elixirs to aid Xianxia's cultivation, resulting in her rapid progress. At 100 years old, Xianxia achieved the 6th transformation of the divine demon. While under her guidance, your own cultivation in the divine demon 9 transformations advanced swiftly. By the age of 130, you and Xianxia ventured into the secret realm of the Devil's Sea for intensive training. At 159 years old, external formidable foes located the hidden treasures. Xianxia intervened, slaying 2 void returners and 11 transformation masters, which provoked 3 composite cultivators from the outside world to pursue. Xianxia single-handedly battled the 3 composite cultivators, wounding them severely with a single strike, forcing them to activate a secret treasure to escape 1,000 miles away, barely preserving their lives. You and Xianxia fled to the distant starry ocean, seeking refuge on a small island for rigorous training. Half a year later, a colossal sea whale devoured the island in a single gulp, resulting in your demise. Simulation concluded. You may retain 1 aspect. Option 1. The cultivation realm at 159 years old. Option 2. The combat experience at 159 years old. With a deep exhale, Li Changsheng reflected on the simulation. He had devoted himself entirely to refining elixirs to expedite Xianxia's attainment of the divine demon 9 transformations, aiming for her to guide him in his cultivation. It seemed he had made the right choice, as Xianxia's innate talent and divine bloodline allowed her to reach the 6th transformation by the age of 100. However, the starry ocean exhibited peculiarities. Even at the 6th transformation, Xianxia could contend with great ascension cultivators, yet a whale capable of consuming an entire island lurked in these waters, one that even she could not evade. I choose option 2. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng selected the second choice. A tremendous surge of vital energy coursed through his body, accompanied by a century's worth of alchemical experience. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his complexion returning to normal. The art of alchemy remains a considerable distance from reaching the mid-tier of the 5th rank. The vitality has increased by 1/10, and, with approximately 10 more attempts, one could enter the late stage of the 4th transition. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. To attain the late stage of the 4th transition, one requires 10 simulation opportunities. Advancing from the peak of the 4th transition to the 5th entails a substantial cost. Contemplating this, a shiver ran through Li Changsheng's heart. Initially, he had anticipated a swift ascent to wealth, yet it now appeared he was still impoverished. Let us proceed. At 160 years of age, deep within the endless forest, you are discovered by a mysterious youth and Su Lao, and you meet your demise. At 159 years, you are slain by a colossal whale in the starry seas. At 147 years, under the guidance of Xianxia, you finally elevate the 9 transformations of deities and demons to the late stage of the 4th transition. After 10 simulations, the late stage of the 4th transition has been attained. Onward. At 159 years, deep within the endless forest, you are found by a 10,000-foot demon ape and reduced to dust by a single blow. At 161 years, in the endless desert, you are poisoned to death by the sting of Scorpion King. At 131 years, you finally step into the peak of the 4th transition of the 9 transformations of deities and demons. At 141 years, Your alchemical skills successfully advance to the mid-tier of the 5th rank. 17 simulations later, a 5th rank alchemist. The peak of the 4th transition has finally been achieved. Onward. At 100 years, under Shimin Shui's tutelage, you train in the 9 transformations of deities and demons. However, due to the absence of divine blood within you, progress is sluggish. At 147 years, you successfully enter the 5th transition of the 9 transformations of deities and demons. At 159 years, external powerful beings discover the location of the Devil's Sea's secret realm. You resolutely strike, slaying a being at the 3rd tier of the Void Return stage, causing the rest to flee in terror. One day later, 3 external beings of the combined stage come forth. Undaunted, you engage all 3. After 300 exchanges, you find yourself at a disadvantage, prompting your disciple Shimin Shui to intervene, severely wounding all 3, who then escape to a distant location using a secret treasure. One day later, you venture alone to the treasure site indicated by the Sea-Breaking Sword Sovereign S-map, successfully entering the treasure ground. Only to be met with a fleeting shadow. You perish. The Sea-Breaking Sword Sovereign, with his divine cultivation, could escape death. How could I fall upon entry? Xianxia Bundarat. He increasingly found himself bewildered by the Southern Sky region. The most formidable entities among the 3 great powers, the Su family, the Long family, and the Medicine King sect, should only possess divine cultivation at most, with perhaps a few Void Return cultivators stationed. Throughout these numerous simulations, he also discovered that within the perilous lands surrounding the Southern Sky region, formidable beasts of at least the Great Ascension stage lurked. Furthermore, these beasts never stray from the 4 perilous zones and have never been encountered in the outside world. Simulation concluded. You may retain one aspect. Option 1. The cultivation realm at 159 years of age. Option 2. The combat experience at 159 years of age. Fortunately, the 5th transition has been reached. Li Changsheng's gaze sparkled with determination. I choose option 2. Boom! A tremendous surge of vitality coursed through Li Changsheng's body. Despite his utmost efforts to restrain it, his physique began to swell uncontrollably, the power of his life essence surging forth, shattering the ceiling of the cabin and the formations he had carelessly set up. With a thunderous roar, those on the deck felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, only to succumb to darkness and faint. Li Changsheng transformed into a giant, towering 100 meters high, obliterating the cabin, radiating a dazzling golden glow, surrounded by an inexplicable, primordial, eternal, and indomitable aura, akin to an immortal deity. On the deck, only Shimin Shui remained conscious, her bloodline sensing this formidable presence, beginning to stir within her, gradually flowing from her legs throughout her entire being. With a resounding crash, it was as though a bottleneck within her had shattered, allowing her to successfully enter the realm of divine transformation, only to spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Chapter 63. Battle with the Combined Body, Realm Water Ape. The ethereal and demonic aura emanating from Li Changsheng unleashed itself unabashedly into the surroundings, seemingly triggering a chain reaction. In the Devil's Sea, a formidable presence was released in every direction, with a particularly overwhelming aura rising not far from Li Changsheng's vessel, drawing closer with each passing second, indicating that some creature was rapidly approaching the ship. A fearsome roar resonated through the air as a 1,000-meter-high ape, its eyes of fiery red and its body cloaked in green fur, surged through the waves, occasionally directing ferocious howls at Li Changsheng, proclaiming itself the true sovereign of these waters. As the green-furred water ape leaped high into the air, its hundreds of meter-long arms swung down towards Li Changsheng, whose eyes were still closed. Come fort. Li Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, soaring into the air, charging directly towards the colossal ape without evasion. With a resounding impact, Li Changsheng's towering form appeared diminutive before the water ape, yet when their fists collided, the ape was sent flying backward, crashing into the water. Li Changsheng too was propelled back, plunging heavily into the depths. With a thunderous crash, 2 figures erupted from the water, colliding fiercely. The clash continued as Li Changsheng and the water ape exchanged dozens of blows. His divine form, reminiscent of an ancient deity's resurgence, forced the ape into a retreat, leaving numerous wounds upon it, staining the waters crimson with blood. The enormous water ape, seemingly driven mad, unleashed a flurry of 13 punches in rapid succession, each strike infused with the might of millions of pounds, causing the very air to tremble. Finally, one of those devastating punches struck Li Changsheng directly in the chest. A stream of pale, golden blood gushed forth as Li Changsheng's towering figure, 100 meters high, sustained a wound, from which the ethereal blood flowed, revealing the faintly golden bones within his chest. With an air of indifference, Li Changsheng propelled himself into the void, transforming into a streak of golden light that surged towards the chest of the water ape. The water ape, sensing imminent peril, instinctively raised its arms to shield its chest, attempting to repel the golden radiance. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a gaping hole, several meters wide, appeared in its arms, through which the vast landscape behind the water ape became visible. The golden streak not only pierced through the ape's arms, but also shattered its heart, extinguishing its life force entirely. With a resounding thud, the water ape's lifeless body collapsed onto the surface of the water, creating a monumental splash. The corpse of a beast at the integration stage served as excellent material for alchemy. As Li Changsheng's form returned to normal, he collected the water ape's body without hesitation. At last, he had reached the 5th transformation. He now possessed the strength to contend even with integration stage cultivators. However, in future confrontations, he preferred to refrain from relying on his divine demonic form. He aspired to embody the elegance of a sword immortal, and he would not allow the moniker of Brash Diamond to circulate. Alighting on the ship, he retrieved a set of garments from his storage pouch and murmured to himself. Feeling the surge of power within him, multiplied tenfold, a smile graced Li Changsheng's face as he reached out with his hand. Thunderous rumbles ensued as the very fabric of the void trembled, seemingly unable to bear the weight of his might, warping under the strain. After simulating 30 times, he had ascended to the 5th transformation. He pondered whether he could now rival the mysterious youth of a century hence. This enigmatic figure had, with a secret treasure, felled the 6th transformation cultivator, Xianxia. He now wondered what level of strength the current mysterious youth had achieved. Gazing at the nearly obliterated ship and the scattered bodies around him, Li Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. He retrieved a vial of elixir from his pouch and dispensed one to each person aboard the vessel. Yichun, the most powerful among them, was the first to awaken. Upon seeing the severely damaged ship, disbelief washed over him. He rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not ensnared by an illusion. The devastation left him despondent. This ship had cost him a fortune, inscribed with several 3rd-tier formations capable of withstanding the onslaught of golden core cultivators for several breaths. Now all was lost, and he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Li Changsheng cast a glance at Yichun and tossed him a jade vial, stating calmly, "A primordial infant sea beast attacked earlier, rendering you unconscious and damaging the ship. Consider this vial of elixir as my token of apology." "Thank you, esteemed senior," Yichun replied, bowing deeply as he accepted the vial. Although unaware of the nature of the elixir within, he dared not seek compensation from Li Changsheng. Given the devastation of the ship, he merely hoped that this esteemed elder would be generous, as selling the offered elixir might mitigate the losses incurred. Not even a glance? Li Changsheng, fully cognizant of Yichun's intentions, replied calmly, "What I bestow is undoubtedly of great value." A pang of anxiety struck Yichun's heart, yet his hands instinctively opened the jade vial. Inside lay a jade-green elixir, the size of a longan, which startled him. Hastily, he stowed the vial in his storage bag and bowed deeply to Li Changsheng. "Your kindness is unforgettable, esteemed elder." With a heavy heart, he suppressed his excitement and knocked his head 3 times against the deck. The elixir granted by the elder was a breakthrough pill, capable of enhancing the chances of transcending to the golden core stage by 40%. With merely 3 spiritual roots, his aspirations of condensing a golden core seemed virtually impossible. He had lingered at the peak of the foundation establishment stage for over 20 years, and at over 160 years of age, his lifespan was dwindling. Now, with the breakthrough pill in hand, the prospect of achieving a golden core was within reach. Should he succeed, an additional 300 years of life awaited him. And becoming a practitioner of the golden core stage would render him a formidable presence in the starry sea. What was a ship worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones in comparison? Very well, Li Changsheng nodded slightly. "Awaken these individuals with your true essence, and let us return." "Yes," Yichun responded enthusiastically, proceeding to check on the unconscious crew members. Before long, everyone aboard had regained consciousness. "Sister, you can stand up," Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Xianxia rising to her feet. It is I who have recovered. Dear brother. Tears streamed down Xianxia's cheeks. Despite her usual cold demeanor, she was still an 8-year-old girl, born with disabilities, and today she finally stood upright. Thank you, Master. Xianxia said as she approached Li Changsheng and knelt before him. Rise, Li Changsheng gently gestured, and she found herself standing effortlessly. Looking at her, he spoke softly. Your talent surpasses mine. Do not grow complacent. Cultivate diligently, and your future accomplishments will be boundless. Chapter 64. Long Haoyan's favor. Zhang Xianyu gazed at Xianxia with a hint of envy. It was increasingly evident that this young man in the blue attire was an elder of at least the nascent soul stage, and certainly not an ordinary one. Such a formidable presence would rank among the elite, even within the Long family. With such a powerful ally at such a young age, Xianxia's future was indeed limitless. Yichun also looked on with envy. Although he had received a breakthrough pill, he still envied Xianxia for being in the esteemed elder's company. Given that Li Changsheng could casually present a breakthrough pill, his origins must undoubtedly be extraordinary. On the return journey, Li Changsheng assisted Yichun in mending his ship. With his pinnacle mastery in artifact crafting, repairing a vessel was a trivial task. Not only did he restore the ship to its former glory, but he also imbued it with several formations, ensuring that even a golden core cultivator would need to exert considerable effort to breach its defenses. Compared to the previous condition of his ship, its value had increased by at least 2- or 3-fold. 9 days later, the ship finally sailed out of the Devil's Sea. On the deck, aside from the helmsman, the rest of the crew gathered to witness Li Changsheng's alchemical prowess. A magnificent alchemical furnace floated in mid-air, while 3 colored flames coalesced into 3 vibrant fire dragons, exhaling flames to fuel the alchemical process. That must be the corpse of a nascent soul sea beast we encountered in the Devil's Sea. Long Haoyan swallowed hard and whispered to Zhang Xianyu. Have you ever heard of using the remains of a nascent soul beast for alchemy? Zhang Xianyu nodded. I have read in ancient texts that powerful alchemists can refine elixirs using the inner cores of such beast corpses. However, these elixirs are typically designed to enhance vitality and are more suited for body cultivators. Long Haoyan glanced around and whispered, Xianyu, what tier do you think Li Changsheng is as an alchemist? To use the corpse of a nascent soul sea beast as an ingredient, he must at least be a 4th-tier alchemist. Zhang Xianyu's astonishment matched Long Haoyan's. After witnessing Li Changsheng's capabilities over these past few days, it was evident that not only was he immensely powerful, but his skills in artifact crafting were also remarkable. He seemed knowledgeable about formations, and the alchemical techniques he displayed were exceptionally formidable. She even suspected he might possess knowledge of talisman crafting. In all her studies of ancient texts, this was the first time she had encountered someone so proficient in all 4 arts of cultivation. Gather. With a swift gesture, Li Changsheng summoned dozens of red elixirs that burst forth from the furnace and fell into the pre-prepared vials. Go, he commanded, and the vials soared towards the people on deck, including Zhang Xianyu and Long Haoyan. These are the elixirs I have concocted, each suited for your current stage of cultivation, Li Changsheng stated calmly. Consider them a reward for accompanying me on this journey. Upon hearing this, those on the deck opened their jade vials, their faces lighting up with delight. Even Zhang Xianyu and Long Haoyan displayed expressions of joy. The 2 of them had received 2 foundation establishment pills. Although, given their backgrounds, obtaining such pills was not difficult, the ones provided by Li Changsheng were of exceptional quality. While ordinary foundation establishment pills only increased the chances of breakthrough by 20%, these premium ones offered a 50% enhancement. Thank you, Senior Li. Long Haoyan eagerly rushed to Li Changsheng's side, kneeling before him and declaring, Senior, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. I, Long Haoyan, will not disappoint. Zhang Xianyu watched in bemusement. She had underestimated Long Haoyan. She had just advised him to cultivate a good relationship with Li Changsheng, and now, having received the elixirs, he rushed to pledge his loyalty. Li Changsheng regarded Long Haoyan with a faint smile and remarked casually, Your words inspire me to seek your assistance. I require Xianzhu grass and Bai Yuan fruit. If you can procure these for me, I shall exchange them for elixirs. Long Haoyan was momentarily taken aback by the mention of Xianzhu grass and Bai Yuan fruit, as he was merely at the pinnacle of qi refining and had never heard of these 2 spiritual herbs. The Bai Yuan fruit is with the Zhang family, and the Xianzhu grass is with the Lu family, Li Changsheng added with a nonchalant tone. The events transpiring within the medicinal pavilion would undoubtedly be uncovered by the Long family, if they chose to investigate. Moreover, within the simulation, Long Haoyan had indeed delivered the Xianzhu grass to him. Should Long Haoyan succeed in this task, perhaps he might bestow upon him a fortuitous gift. Currently, his storage bag contained numerous treasures. Even a minor offering would be a significant boon for Long Haoyan at his current level. Furthermore, now that he was within the inner sea, he could not afford to act recklessly. The day he reached the pinnacle of the sixth transformation would herald a time of glory for him. Free from the trepidation of the threat posed by the Golden Buddha sect, the Zhang and Lu families, Long Haoyan's eyes brightened, and he quickly assured, "Rest assured, Senior, upon our arrival at Whale Island, I will ensure the delivery of these items within a week." Although he had not heard of the Zhang family, he was aware that the Lu family had ties with the Long family, including a marriage pact with its direct descendants. However, such matters were trivial. His father was a nascent soul cultivator. In the Starry Sea, few dared to disregard the dignity of the second young master of the Long family. 7 days later, before they could reach Whale Island, several large ships began to encircle theirs. At the helm of the leading vessel stood a middle-aged man clad in brocade, clearly possessing the cultivation of a nascent soul, accompanied by 3 golden core members of the Long family. "Is this the ship?" Long Xian questioned, gazing at the somewhat dilapidated vessel with a look of confusion. Had it not been for his wayward son's abduction, he would not have emerged from his seclusion. According to the intelligence, this was indeed the ship. "Seize the individuals aboard," commanded Long Zheng, standing beside Long Xian. "Understood," Long Zheng responded. Summoning a low-grade spiritual sword from his storage bag, he directed it towards the ship where Li Changsheng was located. As he approached the vessel, Long Zheng was struck dumb. He beheld Long Haoyan, usually unruly within the clan, now ingratiating himself beside a youth clad in green. Long Zheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly the notorious young master of the Long family? At that moment, Long Haoyan noticed Long Zheng approaching on his sword, momentarily taken aback, and then turned to Li Changsheng with a sycophantic tone. "Senior Li, my father has sent someone to find me. I shall have him assist in retrieving the Xianzhu grass and buy yuan fruit. Your father is a nascent soul cultivator. Can he truly heed your requests?" Li Xianxing Shukulat. Even before the ships drew near, he had sensed the presence of a nascent soul cultivator among the fleet, though he was merely at the initial stage and could not withstand even a single strike from him. "Rest assured, Senior," Long Haoyan confidently declared. "My father fears my mother the most, and my mother listens to me. There will be no issue. Off you go." Li Changsheng nodded slightly. With a swift motion, Long Haoyan produced a top-tier magical sword from his storage bag. He gracefully leaped onto the sword, skillfully guiding its shimmering light towards the fleet. "Elder Long Zheng, should you dare to offend the senior, do not be surprised if I create difficulties for you in front of my father," he warned as he departed. Long Zheng's expression darkened. He had come to rescue Long Haoyan only to find himself threatened. Within the fleet, Long Xian observed a swaying beam of sword light approaching and was taken aback. To his astonishment, that beam contained his rebellious son. Knowing Long Haoyan's aptitude was merely average, he had prepared a dozen foundation-building pills for him, yet had not yet given them to the boy. To his surprise, after only a few months' absence, his son had indeed reached the foundation-building stage. Long Haoyan landed at the bow of Long Xian's ship, hastily urging, "Father, disperse the fleet quickly. Do not provoke the senior." "What do you mean?" Long Xian furrowed his brow. "Weren't you captured?" "Captured? Do not speak carelessly," Long Haoyan whispered. "Quickly disperse the fleet. You are no match for the senior's sword, and having so many people here is pointless." Chapter 65, Unable to Restrain. What? Long Xian was stunned. As a nascent soul practitioner, he was a well-known figure throughout the Starry Sea. Yet here, he was being told by his own son that he could not withstand another sword strike. "Have you lost your mind?" Long Xian frowned. "I am a renowned expert in the Starry Sea. How could I possibly be unable to withstand a single sword strike?" Sighing, Long Haoyan replied, "That senior has guided us through the Devil's Sea. Even the sea beasts at the nascent soul level cannot endure a single strike from him. Do you really think you can withstand more than a nascent soul sea beast?" "What?" Long Xian's heart raced. The physical strength and vitality of sea beasts surpassed that of humans by several folds. If even the nascent soul sea beast could not withstand that person's sword, who was he truly? He trusted that his rebellious son would not deceive him in such matters. "Tell me honestly, who is that person?" Long Xian asked quietly. Cough. Long Haoyan suppressed his playful demeanor and replied in a low voice, "I am not entirely sure of that senior's true identity, but I do know that he is immensely powerful and a formidable alchemist. We cannot afford to offend him. Seniorly desires Xianzhu grass and Baiyuan fruit, which are in the possession of the Zhang and Lu families. I have already promised Seniorly, and you must help me secure them. After a moment of contemplation, Longxian nodded, saying, "Very well, I will take care of this matter." Though Xianzhu grass and Baiyuan fruit are rare, securing the friendship of a high-ranking alchemist is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Come, let us meet this esteemed senior you speak of. As Longxian accompanied Long Haoyan aboard the vessel, he beheld a young man clad in blue standing gracefully on the deck, exuding an extraordinary aura akin to that of an ethereal being. What astonished him most was his inability to discern the cultivation level of this young man before him. Fellow Taoist, Longxian greeted Li Changsheng with a slight bow, initially believing his rebellious son to be exaggerating, but now realizing that the individual before him was at least a nascent soul cultivator, perhaps even stronger than himself. Fellow Taoist, Li Changsheng nodded gently. "May I have a word with you in private?" Longxian inquired softly. "Certainly," came the response. The two men proceeded into the cabin, while Long Haoyan, wanting to follow, was met with a stern glare from Longxian, leaving him to awkwardly remain on the deck. Inside the cabin, Li Changsheng and Longxian sat across from each other. Longxian, studying Li Changsheng, directly asked, "You seek the Xian pearl grass and the Baiyuan fruit to concoct the cleansing marrow pill, correct?" "Indeed," Li Changsheng affirmed with a nod. "It is only natural for the Long family, a prominent force in the southern domain, to possess the formula for the cleansing marrow pill." Longxian's eyes brightened as he clasped his hands in respect. "Fellow Taoist, I have procured the Xian pearl grass and the Baiyuan fruit for you. I shall also gather the remaining materials for the cleansing marrow pill. I would greatly appreciate it if you could concoct a batch for me. Name your price," he added. Li Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Longxian to request the creation of a cleansing marrow pill, although he was currently a mid-level 5th-tier alchemist. The cleansing marrow pill was considered a challenging concoction even among 5th-tier elixirs, and he could not guarantee complete success. "If you succeed, I would only require one pill, regardless of how many you produce," Longxian sighed. "As you know, my rebellious son possesses average talent." Understood, Li Xianxing nudda, aware that Long Haoyan's 3 elemental roots were rather mediocre, and it was only natural for a father like Longxian to seek a pill that could enhance his son's potential. Moreover, with some luck, a batch could yield 3 pills from a single set of materials. "I have some materials that I would trouble you to process," Li Changsheng said, handing Longxian a prepared storage bag filled with surplus materials he had no use for, along with materials obtained from slaying sea beasts in the Devil's Sea, likely worth several million spirit stones. This presented an opportune moment to elevate his alchemical skills to the pinnacle of the 5th tier, potentially yielding several more pills from both sets of materials. After their discussion in the cabin, Longxian departed with Li Changsheng's storage bag, followed by Long Haoyan and Zheng Xianyu. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng took the Shiman siblings to settle on Giant Whale Island, bidding farewell to Xie Yichun and the others. At the heart of the King Kong sect's secret realm, by the spiritual spring, a young man draped in a brocade robe sat at the water's edge, wielding a fishing rod of superior spiritual quality. His aura was deep and unfathomable, accentuated by faint blue spiritual patterns on his brow, adding to his extraordinary presence. Su Laogong stood respectfully beside the young man in brocade, whispering, "Young master, the lad you have chosen as your substitute seems rather peculiar. According to the rumors circulating outside, he has the ability to slay a nascent soul sea beast with a single sword strike in the Devil's Sea, indicating that his cultivation has likely reached the late stage of nascent soul." The young man in brocade remained unfazed, replying coolly, "To achieve such advancement to the nascent soul stage in such a short span is indeed unusual, yet remains within manageable bounds. Furthermore, the stronger he becomes, the more likely it is that the external disciples of the Medicine King sect will be convinced that this lad is the holy son of the Diamond sect. This way, I can depart from this wretched place under another guise and venture into a grander world. However, the rapid growth of this lad suggests he harbors substantial secrets. If we could seize him, young master, you would undoubtedly restore the former glory of our Diamond sect." Sulaogong murmureth. The young man in brocade set down his fishing rod and replied indifferently, "Let us wait until that lad ascends to the transformation stage. I shall personally pay him a visit to seize the opportunities he possesses. You will then intervene to rescue him." A cultivator of the starry sword technique and the 9 transformations of gods and demons should certainly attract the attention of those around. 5 days later, at the dragon family's estate on Whale Island, Li Changsheng, after seeing off Long Xian, took out the 2 storage bags that Long Xian had given him. One bag contained 6,100,000 spirit stones, 5,100,000 of which were earned from sales, while the remaining 1 million was a reward from Long Xian for refining the washing marrow pill. The other bag contained materials for refining a washing marrow pill, along with an additional Xian pearlgrass and a Baiyuan fruit, which Long Xian had exchanged from the Zhang and Lu families. Having connections certainly makes matters easier. Li Changsheng shook his head slightly, a smile gracing his face. First, he would elevate his alchemy skills to the pinnacle of the 5th tier, and then cultivate the 9 transformations of gods and demons. Recharge. Recharge successful. Balance. 506 million coins. Would you like to immediately use the cultivation simulator? Each use costs 100,000 coins. Use. Simulation commencing. At 21, you are in closed-door cultivation on Whale Island, diligently honing your alchemy skills. At 97, a mysterious young man attacks. You withstand 7 of his strikes, but are gravely injured. You are captured by him and interrogated about the source of your rapid advancement. You refuse to divulge, and he slays you. You have died. Chapter 66. Enhancement of Talent. That wretched creature still harbors murderous intent towards me. Li Changsheng's gaze turned cold. Presently, he could slay even the water ape at the combined body stage. Yet he could not withstand even 10 strikes from that mysterious young man without the use of a treasure. Truly, he is a formidable figure behind Su Laogong, likely having cultivated the 9 transformations of gods and demons, or even stronger techniques, making him a formidable adversary. Option 2. As Li Changsheng made his choice, countless experiences from his alchemical endeavors flooded into his mind. Once more, simulation commencing. At the age of 21, you successfully concocted the marrow-cleansing elixir amidst the celestial seas, bestowing one upon Long Xian while consuming another for yourself, thereby enhancing your innate talents. You brought Shimin Shui into the enigmatic depths of the Devil Sea, where you engaged in seclusion to hone your skills. You diligently practiced the art of alchemy. By the age of 135, your alchemical proficiency had ascended to the late stage of the 5th tier. At 140, formidable foes from the outside world emerged, prompting you to ally with the disciples of the Medicine King sect. Together, you ventured into the secret realm of the Diamond sect, where a transcendent practitioner of the Medicine King sect utilized a mystical treasure to breach the realm, forcing the mysterious youth and Elder Su into confrontation. The enigmatic youth single-handedly battled Shimin Shui, who had reached the 6th transition, alongside a transcendent practitioner from the Medicine King sect, but ultimately, he was severely wounded and resorted to using a treasure for his escape. Elder Su sought to eliminate you, leading to an arduous battle that spanned 300 rounds, resulting in a stalemate. However, Shimin Shui arrived in time to deliver a fatal blow to Elder Su with a mere gesture. At the age of 145, the mysterious youth confronted you, wielding a treasure that struck you down in a single blow before vanishing from sight. You had perished. Selecting option 2, Li Changsheng exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his features. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. That mysterious youth, after more than a century, had only managed to reach a level of power sufficient to contend with transcendent practitioners. If he could cultivate Shimin Shui to the 6th transition, and with the assistance of the Medicine King sect's transcendent practitioners, they would be more than capable of opposing the mysterious youth. At last, your alchemical prowess had reached the late stage of the 5th tier. Onward. At 127, your alchemical skills ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. After 5 further simulations, your alchemical technique achieved the apex of the 5th tier. Selecting option 2. Within the secluded estate of the Long family, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged as a multitude of alchemical experiences surged through his mind, reminiscent of the countless years he had spent in the monotonous pursuit of alchemy. It was time to commence the crafting of the marrow-cleansing elixir. Li Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes and retrieved the alchemical furnace from his storage bag. With a resounding crash, his movements flowed seamlessly as dozens of materials for the marrow-cleansing elixir were cast into the furnace. Fire rise, as Li Changsheng formed incantations with his hands. 7 colored flames erupted from his grasp, transforming into 7 miniature fire dragons that gracefully circled around the furnace. The furnace began to levitate slowly. As time elapsed, an enchanting fragrance permeated the Long family's estate on Whale Island. "What is this?" Long Haoyan, who was cultivating in the estate, was momentarily taken aback by the scent of herbs, only to be overtaken by an ecstatic expression. The emergence of this fragrance could only signify that Elder Li was nearing the successful concoction of the elixir. How could he contain his excitement? He was acutely aware of the considerable price his father had paid to acquire the materials for the marrow-cleansing elixir within the clan, nearly depleting his father's meager resources. Should his talents be elevated, the prospect of achieving the Golden Core realm was all but assured. The Golden Core grants 500 years of life. Others in the Long family estate also detected the captivating aroma, yet they dared not approach, for the fragrance emanated from the quarters of the esteemed guest. Half a day later, upon receiving the message, Long Xian hurried over and awaited outside the courtyard where Li Changsheng resided. Within the courtyard, 3 gleaming elixirs radiating a violet hue floated before Li Changsheng, whose eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. These 3 essence cleansing pills bore only 8 cloud patterns, lacking but 1 to attain the esteemed rank of supreme quality. However, even a 6th-tier alchemist could not guarantee the creation of a supreme essence cleansing pill. Possessing 8 cloud patterns was already commendable. "Collect," Li Changsheng commanded, retrieving 2 jade vials to store the 2 elixirs, then seized the remaining 1 still floating in the air, consuming it without a moment's hesitation. Boom! A peculiar energy surged within him, violently enhancing his innate qualities. Had there been onlookers in the courtyard, they would have witnessed dark impurities manifesting upon Li Changsheng's skin, an unpleasant odor emanating from him. Sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, he endured the strange energy for half an hour before it slowly dissipated. Li Changsheng then activated the Grand 5 Elements sword technique, immersing himself in meditation. After a spell, he opened his eyes and murmured, "The speed of absorbing the celestial spirit energy has increased by 30%. Though modest, with the simulator at my disposal, a century of cultivation now equates to a century and a third of my previous efforts. Quite satisfactory." He formed a hand seal to cleanse himself of the grime, donned a fresh set of garments, and stepped out of the courtyard. "How fares my friend, Li?" Long Xian inquired eagerly upon seeing him. His concern was understandable. Even alchemists within the Medicine King sect could not guarantee 100% success in crafting essence cleansing pills, a matter of immense significance for his son's future path. "Mission accomplished," Li Changsheng replied, presenting a jade vial to Long Xian. Upon opening the vial, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted forth. It indeed contained 8 cloud patterns. Long Xian's heart raced, his estimation of Li Changsheng's identity rising considerably. Only a peak 5th-tier alchemist could concoct an essence cleansing pill of such caliber. In the entire Southern Sky region, 5th-tier alchemists were a rare breed, let alone those at the peak of that tier or even 6th-tier alchemists. One must befriend him. Offending him is unthinkable, Long Xian contemplated. "Thank you, dear friendly. Should any matters arise in the Starry Sea, do not hesitate to command," he stated, producing a jade talisman from his storage pouch and handing it to Li Changsheng. The bearer of this talisman is regarded as the most esteemed guest of the Long family. In the future, should you require assistance in the Starry Sea, you may command any faction under the Long family's banner. "Understood." Li Changsheng accepted the talisman, nodding. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest." "Indeed," Long Xian nodded repeatedly. "You have expended much effort in refining the essence cleansing pill. Rest is indeed warranted. My apologies for my impatience." Once Long Xian departed, Li Changsheng returned to his small courtyard. With over 50 simulation opportunities remaining, he resolved to enhance his strength further. Commencing simulation. Simulation initiated. At the age of 21, you ingested the cleansing essence pill, enhancing your innate talents. You bestowed 1 cleansing essence pill upon your disciple, Shimen Shui, who subsequently experienced a rise in cultivation, advancing to the mid-stage of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. A month later, you returned to the ancestral grounds of the Su family with your disciple, engaging in seclusion for rigorous training. By the age of 31, you and Su Qingyu ventured to the legendary site of opportunities, but returned empty-handed. At 32, you led Shimen Shui into the secret realm of the Devil Sea, dedicating yourselves to the arduous practice of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. At the age of 159, you journeyed to a treasure site, only to be engulfed by a shadow. Chapter 67, Return to the Misty Valley. Option 2. As Li Changsheng made his choice. A surge of vital energy coursed through his body. The increase was disappointingly minimal. Changsheng furrowed his brow. After reaching the 5th transformation, the pace of cultivating the 9 transformations of gods and demons had become exceedingly sluggish. If he were to unleash his full power now, it would amount to a terrifying force of several million pounds. At this rate, attaining the mid-stage of the 5th transformation might require exhausting the remaining 50 simulation opportunities. It would be prudent to seek higher-level inheritances of the 4 arts of cultivation, first to elevate his proficiency in them, Changsheng contemplated. Now that his innate talents have been enhanced, he could commence the elevation of his cultivation. Moreover, since the enigmatic youth from the Diamond Sect would not act against him for several decades, he had ample time to bolster his strength. Commence simulation. At the age of 21, you consumed the cleansing essence pill, resulting in an enhancement of your innate abilities. Overnight, you swept across the starry sea, overpowering the forces within. Acquiring the 5th-tier array inheritance from the Long family and the pinnacle 4th-tier talisman inheritance from the Baihai sect. 7 days later, you stormed the Medicine King sect, slaying 2 ancestral figures and claiming their legacy as your own. Your renown spread throughout the southern celestial domain, instilling fear among numerous factions. Upon returning to the Su family's ancestral grounds, various powers arrived with their sacred texts to pay their respects, and the Su family opened the entire scripture pavilion to you. Quietly, you departed with the texts and entered the secret realm of the Devil's Sea for seclusion. For a month, you perused the various texts and practices. In the secret realm, you dedicated yourself to the profound study of array techniques. At 79, your mastery of array techniques advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th tier. By 155, you progressed to the late stage of the 4th tier. At 159, external cultivators discovered the secret realm, leading to a fierce battle. You effortlessly dispatched a 10-fold external god transformation cultivator. However, in a moment of carelessness, the mysterious youth struck. You activated the 137 4th-tier killing formations laid down over the past 4 years in the secret realm. But they only managed to delay the youth for 3 breaths. Engaging in combat, after 10 exchanges, you sustained grave injuries from the mysterious youth. A mysterious youth interrogated you about secrets to rapid enhancement. Before you could utter a word, a cultivator from the Medicine King sect appeared and swiftly dispatched you, departing with a treasure of great significance. You have perished. The simulation has concluded, and you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation realm of a 159-year-old. 2. The combat experience of a 159-year-old. Without a moment's hesitation, Changsheng selected the second option. His intent for this simulation was to gather the legacies of the various factions within the southern heavenly domain. Although it would be imprudent to act against the recently allied Long family in reality, it did not hinder him from seizing their legacy within the simulation. As Changsheng made his choice, over a century's worth of experiences in the cultivation of array formations and various legacies flooded into his mind. Despite his previous simulations, the sheer volume of new memories was overwhelming, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. It was not until half an hour later that he slowly opened his eyes. The major powers within the southern heavenly domain were merely branches of external forces, lacking any profound legacies. Changsheng sighed, murmuring to himself. Much of the knowledge that had entered his mind was forcibly memorized during the simulation, rather than genuinely cultivated. The greatest achievement from this simulation, aside from advancing his array formation skills to the late 4th stage, was acquiring several techniques capable of reaching the Mahayana level. Yet, after conducting research during the simulation, he found that the Su family's great 5-element sword technique was the most profound. Truly, it was the foundational sword technique of the legendary immortal arts. Now, he possessed the complete great 5 elements sword technique. Regrettably, he lacked high-level array inheritance. Xianxia siga sufli. If he could cultivate the path of array formations or talisman crafting to the 7th or 8th stage, casually deploying dozens of 8th-stage killing formations or crafting hundreds of 8th-stage divine talismans would render defeating a mysterious youth from the Vajra sect a trivial task. In truth, he entertained such thoughts, but it seemed temporarily unfeasible. Once more, he decided to focus first on successfully cultivating the 5th-stage array formation and 4th-stage talisman crafting that he had obtained. At 147 years of age, his array formation skills reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage. At 140 years, he advanced to the 5th stage. After expending 6 opportunities, his array formation path had finally reached the 5th stage. It took only one simulation opportunity to elevate his skills to the pinnacle of the 4th stage. Yet ascending to the 5th stage consumed 4 opportunities, equating to over 500 years of time. He then set his sights on enhancing his talisman crafting skills. At 150 years, he entered the 4th stage of talisman crafting. At 100 years, he reached the mid-4th stage. At 95 years, he attained the pinnacle of the 4th stage. After expending 9 opportunities, he finally elevated his talisman crafting to the 4th stage's peak. You have diligently practiced the 9 transformations of gods and demons within the secret realm, yet your progress has been slow. You have diligently practiced the 9 transformations of gods and demons within the secret realm, yet your progress has been slow. In the secluded realm, you diligently cultivate the 9 transformations of gods and demons, yet your progress is painfully slow. With a decisive choice made by Changsheng, the power within him surged once again, yet he still lingered a short distance from breaking through to the mid-stage of the 5th transformation. Once more, however, a notification appeared. Insufficient funds. Please recharge before proceeding with the simulation. 30 attempts, and it was all gone? Changsheng exhaled deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The pace of cultivation for the 9 transformations of gods and demons slows significantly after reaching the 5th transformation. Under his meticulous guidance, Xianxia was poised to step into the 6th transformation by the age of 100. Yet, after simulating over 30 times, equating to 3,000 years, he had barely grazed the threshold of the mid-stage of the 5th transformation. Another day of envy towards his disciple. 9 days later, Changsheng departed from the Starry Sea aboard a ship owned by Yichun. Initially, he had intended for the Long family to send a vessel for their departure, but Yichun insisted on providing transportation, and Changsheng graciously accepted. Despite being capable of traversing the Starry Sea on his sword with ease, the comfort of a ship far surpassed that of flying. The vessels of the cultivation world differed significantly from those of the past. Even amidst tumultuous waves, one would hardly feel a jolt. Moreover, these ships traveled at a speed that rivaled that of foundational cultivators flying on their swords. Half a month later, Changsheng arrived at the Misty Valley Market with the Ximen siblings. Along the way, he had already sent word back to the Su family through Bai Lu, informing them that he would return to their ancestral land before the opportunity arose. Master, is this the place where we shall reside in the future? Xianxia inquired with a hint of excitement as they entered the Misty Valley from the mundane world. This was her first journey beyond the Starry Sea, and the differences between the southern region's land and the Starry Sea filled her with wonder. Indeed, this is where you will cultivate for the coming years, Xianxia affirmed. At this moment, Xianxia had consumed a cleansing pill, elevating her cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refinement. While she had also progressed to the mid-stage of the 1st transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. However, lacking combat experience, her strength of 100,000 pounds could easily obliterate a golden core cultivator with a mere finger poke. Chapter 68, The Unexpected. Time flowed swiftly. 8 years had passed since Changsheng returned to the Misty Valley with Xianxia. At a pavilion near the spiritual eye of the valley, Changsheng still retained the visage of a youth, unchanged in appearance. Nevertheless, his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. With his true essence meticulously refined to perfection, merely a step away from the transformation stage. During these 8 years, he had only simulated once to reach the peak of the nascent soul stage, deliberately suppressing his realm in pursuit of profound legacies to enhance his abilities. Regrettably, despite leveraging his identity as a 5th-tier alchemist to forge connections with numerous prominent figures in the southern region, he had yet to uncover any sources of legacies above the 5th tier. Young Master, Manager Zheng from the Golden Mountain Auction House has arrived. Bai Qing'er announced while attending to Changsheng, her own cultivation having impressively reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Given her seemingly mediocre spiritual roots, it was inconceivable for her to have achieved such a level of cultivation within a mere 8 years. 7 years prior, after Su Qingyu's breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, she ventured to the Misty Valley, bringing with her the materials necessary for concocting the cleansing essence pill from the Su family. Changsheng successfully crafted a batch of these pills, allocating one to Su Qingyu and another for her to take back to the ancestral grounds of the Su family. The remaining 2 pills were bestowed upon by Qing'er and Qingyi, while Zhao San, who had only pledged allegiance after them, was overlooked. He sought the breakthrough pill. So you may negotiate with him. The Golden Mountain Auction House is affluent and can afford to sell a premium, Li Changsheng remarked, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Understood. Bai Qing'er acknowledged with a nod before exiting the loft. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yi entered the chamber. Observing Li Changsheng seated in meditation, Qin Yi inclined slightly and announced, Young Master, members of the Su family have arrived. Show them in, Li Changsheng replied, casting a brief glance at Qin Yi. Each year, the Su family dispatched individuals to deliver the spiritual stones owed to Li Changsheng as their appointed benefactor. Following the revelation of his nascent soul cultivation, the annual tribute had escalated from 300,000 to 800,000 spiritual stones. Li Changsheng held a favorable opinion of Qin Yi after consuming the cleansing essence pill. Qin Yi's aptitude had nearly reached that of a 3-spirit root cultivation speed, and with the abundant resources available in the Misty Valley, he had already ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Before long, Qin Yi returned, accompanied by a golden core elder from the Su family. The elder, upon encountering Li Changsheng, exhibited neither arrogance nor disdain, but rather inclined slightly and presented a storage pouch with respect, stating, Young Master Li, within is the spiritual stones for this year. Li Changsheng accepted the pouch and inquired, Why has it arrived earlier than in previous years? Young Master, the opportunities within the 10,000 longevity forest are about to unfold, and the young lady has instructed me to escort you there. The elder from the Su family replied with reverence. Oh, Li Changsheng paused, momentarily taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, where time is often irrelevant, he had devoted over 8 years to alchemy and profit, losing track of the days. He had not anticipated that the time for these opportunities to materialize would arrive so swiftly. Let us return to the ancestral grounds once my disciple arrives. He concluded with a nod. Shimen Shui was now gaining recognition within the cultivation circles of the southern Tianyu, often referred to as the Snow Fairy. Her prowess surpassing her peers as she had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Recently, she had joined her contemporaries from prominent factions in the southern Tianyu to explore ancient ruins. Very well, the Su family elder nodded in agreement. With over half a year remaining until the 10,000 beast forest opens, we can return a month in advance. After ensuring the elder from the Su family was settled, Li Changsheng found solitude within the loft, activating the protective formation surrounding it. Over the course of 8 years, he had meticulously crafted numerous lethal arrays. When fully engaged, even a returning void cultivator would find entry exceedingly challenging. Li Changsheng opened the system panel and spoke in a deep voice. Recharge successful. Balance stands at 18. 13 million gold. Would you like to use the life simulator immediately? Each use costs 100,000 gold. Gazing at the balance displayed on the panel, a smile crept across Li Changsheng's face. Over the past 8 years, he had tirelessly refined pills, crafted talismans, forged formations, and created artifacts, establishing Misty Valley Market's illustrious reputation. Even disciples from the 3 major powers of the Southern Heaven region frequently visited Misty Valley Market to procure goods. The products from Misty Valley were synonymous with excellence, having cultivated a brand effect throughout the Southern Heaven region. Of the more than 20 million spirit stones, apart from the few million gifted by the Su family, over 10 million were his own earnings. However, recharging now would mean allowing the system to profit from him by several million spirit stones. A fleeting look of pain crossed Li Changsheng's face. O system, you claim to be unintelligent. What purpose does accumulating such wealth serve? Shaking his head, Li Changsheng murmured, Simulate. Simulation commencing. 3 months later, you return to the ancestral land of the Su family. 3 months later, you venture into the beast forest in search of opportunities, yet find nothing. A year later, you depart from the Su family and arrive at the Devil's Sea secret realm, diligently practicing the 9 transformations of gods and demons. But progress is slow. At 159 years of age, you reach the Starry Sea, only to be discovered and swallowed whole by a great serpent of the ascended stage. You perish. Select 2. Li Changsheng's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly stated, Continue. At 159 years of age, a mysterious youth appears and slays you. At 165 years of age, in the Endless Forest, you are killed by a powerful tiger demon of the ascended stage. At 161 years of age, you encounter a relentless sandstorm in the Endless Desert, which engulfs you, leading to your demise. At 119 years of age, you successfully cultivate to the mid-stage of the 5 transformations. After simulating 39 times, he finally reached the mid-stage of the 5 transformations. Select 2. As Li Changsheng made his choice, an invisible sense of pressure emanated from him. Boom! Li Changsheng turned his attention inward, observing that the bones, once merely shimmering with a golden glow, now radiated a faint golden hue. Even the blood coursing through his veins shimmered subtly with gold, suggesting an essence of immortality. The more he practiced the 9 transformations of gods and demons, the closer he seemed to align with the divine. Sensing the extraordinary changes within him, Li Changsheng murmured softly. He was increasingly resembling a youthful deity, though he pondered whether this golden blood would be passed down should he have descendants. Once more, without hesitation, Li Changsheng continued his ascent. Having only utilized a mere 30 simulations, with over 100 opportunities remaining, he felt assured that he could elevate the 9 transformations of gods and demons further. Simulation commencing. You enter seclusion to diligently practice the 9 transformations of gods and demons, yet make no progress. At 159 years of age, the mysterious youth finds you. You engage in a fierce battle lasting 20 rounds, but ultimately are defeated and slain. You perish. Select 2. Countless experiences regarding the cultivation of the 9 transformations of divine demons flooded his mind. Without the spiritual treasures to refine his physical body, had he truly reached the pinnacle by the 5th transformation? Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown. This was unexpected. He had anticipated that the over 100 simulation opportunities would at least allow him to cultivate to the peak of the 5th transformation. Since that was not the case, he resolved to elevate his realm first. Simulation commencing. You diligently cultivate within a secret realm. At the age of 159, you perish. At 137, you consume the transformation pill, successfully entering the transformation realm. Choose 1. Boom! En invisible aura enveloppé li Changsheng. Were it not for the protective formation, the entire vicinity around the spiritual, I would have been crushed by this unseen force. Once more, spending 1 million gold, simulation begins. 3 months later, you return to the ancestral grounds of the Su family. Another 3 months pass as you venture into the beast forest in search of opportunities, and are led into a mysterious place. A change has indeed occurred. Chapter 69, the 6th transformation of divine demons. In the mysterious realm, you hear a voice that offers to help you leave the southern domain, provided you assist him with a task upon your return. You choose to leave the southern domain. You are sent out by the mysterious figure, encountering powerful spatial turbulence along the way, resulting in minor injuries. A month later, your injuries heal. You rent a cave dwelling in the capital of the Southern Li dynasty and diligently cultivate. At 470, you successfully enter the mid-transformation stage. At 530, the demon race invades, with numerous demon cultivators appearing in the Southern Li dynasty. A fierce battle ensues between the cultivators of the Southern Li and the demon race. You quietly leave the capital, only to encounter a peak Great Ascension demon lord, who slays you. You have perished. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. Option 1. Your cultivation level at 530. Option 2. Your battle experience at 530. Choose 1. As Li Changsheng made his selection, he, having just broken through to the transformation stage, achieved another breakthrough. He reached the mid-transformation stage. Li Changsheng opened his eyes and murmured, having simulated countless times without entering that mysterious place. This time he had indeed stepped inside. It seemed that entering that realm required a cultivation level of transformation. Contemplating this, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. There were indeed transformation cultivators within the southern domain, and if mere transformation sufficed to enter that place, the factions possessing such cultivators would have long since gained access. It appeared there were conditions he was yet unaware of. Furthermore, the individuals within that mysterious place had the capability to send him beyond the southern domain into the outside world. A smile crept across Li Changsheng's face. In the outside world, he could live to over 500 years for times out of the southern domain. Thus, after advancing to transformation, the cost of simulation had increased tenfold, yet it was not unacceptable. Let us commence and see if I can procure a body-refining elixir to enhance the 9 transformations of the divine demon, Li Changsheng murmured. Although the simulation required a substantial sum of over 1 million spirit stones, he still possessed enough balance for 13 simulations. Even if one were to be squandered, it would not be deemed a significant loss. Initiating simulation. At 29 years of age, you entered a mysterious realm and smoothly arrived in the Southern Li dynasty. At 35, you garnered considerable fame in the Ming prefecture of the Southern Li dynasty, leading the Northern Duke to invite you to join his estate, to which you consented. At 45, having accomplished numerous tasks for the Northern Duke, you earned his trust and began utilizing the influence of his estate to seek out elixirs that could assist in your cultivation of the 9 transformations of the Divine Demon, as well as the inheritance of the 4 arts of cultivation. At 53, a conflict arose between the Northern Duke's estate and the Desire Demon sect, resulting in a fierce battle involving tens of thousands of cultivators. You boldly intervened, slaying 3 members of the Desire Demon sect, 1 at the Void Return stage and 1 at the Integration stage, thus achieving remarkable military merit. Upon returning to the Northern Duke's estate, you were granted an opportunity to select an inheritance from the Scripture Pavilion, where you chose a legacy of the 7th tier formation path. At 75, through extensive inquiries, you discovered that within the secret realm of the Northern Duke's estate lay a miraculous pool, the Wan Hua Spirit Pool, an exceptional place for refining body techniques. At 157, after numerous military accomplishments within the Northern Duke's estate, you finally accumulated enough contributions to secure a 3-year opportunity to cultivate in the Wan Hua Spirit Pool, commencing your training in the 9 transformations of the Divine Demon. At 160, with the aid of the Wan Hua Spirit Pool, you made rapid strides in your cultivation of the 9 transformations of the Divine Demon. At 309, you gathered sufficient contributions once more, earning another chance to enter the Wan Hua Spirit Pool for training in the 9 transformations of the Divine Demon. At 311, you successfully advanced to the late stage of the 5th transformation in the 9 transformations of the Divine Demon. At 330, while serving the Northern Duke's estate, you diligently practiced the formation path in your spare time. At 430, the Southern Li dynasty launched an attack against the Northern Duke, accusing him of treason. 19 great Ascension cultivators, accompanied by thousands of their forces, stormed the Northern Duke's estate. You fought valiantly, slaying several integration cultivators, but were ultimately defeated and slain by a late Great Ascension cultivator after 10 exchanges. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Select option 2. Li Changsheng resolved without hesitation. Boom! Having achieved the late stage of the 5th transformation in the 9 transformations of the Divine Demon, his strength surged by several 100,000 pounds. Moreover, his mastery of the pinnacle of the 5th tier formation path saw a slight enhancement. The Wan Hua Spirit Pool is truly a wondrous treasure. Li Xianxing Musha. Once more, initiating simulation. At 130 years of age, you amassed enough contributions to enter the Wan Hua Spirit Pool for cultivation. At 240, you accumulated sufficient contributions and entered the Wan Hua Spirit Pool for training. At 390, you gathered enough contributions and successfully entered the Wan Hua Spirit Pool for cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of the 5th transformation in the 9 transformations of the Divine Demon. Select option 2. The pinnacle of the 5th transformation in the 9 transformations of the Divine Demon has been reached. Again, initiating simulation. At the age of 125, you amassed sufficient contributions to enter the Wan Hua Spirit Pool, where you practiced the 9 transformations of Divine Demons, progressing at a moderate pace. At the age of 220, you re-entered the Wan Hua Spirit Pool to continue your training in the same art, still at a moderate speed. By the time you reached 370, you once again found yourself in the Wan Hua Spirit Pool, engaging in the same training, maintaining that moderate pace. Upon turning 400, you successfully advanced in your mastery of formations, ascending to the 6th tier and earning the title of a 6th tier formation master. At 415, you discreetly departed from the Northern Duke's residence and took refuge within the domain of the Lustful Demon sect. At 430, a powerful figure from the Southern Li dynasty, along with an adept from the Lustful Demon sect, located you, and together they executed you with lethal precision. Gazing at the simulation panel, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. He aspired to cultivate the 9 transformations of Divine Demons, and it appeared that joining the Northern Duke's residence and entering the Wan Hua Spirit Pool was his best course of action. However, once the Southern Li dynasty resolved to target the Northern Duke, he, a veteran serving for several centuries, became a prime target for scrutiny. Nonetheless, he had at least achieved the status of a 6th tier formation master. Once more, at the age of 330, you successfully reached the 6th transformation in the 9 transformations of Divine Demons. At 351, you advanced to the mid-6th tier in your mastery of formations. When you turned 430, as the Southern Li dynasty launched their attack on the Northern Duke, you retaliated fiercely, slaying two formidable beings from the Southernly dynasty, only to be ultimately vanquished by one of the three Tribulation Crossing cultivators dispatched by the Southernly dynasty. You have met your demise. Simulation concluded. Choose option 2. After 10 simulations, you have finally arrived. Li Changsheng's eyes burned with fervor. An immense surge of vital energy coursed through his being, enveloping him in resplendent golden radiance, akin to an indomitable deity seated in meditation midair. A thunderous roar erupted from within Li Changsheng, each resonating sound akin to the thundering of stampeding horses, the very essence of his blood flowing like a tempest. Each reverberation potent enough to shatter the golden core of any cultivator. After a considerable time, Li Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes. A blinding beam of golden light shot forth from his gaze, piercing through the roof of the pavilion and colliding with the array outside. The array shattered instantly. Chapter 70. The Rising Li Changsheng. What is happening? Could there be an enemy? Zhao San, accompanied by a dozen late-stage Qi refinement guards, had just entered the pavilion's vicinity when an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of an ancient dragon awakening, pressed down upon them. A series of anguished cries erupted as Zhao San and his companions were compelled to the ground, their faces pale, struggling even to lift a finger. Captain Zhao, what is happening? Inquired a terrified peak Qi refinement cultivator recruited by Zhao San. I do not know, he replied. In Zhao San's eyes lingered a hint of trepidation. Over the years, although he merely supported by Qing'er in managing the market, he had not been deprived of cultivation resources. Furthermore, with the precious elixirs bestowed upon him by the young master 8 years prior, he had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He had believed himself to be a notable figure within the cultivation realm of Qi country, yet he found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming aura emanating from the loft. In the Misty Valley market, countless cultivators gazed in the direction of the spiritual eye. Despite the protective formations in place, they could not help but feel an inexplicable pressure radiating forth. What could possibly be happening? Did someone dare to cause a disturbance in the Misty Valley? The legendary figure was a nascent soul cultivator, at the very least a golden core master. Could anyone truly be audacious enough to provoke such a formidable presence? The gathered cultivators engaged in animated discussions. In recent years, the Misty Valley market had flourished rapidly, supplanting the Sunset Valley to become the most prominent market in the Qi country's cultivation world, with the number of cultivators present multiplying several times over. Among them were not only foundation establishment practitioners, but even appearances from golden core cultivators. In the delicacy tower of the Misty Valley market, which also belonged to Li Changsheng, exquisite dishes were crafted from the flesh of various demon beasts, enhanced with spiritual herbs to create spiritual meals whose effects rivaled those of ordinary cultivation elixirs. The chefs at the delicacy tower were spiritual chefs, and the culinary delights they prepared surpassed even those made by the finest mortal chefs. Thus, the establishment enjoyed a thriving business. At this moment, Xianxia, now 16 years of age and far removed from the innocence of her 8-year-old self, was dining in a private room with 2 young companions. She paused, her chopsticks hovering as she turned her gaze towards the direction of the spiritual eye. Though her beauty was not breathtaking, it was imbued with a spirited elegance, her dark hair framing her face and her eyes sparkling with vitality. One of the young men at the table occasionally cast glances at Xianxia, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Has my master made another breakthrough? Xianxia murmured softly, admiration flickering in her gaze. While others failed to discern the source of the overwhelming aura, Xianxia, practicing the same cultivation technique, was able to sense it. She was acutely aware that her own bloodline was exceptional, allowing her to cultivate the divine demon 9 transformations at an accelerated pace. Over the past 8 years, she had diligently devoted herself to her training without a moment's respite, yet she had only advanced to the mid-stage of the 2nd transformation. Her master's strength far surpassed hers, and despite having rarely witnessed her master engaging in cultivation, spending most days concocting pills and crafting formation plates, she was surprised to learn of her master's recent breakthrough. To keep pace with her master, she knew she must strive even harder. With that thought in mind, Xianxia rose and clasped her hands towards the man and woman in the private room. Miao miao, su xiong. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, she turned and exited the room, making her way towards the spiritual Mountain Manor. Once Xianxia departed, the young woman, Su Miao Miao, smiled lightly and remarked, Brother, it seems your pursuit of the Snow Fairy is a long and arduous journey. Su Jingyuan concealed the affection in his eyes, his expression returning to indifference as he stated, "What sort of woman could I, Su Jingyuan, possibly desire that I cannot obtain? Although Shimin Shui possesses considerable talent, she is merely at the pinnacle of qi refinement, while I have been in the foundation establishment stage for 3 years. Do you truly believe that I harbor feelings for Shimin Shui? Were it not for that esteemed individual's directive, I would not squander my cultivation time feigning interest in her. However, after observing her for some time, it appears that Shimin Shui's physical cultivation is quite formidable. The commotion earlier must have been caused by Li Changsheng's breakthrough. This is certainly worthy of reporting to the esteemed one." Su Miao nodded slightly. On the surface, the Su family is merely a clan of the Moro kingdom with a golden core to its name. But only the direct descendants of the Su family understand the true extent of their power. They fear no forces, even those with the transformation stage presence. It is only due to the directives from the significant figure behind them that they maintain a low profile regarding their strength. However, one must wonder why that esteemed individual would take an interest in Li Changsheng. Su Miao whispered, "Li Changsheng has achieved such profound cultivation at a young age. Could it be related to that esteemed one? Do not inquire further into matters that should remain unasked," Su Jingyuan replied, casting a glance at his sister. "Everything the Su family possesses today is granted by that esteemed one. We shall do as instructed. Having spent 2 years in the Misty Valley, I will relay the news shortly and await the esteemed one's response." In the attic, half an hour later, Li Changsheng finally opened his eyes. He exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Indeed. As one progresses into the later stages of cultivation, it becomes increasingly arduous to advance. It took me 10 simulation attempts to move from the pinnacle of the 5th turn to the 6th, leaving me with but 1 chance remaining. It seems further improvement may now elude me." Li Changsheng frowned slightly. "These recent simulations have yielded significant rewards. Not only have I entered the 6th turn in my demonic transformation, but I have also advanced to the mid-6th tier in the path of formations. The disturbance caused by my breakthrough has likely drawn the attention of those from the Diamond Sect." A cold smile flickered in Li Changsheng's eyes as he initiated the simulation. Commencing simulation. At 29, you return to the ancestral land of the Su family with Shimin Shui. Upon arriving at the Su family's ancestral site, you take Shimin Shui to the secret realm of the Diamond Sect. Meeting with Elder Su, you inform him that Shimin Shui may possess a divine demonic bloodline. Elder Su is overjoyed and immediately summons a mysterious youth. In a sudden turn, you strike Elder Su down with a single punch, engaging in a fierce battle with the mysterious youth. After half an hour of combat, you seriously injure the mysterious youth. He activates a secret treasure in an attempt to slay you, but you are overpowered and gravely wounded. The mysterious youth, having expended a significant amount of blood essence, is in worse condition than you and escapes aboard a semi-divine vessel. You scour the resources within the secret realm. You consolidate the forces of the southern region, making every effort to track down the mysterious youth, but to no avail. At the age of 31, the Wang of Medicine discovered that within the Su family of the Moro kingdom, there resided a deity-level practitioner. Undaunted, you ventured forth alone, obliterating the Su family with a single strike, prompting the emergence of a mysterious youth from their midst, leading to a fierce confrontation between you both. Despite inflicting grievous wounds upon the enigmatic youth, he ultimately managed to escape. At 59, you encountered him again in the expansive seas beyond the stars, where another fierce battle ensued, drawing the attention of formidable sea beasts from the depths. A colossal whale appeared, swallowing both you and the mysterious youth in one swift motion, leading to your demise. Simulation complete. A glimmer of joy flickered in Li Changsheng's eyes as he murmured to himself, "At last, I have secured a measure of self-defense." Chapter 71. The Doom of the Su Family. However, the mysterious youth possessed numerous treasures, including exceptionally potent artifacts and a jade vessel of quasi-immortal caliber for his escape. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. In the simulation, he could expend decades pursuing the mysterious youth, yet in reality, he could not afford such a prolonged pursuit. He needed to depart from that enigmatic realm and ascend rapidly in the outside world. And what the Su family? Li Changsheng pondered, recalling that a few years prior, 2 friends of Shimin Shui hailed from the Su family. It seemed apparent now that they had come under the orders of the Diamond Sect to investigate his acceptance of Shimin Shui as a disciple. With a deity-level practitioner in the Su family, they surely possessed an abundance of spirit stones. Coldly, Li Changsheng declared, before returning to the ancestral lands of the Su family. I shall pay a visit to the Su family, eradicate them, harness their spirit stones to bolster my strength, and then seek trouble with the Diamond Sect. It is imperative to resolve all complications before my departure. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the loft. Master, may I enter? Comment, Li Changsheng responded. Shimin Shui pushed the door open, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Changsheng seated in meditation. Having just experienced a breakthrough, he could not fully harness his aura, and Shimin Shui felt as though she stood before an ancient behemoth, profound and unfathomable. Master, have you achieved a breakthrough? Shimin Shui inquired softly. Indeed, Li Changsheng acknowledged with a slight nod. Are your two friends from the Su family still in the Mist Valley? Yes, they are currently at the Delicious Pavilion. Although Shimin Shui did not comprehend why her master, with such formidable strength, would concern himself with a nascent foundation practitioner and a peak chi refining cultivator, she reported truthfully. The intentions of those two in the Mist Valley are likely nefarious. Aimed at me, Li Changsheng remarked indifferently. What? A fierce aura emanated from Shimin Shui. In her heart, her master was akin to a father, having granted her a second chance at life. Were it not for him, she would still be unable to live normally. The revelation that her two friends and the forces behind them were targeting her master was utterly unforgivable. Master, I shall capture them at once, Shimin Shui declared, her fair face emboldened with determination. Go, Li Changsheng commanded. Li Xianxia nudda. Shimin Shui had already cultivated to the mid-stage of the second transformation, making it a simple task to deal with a foundation establishment and a chi refinement practitioner. Over the years, Shimin Shui had not been nurtured in a greenhouse. She often accompanied him to the outskirts of perilous lands to battle fierce beasts, thus accumulating abundant combat experience. Within the exquisite dining establishment, Su Jingyuan and Su Miao were preparing to depart from their private room. Suddenly, a sharp sound reverberated through the air as the door was violently shattered from the outside. Shimin Shui stood at the threshold, coldly observing the two. Behind her trailed a dozen cultivators stationed at the establishment, among whom two were at the pinnacle of chi refinement, while the others were merely at the mid-stage. Snow Fairy, what is the meaning of this? Su Jingyuan asked, slightly taken aback. How dare the Su family covet my master's interests? They seek death. Without wishing to engage in further trivialities with the Su siblings, Shimin Shui stepped forward, forming her fingers into a sword, and launched an attack directly at Su Jingyuan. Have you been exposed? Su Jingyuan's heart tightened. To approach Shimin Shui without raising suspicion. Their clan had only dispatched 2 foundation establishment cultivators for protection. If conflict erupted in the Misty Valley, it would be highly disadvantageous for them. The only chance of survival lay in capturing Shimin Shui. With this thought, Su Jingyuan ceased holding back, a cold smile gracing his lips as he revealed his foundation establishment prowess. A top-tier magic sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it menacingly at Shimin Shui. Shimin Shui, it seems you have been overly praised. How foolish to dare strike at me, a foundation establishment cultivator, with mere chi refinement. Clang! When Shimin Shui's finger made contact with Su Jingyuan's exquisite sword, a sound of metal clashing resonated. The smirk vanished from Su Jingyuan's face, replaced by shock. Crack! Cracks emerged on the surface of his top-tier sword, which then shattered violently. A peculiar force surged along the sword, crashing towards Su Jingyuan. Bang! Su Jingyuan's face turned ashen as his sword-wielding hand erupted in a cloud of blood mist, sending his entire body hurtling backward to crash against the wall of the private room. Bang! Struggling to rise, Su Jingyuan exclaimed, "How is this possible?" His face was a mask of disbelief. The 16-year-old Shimin Shui, is this powerful? Snow Fairy, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Su Miao gulped nervously and whispered, Snow Fairy, we are friends. Silence. Shimin Shui remained unfazed, not channeling any vital energy. With mere physical strength, she flicked her finger. Bang! Su Miao's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist mid-air. Su Jingyuan could no longer maintain his composure. His face pale, he shouted, "Why aren't you making a move? Do you intend to wait until I am dead before acting? Stop your shouting. Your 2 guards have already gone ahead of you." Shimin Shui replied coldly. Standing behind Shimin Shui in the exquisite restaurant, the cultivators were rendered speechless, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Just moments ago, 2 Peak Foundation establishment cultivators had been effortlessly crushed into a mist of blood by the Snow Fairy with a mere flick of her finger. With such formidable prowess displayed by her disciple, One could only imagine the immense strength possessed by the Snow Fairy's master, who resided at Lingyan Mountain Manor. Xianxia, my approach towards you is merely a matter of duty. Within my Su family, we have an ancestor of the Transformation God stage stationed. Should you take my life, the entire Mist Valley shall face annihilation. Su Jingyuan declared, his tone a facade of bravado concealing his inner trepidation. The Su family? My master is about to embark on a journey, and I am eager to see if a Transformation God cultivator can withstand a single blow from her. Upon finishing his words, Xianxia snapped her fingers, and Su Jingyuan's body exploded in midair. When Xianxia emerged from the restaurant, Changsheng was already waiting outside with the golden core cultivators of the Su family. Let us first visit the Su family before returning to the Su family, Changsheng instructed, retrieving a palm-sized flying vessel from his storage bag. As the wind caught it, it transformed into a quaint fishing boat-sized craft. The group stood upon the vessel as it sped towards the direction of Moro Kingdom. This flying vessel was something he had crafted during his leisure in recent years. Although it had only reached the level of a spiritual artifact, its speed in flight was not much slower than that of a golden core cultivator riding a sword, and it conserved a significant amount of true essence compared to sword flight. 3 days later, the vessel arrived above the Su family's domain in Moro Kingdom. Changsheng gazed down at the Su family residence, shaking his head as he coldly remarked, "It seems I have not erred in my destination. If the Su family were indeed a mere golden core family, how could they possibly have 3 fifth-tier formations guarding them?" With his expertise as a mid-6th-tier formation master, he could easily discern that within the Su family's grounds lay 3 fifth-tier formations, 1 for defense and 2 lethal arrays. Even a Transformation God cultivator would likely meet their doom if they dared to intrude uninvited. 3 fifth-tier formations? An elder from a Su family felt a tightening in his chest, casting an ill-omened glance towards the Su family residence. Within their Su family, they possessed only 1 fifth-tier formation for protection, while the rest were merely 4th tier. The emergence of such a powerful force within the Southern Heaven region, and as one of the 3 major powers, how could the Su family remain oblivious? At that moment, cultivators from the Su family also took notice of the flying vessel above. A dozen figures soared upwards on swords, and at the forefront stood a mid-golden core cultivator. This Su family cultivator scrutinized the 3 individuals aboard the vessel, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the golden core elder from the Su family, coldly inquiring, "Fellow cultivator, may I ask the purpose of your visit to our Su family residence?" Elder Su directed his attention to Changsheng. Changsheng slightly lifted his eyelids and replied nonchalantly, "I have come to annihilate your Su family, of course." "What?" The Su family's golden core cultivator frowned slightly. "Fellow cultivator, such jesting is ill-advised. My Su family has always been amicable towards others and has never wronged you. Do you believe my Su family to be easy prey?" "Oh." Changsheng smiled faintly and remarked, "I assent it true that your Su family sent someone to approach my disciple to discern my recent circumstances? And yet, you now claim not to have offended me?" The golden core elder of the Su family felt a tightening in his chest, though his expression remained unchanged. "What are you speaking of, friend? I did not comprehend a single word," he replied. It dawned upon him that the youthful figure before him was indeed Changsheng, the individual tasked with surveillance by that esteemed figure. According to intelligence, Changsheng was at least at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and he might even have transcended into the transformation stage. Being so close to Changsheng, should he choose to unleash his fury, the elder would find himself with no escape. He inwardly cursed the Su siblings, Su Jingyuan and his sister, for ruining the operation, while they themselves were unscathed. If they jeopardized the grand scheme of that esteemed figure, the Su family would be unable to withstand his wrath. "Enough, enough." Changsheng shook his head, his demeanor unperturbed. "Regardless of your acknowledgement, the Su family's existence is no longer warranted today. Flee." The Su family's golden core cultivator did not hesitate. With a flash of sword light beneath his feet, he dashed directly toward the formation surrounding their residence. Only by entering the family S formation could he hope for a slim chance of survival. The other Su family cultivators quickly reacted, redirecting their sword light towards the formation as well. Changsheng stood upon his flying vessel, making no attempt to thwart their escape. "Young Master Li, if they manage to enter the formation, it will be difficult to eliminate them," Elder Su expressed anxiously. Xianxia looked at Changsheng with confusion, for her master was not known for his mercy. With a serene smile, Li Changsheng replied, "They shall not escape." The Su family cultivators breathed a sigh of relief upon entering their family S formation. The Su Golden Core hurriedly rushed to the foot of a resplendent divine mountain, calling out loudly, "Esteemed ancestors, the Li Changsheng whom young Master Qin instructed us to monitor has come to our doorstep." To our doorstep? The divine mountain was instantly activated, its light scattering as a dozen figures materialized at its base, each emanating an aura of terror, with the weakest among them possessing nascent soul cultivation, and two having reached the transformation stage. A bunch of useless fools. The Su family ancestor at the pinnacle of the transformation stage seethed, unable to contain his rage. You could not even handle such a trivial matter. Li Changsheng is a crucial part of the young Master's plan. Now, look at the mess you've made. How shall I explain this to him? The Su family's rise to prominence over the past millennium was solely due to their mysterious young master. Now that this situation had unfolded, he could only dread the repercussions for the Su family. "Father, our immediate priority should be to capture Li Changsheng and deliver him to the young master for further handling," suggested another middle-aged man in the mid-transformation stage in a hushed tone. The Su family ancestor nodded and instructed the mid-transformation cultivator, "You shall personally go and apprehend him. Do not take his life. Should he prove useful to the young master, we would have committed a grave error." "Understood." Li Changsheng gazed down at the Su family's encampment and addressed Xianxia, "Master, I may need to depart for a while. I have imparted all the techniques I know to you. Today, allow me to demonstrate." With that, he gently raised his right hand, resembling pure white jade, and pressed it downward toward the ancestral grounds of the Su family. Boom! An invisible force erupted from Li Changsheng's hand, striking the ancestral site with tremendous might. The void shattered, and ominous clouds gathered overhead. Boom! An unfathomable power emanated from his palm, so potent that it fractured the very fabric of reality, plunging it into chaos. The clan members within the ancestral grounds felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Looking up, they beheld a sight they had never witnessed in their lives. In the sky, it seemed as if everything had vanished, leaving only an expanse of chaos spanning dozens of miles, enveloping the entire ancestral land of the Su family. The heavens had disappeared. What was happening? Flee! Before most could comprehend the magnitude of the event, a few highly skilled Su family members, realizing the gravity of the situation, disregarded their fellow clansmen and transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the outskirts of the ancestral grounds. The Su family patriarch stood still, rooted to the spot. A bitter smile etched across his face. "Young master, what sort of formidable being have you offended?" A single punch had turned the surrounding space into chaos. How could they possibly escape from such a power? Bang! A colossal sound reverberated, heard by cultivators within 1,000 miles. When the dust enveloping the Su family's ancestral grounds settled, it revealed a massive handprint, 100 meters deep and spanning several hundred kilometers. With the entire ancestral site vanished without a trace. Only beneath the 100-meter deep earth could one find remnants of the Su family's heritage. This, Elder Su's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a feat could be accomplished by a mere mortal. Xianxia's mouth fell agape, and after a moment, she managed to utter 2 words, so powerful. Her perception was even more acute than Elder Su's, as she clearly sensed that her master had wielded not a shred of true essence, relying solely on physical strength. This strike had obliterated everything within hundreds of kilometers, leaving no trace of life. Gathering the spoils, Li Changsheng piloted his flying vessel toward the Black Wind Mountains. Half an hour later, cultivators from surrounding sects arrived at the location of the Su family's ancestral grounds. "Is this the Su family?" A cultivator from the kingdom of Moruo, with peak foundation building prowess, collapsed to the ground upon seeing the massive handprint spanning hundreds of kilometers. What kind of being could achieve such a feat? Someone cried in despair. Could it be that ancient gods and demons have awakened? A golden core cultivator from the Moruo kingdom's foremost sect, the Demon Flame sect, nearly fell from his flying sword at the sight. As Li Changsheng navigated his vessel, he meticulously examined the storage bags he had retrieved from the ruins. Although numerous low-quality storage bags were shattered by his powerful strike, many remained intact, particularly those belonging to the elders of the Su family. The spiritual stones totaled a mere 60 million. This was unexpected. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. The Su family consumed at least several tens of millions of spiritual stones annually. How could the Su family, a fellow family of the transformation realm, possess so few? "Young Master Li, The Su family has always remained in the shadows and cannot amass wealth indiscriminately. Having over 60 million spiritual stones is already commendable, Elder Su cautiously remarked. Casting a wary glance at Changsheng. In the southern sky region, the spiritual stone mines have largely been divided among the major factions. The Su family, being merely a golden core family on the surface, cannot openly exploit spiritual stone mines, resulting in significantly lower income. Upon hearing this, Changsheng nodded. The Su family served as a covert line for the Vajra sect and had to operate discreetly, which justified their lesser wealth compared to the Su family. Recharge. Xianxia Silanli Chanta. Recharge successful. Balance is 35 million currency. Would you like to immediately use the Immortal simulation device? Each use consumes 1 million currency. Chapter 73. A seventh-order formation can kill a harmonization stage. A fiery gleam sparked in Changsheng's eyes. After more than 50 simulations, he should be capable of reaching a level to vanquish that mysterious young master. Begins simulation. At 29, you successfully traversed the mysterious realm and arrived at the Southern Li dynasty. At 120, you amassed enough contributions to enter the 10,000 transformations spirit pool, where you immersed yourself in the arduous cultivation of the 9 transformations of demonic magic, albeit with slow progress. At 200, you again entered the 10,000 transformations spirit pool, continuing your hard-fought training of the 9 transformations of demonic magic, with slow advancement. At 305, you re-entered the 10,000 transformations spirit pool for further cultivation of the 9 transformations, yet progress remained sluggish. At 430, the Southern Li dynasty initiated an attack against the Northern suppressing Marquis, and you launched a fierce counteroffensive, slaying 2 of the Southern Li dynasty's great ascendants, only to be vanquished by one of the 3 tribulation cultivators dispatched by the Southern Li dynasty. You have died. Simulation concluded. Option 2. A torrent of memories from his arduous training in the array path and the 9 transformations of demonic magic surged into his mind, as if he had personally experienced the cultivation countless times, resulting in a surge of vitality. Boom! After several breaths, Changsheng opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. After reaching the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of demonic magic, the efficacy of the 10,000 transformation spirit pool was evidently diminished. Advancing a minor realm now required at least 30 simulations. The improvements from this simulation were minimal, indicating that he would need to seek new opportunities for body refinement. Once more, begins simulation. At 29, you successfully arrived at the Southern Li dynasty. At 37, you successfully joined the Nightmares Legion of the Southern Li dynasty. At 59, you achieved multiple military accolades within the army, catching the attention of General Dongfang Yao of the Nightmares Legion. At the age of 61, Dongfang Yao rendered you powerless and relentlessly interrogated you regarding the methods of cultivating the 9 transformations of divine demons, to which you resolutely refused to yield. You endured excruciating torment, and by the age of 93, you succumbed to the relentless suffering. Simulation terminated. Dongfang Yao, I have not forgotten. Changsheng furrowed his brow. An innocent man bears the burden of a precious jewel. In previous simulations, his display of physical cultivation within the Northern Defense Marquis' estate went unchallenged. But in the Nightmarish Legion of the South Li dynasty, he became a target. It would be prudent to elevate the 9 transformations of divine demons to the mid-6 transformation first. Once more, simulation begins. At 110 years of age, you successfully amassed enough contributions to enter the 10,000 transformations spiritual pool for cultivation. At 430, you were slain by a powerful warrior of the South Li dynasty. At 340, you achieved the mid-6 transformation of the 9 transformations of divine demons. Choose option 2. After 31 simulations, you have finally reached the mid-6 transformation. Sitting cross-legged beside Changsheng, Shimin Shui gazed at her master in awe, her mouth agape. Unable to comprehend the rapid progression. Just days ago, during their time in the Misty Valley, her master had only recently broken through, and now, mere days later, he had achieved yet another breakthrough. Even with the divine bloodline coursing through her veins, such rapid advancement in cultivating the 9 transformations of divine demons seemed impossible. Could it be that her master was a reincarnation of a divine demon? This was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, how could he progress so swiftly in his cultivation? Unbeknownst to Changsheng, he remained oblivious to Shimin Shui's thoughts, instead focusing intently on the system panel, where his recently acquired funds had dwindled to just 19 simulation attempts. Achieving further breakthroughs in the 9 transformations of divine demons would prove to be a formidable challenge. It would be wiser to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the transformation stage first, he mused. With 500 years to spare before the imminent invasion of the demon race, as long as he refrained from joining the Northern Defense Marquis estate, he could attain the pinnacle of the transformation stage with just a few simulation attempts. Simulation begins. At 29, you successfully arrived in the Southly dynasty, renting a cave within the capital to engage in solitary cultivation. At 390, you advanced to the later stages of the transformation stage. At 530, the demon race invaded, and you were slain by a semi-immortal demon. You have perished. Choose option 1. With Li Changsheng's decision made, he reached the later stage of the transformation stage. Continue. At 470, you successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. The pinnacle has been attained. Now, to seek other methods of breakthrough. At 29, you arrive in the Southly dynasty. At 70, you successfully joined the White Tiger Legion of the Southly dynasty, achieving numerous military accolades. At 91, due to overshadowing the general son of the White Tiger Legion, you were slain by him and an elder servant who had undergone tribulation. Is this the end? Li Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the abysmal corruption of the Southernly dynasty, merely for overshadowing the son of the White Tiger General. A talent capable of rivaling the great ascendants had met his demise at the hands of the general's offspring. First, he resolved to elevate the formation. A well-operating 7th-tier formation was sufficient to slay integrated cultivators, and advancing in this discipline would be a significant boon. With newfound determination, he began the simulation. At 29, you successfully entered the Southernly dynasty. At 75, you became a guest elder in the formation sect, Yichun sect, diligently practicing the art of formations within its confines. At 530, the demonic horde invaded, and you were slain. The path of formations had not progressed. Once more, at 430, you successfully reached the late stage of the 6th tier in your formation skills. 3 attempts, and you had attained the late stage of the 6th tier. At 120, you achieved the pinnacle of the 6th tier in formations. 4 attempts, and you had reached the zenith of the 6th tier. At 510, you successfully entered the 7th tier of formations. 9 attempts, and, at last, you had attained the 7th tier. Only 3 attempts remained. Li Changsheng's gaze sharpened. With 3 attempts left, he could not afford to pursue any further enhancements. He initiated another simulation to see if fortune would favor him this time. At 29, your formation skills ascended to the 7th tier. You busily crafted the Yinyang 7 kill formation S-array pieces aboard a flying vessel. Half a month later, you arrived outside the secret realm of the King Kong sect, silently laying down the Yinyang 7 kill formation. Attaining Gildersu. You promptly informed him that Shimin Shui might possess divine demonic bloodlines. Elder Su was overjoyed, summoning a mysterious young man. In a sudden burst of fury, you struck Elder Su down with a single punch, engaging in a fierce battle with the mysterious youth. After 10 minutes of turmoil, you wounded the young man. He activated a treasured artifact in an attempt to slay you, but you found yourself overwhelmed and injured. The young man, realizing your injury was less severe than his, was taken aback. He commandeered a quasi-immortal vessel, the Jade Boat, and fled towards the realm's outskirts. As a mysterious youth exited the secret realm, he rushed into the Yinyang 7 kill formation, sustaining further injuries from the array, yet managing to escape. At 59, you battled the mysterious youth over the Starry Sea, only to be swallowed whole by a giant whale. Thus, you met your demise. This detestable creature possesses far too many means of survival. Li Xianxia fronat. Once more, he could not afford to be wounded by the tiger while attempting to slay it. Initiating another simulation, at 29, you returned to the Misty Valley Market, laboriously crafting the Yinyang 7 kill formation, the 5 elements killing formation, the Big Dipper 7 stars killing formation, the Ice Cold 6 kill formation, among other 7th tier formation discs. A month later, you arrived at the secret realm of the King Kong sect, placing the formation discs at the realm's exit. Chapter 74, A Final Encounter. You entered the secret realm, confronting Elder Su and the mysterious youth. With a swift motion, you subdued Elder Su and engaged in a fierce battle with the enigmatic young man. After a 10-minute fierce battle, you managed to injure the enigmatic youth. In a desperate attempt to eliminate you, he activated a secret treasure, but found himself outmatched and wounded. To his astonishment, noticing your injuries were lighter than his, He hastily commandeered the semi-divine vessel, the Jade Boat, and fled towards the realm's exit. However, as the mysterious youth emerged from the secret domain, he unwittingly fell into a trap of your own design. The formation activated instantly, inflicting severe damage upon him, prompting you to enter the array and engage in combat once more. Despite his valiant efforts, the mysterious youth suffered grave injuries and proved no match for you. In a final, desperate counterattack, he managed to inflict significant harm upon you. Ultimately, you vanquished him and laid claim to his storage pouch, discovering within it the complete teachings of the 9 transformations of deities and demons, along with various esoteric manuals. Upon your return to the ancestral grounds of the Su family, news of the destruction of the Su family, overseen by a deity-level figure, spread throughout the southern domain, elevating your reputation as the esteemed Li Tianjun. Half a year later, you successfully traversed the mysterious lands, arriving at the southern Li dynasty. You joined the Array Path sect, Baiyun sect, dedicating yourself to the rigorous study of formations. At the age of 530, the demonic forces launched an incursion. Anticipating their arrival, you set a grand formation within Baiyun sect, resulting in the annihilation of tens of thousands of demons, catching the attention of a powerful demon who subsequently executed you. Option 2. Beyond the complete 9 transformations of deities and demons, countless other techniques and memories flowed into his mind. I have eradicated the Su family. Yet Su Lao and that mysterious youth dare to remain within the secret realm. This truly shows they do not regard me with any seriousness. Li Changsheng smiled faintly. He understood the thoughts of Su Lao and the enigmatic youth. Despite his demonstrated power to obliterate the Su family, they still viewed him as someone to be toyed with. This was advantageous, providing him with the time to prepare. A smile graced Li Changsheng's face as he murmured, "First, I shall return to the Misty Valley and forge these killing arrays before venturing into the secret realm of the Diamond Sect." As Li Changsheng made his way back to the Misty Valley within the Diamond Sect's secret domain, Su Lao gazed at the shattered token of the Su family's ancestor within the cavern. His expression shifted. Though the Su family had merely been a pawn in their grand scheme, the task of monitoring Li Changsheng had been delegated to them. If the Su family were to be compromised, would it jeopardize their future plans? Their strategy relied on convincing external forces that Li Changsheng was the sole heir of the Diamond Sect. Once Li Changsheng was no more, the grievances between the Diamond Sect and outside sects would dissipate. Should Li Changsheng become aware of their plans, they would need to seek a new substitute in the coming years. They had previously sought alternatives, but those plans were thwarted when the substitute became aware and had to be eliminated. It would be prudent to inform the young master first. With this thought, Su Lao's figure flickered and appeared at the spiritual pool at the center of the secret realm. The enigmatic young master remained seated beside the spiritual spring, engrossed in his cultivation. Upon seeing Su Lao approach, the young master raised an eyelid, speaking indifferently. "Did I not instruct you not to disturb my cultivation unless necessary?" Upon hearing the words, old Su promptly bowed and exclaimed, "The soul lamp of the ancestral Su has extinguished. It seems trouble is afoot." "The Su family?" The young master in splendid attire slightly furrowed his brows, yet soon relaxed, responding nonchalantly. "The Su family is utterly oblivious to the existence of the Diamond Sect. They are aware of the enigmatic force behind me, but lack the means to reach out. Even if they were to be annihilated, it would bear little consequence." According to the information relayed from the Su family, Li Changsheng's demonic 9 transformations is likely nearing the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation. It won't be long before he seeks the subsequent techniques from you. At that juncture, you may directly impart to him the first 6 transformations. Although the demonic 9 transformations is a cultivation method of the celestial realm, the initial 6 transformations had already been disseminated when the Diamond Sect was destroyed, recorded among various factions, thus not regarded as a secret. However, the latter 3 transformations must never be disclosed. Upon hearing this, old Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even if Li Changsheng were to attain the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation, he would merely be a match for the peak of the transformation stage, a being they could easily dispatch. Half a day later, Li Changsheng returned to the Misty Valley, promptly entering the loft where he required various materials for crafting killing formations, brought in from all corners. A month later, 7 ancient formation discs lay before Li Changsheng, inscribed with 7th grade killing formations capable of slaying those at the Unity stage. Notably, the Yin-Yang 7 kill formation and the 5 elements killing formation were derived from the 8th grade Yin-Yang 5 elements formation, with the former being among the most potent killing formations, capable of vanquishing those at the Great Ascension pinnacle. Though the Yin-Yang 7-kill formation and the 5 elements killing formation are merely 7th-grade formations when considered in isolation, they stand as the apex of 7th-grade killing formations. Even a peak unity stage cultivator, should they inadvertently enter one, would meet their demise. Still lacking a touch, Changsheng murmured. In the simulations, under these killing formations, the mysterious youth fought back fiercely and still managed to injure me. While sustaining some wounds is inconsequential, it remains somewhat perilous. Fortunately, I obtained some inheritance of 7th-grade formations from the mysterious youth during the last simulation. I shall craft a few more formations, just in case. With resolve, he set to work once again. 10 days later, Changsheng possessed 3 additional formation discs, all comprising 7th-grade killing formations. Everything was in readiness. It was time to pay them a visit. Changsheng rose, taking Xianxia with him as they hastened towards the Black Wind Mountain Range. The Black Wind Mountain Range was not far from the Misty Valley. Changsheng traversed the skies on his sword with Xianxia, arriving within the hour. Master, there isn't a single spiritual vein here. What is our purpose in coming? Xianxia inquired, somewhat puzzled. She understood that her master had devoted over a month in preparation for this journey, yet the surroundings appeared utterly unremarkable, save for the mountains being somewhat larger. Not a single beast in sight. What purpose did this serve? The demonic 9 transformations we cultivate originated from this very place. Changsheng sighed softly, as fate would have it. I have come here to conclude a chapter of karma before my departure. Changsheng sighed inwardly, reflecting on his initial encounter with Elder Su. He had genuinely treated Elder Su as a venerable figure, only to discover that Elder Su's intention in allowing him access to the secret realm was solely because he had perfected the golden body technique and was intended to serve as a scapegoat for that enigmatic youth. Since Elder Su had harbored ill intentions from the outset, he felt no remorse for what he was about to do. With remarkable speed, Changsheng soared through the air on his sword. In mere moments, he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, discreetly placing 10 formation plates nearby. His movements were so subtle that even Xianxia, who stood behind him, remained oblivious. Elder Su, I have arrived. Changsheng called out towards the entrance without offering any explanation to Xianxia. He had not concealed his presence during his approach to Haifeng Mountain, confident that Elder Su would undoubtedly take notice. With a resounding rumble, spatial fluctuations manifested, and a portal materialized before him. Gumin, Elder Su's voice echoed from within the secret realm. Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never imagined that a hidden secret realm existed within the mundane world. As Changsheng's disciple, she had gained considerable insight into the world of cultivation over the years. Even prominent families like the Su clan lacked a secret realm. Yet here it was, concealed within an ordinary mountain range. Changsheng led Xianxia through the spatial portal and into the secret realm, where Elder Su awaited them not far from the entrance. A smile of recognition graced Changsheng's face. Elder Su, it has been a while. Chapter 75. Clamorly Changsheng regarded Elder Su with a knowing smile. Previously, Elder Su had boasted of being the spirit of the secret realm's formations. Yet now, Changsheng could easily discern that Elder Su had achieved the late stage of fusion. As a 7th-tier formation master, he understood that only a 10th-tier celestial formation could possibly give rise to a formation spirit, while the defensive formations within the secret realm were merely 6th or 7th tier. How could they possibly produce a formation spirit? You have indeed exceeded my expectations, Elder Su remarked with a faint smile. I initially thought your talent lay solely in physical cultivation, but it appears your cultivation has also ascended to the transformation of divinity. He then turned his gaze towards Xianxia and inquired, and who might this young lady be? My disciple, Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. Her talent in physical cultivation surpasses mine, so I brought her to meet you. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Elder Su's eyes. In just 9 short years, Changsheng had cultivated the 9 transformations of the divine demons to such a level, which was already remarkable. He never anticipated that Changsheng would claim this young girl possessed even greater aptitude. She bears the bloodline of the divine demons, Changsheng stated candidly. Today, I brought her not only to introduce her to you, but also to familiarize her with the place where she will cultivate in the future. What? Elder Su scarcely absorbed the latter part of Changsheng's statement. His attention fixated solely on the phrase bloodline of the divine demons. Heaven has eyes. Elder Su gazed at Xianxia with fervent intensity, murmuring, indeed, The heavens have favored my Cao Gang sect with the emergence of a disciple bearing the bloodline of the divine demons. Upon contemplating this, his gaze towards Li Changsheng softened considerably, and he found himself contemplating whether to spare him and invest resources in nurturing a substitute instead. After all, Xianxia was Li Changsheng's disciple. Should she learn that Li Changsheng was merely a pawn chosen by him, it might incite her resentment towards the Cao Gang sect, which would be unwarranted. Only the members of the Cao Gang sect understood the terrifying potential of a successor with a bloodline of gods and demons. 19,000 years ago, one of their sect leaders, endowed with such a bloodline, reached the pinnacle of the 9 transformations of gods and demons within a millennium. That era marked the zenith of the Cao Gang sect's power. Even with backing from influential forces in the upper realms, none dared to offend them at that time. Now, after several eons, another disciple possessing the bloodline of gods and demons had emerged. At that moment, a ripple in space manifested. A young man adorned in resplendent purple robes materialized not far from them, his gaze fervently fixed on Xianxia, sporting a smile he believed to be benevolent. "Come here. Let me take a look at you." Unmoved, Xianxia turned her attention back to Li Changsheng. Seeing this, Elder Su furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that the girl with the bloodline had a strong bond with Li Changsheng. Thus, he could no longer consider him a mere pawn. Well, it seemed Li Changsheng was fortunate. Shaking his head, Elder Su murmured, "Li Changsheng, this is our Cao Gang sect's Daozi, Luo Changqing. Hurry and pay your respects." Luo Changqing. The Su family is your pet, isn't it? A cruel smile crept across Li Changsheng's face, his tone icy. "So, you've finally shown yourself. Do you have any idea how difficult my life has been recently? Day and night, I've labored over forging tools, concocting pills, and crafting formations, all out of fear that one day you would emerge to kill me. Today, I shall reduce you to ashes to quench the hatred in my heart." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Luo Changqing exchanged a glance with Elder Su, both frowning. It seemed Li Changsheng had known of his existence all along. "Li Xianxia, how dare you speak such words? Do you realize that speaking to a Daozi in such a manner would have been a death sentence back when the sect was still standing? Were it not for the consideration of Xianxia, the successor of the bloodline, he would have taught Li Changsheng a lesson long ago." "Enough." Li Changsheng stepped forward, extending his right hand directly towards Elder Su, intent on seizing him. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Elder Su's eyes, merely a small insect he had brought along. And yet, within less than a decade, he dared to reach out to him. "Xianxia, your master disrespects his elders. You must not follow his example." Elder Su stepped forward resolutely, not dodging nor avoiding, and also extended his right hand to meet Li Changsheng's. Bang! How could this be possible? Upon first contact, Elder Su's right arm erupted into a mist of crimson, while Li Changsheng's hand, as pure as jade, moved with unrelenting speed, seemingly traversing the fabric of space, and seized Elder Su by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Despite Elder Su's attempts to channel his true essence, his face turning the color of a pig's liver, it proved futile. Li Changsheng's grip remained as steadfast as Mount Tai, unwavering. "How could this be? How could you be so powerful?" Elder Su exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. With his cultivation at the peak of the integration stage, and having dabbled in the 9 transformations of deities and demons, though not his main focus, he had still reached the latter stages of the 3rd transformation. He found himself utterly incapable of budging even a finger of Li Changsheng. "Release him." Luo Changqing's face mirrored his astonishment. His cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of integration, and it would take decades more to ascend to the great ascension stage. Even he wouldn't dare claim the ability to subdue Elder Su with a single strike. Yet the evidence lay before him. Li Changsheng had subdued Elder Su with but one hand. "Li Changsheng, I believe there's a misunderstanding between us." Luo Changqing managed to suppress his shock. "I had simply instructed the Su family to keep an eye on you to ascertain your situation. After all, our Golden Vajra sect is down to just a few of us now. Release Elder Su, and you may utilize the resources within this secret realm as you wish. Should you refuse to let him go, I shall have no choice but to take action against you. Our Golden Vajra sect has a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, a depth of resources you cannot fathom. Yet, despite such a legacy, it was still annihilated." Li Changsheng replied, his expression regaining its calmness as he amplified his grip. Boom! Elder Su exploded into a mist of blood, his physical form and soul reduced to dust. with not even a chance for reincarnation. A deep disbelief lingered on Elder Su's face as he faced his demise. As a formidable being of the integration stage, he believed himself invincible in the southern heaven domain, as long as he did not provoke the entities of the four great forbidden zones. But now, he found himself mistaken. Shimin Shui shook her head slightly, fully aware of her master's temperament. Without absolute certainty, her master would not place herself in peril. The fact that she had come to the secret realm today indicated her master had made thorough preparations. Luo Changsheng's face was a mask of fury. To strike down Elder Su before his very eyes was a blatant affront, signifying that Li Changsheng considered him inconsequential. Li Changsheng, you seek your own demise, Luo Changsheng shouted, stepping forward as a supreme, spiritual sword materialized in his hand. A chilling moonlight radiated from behind him as he deftly maneuvered the sword. The moonlight seemed to pierce through time and space, suddenly appearing mere inches from Li Changsheng, slicing towards him. Chapter 76, Li Changsheng Yu. The sword was too swift. Li Changsheng could not evade it, and was compelled to unleash the full force of the 9 transformations of deities and demons, surrounding himself in a dazzling golden radiance. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as Li Changsheng's body was propelled backward, soaring hundreds of feet before he finally stabilized in midair. At this moment, his upper garment had completely vanished, revealing a physique defined by well-defined muscles. Across his chest, long white sword scars marked the skin, remnants of the strike delivered by Luo Changsheng moments ago. This corporeal form? You have astonishingly cultivated the 9 transformations of divine demons to the 5th transformation? Luo Changsheng's face reflected astonishment. Although Master Su had only imparted the first 3 transformations of the 9 transformations of divine demons to Li Changsheng, the strength of his body evidently demonstrated that he had ascended to the 5th transformation or beyond. It appears that the factions within the Southern Sky domain have also acquired the cultivation methods of the 9 transformations from external sections. Do you believe that reaching the 5th transformation enables you to contend with me? Luo Changsheng, sword in hand, spoke calmly. I, Luo Changsheng, have cultivated for 500 years. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of integration, and I have also advanced to the mid-stage of the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of divine demons. Given your innate talent, combined with your discovery of the bloodline of the divine demons, I could have granted you an opportunity to survive, but regrettably, you did not cherish it. Oh, is that so? Li Changsheng, standing upon the void, replied without denial. Today, allow me to demonstrate the distinction between the disciple of the Golden Vajra sect and a mere fish like you. With a single step, Luo Changsheng advanced, his long sword slicing through the air. Boom! The void crackled with energy. A blinding beam of sword light pierced through the air, akin to a white ribbon, cleaving the surrounding space and heading straight for Li Changsheng's head. Kill! Li Changsheng refrained from engaging in trivial banter with Luo Changsheng. He directly confronted the sword light, stepping into the void as a long sword manifested in his grasp, and he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! The 2 beams of sword light collided midair, and Li Changsheng's strike shattered with a resounding crack, while Luo Changsheng's sword light, as if teleporting, struck Li Changsheng directly. Bang! Li Changsheng was sent hurtling backwards. Crackle! Luo Changsheng, fully aware that this strike would not incapacitate Li Changsheng, unfurled his long sword, and the moonlight reappeared behind him. Dozens of cold, moonlit sword lights shot forth, each capable of severing the void. One after another, they suddenly vanished into the ether, only to re-emerge 3 zhang away from Li Changsheng. The speed was so swift that Li Changsheng could not even attempt to evade. Clang! Clang! The sounds of metal clashing echoed. Dozens of sword lights engulfed Li Changsheng. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the area surrounded by the sword lights, as a 100-meter-tall giant emerged, shattering the sword lights. Must I truly resort to the method I despise most to resolve this battle? Li Changsheng's voice, tinged with irritation, resonated. His cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation of spirits, 2 major realms below Luo Changsheng, without relying on the strength of his corporeal form. He was not a match for Luo Changsheng. Shimin Shui watched in astonishment. Although he had cultivated the 9 transformations of divine demons, he had never envisioned that the scene would unfold like this once reaching the 6th transformation. The 6th transformation of the divine demons? You have astonishingly attained the realm of the 6th transformation. Luo Changsheng's expression finally shifted. In the realm of battle, The transition to the sixth transformation is a formidable achievement. Even during the zenith of the Vajra sect, where only a handful could attain such a level after millennia of arduous cultivation. Yet, how young is Changsheng? This child must not be allowed to live. Kill. A single word escaped Luo Changsheng's lips, his azure hair billowing as the brilliance of his sword surged, his aura escalating to an unapproachable zenith. Changsheng, your very existence disrupts my peace. With a single step, he infused the entire secret realm with concentrated spiritual energy. A resplendent sword light erupted above his head, and within a mere breath, it transformed into a colossal sword beam, stretching 1,000 feet long. Slash! As Luo Changsheng unleashed a thunderous roar, the 1,000-foot sword beam descended with great force. Boom! The void shattered, mountains trembled, and the creatures within the secret realm cowered in fear, trembling in submission. Is this all you are capable of? A cold smile crept across Changsheng's expansive visage as he kicked off the ground, emanating a radiant golden glow, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Changsheng's fist collided with the 1,000-foot sword beam, producing an invisible shockwave that swept through the secret realm, pulverizing countless towering trees into dust, leaving the ground around them barren. Boom! The sword beam shattered, and a blood mark appeared on Changsheng's right hand. Though no blood flowed, the skin had broken. Truly, the heir of the Vajra sect is remarkable. The void-killing sword technique is indeed an immortal-level sword art, suitable only for the sect's elite. Yet, how unfortunate! A chill of indifference enveloped Changsheng. He had acquired the void-killing sword sutra during his last simulation, a genuine treasure of the Vajra sect. But time had been insufficient as he was preoccupied with crafting array plates. Had you ascended to the Great Ascension, that strike could have drawn blood. Alas! No sooner had he thought this than Changsheng appeared 3 meters away from Luo Changsheng, arms raised high above his head, and then brought them crashing down like Mount Tai. Open up! Luo Changsheng's expression turned grave, his body swelling as he transformed into a towering giant over 30 feet tall. His spiritual sword morphed into a giant blade of equal length, glimmering with icy radiance, slashing down towards Changsheng's descending arms. Bang! The earth could scarcely withstand Changsheng's strike, beginning to collapse as the entire secret realm trembled. Luo Changsheng's giant form was driven halfway into the ground by the force of Changsheng's punch. Open up! Encased in brilliant white essence, Luo Changsheng, though momentarily disheveled, found himself unscathed. Kill! He erupted from the soil, vanishing into the void, only to reappear behind Changsheng, delivering a swift and fierce sword strike. Bang! The overwhelming sword energy struck Changsheng's back, inflicting a deep 1-meter gash from which golden blood flowed forth. However, Changsheng swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch onto Luo Changsheng's spirit sword, shattering it into countless fragments. The force of his strike penetrated the remnants of the sword, directly impacting Luo Changsheng and sending him hurtling backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. With a fierce determination, the two colossal figures collided once more. Both warriors discarded their weapons, engaging in a brutal melee, their fists meeting flesh with relentless force. Although Changsheng possessed greater physical strength, Luo Changsheng had honed the most elite techniques, having cultivated the divine, demonic 9 transformations to the mid-stage of the 5th transformation, and with his formidable, true essence. Changsheng found himself at a temporary disadvantage. After several minutes of fierce combat, both men bore numerous deep wounds visible to the bone. Yet it was evident that Luo Changsheng suffered the greater number of injuries and was in a more critical state. With a resounding thud, Changsheng landed another punch on Luo Changsheng, sending him flying once again, causing him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood before finally stabilizing his body. I cannot continue like this. I may perish, he thought. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I shall not fear the absence of firewood. With this realization, Luo Changsheng shrank to a normal size, conjuring a jade vessel that made him appear to slip into the void, transforming into a streak of light as he hastened toward the entrance of the secret realm. I shall pursue him, await my return within the secret realm. Changsheng's eyes glimmered with cold laughter as he too transformed into a flash of light, racing towards the entrance. Cursed wretch, a mere scapegoat dares to treat me thus. Once my cultivation ascends to the Great Ascension, I shall employ a treasured artifact to eliminate this scapegoat, extracting his soul and burning it for 10,000 years in the demonic flames to assuage my resentment. As Luo Changsheng navigated the jade vessel, his face twisted with malice. The vessel moved with astonishing speed, breaking free from the secret realm in mere breaths. Yet, upon emerging, the sight before him left Luo Changsheng stunned. Boom! Bolts of purple lightning, as thick as barrels, rained down from the heavens, accompanied by a deluge of heavenly fire, icy blades, and sword beams. Li Changsheng, before he could utter another word, he was engulfed in a myriad of lethal formations. Chapter 77. All is lost. The tumultuous phenomena within the formation were nothing short of cataclysmic. Each bolt of lightning and gust of wind was lethal enough to slay a peak returning void cultivator. With so many formations activating simultaneously, even a pinnacle integration cultivator would face dire consequences, and a careless great ascension practitioner could incur severe injuries. Already wounded, Luo Changsheng was further compromised by the simultaneous activation of these formations. The moment he stepped into the array, he was struck by a bolt of lightning the size of a barrel. Li Xianxia. With a grunt, Luo Changsheng, the esteemed disciple of the Diamond Sect, withstood several bolts of lightning, merely spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion growing even paler, as he gradually acclimated to the simultaneous onslaught of numerous formations. Luo Changsheng found his footing and began to move toward the periphery of the array, seemingly on the verge of escaping its confines. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended upon him with tremendous force, sending Luo Changsheng crashing back to the very center of the formation. Li Changsheng stepped into the array, fixing his cold gaze upon Luo Changsheng, and pronounced ominously, "This time next year will mark your day of sacrifice." Luo Changsheng glared at Li Changsheng with resentment, his voice laced with bitterness as he questioned, "Li Changsheng, who exactly are you? Is it possible that the external sects have managed to contact you, providing you with resources and an array of formation discs?" A chill enveloped Luo Changsheng's heart. He was acutely aware of the circumstances within the Southern Heaven region. The individuals dispatched there 100,000 years prior were all from a few select families, none of whom possessed the most prestigious lineages. It was inconceivable for the Southern Heaven region to produce a 7th-tier formation master, even if external forces were capable of presenting such a plethora of 7th-tier formation discs. They were scarce. Li Changsheng must have received backing from those few families to lay out such a formidable array outside the secret realm. Perish! Li Xianxia, disinterested in further discourse with Luo Changsheng, surged forward with a single, forceful stride, though he stood within the confines of the formation. Each step he took seemed to tread upon the very nodes of the array, untouched by the thunder and wind blades that sought to assail him. In contrast, Luo Changsheng struggled against a barrage of powerful spells, helplessly witnessing Li Changsheng draw ever closer. Despair etched itself upon Luo Changsheng's visage. Seemingly resolved, an ancient, blackened small sword materialized in his grasp. He spat a mouthful of vital blood upon the blade, which appeared to awaken with a mysterious aura, hovering above Luo Changsheng's head. "Li Changsheng, should I fall today, I shall take you with me." As the words left his lips, the black sword vanished. With a swift motion, the blackened small sword reappeared within inches of Li Changsheng, aiming directly for his brow. I anticipated this. Li Changsheng displayed no hint of alarm. Suddenly, 6 formation discs manifested in his hands, and he infused them with a surge of white essence. Boom! 6 distinct colored barriers enveloped Li Changsheng, who advanced rather than retreated, colliding directly with the black sword. The sword struck the barrier with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the black sword relentlessly shattered through 3 layers of protection. By the time it breached the 4th barrier, its potency had diminished. 3 breaths later, the black sword pierced through the 6th barrier, embedding itself into Li Changsheng's brow. Clang! The resonant sound echoed like a great bell, reverberating throughout the entire Black Wind mountain range. "Is that all?" Li Changsheng extended his hand, grasping the black sword firmly, exerting all his strength to crush it. Bang! A mournful cry emanated from the black sword as it began to fracture, fissures appearing across its surface. The black dagger resonated with Luo Changsheng's mind, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. "How could this be? Where did you acquire such an abundance of array plates?" A look of despair shadowed Luo Changsheng's face. The black dagger was a treasured relic bestowed by his master, and with his peak cultivation at the fusion stage, it was potent enough to slay a late-stage ascendant. Yet now, Li Changsheng had diminished much of its power with a 6-path 7th-tier defensive formation, and when it struck, it could not even breach Li Changsheng's defenses. Have I been overly cautious? Li Xianxia murmurat softly. Upon returning to the Mist Valley, besides crafting 10 lethal formations, he had also taken the time to forge several defensive arrays. A wise man does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Who could have known that the simulator's warning of injury implied multiple wounds? Thus, further preparations were prudent. With a decisive step, Li Changsheng appeared beside Luo Changqing, his right hand swinging down fiercely toward him. Luo Changqing summoned his true essence, raising both hands to meet Li Changsheng's fist. Bang! Luo Changqing's arms exploded into a mist of blood, and cracks began to appear across his body. When my master returns, he will not spare you. Luo Changqing bellowed in fury, his entire form detonating in mid-air, disintegrating into dust that scattered across the heavens. Li Changsheng reached out to claim Luo Changqing's storage pouch, exhaling a sigh of relief. After vanquishing you, I feel considerably more at ease. He shook his head slightly, gathering the 10 array plates he had previously set down, and stepped into the still-present passage of the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Ximen Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing Li Changsheng's arrival. Although her master had held the advantage earlier, who could say whether that formidable opponent had other hidden cards? It's all right. Li Xianxia smiled gently, first heading to the spot where he had slain old Su to retrieve his storage pouch. He then summoned his sword, carrying Ximen Shui to the center of the secret realm by the spirit pool. I know you have questions in your heart. I will explain everything once I have healed. Li Changsheng spoke softly to Ximen Shui. All right, I will follow my master as led. Ximen Shui nodded in agreement. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged beside the spirit spring. The secret realm of the Diamond Sect was incomparably superior to the dilapidated realm of the Devil's Sea, brimming with abundant spiritual energy that rivaled even the finest spiritual veins. On the surface, Li Changsheng appeared to be meditating to recover from his injuries. However, he was actually enumerating the spoils of this venture. All the techniques and divine abilities had been acquired during the previous simulation. Now, he was tallying spiritual stones, medicinal herbs, and other materials. With such an immense haul, it seemed unlikely that even if the Su family, the Medicine King sect, and the Long family were all plundered, they would possess such an abundance. Upon completing his inventory, a joyful expression blossomed on Li Changsheng's face. Although the storage bags of Luo Changqing and Su Lao contained only a modest amount of spirit stones, totaling just over 60 million, they were replete with an abundance of precious materials. Within the span of 10 millennia, Li Changsheng discovered dozens of spirit herbs, each capable of fetching several million spirit stones. Moreover, the quasi-immortal artifact, the jade boat commanded by Luo Changqing, was valued at several 100 million spirit stones, yet remained elusive in the market. A quasi-immortal artifact, even within the grand sects of the outside world, would be regarded as a treasured heirloom, far too valuable to be sold. With a deep breath to suppress his inner glee, Li Changsheng whispered, "Recharge."